Chen Feiyu acquired a one-click kill system, and at a tender age, he amassed astonishing wealth. A 50 million supercar, a 120 million luxurious apartment with a scenic view of the river, a 150 million Challenger private jet, all available for a mere yuan in a flash sale. Ordinary flash sales pale in comparison. The thrill of gambling flash sales is far more exhilarating. A cruise ship? Land? A commercial street? Ah, young one, do you think that my abundant wealth guarantees my happiness? The joy I possess is beyond your imagination. Chapter 1. The Flash Sale Lucky Bag System. In Zhonghai City, under the scorching summer sun, dressed in a delivery uniform, Chen Feiyu rode his electric scooter, with his girlfriend, Lu Xiaotong, seated behind him. They were classmates in high school, having begun their romance since the first year. They had made a pact to enroll in Zhonghai University together, but unforeseen circumstances arose along the way. Lu Xiaotong was accepted into Zhonghai University as a freshman this year, while Chen Feiyu entered the workforce early, embarking on a career of labor. The electric scooter halted at the entrance of the residential complex. Xiaoyu, I have something to discuss with you. I also have something to tell you. A knowing smile spread across Chen Feiyu's face as he retrieved a rectangular box from his pocket. In a few days, it would be Lu Xiaotong's 18th birthday, a significant milestone in Zhonghai, prompting Chen Feiyu to prepare in advance, saving diligently for months to purchase an extravagant gift. Upon opening the box, he discovered a Chanel diamond necklace nestled within. This is your birthday gift. Do you like it? The anticipated scene of his girlfriend weeping with joy did not manifest. Chen Feiyu assumed Lu Xiaotong was simply overwhelmed with emotion. Just as he was about to fasten the necklace around her neck, she unexpectedly recoiled. Xiaoyu, let's break up. Break up? Why would we end things when everything is fine? Chen Feiyu was taken aback. In his recent efforts to earn more money to buy the diamond necklace, he had indeed neglected Lu Xiaotong somewhat over the past couple of months. However, their relationship had always been harmonious, devoid of quarrels. So how could she suddenly propose a breakup without any warning? I've developed feelings for someone else. Don't joke around. We agreed to marry after graduation. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaotong lowered her head, shame washing over her as she dared not meet Chen Feiyu's gaze, softly murmuring, we had promised to graduate from university together and then marry, but you didn't attend university. Huh. A cold chuckle echoed in Chen Feiyu's heart as he instantly grasped the implications of her words. Zhonghai University is a prestigious institution in the country. It is no wonder that Lu Xiaotong, having enrolled in a renowned university, feels her future is boundless, while she perceives herself, an ordinary delivery worker, as unworthy of her. Indeed, Lu Xiaotong harbors such sentiments. As a student of a prestigious university, she envisions her boyfriend to be a paragon of excellence in every aspect, rather than a delivery worker who braves the elements daily. She desires the comfort of a luxurious vehicle, not a dilapidated electric bike. She yearns for a life of opulence and indulgence. The simplicity of 3 daily meals no longer suffices for her. Being with Chen Feiyu diminishes her stature, and merely walking together evokes a sense of embarrassment within her. Who is that individual? He is a classmate from my department, exceptionally kind to me. His family owns 3 companies, and we have arranged to meet his parents during the summer vacation. Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu felt a sudden clarity. No wonder Lu Xiaotong's attire, bags, and shoes have all been high-end brands lately. He had previously inquired, but she deceitfully claimed they were gifts from her parents for her admission to university. Reflecting upon it now, it seems these items were likely bestowed upon her by that young man. It has barely been a couple of months since Lu Xiaotong and he met, and their fleeting relationship has evidently succumbed to the allure of material wealth. How ironic. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Let us part ways. Chen Feiyu's expression remained impassive, his demeanor astonishingly composed. Anger is merely a sign of impotence. Yes, while Chen Feiyu currently finds himself at a low ebb in life, who can assure that he will remain inconsequential forever? With his unparalleled good looks, he could easily find a partner more beautiful and accomplished than Lu Xiaotong. Really, she did not anticipate Chen Feiyu's swift acquiescence. Initially disappointed, the thought of acquiring a wealthy new boyfriend swiftly dispelled her fleeting sadness. Indeed, but do not regret it in the future. With those parting words, Chen Feiyu mounted his electric bike and departed without a backward glance. Chen Feiyu is a man of decisive action, disinclined to linger on past attachments. A woman who has changed her heart is hardly worthy of his affection. As she watched Chen Feiyu's retreating figure, Lu Xiaodong scoffed disdainfully. It is true that he is handsome, but can good looks sustain one? In this materialistic society, wealth is the ultimate truth. Her new boyfriend is also quite handsome. Although he may not rival Chen Feiyu in looks, his family is considerably affluent. Regret? A farce. Between a delivery worker and a wealthy heir, anyone would choose the latter. She will never find herself regretting this decision. After entering the workforce, Chen Feiyu has encountered numerous trials, fortifying his inner strength. The breakup did affect him somewhat, but he quickly regained his equilibrium. Life continues unabated with or without someone. The world shows no sympathy for your heartbreak. The following day, Chen Feiyu had already adjusted his mindset, setting out early to deliver meals. He needed to earn a living and had no time to wallow in despair over a trivial breakup. Busy until after 1 p.m., Chen Feiyu finally found a moment to rest, casually grabbing lunch at a convenience store that happened to be running a promotional event for mystery bags. For just 1 yuan, he could participate in the event, and the mystery bags contained various prizes of differing values. Intrigued, Chen Feiyu paid the yuan and selected a mystery bag at random. Upon opening it, the attendant revealed a lavish lunch, complete with a bento box, juice, and dessert. Chen Feiyu's spirits soared. He had acquired a feast worth dozens of yuan for merely one, saving a substantial amount. With his sumptuous meal in hand, he sought out a vacant seat. While enjoying his meal and fiddling with his phone, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The mystery bag system has been successfully activated. Loading data. Loading complete. You have gained an opportunity for another mystery bag. Chen Feiyu's vision momentarily darkened before quickly returning to normal, revealing 3 golden mystery bags before him, each priced at 1 yuan. System? Fortune bag. Chen Feiyu felt a bit bewildered. He had encountered the concept of system numerous times in novels, but never anticipated it manifesting in real life, especially not in his own experience. Goodness, was his life about to take an extraordinary turn? Chen Feiyu shook his head, assuring himself that this was not an illusion. Adopting a mindset of experimentation, he chose the fortune bag in the middle. Once he selected the fortune bag, the other 2 vanished, and a payment interface appeared, requiring 1 yuan to claim the prize within the bag. Chen Feiyu mused that 1 yuan was a trivial sum. Thus, he clicked to confirm the payment, and the system directly deducted 1 yuan from his bank account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the fortune bag, which contains a Koenigsegg 1:1, 2 mansion exchange vouchers, and a personal storage space, with a total value of 1 billion RMB. Chen Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The rewards from this fortune bag were nothing short of extravagant. He opened the personal storage space and, to his delight, indeed found a supercar and 2 mansion exchange vouchers. The Koenigsegg 1:1 is a renowned supercar, famously dubbed the Ghost among hypercars, with a market value of 100 million, exceedingly rare as only 6 units exist worldwide. Possessing wealth alone does not guarantee acquisition. The remaining 2 mansion exchange vouchers allowed for the acquisition of any 2 properties, unrestricted by location or price, even applicable overseas. However, Chen Feiyu had little interest in foreign properties, so he logged into a real estate website on his phone to search. With no price limitations, he, of course, sought the most expensive options. Upon viewing the listings, he was taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair. Even a single mansion was valued at over 100 million. Chapter 2. The Koenigsegg 1 delivers takeout in Zhonghai City. Apart from the illustrious Thompson Riviera, there exist other opulent residences such as the Greentown Rose Garden, Shishan Golf Villas, Jujian Hall, and Yuchui Garden, all of which epitomize the pinnacle of luxury living, often valued in the hundreds of millions. Chen Feiyu's breath quickened with excitement, his chest heaving vigorously. The taxes alone on these properties amount to figures so astronomical that they provoke existential contemplation. The average individual would toil for generations and still scarcely afford a mere restroom. Yet now, he could possess any of these luxurious homes at will. How could one not feel exhilarated? Chen Feiyu forced himself to regain composure. Each of these mansions boasted a unique architectural style and character. Yet he found himself particularly enamored with another estate, the Evergrande Riverside Garden. Nestled in the heart of Zhonghai City, it lies less than 300 meters from the Huangpu River. mere steps from the famed Oriental Pearl Tower, gazing across the river at the Bund, making it arguably the finest viewing residence in the city. Just imagine standing on a balcony larger than a bedroom, feeling the river breeze while savoring the world's finest wines. With the bustling glamour of the foreign concessions and the banks of the Pujiang laid out before him, the mere thought was intoxicating. Estimating the value of a supercar along with 2 luxurious homes, he calculated a market worth of around 600 million, implying that the inventory within his personal storage amounted to 400 million. Subtracting the value of the storage, Chen Feiyu now possessed assets worth 600 million. Who would have imagined that a mere delivery driver could transform into a billionaire overnight? 1 supercar, 2 lavish homes. Renting them out would yield a substantial monthly income, ensuring that Chen Feiyu would never have to worry about sustenance again. Why continue delivering food? With such wealth, he could retire in comfort. Xiaoyu, Chen Feiyu exclaimed in exuberance, preparing to embark on a tour of the luxurious estates. At that moment, a fellow delivery worker rushed into the convenience store where he sat. Li Gu, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? The delivery worker inquired, clutching his stomach. I think I ate something bad. I have an order for Zhonghai University. Could you deliver it for me? Of course, no problem, Chen Feiyu replied without a second thought. Zhonghai University held bittersweet memories for him. He had once been a student there, but circumstances had forced him to withdraw, and his ex-girlfriend was still a student there, making the prospect of returning less than appealing. However, since Li Gu had always looked out for him, it was only right to lend a hand now that he was in a bind. Thank you. No time for chit-chat. I need to find a restroom. Li Gu hurriedly handed over the order before dashing off. Noticing that the order's time allowance was quite generous, Chen Feiyu cleared away the debris from the table and hopped onto his electric bike to head to Zhonghai University. As for the matter of redeeming a mansion, that could wait. The system wasn't going anywhere. Navigating through the streets, he was nearing his destination when suddenly, his electric bike malfunctioned. Damn this piece of junk, he muttered. Due to financial constraints, he had been forced to purchase a second-hand model, rife with quirks and issues. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If he failed to deliver the order on time, Li Gu would face a penalty. Riding a shared bicycle would be too slow. And with the temperature soaring above 40 degrees Celsius, dehydration was a genuine concern. Thus, Chen Feiyu resolved to call for a taxi with his own funds. At that moment, a Porsche zoomed past him, the roar of its engine reverberating through the air. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had a Koenigsegg one in his personal storage. Of course, I have my own supercar, he exclaimed. Chen Feiyu dashed into a nearby residential area, locating a secluded spot to retrieve the vehicle from his storage. As the Koenigsegg one emerged, his eyes sparkled with awe. The entire car was crafted from carbon fiber, and the air seemed infused with the scent of wealth. Exquisitely stunning. This was no mere vehicle. It was a manifestation of currency in motion. Seated behind the wheel, he caressed the steering column, marveling at the fact that he, once relegated to admiring top-tier supercars online, now possessed one as his personal chariot. The design of supercars diverges significantly from that of ordinary vehicles. For someone unfamiliar, the intricacies of gear shifting could be daunting. Fortunately, after graduating high school, he had obtained his driver's license and worked as a chauffeur for a time, becoming acquainted with numerous luxury vehicles, so he quickly figured out how to operate it. Why did he ultimately cease working as a chauffeur? It was mainly due to his looks attracting unwanted attention. Inebriated socialites and heiresses found his appearance appealing, often becoming overly familiar and even proposing to take him home for the night, sometimes offering him money in the process. Chen Feiyu found it utterly tiresome and eventually opted to switch to food delivery. Minutes later, he arrived at his destination punctually. The moment the Koenigsegg one graced the entrance of Zhonghai University, the thunderous roar of its engine captivated onlookers, creating a palpable stir. What car is that? It's stunning. It's a Koenigsegg one. I can't believe such a divine machine is here at our school. It must be extraordinarily expensive. How expensive? At least 100 million. And even then, it's often unavailable for purchase. Gasp. Upon learning the price of the Koenigsegg, everyone collectively drew in a sharp breath. Their understanding of luxury cars typically hovered around several million, and this was the first time they heard of a vehicle costing over 100 million. What can you do with 100 million? You could buy a private jet, enough to secure a top-tier Riverview mansion in Zhonghai's most coveted location. Even stashing it in a bank would yield around 4 million in interest annually. Isn't that enticing? To spend 100 million on a car, one must possess wealth beyond imagination, truly extravagant. Wow, 100 million is exorbitant. It seems we don't have any students wealthy enough at our school. I wonder if he's a suitor for the campus belle? Is the driver a handsome young man? I'd love to catch a glimpse. The girls craned their necks in anticipation, but unfortunately, the car's windows appeared to be made of some special material, obscuring the interior from view. Unbeknownst to Chen Feiyu, he had stirred quite a commotion. He was momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the grand letters spelling Zhonghai University at the entrance. If not for the unforeseen circumstances, he would have been a freshman now. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. What am I thinking? University and I are fated to be apart. Regaining his composure, Chen Feiyu drove into the campus. At Zhonghai University, vehicles could freely enter and exit, and with a car of such value, it was unlikely any security personnel would dare to intervene. Previously, he had received numerous delivery orders from Zhonghai University and was quite familiar with the campus layout. Swiftly arriving at the girls' dormitory, as he stepped out of the supercar, onlookers were left questioning their life choices. Is delivering takeout truly this lucrative now? Chapter 3. The rescue operation for the campus bell. After parking the vehicle, Chen Feiyu paid no mind to the astonished gazes directed at him. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number on the delivery order. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello. Your delivery has arrived at the dormitory entrance. Please come down to collect it. Chen Feiyu initiated the conversation. The voice of the girl on the other end carried a hint of youthful innocence. I apologize, but I'm still outside and haven't reached the dormitory yet. Could you possibly deliver the takeout to my roommate? The dormitory? Yes, at Zhonghai University. The dorms are accessible during the day. Please, I beg you to help me deliver it there. The female university student added a playful tone. I see, then that is fine. Thank you. I will definitely give you a 5-star rating. Chen Feiyu chuckled to himself, realizing this was likely the final order of his delivery career. And granting Li Gu a 5-star review would indeed be a fitting conclusion. After hanging up, Chen Feiyu retrieved the takeout from the thermal box, the order indicating dormitory 520. Upon entering the dormitory building, the dormitory supervisor did not impede his entry, allowing Chen Feiyu to muster his courage. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had stepped into a female dormitory. Clad in light attire, the university's students moved about, their long, slender legs creating a captivating display. The girls, upon noticing Chen Feiyu, displayed expressions of surprise. This delivery boy, with his refined features and striking appearance, surpassed even the campus heartthrob, He Yifan. Following the room numbers down the corridor, he finally arrived at dormitory 520. Upon realizing he was delivering takeout to this room, the girl's eyes momentarily flickered with disappointment. Dormitory 520 housed 4 first-year female students, 3 of whom were the most stunning in their department. And one was the campus belle herself. Each was a beauty, particularly the campus queen, Fang Yuan, who had dethroned the previous title holder on the very first day of school, earning the title of the most beautiful campus queen in history. Some of the girls, feeling a pang of infatuation towards Chen Feiyu, sighed, recognizing their own lack of appeal in comparison to Fang Yuan. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? The dormitory door was slightly ajar, and after a few knocks, Chen Feiyu pushed it open, receiving no response. Assuming the dormitory was unoccupied, he hung the takeout on the doorknob. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, Chen Feiyu caught a glimpse of the interior. He halted and retreated to the door, peering through the crack to see a pink yoga mat laid on the floor, with a girl lying motionless beside it. Frowning, he pondered, having knocked and called out without receiving any response. Could she have fainted from heat stroke? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to enter the dormitory. The overall decor was tinted in shades of pink, and a faint fragrance permeated the air. Classmate, classmate. Approaching the girl, he crouched down and gently nudged her, yet still received no reaction, further confirming his concern that she had indeed succumbed to heat stroke. Time is of the essence. Without a moment to spare, he rushed to the balcony, grabbed a towel, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on the girl's forehead. After waiting a considerable time without any sign of her awakening, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and ultimately decided to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He cupped her cheeks, inhaled deeply, and breathed into her mouth. The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, yet Chen Feiyu focused solely on her rescue, devoid of any distracting thoughts. After several repetitions of artificial respiration, the girl finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open. You're awake, Chen Feiyu exclaimed with a smile. As her blurred vision gradually sharpened, she noticed a strange man leaning over her, which jolted her fully awake. Her eyes widened in shock, and with a sudden push, she exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" She wiped her lips in disbelief. After all, it had been her first kiss. Chen Feiyu stumbled back, landing on the floor. As he hurriedly explained, "I saw you collapse from heat stroke. The towel didn't help, so I performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. You are the one who is faint. Your whole family is faint." The girl glared at Chen Feiyu, her eyes ablaze. "I merely fell asleep after an exhausting yoga session." Chen Feiyu's mouth twitched in response. This misunderstanding had escalated quickly, but he couldn't be blamed. After all, she had been sleeping so soundly that no amount of calling could rouse her. "Pervert! How dare you assault me? I'll report you to the police right now." "Sister, who assaulted you? I genuinely thought you had fainted." As she retrieved her phone to call the police, Chen Feiyu rushed forward and grasped her hands, preventing her from making the call. What an unfortunate situation. Here I was, trying to help, and now I'm being labeled a rogue. Big sister. You're the big sister. Let go of me. Pardon my slip of the tongue. Miss, as long as you don't call the police, I'll comply with any request you have. The thought of facing law enforcement, especially under such accusations, and the potential wrath of his parents was enough to send shivers down his spine. The girl, now somewhat calmed, scrutinized Chen Feiyu, considering that he appeared quite presentable and did not seem like a lecherous type. Perhaps this misunderstanding could indeed be resolved. She wasn't unreasonable. If Chen Feiyu had acted out of genuine concern for her well-being, it would be excessive to turn him into a criminal. Any request? Indeed, anything. As long as you don't report me. After a moment of contemplation, the girl suddenly broke into a smile and declared, all right then. I want you to be my boyfriend. Taken aback by the girl's proposition, Chen Feiyu sighed inwardly, realizing yet another woman was interested in his appearance. Women truly are insatiable, he thought. We've just met. Isn't this a bit too fast? Before graduating high school, he had been focused on his studies, aiming for the finest university, only to later drop out and immerse himself in work, never considering romantic pursuits. The girl's sudden request to be his girlfriend left him flustered. What are you thinking? I want you to be my temporary boyfriend. Temporary boyfriend? Chapter 4. The Campus Belle's Temporary Boyfriend. The girl elaborated on the circumstances. She was none other than the newly crowned campus beauty, Fang Yuan, whose striking looks had garnered her a vast following since her arrival at the university. Among her admirers, two boys pursued her most fervently. The first was He Yifan, a paragon of both beauty and intelligence, resembling a perfect male deity straight out of a comic book, capturing the hearts of many. The second was Jin Fangzhou, whose looks and talents paled in comparison to He Yifan's, yet he was a bona fide rich heir, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His family owned the Jinhai Group, a powerhouse among the top enterprises in Zhonghai City. Both boys were notable figures at Zhonghai University, endowed with exceptional qualities that would have led any other girl to readily submit. However, Fang Yuan was not one to be swayed by mere appearances or wealth. She possessed a comprehensive plan for her life. Currently, she wished to focus solely on her studies and had no intention of entering a romantic relationship. Yet, the relentless pursuit of these two boys had become quite tiresome, particularly with Jin Fangzhou, who clung to her like a stubborn burr. This morning, he had insisted on taking her out for afternoon tea, and no matter how she resisted, he would not relent. Thus, Fang Yuan devised a plan. She would have Chen Feiyu pose as her boyfriend to deter Jin Fangzhou's advances. Why don't you find someone else? No, I want you. Fang Yuan felt a twinge of discontent. She had anticipated that Chen Feiyu would readily acquiesce, yet to her surprise, he declined her request. Her motives for seeking Chen Feiyu were not without reason. The other boys were rather unremarkable, their appearances and familial backgrounds pale in comparison to He Yifan and Jin Fangzhou. While Fang Yuan had no qualms about dating an ordinary individual, who would believe that a campus belle would forsake a campus heartthrob and a wealthy heir for someone so commonplace? For her to convince others of her relationship, the boy in question needed to be exceptionally distinguished, at the very least surpassing He Yifan and Jin Fangzhou in one aspect. Given that Jin Fangzhou was among the elite second-generation wealthy in Zhonghai City, finding a wealthier counterpart to pose as a temporary boyfriend was evidently out of the question. Thus, she could only resort to the matter of appearance. Chen Feiyu undoubtedly met this criterion. Only someone as extraordinarily handsome as Chen Feiyu could lend credence to their supposed romantic involvement. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. I simply lack experience in such matters. What sort of experience is required? You just claimed you would agree to any conditions. You aren't having second thoughts, are you? Fang Yuan shot Chen Feiyu an exasperated glare, her frustration palpable. Countless suitors would eagerly vie for the opportunity to be her boyfriend. Yet here was Chen Feiyu, dismissively reluctant despite having struck an unexpected fortune. How infuriating. Was being her boyfriend such an imposition? Very well then. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feiyu ultimately consented to be Fang Yuan's temporary boyfriend. Although he had not intended to take advantage of her, he recognized that extending a small favor was only fair. Moreover, playing a role was certainly preferable to facing legal repercussions. I can assist you with this, but let me make it clear. This is merely an act. In a few days, we shall part ways as strangers. Do not pursue me thereafter. Who would pursue you? Fang Yuan scoffed, finding his self-importance rather amusing. The two then commenced strategizing their performance. The moment Jin Fangzhou arrived, they would link arms, and Fang Yuan would publicly declare Chen Feiyu as her boyfriend. This would not only deter Jin Fangzhou's advances, but also dispel any lingering hopes from other boys. Two birds with one stone. After a brief interval, Fang Yuan's phone rang. Chen Feiyu cast a furtive glance, noting the caller ID was none other than Jin Fangzhou. A succinct exchange ensued, with Fang Yuan responding with a series of indifferent ahas. Her disinterest in Jin Fangzhou evident even to Chen Feiyu, an outsider to their dynamic. Upon ending the call, Fang Yuan turned to Chen Feiyu. Jin Fangzhou is downstairs. I need to change into something else. Please wait for me outside. Chen Feiyu dutifully exited the dormitory, and shortly thereafter, Fang Yuan re-emerged, resplendent in a pristine outfit. She donned a white camisole that accentuated her fair skin and delicate collarbones, while her pleated skirt swayed playfully with each step she took. This ensemble, though simple, exuded elegance and showcased Fang Yuan's inherent charm. For a moment, Chen Feiyu was momentarily entranced. It was undeniable that Fang Yuan, after her meticulous preparation, had ascended to an even higher echelon of beauty, undoubtedly the most striking girl he had ever encountered. "Let us go," she said, playfully tossing her hair. The air around her sweetly fragrant, as she entwined her arm with Chen Feiyu's. Chen Feiyu's movements felt somewhat stiff, aside from Lu Xiaotong. He had never engaged in such close contact with another female, and to claim he wasn't nervous would be disingenuous. Fang Yuan's exquisite visage also flushed with a hint of rose, as this marked her first time taking the initiative to link arms with a boy. As they strolled hand in hand, Chen Feiyu found himself buoyed by a sense of exhilaration, knowing he was about to confront an unfamiliar rival in the form of a wealthy heir. Outside the girls' dormitory, a young man paced restlessly. Beside him was a brand-new Porsche 911, his attire replete with luxury labels, Givenchy shirt, Versace trousers, a Rolex watch, and starry sneakers, his ensemble easily worth hundreds of thousands. This young man was Jin Fangzhou. A few girls approached him, but he was acutely aware of their intentions, dismissing them with indifference. He was the heir apparent to the Jinhai group. Such superficial individuals held no allure for him. In his eyes, only Fang Yuan was worthy of his attention. "Oh, it's Fang Yuan," Jin Fangzhou realized with delight, now understanding why he was waiting there. But wait, who was the boy Fang Yuan was with? As Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan exited the dormitory, he clad in a blue delivery uniform and she in vibrant attire. The contrast was stark. To put it bluntly, Fang Yuan resembled a celestial being, while Chen Feiyu appeared akin to a laborer. However, Chen Feiyu's striking features ensured that, standing alongside Fang Yuan, the visual discord was not jarring. In an instant, they became the focus of attention, eliciting astonishment, confusion, envy, and numerous gazes filled with varied emotions. Jin Fangzhou turned with elation, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu arm in arm, flames of fury igniting within him. Fang Yuan. Who is he? Chapter 5, The Rival Heir. Both Fang Yuan and Jin Fangzhou were prominent figures at Zhonghai University, and their simultaneous appearance stirred quite the commotion. The entire school was aware of Jin Fangzhou's pursuit of Fang Yuan, yet she had openly declared her disinterest in romantic relationships during her university years. Now, however, she was entwined with another boy, effectively slapping Jin Fangzhou's face in public. "Who is he?" Jin Fangzhou demanded, pointing at Chen Feiyu, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he wished to devour him whole. Fang Yuan was his predetermined partner. How dare this delivery boy encroach upon his territory? Look, Jin Fangzhou is about to explode with anger. Naturally, anyone would feel incensed if their beloved were with another. Yet, it must be said, the delivery boy beside Fang Yuan was indeed quite handsome. Whispers circulated as students, having caught wind of the unfolding drama, flocked from all directions, the crowd swelling to a point where passage became impossible. "He is my boyfriend," Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, deliberately raising her voice at the mention of boyfriend, as if to announce to the world that she was no longer available. With that declaration, the atmosphere erupted. The campus belle had made an announcement, and her boyfriend was merely a delivery boy? Had they not witnessed Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan hand in hand, few would have believed it. However, the initial shock quickly subsided among the onlookers. Fang Yuan, after all, was the second highest scorer in the National College entrance examination, a genuinely talented individual, while Jin Fangzhou, relying on his wealth, believed he could resolve everything with money, exuding a distinctly vulgar air. Their worldviews were fundamentally incompatible, destined to remain apart. Conversely, Chen Feiyu's striking good looks were undeniable. It seemed entirely plausible that such a handsome boy could win Fang Yuan's affections. "Do you think I would believe that you could find a delivery boy for this charade?" Jin Fangzhou scoffed. He was the future heir of a publicly listed corporation. With superior conditions, how could he possibly be outshone by a delivery man? Fang Yuan was equally resolute and succinct, responding to Jin Fangzhou's doubts with decisive actions. With a slight rise onto her toes, she brushed her lips against Chen Feiyu's cheek, leaving a delicate pink imprint on his fair skin. "Do you still think we are merely acting?" Jin Fangzhou was utterly dumbfounded, while the surrounding boys felt their hearts shatter, longing to swap places with Chen Feiyu. After a prolonged moment of realization, A surge of jealousy overtook Jin Fangzhou, who gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What is it about this delivery boy that you find appealing? What makes him superior to me?" Publicly humiliated, even Chen Feiyu's typically good-natured temperament was strained, yet before he could respond, Fang Yuan stepped forward like a protective hen, ready to retaliate. "Watch your mouth. What's wrong with delivering food? Professions are not measured by high or low status. My boyfriend earns his keep with his own hands. And in my eyes, he is the most exceptional man. Don't think that a little money gives you the right to insult others. You, Jin Fangzhou, only got into Zhonghai University through connections. Without your wealthy parents, you are nothing." Every word Fang Yuan uttered struck true, piercing Jin Fangzhou's heart like daggers. In front of so many classmates, being scorned by Fang Yuan left Jin Fangzhou's pride in tatters. His fists clenched, his expression shifting between anger and shame. In a fit of rage, Jin Fangzhou raised his hand to slap Fang Yuan. No one expected him to lash out in such anger. Fang Yuan was momentarily frightened, her mind blank with shock, forgetting to dodge. Fortunately, Chen Feiyu's quick reflexes allowed him to seize Jin Fangzhou's wrist. With remarkable strength, Chen Feiyu applied just enough pressure for Jin Fangzhou to wince in pain. What a temper! Is it necessary to resort to violence just because you dislike someone? You are bringing shame upon us men. None of your business. Let go, Jin Fangzhou retorted, pushing back, causing him to stagger a few steps before colliding with the door of a Porsche, which dented upon impact. Infuriated, Jin Fangzhou trembled with rage, realizing not only had he lost the girl he admired, but his newly purchased car was also damaged. How outrageous! This delivery boy is practically courting death. How is it not your concern? Fang Yuan is my girlfriend now. No one is allowed to harm a single hair on her head. Chen Feiyu gently removed Fang Yuan's hand from his arm, stretched his muscles, and then peeled off his short-sleeved uniform to reveal a gray tank top, showcasing his perfectly sculpted arms. What skill is it to hit a woman? Come on, let us practice. Chen Feiyu beckoned with a finger, exuding an aura of dominance. His gaze laced with a hint of disdain that left the girls utterly captivated. Handsome, fit, and fiercely protective of his girlfriend, he was the embodiment of the ideal boyfriend in the eyes of many. Faced with Chen Feiyu's impressive physique, Jin Fangzhou's bravado faltered instantly. He was aware of his own delicate frame, drained by indulgence, knowing he stood no chance against Chen Feiyu. Huh. Engaging in a scuffle with someone like you would only dirty my hands. Jin Fangzhou, not a fool, recognized he could not win a fight and refrained from recklessly charging in. The onlooking students wore expressions of disdain. Conceding defeat was one thing, but making excuses was another. Do you really think Fang Yuan genuinely likes you? Jin Fangzhou sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Have you taken a good look at yourself? With your circumstances? How could Fang Yuan ever be interested in you? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Seeing that no amount of taunting could provoke Chen Feiyu, Jin Fangzhou felt as if he were hitting a wall of cotton, prompting him to turn to Fang Yuan for an explanation. Fang Yuan, I only acted out of concern for you. Seeing you with another guy made me lose control. Please forgive me. Humph. Fang Yuan turned her head away. Not a fool to fall for Jin Fangzhou's sweet words. Realizing that the emotional appeal bore no fruit, Jin Fangzhou began to disparage Chen Feiyu again. Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't demean yourself. Just look at this delivery boy. He reeks of poverty from head to toe. Do you really wish to endure the sun and rain on a bicycle? Enough. Fang Yuan shouted, her expression serious. I would rather endure the elements on a bicycle than sit in your Porsche with the air conditioning. Mark my words, in this life, the next, and for eternity, I shall never have feelings for you. At her declaration, Jin Fangzhou's face shifted through shades of blue and red. Fang Yuan's words had irreparably severed their connection. With so many classmates watching, he felt utterly humiliated. Ignore this lowly fool, let us go shopping. Where's your car? Fang Yuan took Chen Feiyu's hand, her gaze filled with regret. Chen Feiyu had been belittled by Jin Fangzhou for her sake, and she felt a strong desire to make it up to him with a nice meal later. Over there. Chen Feiyu shrugged it off, instinctively pointing toward his vehicle. Everyone followed his gesture, only to be met with disbelief. Parked by the roadside was a Koenigsegg 1, with no other vehicles in sight. Wait a moment. A thought of incredulity crossed everyone's minds. Could that car possibly belong to him? Chapter 6. The Revelation. I am quite wealthy. The Koenigsegg is a top-tier supercar. While many may not know its price, anyone with a modicum of sense can tell it is far from inexpensive. How could a mere delivery boy afford such a luxury? Fang Yuan asked incredulously. Are you saying that car is yours? Yes, indeed it is, Chen Feiyu replied calmly, nodding. Ha! Jin Fangzhou erupted in laughter, his sarcasm evident. Do you even know what that car is? A Koenigsegg 1, worth 100 million. You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. If that car truly belongs to you, I promise never to disturb Fang Yuan again, and I will even call you daddy. Jin Fangzhou, whose family boasted assets worth billions, was well aware that even they would hesitate to purchase a Koenigsegg, especially since it was a limited edition. For someone like him, a mere delivery boy, it was utterly implausible to possess such a vehicle. As a result, Jean Fangzhou was convinced that the car could not possibly belong to Chen Feiyu. A wave of skepticism washed over the students. Some were astonished by the car's exorbitant price, while others felt Chen Feiyu was exaggerating. Yet, what transpired next left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Feiyu retrieved a car key and pressed a button, causing the Koenigsegg one's lights to flash. Then he confidently approached the car and effortlessly opened the door. Silence. The atmosphere became eerily still, as if time itself had frozen. All present stood petrified, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Some gaped in horror, while others widened their eyes in incredulity. But this silence lasted only a few fleeting seconds before the crowd erupted into chaos. No way. That $100 million supercar truly belongs to him. The students felt as though their perceptions of reality had shattered. Earning a few bucks from a delivery could never justify driving a supercar. He must be the heir of some financial magnate, delivering food simply to experience life. The most shocking revelation came from Jean Fangzhou, who had previously boasted that Chen Feiyu could not afford a Koenigsegg. However, the reality was undeniable. The car belonged to Chen. This slap of truth felt as though it would shatter his very face. What to do? Beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, began to form on Jean Fangzhou's forehead. Just moments earlier, he had proclaimed the car was Chen Feiyu's and had even referred to him as Daddy Chen. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. He knew he would be ridiculed by his classmates if he attempted to take them back. Did he truly have to call him Daddy? The spectators, with expressions of amusement, eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Had they not feared offending Jean Fangzhou, they would have already erupted in laughter. Chen Feiyu cast a cool glance at Jean Fangzhou and remarked, "I hope you remember what you said. Do not harass Fang Yuan again." Impossible. How could you possibly afford a Koenigsegg? It must be a rental. Despite the evidence before him, Jean Fangzhou was still unwilling to accept the truth. Then you should rent one too, Chen Feiyu retorted, effectively silencing him. Indeed, many rental agencies provide luxury sports cars. Yet a rare vehicle like the Koenigsegg one is virtually non-existent on the market. Only those of considerable stature can afford such a car. And renting it would be a disgrace. The rental fee would barely cover a bottle of fine wine. Chen Feiyu then led the still-dazed Fang Yuan into the car, turning to say, "As for calling you daddy, that will not be necessary." Jean Fangzhou sighed in relief, while the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Having previously ridiculed Chen Feiyu, they wondered why he would pass up such an opportunity for revenge. Just as their curiosity piqued, Chen Feiyu spoke again. "I could never father a child as unattractive as you." With that, he stepped into the car, pressed the accelerator, and, with Fang Yuan beside him, triumphantly sped away, quickly vanishing from sight. The crowd erupted in laughter, realizing that Chen Feiyu had not shown mercy, but rather disdain for Jean Fangzhou, clearly indicating that Jean was unworthy of being his offspring. Yet, on reflection, the two were indeed not on the same level. Driving a hypercar valued at over $100 million, Chen Feiyu's worth was conservatively estimated at several hundred billion, undoubtedly surpassing the Jean Hai Group's wealth. Jean Fangzhou, merely a second-generation rich kid, inherited his family's wealth. By comparison, Jean Fangzhou was utterly outclassed. Even his parents would likely not garner respect from Chen Feiyu. Gazes fell upon Jean Fangzhou's Porsche 911. Once considered striking, it now seemed lackluster after witnessing the Koenigsegg. Compared to the the Porsche was insignificant. Fuming, Jean Fangzhou's teeth clenched in anger, his face flushed to the point of near bleeding. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of his life. "Thank you for today. Are you free tonight? Perhaps I could treat you to dinner," Fang Yuan suggested, eager to express her gratitude towards Chen Feiyu. He, however, was not inclined to entertain such thoughts. Although their time together had been brief, it was evident that she was not a girl who coveted superficial wealth, nor would she seek to flirt with someone merely because of a flashy car. If she truly desired a wealthy partner, she would have already been with Jean Fangzhou instead of orchestrating this little drama with him. "I'm not free," Chen Feiyu replied without a second thought, infuriating Fang Yuan. Never before had a boy turned her down twice in one day. Chen Feiyu parked the car by the roadside, preparing to inspect some luxury properties. He had no time for a meal, thus delivering an ultimatum. "I've already helped you. We're even now. If we encounter each other on the street in the future, let us pretend we're strangers. You can take a taxi from here. I won't be giving you a ride. Humph, if you won't drive me. Then I don't care for your shabby car." Fang Yuan huffed as she exited the vehicle. It was her first experience in a supercar, and as she closed the door, her finger got caught, eliciting a sharp cry, and tears welled in her eyes. "Ah, what happened? Are you all right?" Chen Feiyu rushed out to check on her. Fang Yuan felt a warmth in her heart. He still had some humanity. With a pained expression, she raised her finger It's nothing, just got it caught. I didn't ask you. Chen Feiyu coldly dismissed her, scrutinizing the car instead. Relieved to find it unscathed, he let out a sigh. This was a new vehicle. Damaging it would have broken his heart. Phew, as long as the car is fine. Fang Yuan trembled with indignation. He showed no concern for her injury, focusing solely on the car. Had she not been grateful for his earlier assistance, she would have kicked him. You insensitive, steel-hearted man. Do you have a girlfriend? No, why? You deserve to be single for life. Chapter 7. The 500 million yuan Jiangjing luxury mansion. Fang Yuan turned and boarded a bus, fearing that staying with Chen Feiyu would raise her blood pressure and lead to heart problems. With Fang Yuan not pursuing the matter of his previous misconduct, Chen Feiyu felt a weight lift from his chest. Noticing the fuel gauge was running low, he stopped at a gas station to fill up his beloved car, spending several hundred yuan. Chen Feiyu earned only a few thousand yuan a month delivering food. Filling up the tank cost him several days' worth of wages. This could not continue. Realizing that his meager salary could not sustain such a luxury vehicle, he understood that while occasionally flaunting it was acceptable, maintenance costs would be substantial. Urgently, he needed to increase his income. Chen Feiyu had devised a plan to acquire 2 luxury apartments, one for himself and the other to rent out. He had researched online and found that rents for prime properties could easily reach 200,000 to 300,000 yuan a month. With a slightly lower price, he would undoubtedly attract numerous tenants. After refueling, Chen Feiyu parked in a lot and began surveying several luxury residential complexes. High-end properties had stringent management rules, preventing outsiders from entering without permission. Thus, he merely strolled around the periphery. In terms of aesthetics, community environment, amenities, and location, he remained most impressed with the Evergrande Riverside Garden. As time was of the essence, Chen Feiyu decided against exploring other luxury properties and opted to redeem 2 apartments in the Evergrande Riverside Garden. By clicking to use the redemption voucher and entering the name of the complex, the system projected a 3D holographic image of the entire development. Green floors indicated availability, while red ones denoted sold units. The primary allure of purchasing a riverside property was, of course, the view. The rear units with obstructed scenery were dismissed from consideration. Chen Feiyu selected the 16th and 17th floors of Building A, both exquisitely decorated, sparing him the hassle of renovations and offering unobstructed views of the Pujiang River, undoubtedly making them easier to rent out. Upon successfully redeeming the properties, 2 real estate certificates appeared in his inventory. Chen Feiyu, brimming with anticipation, set out to view his new homes, his first and second properties, a momentous occasion indeed. However, as he approached the entrance, the security guard stopped him. Stop. Our complex has regulations. Delivery personnel are not allowed inside. Many luxury residences have similar rules, barring unauthorized individuals. Yet the guard's disdainful gaze conveyed his contempt for Chen Feiyu. I'm not here to deliver food. Come on. What are you doing here if you're not delivering food? This is not a place where just anyone can enter. Chen Feiyu frowned, feeling a tinge of displeasure. He could not comprehend why some individuals, despite being from the same humble background as him, chose to adopt an air of superiority, acting as if they were exceptionally important. Where did their sense of entitlement come from? I am a property owner. What do you think I am here for? Chen Feiyu, though generally good-natured, was not one to be easily bullied. He reciprocated politeness when shown courtesy, but when the security guard glared at him, there was no reason for him to respond with amiability. You're a property owner? The security guard paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. If you're a property owner, then I must be the richest person in Zhonghai. Each apartment here is worth several hundred million, and a mere delivery person dares to claim ownership? Let me guess. Your last name is Liang, right? Liang Jingru must be your relative. Ha. The guard laughed uproariously, completely dismissing Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu, however, was not inclined to engage in futile banter. Seizing the moment when the guard was distracted, he discreetly retrieved 2 property certificates from his personal storage and forcefully tossed them onto the guard. Open your eyes and take a good look. The guard was momentarily taken aback, abruptly halting his laughter as an ominous premonition surged through him. Holding his breath, he opened the certificates and indeed found them to be the property documents for Evergrande Riverside Garden. The young man before him, dressed in a delivery uniform, was genuinely a property owner. Moreover, he possessed 2 properties. A tumult of emotions surged within the guard, rendering him nearly speechless with shock. He shivered involuntarily. Those who resided in luxury apartments were individuals of status and influence, capable of determining his fate with a mere word. He, a lowly security guard, could not afford to offend such a person. I apologize, Mr. Chen. It was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive my rashness. I will open the gate for you right away. Realizing the grave error he had made, the guard hastily offered his apologies, bowing and smiling brightly, now fully aware that he could not afford to mock Chen Feiyu again. You want to let me in now? Sorry, but I no longer wish to enter. The guard prevented Chen Feiyu from entering, adhering to the community's regulations. As he merely fulfilled his duties, Chen Feiyu, rather than being angered, would have generously commended his diligence. However, the guard's disdainful attitude was intolerable for him. Chen Feiyu intended to reside in the apartment with his family, and he was grateful that this incident had occurred to him rather than his parents, who would have been subjected to such humiliation by the guard. Call your property manager. The guard was thoroughly flustered and could only comply, realizing he had gravely offended this discreet, young, wealthy individual. Soon, the property manager arrived, a middle-aged woman dressed in professional attire. Hello, Mr. Chen, my surname is Li, and I am the property manager. Manager Li clasped her hands in front of her and bowed slightly. The guard had informed her of Chen Feiyu's name. Since the establishment of Evergrande Riverside Garden, she had worked here, and the faces of all the property owners were etched in her memory. She had never encountered Chen Feiyu before and immediately recognized him as a new owner. Without needing the guard to elaborate, Manager Li understood the situation. The guards, believing they were merely overseeing a luxury community and interacting with affluent individuals daily, had developed an inflated sense of self-importance, looking down on everyone. It was evident that the guard had insulted the new owner based on Chen Feiyu's delivery attire. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you endured. I hope you can forgive my oversight at work. I assure you that I will handle today's incident with utmost seriousness. Manager Li spoke in a very official manner, yet her tone conveyed sincerity. Manager Li, the guards are the face of the community. A security guard who bullies others and abuses his authority tarnishes not only the harmony of the community, but also the overall image of the property owners. If one guard acts so arrogantly, how will others perceive us owners? Chen Feiyu's words rang with conviction, each phrase sharp and poignant. Manager Li stood beside him, humbly accepting the criticism while the guard bowed his head, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Yes, you are absolutely right. I will ensure that we uphold the professional standards of our staff. Chen Feiyu pointed at the guard and declared, from today onwards, I do not wish to see him. Reassign him to another position. Let him reflect on his actions. Chapter 8. Striking it rich, earning while lying down. A person like the guard, who showed such contempt for others, should ideally be dismissed by the property management. However, Chen Feiyu, noticing that the guard appeared to be in his 30s, likely with family responsibilities, felt it unnecessary to sever his livelihood completely. One should not act too harshly. It was important to leave people a way out. Otherwise, a cornered dog would leap over the wall, leading to no good for anyone. A transfer and a deduction in bonuses would serve as a fitting reprimand. Understood. I will have him reassigned to the logistics department immediately. At Chen Feiyu's command, Manager Li did not dare to utter a word of dissent. After all, he was a property owner, residing in Evergrande Riverside Garden, which signified either a corporate executive or a wealthy magnate, certainly not an ordinary individual. A mere property manager could not afford to offend a property owner. Quickly thank Mr. Chen for not having you dismissed. Manager Li shot a glare at the guard, who bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The guard internally lamented. He had no idea why the wealthy were so unconventional. Purchasing luxury apartments, yet working as delivery personnel. What a peculiar guise of humility. However, the guard bore no resentment. Instead, he felt immense gratitude towards Chen Feiyu. Had he offended another owner, he might not have lived to tell the tale. Chen Feiyu had only scolded him a bit, yet refrained from having him fired. That was already an act of great mercy. As matters settled, Chen Feiyu accompanied Manager Li to the property management office to collect the keys to his new home. Upon touring his two luxurious apartments, he was struck by the opulence: crystal chandeliers, gold-plated tableware, and furniture from century-old imported brands, each door lock alone costing tens of thousands. Beyond luxury, he could think of no other word to describe it. After resting on the exquisite bed for a while, absolutely comfortable, as expected of a bed worth hundreds of thousands, Chen Feiyu reluctantly left his new home. He decided to keep the existence of his luxurious apartments a secret from his family for the time being, as his mother's birthday was approaching, and he wanted to surprise his parents with the delightful news. Returning to the community, Chen Feiyu parked his vehicle in the underground garage before heading home. His parents had prepared several delicious dishes, and the family gathered around the table, enjoying a meal and conversation. His father, Chen Dongshan, occasionally glanced at the television, while his mother, Wang Shufan, continually offered Chen Feiyu more food. After dinner, Chen Feiyu retreated to his room to rest. Late into the night, around 10 o'clock, after a day of running around, he was utterly exhausted. Just as he was drifting into slumber, a call from delivery man Li jolted him awake. The phone rang. Chen Feiyu, startled, grabbed his phone from the bedside table without looking at the caller ID and answered it. Hello, who is this? Xiaoyu, it's Li Gu. I apologize for disturbing you so late. Upon hearing the name, Chen Feiyu became more alert, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. No problem, Li Gu, what do you need? Xiaoyu, do you remember the delivery I asked you to help with this afternoon? Of course, how could I forget? Chen Feiyu nodded, recalling the peculiar experience of momentarily being a school beauty's boyfriend during the delivery, a strange encounter that was hard to forget. In the dormitory, a girl named Fang Yuan called me, saying that she had left her bag in my car, which contained some important documents. She requested my assistance in checking whether it was indeed there. The order was placed by Brotherly, and thus the delivery person's contact number was also his. Fang Yuan intended to reach out to Chen Feiyu, but upon calling, she discovered that Chen Feiyu was merely running an errand. Brotherly, being a warm-hearted individual, immediately contacted Chen Feiyu upon hearing that someone had lost their belongings. However, one thing puzzled Brotherly. How could a delivery person have brought a girl to the car? Especially since the space on an electric bike was so limited. Where could the bag possibly be? I'll check the car, Chen Feiyu said. Brotherly, please don't hang up. He took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, opened the car, and searched around. Indeed, he found a petite and exquisite handbag nestled between the passenger seat and the door. Chen Feiyu recalled that Fang Yuan had emerged from the dormitory carrying that very bag after changing her clothes. The bag strap was broken. Brotherly, I found the bag. I'll return it tomorrow. That's a relief. I appreciate you running another errand, Brotherly replied, visibly relieved. If the bag had not been located, the other party could have left him a negative review in a fit of anger, which would certainly affect his wages, making his day's work futile. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feiyu casually tossed the bag into the car and returned home to rest. The next morning, after a brief wash-up, Chen Feiyu set out in his car and received a message from Brotherly, reminding him not to forget to return the bag. Instead of heading directly to Zhonghai University, he first visited a real estate agency. Renting out the property would ensure a steady stream of income, allowing him to indulge in a life of luxury without the need to deliver takeout. After parking in a roadside space, Chen Feiyu caught the attention of a real estate agent named Xiao Wu, who was smoking at the entrance. Upon noticing the sports car Chen Feiyu was driving, Xiao Wu's service attitude became exceedingly enthusiastic. He recognized this was a golden opportunity and could not afford to be negligent. Good day, sir. My name is Xiao Wu. May I ask your surname? I'm Chen. After a brief exchange, upon learning that Chen Feiyu's property for rent was the Hongdao Riverside Garden, Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. This was one of the most prestigious riverside luxury apartments in Zhonghai City, although there were no available rentals at Hongdao Riverside Garden. He suggested referencing the prices of several nearby luxury complexes, which were in the same area and priced similarly. Mr. Chen, your unit offers the best view. I personally recommend a monthly rent of 530,000. Please list it at 500,000 per month. I want to rent it out quickly, offering a discount of 30,000 per month, min a loss of 360,000 over the year. However, given Chen Feiyu's pressing financial needs, he felt it necessary to lower the price. After all, earning 6 million from the annual rent made him indifferent to the insignificant loss of 300,000. Mr. Chen, I will notify you immediately with any updates. After finalizing the details, Xiao Wu cautiously escorted Chen Feiyu out, recognizing that this was a substantial transaction from which he could earn a considerable commission, and more importantly, gain a significant client. Once in the car, Chen Feiyu spotted the bag on the passenger seat and remembered that he was supposed to return it. The thunderous roar of the engine echoed as the Koenigsegg 1 reappeared at Zhonghai University, drawing even more attention than before. Following the public announcement of Fang Yuan's relationship yesterday, news had spread throughout the school, and everyone was aware that the owner of the car was Fang Yuan's boyfriend. Isn't that the car belonging to Fang Yuan's boyfriend? It's such a pity I wasn't at school yesterday. I heard he looks even more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro and Leonardo DiCaprio. Let's go take a look. Students hurried after the car, mostly girls eager to see if the rumors about the campus belle's boyfriend were indeed true. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu in person, the girls' reactions were akin to that of spider spirits encountering Tang Song. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, their hearts aflame with infatuation. Some of the girls had already met Chen Feiyu the previous day, but were still awestruck. Wow, he's truly handsome. He's both good-looking and wealthy, a quintessential example of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Fang Yuan is so lucky. I wish I could have a boyfriend like that. Some girls, unable to contain their excitement, approached him to strike up a conversation, but upon remembering that Chen Feiyu was Fang Yuan's boyfriend, they quickly abandoned their intentions. Prying a man away from Fang Yuan was akin to scaling a mountain. Chen Feiyu dialed Fang Yuan's roommate, the girl who had ordered the takeout. He had previously called the number on the order to urge her to come down for the delivery, so he had her phone number. He surmised that the reason she hadn't contacted him directly was that she probably mistook him for Brotherly. Hello, this is the delivery person from yesterday. I've brought Fang Yuan's bag. Could you ask her to come down to collect it? Without allowing the other party a chance to respond, Chen Feiyu hung up the phone. Most girls are lazier than boys and would likely ask him to deliver the bag upstairs. He had no desire to run up and down in this sweltering heat. Finding a shaded spot, he grew bored waiting and began examining the system. This system was quite unique, entirely unlike others. Whereas most systems have a predictable pattern for rewards, such as once-a-day incentives, his system offered rewards at random intervals. It was likely that an unexpected event, like a flash sale, could occur at any moment. Why hasn't she come down yet? Chen Feiyu was beginning to grow impatient. Girls tend to be slow. Had it not been for his promise to Brother Li to return Feng Yuan's belongings, he would have left long ago. Chen Feiyu? What are you doing here? In the midst of his ennui, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw a young couple strolling toward him, hand in hand, exuding an air of sweetness. Damn couple. Chen Feiyu silently cursed, then averted his gaze, focusing back on his phone. He recognized the girl, his ex-girlfriend, Lu Xiaodong. Xiaodong, is this your ex-boyfriend? Yes. Lu Xiaodong did not shy away from acknowledging it, casting her eyes over Chen Feiyu, whose attire seemed to consist of low-priced items totaling no more than 100 yuan. In contrast, her new boyfriend, Gao Yang, was dressed head to toe in designer brands. Comparing the two, Lu Xiaodong felt vindicated in her choice. As a top student at Zhonghai University, she believed that a delivery boy like Chen Feiyu was unworthy of her, while someone like Gao Yang, a Prince Charming, was the only suitable partner for her. Hello, I'm Xiaodong's boyfriend, Gao Yang. Gao Yang introduced himself, his chin slightly raised. Exuding arrogance, his gaze filled with contempt, clearly dismissing Chen Feiyu. Gao Yang extended his hand, a gesture that, while seemingly polite, was tinged with provocation. Having stolen someone else's girlfriend, he now flaunted his affection in front of him. Wasn't this an affront? However, Chen Feiyu chose to ignore them. Engaging with such a couple was merely a waste of breath. Irritated by being overlooked for the first time, Gao Yang began to speak. I hear from Xiaodong that you work as a delivery person. I envy how you can choose to work or rest as you please, while I have to inherit the family business if I don't strive. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you. Had you not so readily let go, I would never have found a girlfriend as stunning and accomplished as Xiaodong. Chen Feiyu ceased his mobile phone distractions, his fists clenched and then relaxed, as he suppressed the simmering rage within. A minor incident in his childhood had led Qin Dongshan to strictly prohibit Chen Feiyu from engaging in fights. Yet if Gao Yang continued to be obstinate and incessantly nag, Chen Feiyu would have no choice but to make an exception. He would not hesitate to deliver a few sharp slaps to Gao Yang. Chen Feiyu, do you understand the concept of courtesy? My boyfriend is speaking to you. Why do you not respond? Lu Xiaodong observed the unfolding situation, recognizing that although Gao Yang's words were laced with malice, Chen Feiyu's restraint was already commendable. Yet, Lu Xiaodong unjustly reprimanded him. I understand that you harbor resentment, but we have parted ways. Let the past remain in the past. My heart now belongs to Gao Yang, and I ask that you refrain from coming to school to find me. We are simply not meant to be. Lu Xiaodong shook her head, mistakenly believing that Chen Feiyu was unable to forget her and had come to the school seeking reconciliation. The onlookers were taken aback, covering their mouths in astonishment. Gao Yang, also a wealthy heir, had elevated Lu Xiaodong's status at school due to their relationship, although she paled in comparison to Feng Yuan. What a scandal it was that Feng Yuan's boyfriend was, in fact, Lu Xiaodong's ex. Have you finished your idle chatter? Then be gone. Chen Feiyu scoffed inwardly, finding Lu Xiaodong's self-importance laughable. A wise horse does not return to graze on old pastures. Even if he were struck senseless, he would never reconcile with Lu Xiaodong. What did you say? Lu Xiaodong was taken aback by his words. Chen Feiyu had never spoken to her in such a manner before. On what grounds do you tell us to leave? This is Zhonghai University, and are you even a student here? The one who should leave is you. Lu Xiaodong's anger escalated, her breathing quickening with her ire. It was evident how furious she was. When a woman turns hostile, she can be far more ruthless than a man. Chen Feiyu remained silent, suddenly standing tall, causing the crowd to wonder what he intended. In a swift motion, he raised his leg and delivered a kick to Gao Yang's abdomen. You dare to strike me? Gao Yang, caught off guard, fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Gao Yang. Lu Xiaodong rushed to assess his condition, only relaxing when she confirmed he was not gravely injured. Then, she pointed an accusing finger at Chen Feiyu, exclaiming, Ruffian! Scoundrel! How dare you lay your hands on someone? Apologize. You must apologize to my boyfriend, or I will have security escort you out. Lu Xiaodong perfectly illustrated the meaning of turning one's back. In her quest to appease Gao Yang, she thought nothing of humiliating Chen Feiyu in public. Huh. Chen Feiyu laughed bitterly in his fury. This couple had come to flaunt their power, and when he chose to ignore them, they behaved like rabid dogs, relentlessly attacking him. Did they truly believe he was without temper? Just because she was a woman, did she think he would hesitate to strike her? If she continued her incessant prattling, he would deal with her as well. Chen Feiyu had once been notorious for his explosive temper, frequently engaging in brawls with classmates. Gaoyang should be grateful that Chen Feiyu had tempered his temperament. Otherwise, he would have already been on a stretcher. Take your dog of a man and get lost. You're an eyesore here, Chen Feiyu bellowed. Did they truly expect him to apologize? A daydream indeed. Chapter 10. Regretful Lu Xiaodong. Once, during his school days, Chen Feiyu had been involved in a fight with a classmate, his blows landing with such ferocity that he nearly injured the boy severely. Since that day, Chen Dongshan had forbidden him from fighting, and Chen Feiyu had diligently restrained himself. Presently, he was focused on self-cultivation, preferring words over violence. However, Lu Xiaodong and Gaoyang, this detestable pair, incessantly provoked him, driving him to the brink of action. How dare you strike me? You seek death. With his abdominal pain lessening, Gaoyang charged at Chen Feiyu, raised fists ready to retaliate. He had never been struck by his parents and could not endure such humiliation. Gaoyang, stop! Lu Xiaodong cried out, fully aware of Chen Feiyu's formidable prowess. In high school, she had witnessed him confront a group of delinquents who were harassing several female classmates. Despite their superior size, all had been sent to the hospital, while Chen Feiyu emerged with only minor scrapes. Lu Xiaodong understood well that Gaoyang, lacking in physical training, stood no chance against Chen Feiyu. However, it was too late. Gaoyang reached Chen Feiyu, throwing a punch before he could react, but Chen Feiyu's fist, large as a sandbag, struck Gaoyang's face first. With a sickening crunch, Gaoyang's features contorted in pain as a bloodied tooth flew from his mouth. Chen Feiyu had only exerted 70% of his strength, yet Gaoyang was left dazed, stumbling clumsily to the ground. Gaoyang touched his mouth, staring at the blood on his hands, utterly bewildered. You have gone too far. Lu Xiaodong cast all blame upon Chen Feiyu, failing to acknowledge that had they not come to flaunt their superiority, no conflict would have arisen. Chen Feiyu, I offer you two choices. First, bow and apologize to my boyfriend until he is satisfied. Second, I will call the police, for intentional harm leads to criminal detention. Think wisely. Determined not to let the embarrassment stand, Lu Xiaodong had no intention of letting the matter rest. Many students frowned, acknowledging that Chen Feiyu had indeed struck hard. However, it was Gaoyang who had provoked him without cause. Others chuckled, realizing that while threats of legal action might intimidate ordinary students, Chen Feiyu was a wealthy heir, driving a supercar worth a fortune. He would not be swayed by such childish threats. As the tension between Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaodong escalated, a melodious voice rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. A tall figure emerged, revealing itself to be Fang Yuan. Today, Fang Yuan wore a white mid-length dress, her feet adorned with elegant white heels, resembling a regal swan, each step echoing with a crisp sound against the ground. Fang Yuan approached Chen Feiyu and naturally took his hand. In fact, she had arrived before the altercation with Gaoyang, choosing to observe from a distance. Witnessing the entire episode unfold. You two are a couple? Lu Xiaodong gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide. These two seemed worlds apart. How could they possibly know each other? Moreover, Fang Yuan was renowned for her high standards. Lu Xiaodong could not fathom how the esteemed Fang Yuan could be involved with a mere delivery worker like Chen Feiyu. Fang Yuan disregarded Lu Xiaodong's inquiry entirely. Earlier, I heard you say that my boyfriend should no longer seek you out, correct? Spare us your self-importance. He came to find me. Furthermore, she paused before continuing, with a girlfriend as exceptional as I, do you truly believe he would still hold any interest in you? Upon hearing those words, Lu Xiaodong's cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and indignation. Fang Yuan's remarks struck her like a relentless barrage, each one landing with the force of a steel palm. In terms of academic prowess, although they were both distinguished students of Zhonghai University, Fang Yuan had achieved the remarkable feat of being the second highest scorer in the National College entrance examination, earning her a reputation as a prodigious talent. In terms of beauty, Lu Xiaodong was not lacking, yet when compared to Fang Yuan, she was simply overshadowed. Fang Yuan was the campus belle, celebrated as the most beautiful in the history of Zhonghai University. What could Lu Xiaodong possibly use to compare with Fang Yuan? The classmates exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that any reasonably sane man would choose Fang Yuan. Having a girlfriend who resembled a celestial being would naturally diminish interest in other women. You have repeatedly provoked my boyfriend with your words. Deep down, you know who is in the right. Shall we summon a teacher from the academic affairs office to arbitrate? Lu Xiaodong's eyes shifted with unease, her earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. Fang Yuan was a treasured gem at Zhonghai University, a paragon of talent and beauty, and the institution intended to leverage her fame to elevate its own prestige. If this matter were to reach the teachers, they would undoubtedly side with Fang Yuan, possibly even handing Lu Xiaodong and Gaoyang a reprimand. Very well, in consideration of your face, I shall not pursue today's incident. Fang Yuan's presence quelled Lu Xiaodong's desire for confrontation, for within the confines of the university, she could not possibly compete with Fang Yuan. After offending her, Lu Xiaodong's days at school would surely become unbearable. As for Gao Yang, he remained in a state of bewilderment. Here, your bag. Thank you, my dear. As Fang Yuan accepted the bag handed to her by Chen Feiyu, she nestled her head against his shoulder, leaving their peers momentarily stunned. Darling, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we have a meal? What would you like to eat? Chen Feiyu initially considered refusing. He was not accustomed to dining with acquaintances. However, given that Fang Yuan had aided him and enhanced his standing, treating her to a meal seemed reasonable. I crave barbecued meat. I want you to grill it for me. Very well. I recall a nearby Korean barbecue place that is quite good. Shall we go there? I shall defer to your judgment. After reaching an agreement, the pair strode confidently to the car. Observing the tender exchange between Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan, the students exchanged glances, feeling utterly superfluous in the moment. As they watched Chen Feiyu drive off in a stunning Koenigsegg, Lu Xiaodong's mind went blank. This dazzling supercar had graced the school forum just the day prior. Rumored to cost over 100 million. Lu Xiaodong could not fathom that the car belonged to Chen Feiyu. How could a mere delivery worker possess such wealth? Had he been feigning poverty all along? Countless questions swirled in Lu Xiaodong's mind, and suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her as she recalled Chen Feiyu's words. I hope you do not regret it. Gao Yang's family had modest means, with assets amounting to merely several million, hardly enough to even qualify for purchasing a Koenigsegg 1. Had she known earlier of Chen Feiyu's affluence, she would never have broached the topic of breaking up. Did she regret it? In that moment, she truly felt a pang of regret. Chapter 11. The Campus Belle's Little Secret. After indulging in Korean barbecue, Chen Feiyu escorted Fang Yuan back to Zhonghai University. Under the envious gazes of many, they alighted from the car, fortuitously encountering 3 of Fang Yuan's dormitory roommates, all of whom were renowned for their beauty, each boasting a score above 90. You must be Yuan's boyfriend. It seems she is quite taken with handsome men, one remarked. You are indeed quite dashing, though I wonder how your physique holds up. Hee, why not ask Yuan? The 3 girls teased in turn, causing Fang Yuan to blush. How could she possibly know about Chen Feiyu's physique? Chen Feiyu took it in stride, shrugging it off, recognizing the playful nature of their banter. If you wish to know about my physique, why not test it yourself? Chen Feiyu jested lightly. We shall refrain, for we fear Yuan may grow jealous. It suffices to ensure she is well taken care of, replied Chen Lingling. A girl with a doll-like face and a petite, adorable figure, whose whimsical demeanor was akin to that of a lively sprite, leaving one guessing her thoughts. Chen Feiyu immediately recognized Chen Lingling as the very girl who had sweetly requested him to deliver takeout to the dormitory, the catalyst for his fortuitous acquaintance with Fang Yuan. Lingling, cease your nonsense. Fang Yuan playfully punched Chen Lingling, who was known for her audacity. Their conversation about such open topics felt rather awkward, given that she and Chen Feiyu were not yet an actual couple. Why don't we find a cafe on campus to sit and chat leisurely? Suggested another beauty, Li Siwen, who was tall and possessed an oval face, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders like gentle waves, her sweet smile seemingly possessing a magical ability to heal the soul. Very well, I have no objections. Thus, Chen Feiyu, accompanied by 4 stunning young women, traversed the campus, drawing the attention of many. The sight of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school beside him left countless male students envious. They chose an unoccupied table and began to engage in light-hearted conversation. The last of the beauties, Chen Fei, jokingly warned Chen Feiyu, if you deceive Fang Yuan in matters of the heart, I shall make you pay dearly. And if she were to deceive me, would you confront her? Chen Feiyu countered. Of course not. Chen Feiyu raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, goodness! What a world-renowned double standard. The girls erupted into laughter, their spirits lifted. As they departed, Chen Feiyu took the initiative to pay the bill, preventing Fang Yuan from reaching for her wallet. He was not a proponent of male chauvinism, but simply preferred not to use a woman's money. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain as he pondered the expenses. Treating Fang Yuan to Korean barbecue had already cost several hundred, and now the cafe had consumed over 100 more, further straining his not-so-wealthy finances. He could only hope his apartment would rent out soon. As Chen Feiyu drove away from the university, the girls returned to their dormitory. Chen Lingling eagerly pursued Fang Yuan, inquiring, Yuan, how far have you and your boyfriend progressed? Be honest, have you shared a room? Girls can be far more inquisitive than boys, and Chen Fei and Li Siwen, busy organizing their belongings, perked up to eavesdrop, for no matter how beautiful a girl may be, she often relishes gossip. What on earth are you thinking? Fang Yuan playfully tapped Chen Lingling on the forehead. Actually, he is not my boyfriend. What? Not your boyfriend? In the dormitory, with only the 4 of them present, Fang Yuan had no need to conceal the truth. She recounted the entire tale of her pretense with Chen Feiyu, aiming to deter the advances of other suitors. Chen Lingling and the others were taken aback, never expecting Fang Yuan to concoct such a scheme to fend off the boy's pursuits. I think Xiao Zi is rather splendid, handsome and wealthy. Why not just go for him? The girls had yet to inquire about Chen Feiyu's name, mistakenly believing him to be Li Gu, the name associated with the delivery order. Fang Yuan shook her head, asserting, "You all know I already have someone I like. No matter how exceptional anyone else may be, I shall not consider them." Yuan, are you still thinking of that person? Living together in the same dormitory, the three close friends, Chen Lingling and the others, were privy to a little-known secret about Fang Yuan. Despite her seemingly frigid demeanor towards boys, Fang Yuan had already set her heart on someone special. The young man she admired graduated in the same year as them and was none other than the top scorer of the college entrance examination. It turned out that he was supposed to be granted direct admission to Zhonghai University. Fang Yuan's refusal of numerous prestigious schools in favor of Zhonghai University was solely due to her affection for him. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, upon arriving at the university, she discovered that he had not enrolled there at all. The absence of her beloved left Fang Yuan heartbroken, and she mourned for quite some time, only recovering after Chen Lingling and the others offered her comfort. In truth, Fang Yuan and the boy had merely crossed paths once during middle school, at an international exchange competition. At that time, several towering foreign students had attempted to bully her, and it was this boy who bravely intervened, driving them away. He subsequently shone brightly in the competition, outshining the arrogant foreign students and bringing honor to his fellow countrymen and school. From that moment, a seed of love quietly took root in Fang Yuan's heart. She often wondered where he was now, standing by the window with her hands propped on the frame. She gazed out at the clouds in the distant sky. Years had swiftly passed, and she imagined that the boy's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. What might he look like now? Surely, he had blossomed into a cheerful young man. A smile unconsciously graced Fang Yuan's lips, as a feeling deep within her stirred, assuring her that one day, she would reunite with the boy who had once captured her heart. Speaking of which, she remembered his name, a rather intriguing one, Chen Feiyu. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feiyu was the subject of discussion among Fang Yuan and her friends, completely unaware that his unintentional act of valor years ago had left an indelible impression on her. After casually enjoying a meal at a local eatery, Chen Feiyu's arrival in front of the small restaurant drew considerable attention. The patrons inside turned to scrutinize him, while the owner, recognizing the presence of a wealthy customer who drove a supercar, warmly welcomed him. Living in Zhonghai City, a first-tier metropolis with generally high prices, Chen Feiyu ordered the signature braised chicken leg rice set for 24 yuan, mindful of his limited funds until his house was leased. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host has obtained the opportunity for a time-limited lucky bag. The system presented him with 3 lucky bags, each priced at just 1 yuan. Chen Feiyu felt a surge of excitement, hardly believing that he could seize another lucky bag so soon. What treasures might he uncover this time? The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 11. A commercial street awaits. The golden lucky bags guaranteed a 100 winning chance. Choosing any one would yield a prize with a minimum value of 10 billion yuan. Though the contents varied, after a moment's hesitation, Chen Feiyu opted for the middle bag, recalling that his last choice had been fortuitous, and he believed this decision would similarly bring him luck. Upon completing his selection and paying the 1 yuan fee, his breath quickened in anticipation. The most thrilling part of the experience was not the unveiling of the prize, but the suspenseful wait leading up to it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed a commercial street voucher. Chen Feiyu leapt to his feet, excitement causing him to pound the table, drawing astonished glances from other diners. The owner, concerned that Chen Feiyu might be dissatisfied with the meal, hurried over to inquire. Sir, is there something wrong? Oh, no, your food is delightful, he replied sheepishly. Realizing his outburst, settling back into his seat, Chen Feiyu's exhilaration remained unabated. The voucher was a remarkable boon, capable of redeeming any location. A commercial street could host dozens, if not hundreds, of shops, each with monthly rents in the thousands, culminating in substantial profits. He needed only to sit back and watch the money flow in without lifting a finger. Chen Feiyu had always dreamed of being a landlord, living a life of leisure. And now that dream was becoming a reality. The sole downside was that the golden lucky bag had a prize cap of 10 billion, making it impossible to redeem for commercial streets valued in the hundreds of billions. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction. He could exchange for a commercial street nearby and collect rent with ease, envisioning bags of cash piled before him. Following the same procedure as before, he entered the name of the commercial street, and the system quickly assessed its value, confirming that it fell within the 10 billion limit. Upon successful redemption, a property deed appeared in his inventory, with all necessary paperwork processed in seconds. One had to commend the system's efficiency. Acquiring a commercial street through conventional means involved a lengthy and complicated process, yet the system accomplished it in mere moments. Now, all he had to do was wait for the money to roll in. After finishing his meal, Chen Feiyu visited a jewelry store that afternoon to return the diamond necklace he had purchased for Lu Xiaotong. With their breakup, it served no purpose. The refund added several thousand yuan back into his pocket, restoring his financial comfort. No longer delivering takeout, he returned home to rest, still reveling in the joy of acquiring a commercial street and dreaming of a prosperous future. At that moment, a real estate agent called with good news. Someone wanted to rent his luxurious apartment. The listing had barely been up for a day when a prospective tenant immediately expressed interest, deciding without hesitation to rent the entire place for a year, offering to pay the rent in full upfront. Chen Feiyu arranged to meet the agent the next day to sign the rental contract, overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of fortune. The annual rent amounted to an astonishing 6 million, and combined with the rental income from the shops, he would earn over 10 million in a year. After signing the contract and receiving the funds, the once impoverished youth would transform into a millionaire. His dreams of success were finally within reach. The following morning, before dawn, Chen Feiyu rose early, unable to sleep due to his excitement, his mind racing with thoughts of how to spend his newfound wealth. After freshening up, he decided to take his Koenigsegg one to the market for groceries, also bringing breakfast for his parents. The elderly vendors were astonished. It was their first time witnessing someone driving a supercar to buy vegetables. "Young man, that car must be quite expensive," an elderly gentleman in front of him remarked while they waited in line for breakfast. Others turned to gawk, equally curious about the car's price. "Not at all. Just my grocery vehicle. It's only a few $100,000, Chen Feiyu casually responded, knowing the elderly were unaware of supercar prices, and fearing that revealing the true cost might give them a heart attack. "Goodness, a car costs that much? You could buy a house for a few $100,000. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Chen Feiyu had endeavored to quote a lower price. Yet the revelation still left the elderly patrons profoundly shaken. Some of the matrons suddenly lit up, their gazes towards Chen Feiyu transforming dramatically. "A vegetable cart costing several million. Wasn't he is worth at least several billion? Young man, do you have a partner?" One of the older ladies inquired. "I have a lovely niece who is currently single. Would you like me to share my WeChat with you?" The matrons eagerly vied to introduce her to him. For a young man of such impressive credentials was a rare find, and if they did not seize the opportunity, he might be snatched away by someone else. "No, I'm not looking for a partner at the moment," Chen Feiyu replied with a gentle smile, graciously declining their well-meaning offers. He had no intention of embarking on a new romantic endeavor just yet. After all, he had encountered countless beautiful women. Both Fang Yuan and Chen Lingling were undoubtedly among the most stunning, yet even their allure failed to stir his heart. Moreover, given Chen Feiyu's striking looks, finding a girlfriend would be an effortless task. If he so desired, countless girls would be eager to date him. The only one who might break up with him would likely be Lu Xiaotong, should her mind falter. "Young man, it would be wise to remain low-key. There are too many envious individuals around today, and attracting the ire of the jealous can be perilous," cautioned an elderly gentleman. Displaying a kind-hearted disposition and feeling it his duty as an elder to offer Chen Feiyu some sage advice. "Thank you, sir, I will bear that in mind." Chen Feiyu smiled. In truth, this was also a source of frustration for him. He did not wish to traverse the streets daily in his Koenigsegg one, as its fuel consumption was exorbitant and prolonged driving was quite uncomfortable. Yet he had no choice. It was the only car he owned. If only he had the means to acquire a modest sedan, he would gladly forsake the Koenigsegg for daily use. "I wish to remain inconspicuous, but my circumstances do not permit it." Just then, Chen Feiyu, somewhat bored, began to fiddle with his phone when he heard someone call his name. Turning around, a familiar face came into view. Zhang Kai. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Feiyu's brow furrowed in displeasure. Chapter 13. A fateful encounter with a long-time rival. Zhang Kai was of similar height to Chen Feiyu. They had been classmates in high school, yet their relationship was hardly amicable, having had their share of conflicts, with several near-physical altercations. All of this, of course, stemmed from the complexities of romantic entanglements. Chen Feiyu, with his outstanding looks and exceptional academic performance, had garnered the admiration of many female students, including the school belle, Han Shixian, who had professed her affection for him multiple times. At that time, Chen Feiyu was singularly focused on gaining admission to a prestigious university and wished to avoid distractions, leading him to repeatedly decline Han Shixian's advances. Unfortunately, Zhang Kai's best friend, Wu Fei, harbored a secret crush on Han Shixian, and seeing her fall for someone else fueled his resentment towards Chen Feiyu. Consequently, Zhang Kai began to assist his friend Wu Fei in harassing Chen Feiyu regularly. Initially, they threatened him to keep his distance from Han Shixian. Yet Chen Feiyu had no intention of pursuing her, and their intimidation tactics did not deter him from maintaining his usual interactions with her. After several ignored warnings, Wu Fei felt belittled and seethed with anger. Thus, their small group of 7 or 8 conspired to confront Chen Feiyu when he was alone in the restroom, intending to teach him a lesson. One fateful day, they finally had their chance to corner him in the restroom, only to find that Chen Feiyu was exceptionally skilled and swiftly subdued all of them. Rather than gaining any advantage, they ended up with bruised faces at his hands. Unable to best him in a fight and aware that Chen Feiyu was favored by the teachers, they were left powerless against him until graduation. Later, someone learned from Lu Xiaotong that Chen Feiyu, who was originally slated for automatic admission, had inexplicably failed to report to school. Much to the delight of Wu Fei and his cohorts, Zhang Kai had long held onto the memory of their previous encounter. And now that he finally saw Chen Feiyu again, he was determined to mock him and reclaim his lost pride. Chen Feiyu cast a disinterested glance before returning to his phone, too apathetic to engage with Zhang Kai. I just walked out after an all-nighter. What a surprise to run into you. I heard you didn't report to Zhonghai University. Zhang Kai feigned concern before sneering. I envy your ability to skip university. Unlike us, who must endure the drudgery of classes every day. You have no idea how dull university life is. My apologies for bringing up your sore spot, but honestly, not attending college isn't the end of the world. With your looks, you could easily find a wealthy woman to support you, lounging around and still making money. We ordinary folks would be lucky to be taken in. He paused, then added, oh, by the way, why didn't you report to university? Could it be that you're too poor to pay the tuition? Chen Feiyu ignored Zhang Kai, who mistook his silence for fear, and thus continued to hurl one insult after another, much to the discomfort of the surrounding elderly patrons. Young man, why is your tongue so sharp? Perhaps you should speak a little less and cultivate some virtue. An elderly man interjected. Who are you calling a dog? Mind your own business. Zhang Kai retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. How dare you insult anyone? The elderly gentleman's face flushed with anger. How can a child like you lack basic manners? Do you not understand the concept of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Others joined in to berate Zhang Kai for his lack of upbringing. Realizing he had overstepped and incurred the wrath of the crowd, Zhang Kai fell silent. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Chen Feiyu, who had remained silent until now, put away his phone and launched a fierce counterattack. I am the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and Zhonghai University is practically begging me to enroll, unlike you, who actually needs to pay tuition. He continued, as for the school you managed to get into, it's merely a mediocre private institution. Anyone with money can enroll, so what are you boasting about? If you're so capable, why not try getting into a prestigious university? Chen Feiyu shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Kai and added, integrity, dignity, and honor. Education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but also about learning how to be a decent human being. With your despicable nature, you're nothing but trash wherever you go. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into applause, the elderly patrons readily offering their admiration for Chen Feiyu. Well spoken. He doesn't even understand basic courtesy. One can only wonder about his upbringing. A person devoid of fundamental decency is no better than a beast. Zhang Kai's face shifted through shades of blue and purple. He had intended to humiliate Chen Feiyu, but had instead become the target of collective ridicule. However, you do make a valid point. Chen Feiyu raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then declared, being a kept man certainly requires capital. I could manage it, but you could never. Anyone can be a kept man, Zhang Kai retorted defiantly. Oh please, Chen Feiyu scoffed. Does your family not possess a mirror? Wealthy women are not blind. Someone with your appearance would never catch their eye. He continued, your inner ugliness is matched only by your looks, which do a disservice to the audience. Go back, study diligently, and strive to secure a respectable job after graduation. With some fortune, you might even find a wife. Otherwise, you might end up a lifelong bachelor. After all, no woman would willingly spend her life with someone who is both unattractive and impoverished, yet considers himself superior. Chen Feiyu chuckled inwardly. His eloquence and sharp tongue could dismantle Zhang Kai's arguments endlessly. In a battle of wits, he was unafraid of anyone. Zhang Kai trembled with rage, nearly spitting blood from his frustration. Each word from Chen Feiyu was like a needle piercing his heart, every syllable a pointed critique, all delivered without a single curse. Boss, I'd like 3 boxes of soup dumplings, please. As the queue progressed, it was Chen Feiyu's turn. He found it beneath him to engage with Zhang Kai, eager to return home for breakfast before heading to the agency to sign a contract. Were it not for the desire to vindicate his elder, he would not deign to converse with someone as dim-witted as Zhang Kai. Boss, how many soup dumplings are left? I'll take them all, Zhang Kai interjected, positioning himself arrogantly in front of Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu reprimanded him as one would a wayward grandchild. leaving Zhang Kai utterly humiliated. Yet, he was determined not to let Chen Feiyu have the last word, declaring, "I bought breakfast, let us see what you'll eat. There are still 30 baskets of soup dumplings, do you want them?" Zhang Kai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a quantity. The price list on the wall indicated that each basket cost 15 yuan, totaling 450 yuan for 30 baskets. He was no wealthy heir. His monthly allowance from his parents was merely a few hundred yuan, and he had nearly exhausted it this month. With only about 100 yuan left in his pocket, he could not afford such a lavish purchase. Buy or not? If not, step aside and don't hinder my business. The boss, having witnessed Zhang Kai's earlier disrespect towards his elders and his brazen queue cutting, spoke with a hint of irritation. "Fine, I'll buy. Just wait. I'll have my friend send me money." The boss regarded him with disdain. "You expect me to wait for you? Who do you think you are? If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be something you're not. Even if you want to buy, you should line up like everyone else." Zhang Kai felt an acute sense of humiliation, as if the entire world conspired against him. He was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 14. The Class Reunion. Do you dare to attend? Zhang Kai's face burned with embarrassment. He had boasted about buying all the soup dumplings, but couldn't even produce the money. It felt as if he had been slapped multiple times, his face stinging with shame. The worst part was that he had brought this disgrace upon himself. Damn it! Zhang Kai gritted his teeth. He merely wished to undermine Chen Feiyu's dignity, yet instead, he had thoroughly humiliated himself, losing all face in a single day. At that moment, Chen Feiyu forcefully shoved him aside. "You, what's with you? If you can't afford it, don't act superior. And do you even realize that your breath stinks? It's repulsive, get lost. Boss, I'll take the remaining 30 baskets of soup dumplings. Today, I'm treating the elders to breakfast, please pack them up." After stating this, Chen Feiyu paid using his phone. Having returned a bracelet, his wallet was once again bulging. Though not an immense sum, several hundred yuan was certainly within his reach. "Young man, you're truly kind. Such a good kid. Your parents must be honest and decent people. Thank you for treating us old folks to breakfast." The delighted elders, having received the soup dumplings, beamed with joy and praised Chen Feiyu's character. The boss, while packing, cast a glance at Zhang Kai and couldn't he help but comment to Chen Feiyu, "Young man, you're genuine. When you say you're treating, you do so without hesitation, unlike some who pretend to be affluent while lacking funds. Instead of learning good values, they only absorb the useless." Zhang Kai's complexion turned a shade more dismal than the moss on a tile, fully aware that the boss was referring to him. He had lost count of how many times he had been ridiculed by the crowd. What a disgrace. "Chen Feiyu, you may be impressive, with people always defending you, but don't celebrate too soon." A scheme brewed in Zhang Kai's mind, and he sneered provocatively. "Next month, Wu Fei is organizing a high school reunion. I wonder if you have the guts to face our old classmates. What is there to fear? I'll definitely go." Before Chen Feiyu could respond, an elderly gentleman nearby unexpectedly agreed on his behalf. Chen Feiyu stared in confusion, as if to say, "Sir, this isn't a quiz. Why are you answering for me? Why should I be afraid? I haven't done anything shameful." In truth, Chen Feiyu had no desire to attend. He now drove a hypercar, owned a luxurious mansion, and possessed a commercial street, his net worth soaring into the billions. While he could not compare to the nation's wealthiest, he ranked among the affluent in Zhonghai City. Chen Feiyu feared that attending would inflict emotional wounds upon his former classmates, who might be disheartened to see someone who had not attended university now flourishing. However, since Zhang Kai was insistent on forcing him to flaunt his wealth, Chen Feiyu felt that declining would be unfair to Zhang Kai's intentions. "All right, let us meet on the 15th of next month at noon. I'll have Li Pengfei relay the specific arrangements to you." Li Pengfei was one of Chen Feiyu's closest friends. They had been classmates since elementary school and lived nearby, sharing a bond akin to that of childhood friends. "Finished with your nonsense? Then you can leave." "Humph, we'll see," Zhang Kai mused, relishing his moment of triumph, thinking, "Enjoy your pride while it lasts. There will be a time at the reunion when you'll be embarrassed." After tossing out his last remark, Zhang Kai strode away. Initially, he had intended to buy breakfast to fill his stomach, but after the earlier debacle, he realized he was unwelcome and had lost the will to remain. A class reunion? Sigh. Watching Zhang Kai's retreating figure, Chen Feiyu sighed in resignation. "I wish to remain low-key, to quietly prosper as a handsome and affluent man. Yet there are always some ungrateful individuals who compel me to flaunt my success." After purchasing breakfast, Chen Feiyu drove his Koenigsegg 1 home. Thankfully, Zhang Kai left early. Had he known that the dazzling hypercar belonged to Chen Feiyu, he would surely have felt even more humiliated. After enjoying his breakfast, and with his parents gone to work, Chen Feiyu reclined on his bed. Having just completed a game of Honor of Kings, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Chen Feiyu pressed the call button, holding the phone to his ear. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Chen Feiyu?" A girl's voice came through, clear and melodious, soothing to the ears. Yes, it is. What can I do for you? Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the secretary to the general manager of Dongfang Company. You recently purchased the Xintai Commercial Street from us. Indeed, that was my purchase. Is there an issue with the paperwork? Chen Feiyu activated the speakerphone and returned to the home screen, quickly searching for information on the Xintai Commercial Street, confirming it was indeed an asset of Dongfang Company. The contact details on their official website matched the number that had called him. Convinced it was not a scam, Chen Feiyu furrowed his brow, suspecting that the unexpected call indicated some issue, as the system usually handled paperwork without flaws. Rest assured, there are no issues with the paperwork, the girl explained. Since you purchased the Xintai Commercial Street, the company would like to conduct an on-site inspection with you, along with a brief handover ceremony. Primarily, it's to introduce you to all the merchants, preventing any misunderstandings or unpleasantness in the future. Would you be available this afternoon? I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps we can arrange for tomorrow afternoon instead? Chen Feiyu did not decline the invitation, recognizing the necessity of an on-site visit. After all, the Xintai Commercial Street was now his enterprise, and its performance would directly impact his wealth. He needed to invest time and effort into it. Moreover, meeting the merchants was beneficial. It would establish his presence as the new owner, not out of a desire to show off, but to mitigate any potential conflicts stemming from unfamiliarity. Last time, a security guard at Hengda Binjiang Garden had clashed with him simply because he did not recognize Chen Feiyu as the owner. Moreover, Chen Feiyu yearned to experience the sensation of collecting cash as a landlord. It was improbable that merchants would relinquish money to him if they were unfamiliar with his identity. Well then, I shall reach out to you again tomorrow afternoon. I apologize for the disturbance. Goodbye. The young woman bid farewell to Chen Feiyu politely before hastening to report to the general manager. In truth, the handover ceremony was merely a pretext. The primary objective of the Dongfang Company was to cultivate a connection with Chen Feiyu. The fact that he casually brandished 10 billion in cash to purchase a commercial street indicated that his liquidity was at least in the hundreds of billions. A tycoon of such caliber is indeed a rarity across the nation. Establishing a rapport with such a figure could only yield benefits. Chapter 15. Transformed into a tycoon. As the time approached, Chen Feiyu tidied himself up and stepped out. It must be said that the attention garnered by the Koenigsegg one was astonishingly high, attracting numerous gazes on his way to the agency. Some passers-by would turn their heads for a lingering glance, and while waiting at a traffic light, a female driver in the adjacent lane rolled down her window to strike up a conversation with him. The intermediary, Xiaowu, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite a while, immediately jogged over upon spotting Chen Feiyu's sports car. Hello, Mr. Chen. Greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. Has the person looking to rent the property arrived? Chen Feiyu greeted Xiaowu with a smile, initially expecting he would have to wait at least a month for someone to view the house. Yet to his surprise, it had been rented out in just a day. Yes, they are waiting for you inside. Let us proceed with the formalities, then. Certainly, please come in. The agency Chen Feiyu chose, Zhongyuan Real Estate, was a nationwide chain, ensuring brand reliability far superior to those small-time agencies. The only drawback was that the agency fees were somewhat higher. However, since the property could yield several million in rent annually, a little extra fee was hardly a concern. Xiaowu led the way, guiding Chen Feiyu to a small room partitioned by glass walls, where a middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses was seated. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, she momentarily froze, astonished to discover that the landlord was so young, and moreover, quite dashing. Hello, Mr. Chen. I did not expect you to be so young and already owning a luxury property like Evergrande Riverside Garden. Truly impressive. I had imagined the landlord to be an elderly gentleman. Miss Sun, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person, far from a distinguished youth. The two exchanged smiles and shook hands. Xiaowu had informed Chen Feiyu of the woman's surname beforehand, so he was aware of her identity. After some pleasantries, they commenced signing the rental agreement. Xiaowu poured tea and offered water, then presented the pre-printed contract. After both parties meticulously reviewed and confirmed its accuracy, they signed their names on the document. The agreement was prepared in triplicate, one for the landlord, one for the tenant, and a third to be held by the agency as a backup in case of any disputes. Should the contract be misplaced, this third copy would prove invaluable. The entire process was remarkably swift, completed within a mere 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, I will arrange for the rent to be transferred to your bank account shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so if all is well, I will take my leave. Very well, goodbye. Chen Feiyu carefully stored his contract. In Zhonghai City, a super first-tier metropolis, regulations regarding law and order were particularly stringent. The black and white contract ensured that the other party could not evade their rental obligations. Furthermore, Chen Feiyu had discreetly observed that Miss Sun was adorned with luxury brands and exuded an air of sophistication. It was clear she was a person of considerable means. Xiaowu, not in a hurry to discuss the agency fee, proposed to wait until Chen Feiyu received the rent before collecting it, in a bid to endear himself to Chen Feiyu. Xiao shared Chen Feiyu's sentiment. The terms were clearly outlined in the contract, making evasion impossible. Wealthy individuals place great importance on their reputation. Chen Feiyu would certainly not tarnish his name over a trivial fee, especially when that sports car alone cost an exorbitant sum of 100 million. A few tens of thousands were inconsequential to him. Chen Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. The contract stipulated that the agency fee would be 1% of the total rental amount, which meant Xiao would receive 60,000 as compensation. Since he had yet to receive the rental income, any delay in payment was most welcome. By the afternoon, around 1 p.m., Chen Feiyu received a text notification from the bank informing him that his account had swelled by a full 6 million. Gazing at his account balance, Chen Feiyu felt as if he had been electrified, his heart racing with excitement. 6 million, once an astronomical figure beyond his reach, was now a reality, and he felt as though he were living in a dream. This called for a celebration. Chen Feiyu called to reserve a table at the Junlai Grand Hotel for the following day. The Junlai Grand Hotel was somewhat renowned in Zhonghai City, a century-old establishment, where the dining expenses were anything but trivial, averaging over 2,000 per person. Should one indulge in seafood and order a fine bottle of red wine, an entire meal could easily cost several tens of thousands. Thus, it catered to the affluent, while ordinary wage earners could only admire the opulent structure from afar, too intimidated to dine within. He could keep the luxury apartment a secret from his parents for now and surprise them later, but now that he had money, he was determined to treat them to a lavish feast. His parents had toiled for most of their lives to provide for him, and when he was unable to enroll at Zhonghai University, they never once reproached him. Now that he had the means, it was only right to honor them. Unfortunately, the hotel staff informed Chen Feiyu that both today and tomorrow's reservations were fully booked, compelling him to secure a table for the night after next. However, this was of little concern. In the morning, Chen Feiyu had purchased a plethora of ingredients, and that evening, he would personally prepare a grand meal for his parents. Celebrating at home was sure to be delightful. It was not the food that mattered but the company with whom one celebrated. Pondering over the meal, Chen Feiyu realized that mere food would not suffice. He ought to present his parents with gifts as well. Thus, he resolved to take some time the next morning to buy 2 presents. That evening, Chen Feiyu skillfully prepared several dishes and shared a few drinks with his father, and the family enjoyed a harmonious evening together. The following morning, a hungover Chen Feiyu was jolted awake by the alarm clock. His tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, and the previous night, his father had pushed him to his limits, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Stumbling on the edge of his bed to shake off the haze, Chen Feiyu finally rose to freshen up. Another busy day awaited him. In the morning, he would purchase gifts for his parents, and in the afternoon, he was scheduled to inspect the Xintai commercial street with representatives from the Dongfang Company. Chen Feiyu felt somewhat disheartened. He had envisioned a lavish lifestyle of leisure as a wealthy individual, yet now that he had money, he found himself busier than when he was a delivery worker. Once ready, he set out, fueling his beloved sports car first. Chen Feiyu had already contemplated the gifts. Women typically cherished a few select items: jewelry, handbags, and clothing. Thus, he planned to buy his mother a diamond bracelet and a designer handbag. However, he found himself at a loss regarding what to get for his father. His father had no particular hobbies, merely enjoying smoking and drinking. If he gifted his father cigarettes and liquor after purchasing such lavish gifts for his mother, it would seem rather inconsistent. As a dutiful son, he believed in fairness. While mulling over what to gift his father, he fortuitously passed by a car dealership and was struck with inspiration. Since he could not think of anything else, why not simply buy a car? Chapter 16. The Car Buying Incident. 1. Chen Dongshan was once a truck driver at a food factory, and thus acquired his driver's license at an early age. He fondly remembers that during his childhood, whenever a holiday arrived, Chen Feiyu would frequently visit the food factory, where the uncles and aunts would shower him with delightful snacks. Old Chen would often drive the truck, taking him along for deliveries. However, when the food factory eventually closed, Old Chen found himself unemployed and subsequently transitioned into a security role through recommendations from others. From that point on, he relied on an electric bike for transportation, never to drive again, with his driver's license collecting dust on the bedside table. In truth, Old Chen had a profound affection for automobiles, but due to financial constraints, he could never afford one. Now that Chen Feiyu had come into some wealth, he was determined to fulfill his father's long-held wish and purchase a car to bring joy to Old Chen. This particular 4S dealership was a prominent automobile sales establishment, representing numerous car brands, thus boasting a facade 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary 4S store. The price range of the vehicles varied from several hundred thousand to millions, with most renowned imported car brands available, including glimpses of luxury sports cars, provided one had the financial means. Since it was still early, most parking spaces outside were vacant. After parking the car, Chen Feiyu stepped into the dealership's grand hall. As he entered, a male sales representative approached him, greeting him with, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" In the sales profession, understanding customer sentiment is crucial, as the ability to sell a car directly correlates to their earnings. Hence, the service attitude is generally quite commendable. Unlike the aggressive salespeople often depicted in dramas, such attitudes are rare, though not entirely absent, depending on the individual. "I'm looking to purchase a vehicle. Could you recommend something suitable?" Chen Feiyu glanced around, overwhelmed by the myriad brands and models on display, with dozens of vehicles parked, creating a dazzling spectacle. "What are your requirements for the purchase, and what is your budget?" "I don't have any specific requirements. It's a gift from my father. So it should be suitable for a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. As for the budget, let's tentatively set it at around 1 million. Chen Feiyu's criterion for purchasing a car was simple. He would buy something appropriate rather than expensive, allowing personal financial capabilities to dictate the specifics. It wasn't that he was miserly. Rather, he believed there was no need to squander money. Many perceive cars as symbols of prestige, where a better vehicle equates to higher status. However, Chen Feiyu viewed cars merely as tools for transportation, prioritizing personal comfort over competition with others. Furthermore, an excessively expensive car would not be appreciated by his parents. Yet, he also couldn't opt for something too modest. After all, his son was driving a Koenigsegg, and gifting him a small city car would be rather excessive. Thus, a price around 1 million was just right, not only expressing Chen Feiyu's filial piety, but also remaining well within his financial means. The male sales representative immediately perked up. This was a significant client. "Understood, please follow me." He led Chen Feiyu through the dealership, showcasing the Mercedes S-Class, Audi A8, the new BMW 8 Series, and the Lexus LC, all priced around 1 million. Additionally, he introduced luxury brands such as Maserati and Porsche. However, the Porsche and Maserati models exuded a youthful vibe, unsuitable for old Chen, thus they were swiftly eliminated from consideration. While the Lexus LC was appealing, Chen Feiyu had a preference against Japanese cars, leading to its dismissal as well. Ultimately, he was left with the traditional luxury brands BBA, Benz, BMW, and Audi, Germany's benchmark automobile brands and the first luxury names to penetrate the Chinese market. Regarding Mercedes, its exterior and interior radiated opulence. However, there is a saying, drive a BMW, but ride in a Mercedes. The comfort of Mercedes seats is undeniable, yet the driving experience leaves much to be desired. Thus it was not considered. The newly released BMW 8 Series was visually striking and brimming with sportiness, with an upgraded and aesthetically pleasing interior layout. If it were for himself, Chen Feiyu would undoubtedly choose the BMW 8 Series, but it seemed too youthful for old Chen. Conversely, the Audi A8 balanced understated luxury with a dignified presence, perfectly aligning with old Chen's temperament. Feeling no need to deliberate further, Chen Feiyu made a prompt decision to purchase the Audi A8. "I'll take the Audi A8. Is there an available unit? Ideally, I would like to pick it up tomorrow." "I cannot answer that immediately. I will need to check the inventory. Would you like to relax in the waiting area in the meantime?" Before long, the male sales representative returned, breathless. "Mr. Chen, I have inquired about the stock. There are 2 Audi A8s available, a top-tier model in legendary black and a near-top-tier model in nebula gray. You can pick one up as early as today." "All right, let's go take a look at the vehicles." Chen Feiyu followed the sales representative to the garage. Being an experienced driver himself, he was unfazed by the inspection. A quick glance revealed no issues with the car, confirming it was not a stock unit. Ultimately, he chose the top-tier model, as the black color was more visually appealing. After processing the full payment with a single swipe of his card, while the sales representative attended to the paperwork, Chen Feiyu settled into a vacant sofa in the waiting area, where the sales representative had even arranged for tea and snacks to be served by a cleaning lady. To the sales representative, Chen Feiyu appeared as a benevolent deity of wealth, as long as he provided exceptional service this time. There was a chance Chen Feiyu would return for future purchases. As Chen Feiyu stifled a yawn, growing increasingly bored, he decided to take a stroll. He wandered over to an Audi A4L, which was also quite attractive and reasonably priced, yet it paled in comparison to the A8. As he contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air, a man and a woman approached. Chen Feiyu, the man, appearing to be in his 30s, was unfamiliar to him, but he recognized the woman in her 20s, Lu Xiaoxia, the cousin of Lu Xiaotong, whom he had met a few times before. Lu Xiaoxia was rather snobbish, having always looked down upon Chen Feiyu due to his family's modest means. Her disdain only deepened after Chen Feiyu chose not to attend university, leading her to disparage him further, often speaking ill of him to Lu Xiaotong, claiming that a mere delivery worker like Chen Feiyu was unworthy of her. Reflecting on it, Lu Xiaotong's sudden decision to break up undoubtedly bore some influence from Lu Xiaoxia. Had it not been for her constant belittling of Chen Feiyu, Lu Xiaodong might not have felt the need to seek a wealthier partner to flaunt before her cousin. Thus, Lu Xiaoxia was one of the unseen culprits behind their breakup. With a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, Lu Xiaoxia taunted, "Oh, what brings you to the 4S dealership? Surely, you don't intend to buy a car. Do you? Do you even have the money?" Chapter 17. The Car Buying Incident. 2. Chen Feiyu found Lu Xiaoxia rather repugnant. She was undeniably materialistic. Previously, she had dated a boy from a well-off family who treated her exceptionally well, spending over 10,000 a month on her. However, when complications arose in the boy's family, Lu Xiaoxia wasted no time in ending the relationship. Now, observing the men she dated, they were invariably much older than her, possessing substantial financial stability. In Lu Xiaoxia's eyes, love was of little value. As long as the money was right, she would readily betray even her relatives. She had incessantly encouraged Lu Xiaodong to break up with Chen Feiyu, not out of a belief that he was unworthy, but rather with the intent to introduce Lu Xiaodong to a wealthy friend, seeking to gain from the arrangement. "What business is it of yours whether I have money or not?" Chen Feiyu disdainfully curled his lips. Although Lu Xiaoxia possessed a modicum of beauty, one could never tell whether a woman so enamored with wealth might ultimately barter her own flesh and dignity for monetary gain. He would not accept such a gift. Noticing that Chen Feiyu was engaging with her, Lu Xiaoxia grew emboldened and began to chatter incessantly. "Chen Feiyu, it's truly a pity that you and my sister have parted ways." While she spoke of regret, inwardly, Lu Xiaoxia reveled in misfortune, especially since her wealthy friend had promised her a handsome reward if Lu Xiaodong were to date him. The mere fact that Chen Feiyu had not broken up with Lu Xiaodong had dashed her hopes for that reward. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced him yet. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Ming. His family is in business and owns several properties. He specially came today to help me purchase a car." After boasting, Lu Xiaoxia couldn't resist taking a jab at Chen Feiyu. "Honestly, it's for the best that you and Xiaodong broke up. You want to be attending university and will end up doing some menial, low-status job. Sooner or later, you two would have split anyway." "Menial job?" Chen Feiyu scoffed. He had initially intended to ignore this woman, but her incessant references to low-status employment irked him profoundly. Chen Feiyu's parents were also laborers at the lower echelons of society, and Lu Xiaoxia's words felt like a grave insult to them. This was absolutely intolerable. "Your father is a courier and your mother a supermarket cashier. Are they also considered lowly workers in your eyes?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Your parents toiled to raise you, and in the eyes of their precious daughter, they are merely lowly scum of society. It would be more worthwhile to raise a wolf than you. Lu Xiaoxia was taken aback by his retort. She had never expected Chen Feiyu to possess such a sharp tongue. Previously, out of consideration for Lu Xiaodong, Chen Feiyu had tolerated Lu Xiaoxia's antics. But with their breakup, there was no reason for him to hold back any longer. He would tear down the facade completely. Suppressing her fury, Lu Xiaoxia, realizing she could not outmatch Chen Feiyu in a verbal spar, glanced at the nearby Audi A4L, thinking that he must surely be enamored with this vehicle. Thus, she concocted a scheme that would embarrass him. "You have your eye on this Audi A4L, don't you? Don't be shy. I'll call the salesperson over to inquire about any promotions." "Salesperson, over here." A female salesperson hurried over, slightly bowing and greeting before asking, "How may I assist you?" Lu Xiaoxia pointed at Chen Feiyu, then at the Audi A4L beside him. "This gentleman is interested in this Audi A4L. Do you have any current promotional offers?" The salesperson shot a surprised glance at Chen Feiyu. Earlier that morning, he had come to the dealership and, in less than 5 minutes, had decided to purchase an Audi A8. Such a lavish display of wealth was hard to ignore. Now, everyone in the dealership was aware that not only was Chen Feiyu handsome, but he was also extraordinarily wealthy, a quintessential high-class gentleman. However, the salesperson found it puzzling. If he was buying an Audi A8, why would he also consider a basic model like the Audi A4L? "This Audi A4L is about to undergo a minor facelift. So we're offering a significant discount, 20 off, making it an exceptionally good deal. If you're interested, I personally recommend acting quickly." Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Ming exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the magnitude of the discount. A mere 1 means a reduction of 1%, and 20 translates to a price drop of several tens of thousands. What they did not realize was that the discounted price was entirely due to Chen Feiyu's esteemed status as a valued customer. Typically, salespeople would not quote such a low price, leaving room for negotiation, but for Chen Feiyu, they presented the best offer up front to convey their sincerity. "Is this price acceptable to you, Chen Feiyu?" "Oh, wait, you, a mere delivery boy, probably can't afford it." Lu Xiaoxia turned to Zhao Ming, playfully sulking, "Darling, I really like this Audi A4L. Shall we purchase it?" "Of course, if you like it. I knew you would agree." Unlike some who can only afford to drive an electric bike to pick up their girlfriends, unable to even buy a car, how embarrassing. Zhao Ming chuckled but chose to remain silent. He bore no ill will towards Chen Feiyu and felt no need to mock him. Though he wouldn't stop Lu Xiaoxia from doing so. We'll take this car. Make sure you keep it safe from those lowly individuals. If they dirty it, I want to buy it. The lowly individuals Lu Xiaoxia referred to could only be Chen Feiyu. Purchasing a car she liked in front of him and instructing the salesperson to keep him away was undoubtedly a dual humiliation, both of dignity and spirit. The female salesperson sensed the rising tension in the air. What was happening? Were they not acquaintances? Surely, they were not enemies? Without pondering further, she hurried to finalize the paperwork while Lu Xiaoxia dragged Zhao Ming around the showroom. At that moment, a brand new Audi A8 rolled out from the warehouse and parked in a private display area, typically reserved for car handover ceremonies. Lu Xiaoxia's eyes were immediately drawn to the Audi A8, and as she rushed forward to inspect it, Zhao Ming halted her. Don't touch it. This is a new car prepared for someone else. It wouldn't be appreciated. What does it matter? Touching it won't ruin the paint. Just as she was about to reach out, the male salesperson, Xiao Wu, who had been attending to Chen Feiyu, completed the paperwork and noticed her approaching. Mr. Chen, your paperwork is complete. When do you plan to pick up your Audi A8 tomorrow? I'm not certain of the exact time yet, but I will definitely come by tomorrow and will call you in advance. Upon overhearing their exchange, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, What? That car is yours. Impossible. How could you afford such a magnificent vehicle? Chapter 18. Without comparison, there is no harm. Lu Xiaoxia was utterly dumbfounded. Although she was unaware of the Audi A8's price, there was always a price tag displayed beside each model in the showroom. Earlier, Lu Xiaodong had perused the vehicles and noted that, apart from the Audi R8 and several S-series models, the A8 was the most expensive, with the top-tier model priced at over $1 million. Even with discounts and insurance, the total would still hover around $1 million. As a delivery boy, Chen Feiyu, even if he worked diligently, earned just over $10,000 a month. If he scrimped and saved, it would take him at least 8 or 9 years to afford it. How could he possibly buy such a luxury car? Is it not yours? Then whose could it be? Chen Feiyu shot Lu Xiaoxia a disdainful glance, opened the car door, and placed the contract inside before addressing the salesperson, Xiao Wu. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Keep an eye on my car and ensure no fools touch it. If it gets dirty, I expect a refund. Of course, I will watch it closely. Xiao Wu dared not utter a word of dissent. While ordinary people might dismiss the notion of a refund, viewing it as a trivial matter, he had heard from colleagues that Chen Feiyu had arrived in a Koenigsegg 1 as a car salesperson. He understood all too well the significance of that vehicle. Its ownership was not merely a matter of wealth, but also a symbol of status and identity. Invisible tycoons like Chen Feiyu must comply when asked to return their vehicles. They dare not offend him. Witnessing the smug expression on Chen Feiyu's face, Lu Xiaoxia felt her anger boil, her cheeks flushing with rage. The words she had just spoken to humiliate him had unexpectedly been thrown back at her. Xiao Wu, perceiving the tension between Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaoxia, fixed his gaze on her, fearing that she might act irrationally and damage the vehicle, which would spell disaster for him. What are you staring at? Lu Xiaoxia snapped, her frustration palpable as she sensed Xiao Wu's watchful demeanor akin to that of a guard. All right. Let's not dwell on anger. Let's check on how the paperwork is progressing. We should be in good spirits for the car pickup, Zhao Ming interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. Lu Xiaoxia's fury was somewhat quelled by his words. After a brief respite in the waiting area, a female sales associate hurried over to deliver the contract to Lu Xiaoxia. However, Xiao Wu suddenly stepped in, pulling the saleswoman aside. After whispering something in her ear, the associate's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Lu Xiaoxia, her demeanor apologetic. Ms. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but I made an error earlier. The discount is not 20%, but rather 8%. What? Didn't we just agree on a 20% discount? How did it suddenly drop to 8%? The difference between an 80 discount and a 92 discount might seem minor. Yet it entailed a significantly larger expenditure for Lu Xiaoxia if she still intended to purchase the Audi A4L, potentially costing her tens of thousands more. I truly apologize for the oversight. If you find the price unsatisfactory, you may consider other models. The entry-level A3 is quite commendable, particularly suitable for women, the sales associate suggested, mistakenly believing that Lu Xiaoxia and Chen Feiyu were friends. Xiao Wu's earlier revelation that they were, in fact, adversaries had led to the drastic reduction in the offered discount. At that moment, Chen Feiyu returned and, as he passed by the sales associate, remarked, "No need to inquire further. She is merely an unemployed drifter who cannot afford it." This was a retort echoing Lu Xiaoxia's previous insult, which he had now returned to her. Lu Xiaoxia's anger reached a boiling point as she glared at Chen Feiyu, who says I can't afford it. I will buy it. And I will pick it up today. Very well, I shall draft the contract anew, the sales associate replied. Shortly thereafter, She completed the paperwork. And after the payment was made, the vehicle was brought into the designated area. The sales associate even procured some celebratory confetti to orchestrate a car-picking ceremony for Lu Xiaoxia. Her spirits lifted considerably. She had finally acquired her first luxury vehicle. However, this elation was fleeting, as Chen Feiyu had decided to bring his parents to the dealership the following day. Instead, he opted to further provoke Lu Xiaoxia. He orchestrated a grand car-picking ceremony of his own. Surrounded by a throng of beautiful saleswomen holding confetti, they jubilantly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Mr. Chen on acquiring the Audi A8." As the words echoed, confetti filled the air, creating a vibrant spectacle that drew the attention of many potential customers. Xiao Wu presented a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne, which Chen Feiyu shook vigorously before the cork shot out with a pop, spraying frothy liquid everywhere. He took a sip of the champagne, stealing a glance at the furious Lu Xiaoxia, relishing the satisfaction of deliberately provoking her. Previously, when Lu Xiaoxia had mentioned introducing a boyfriend to Lu Xiaotong in his presence, he now allowed her to experience the discomfort of public humiliation firsthand. Lu Xiaoxia, consumed by rage, trembled with fury. Without contrast, there is no pain. Her modest car-picking ceremony was overshadowed by Chen Feiyu's lavish display, complete with a multitude of sales associates and champagne. "Zhao Ming, that scoundrel is bullying me. Go and teach him a lesson," she bellowed. "Calm down." Zhao Ming, recognizing the irrationality of her demand, refused to comply. As a mature man, he understood that violence would only exacerbate matters and bring unnecessary trouble. "Are you not a man? Your girlfriend is being bullied, and you want to stand up for her." Lu Xiaoxia was beside herself with rage, declaring, "I don't care. I can't swallow this humiliation. If you don't confront him, you must buy me an Audi A8. Enough. An A8 costs over $1 million. Are you suggesting I simply purchase it on a whim?" Zhao Ming's expression darkened. His family engaged in small business. While he could muster the money, it was not an insignificant sum, and he was not about to spend it on a car. "I don't care. If you don't buy me the A8 today, I will break up with you." Lu Xiaoxia's unreasonable demands escalated into a public spectacle, her temper flaring as she threatened to throw a tantrum on the floor. She could not quell her frustration until she outshone Chen Feiyu. "Break up, is it? Very well." Then, Zhao Ming felt that Lu Xiaoxia's behavior had crossed a line. While private grievances could be aired behind closed doors, doing so in front of a crowd was another matter entirely. He took out his keys and, without a backward glance, drove away in the new car. Lu Xiaoxia, left sitting on the ground, was stunned. The car was registered in Zhao Ming's name, with the understanding that it would be transferred to hers upon marriage. Now, she found herself bereft of both boyfriend and vehicle, a cruel twist of fate. Overwhelmed by the shock, Lu Xiaoxia broke down in tears on the pavement. Chapter 19. President Chen inspects the commercial street. Chen Feiyu felt no sympathy for Lu Xiaoxia. From the start, it had been she who provoked him, and he could hardly be blamed for delivering a memorable lesson. Such vain women, who elevate themselves by associating with wealthy partners while disregarding others, must be taught the harsh realities of life. Leaving the dealership, Chen Feiyu drove his Koenigsegg 1 directly to Xintai Commercial Street. Since he had driven himself, the new car would remain at the dealership for now. The car-picking ceremony was merely a means to vex Lu Xiaoxia, and he planned to retrieve the Audi A8 the following day. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Feiyu arrived at his destination. Xintai Commercial Street stretched long, featuring a grand 5-story shopping plaza in its center with a 3-level underground parking facility, boasting over 500 parking spaces in total. Upon taking the elevator to the first floor, Chen Feiyu noticed a stage set up outside the entrance of the shopping plaza, adorned with a vibrant red carpet and a similarly hued backdrop, exuding a festive aura, prominently displaying the words Xintai Commercial Street Handover Ceremony. Before he could explore the area, he received a call from a secretary at Dongfang Company. "Hello, Mr. Chen. May I inquire how much longer you will be?" "I have arrived, standing at the main entrance of the shopping plaza." "Thank you, please hold on. I will be there shortly." Moments after hanging up, Chen Feiyu spotted a bespectacled young woman in professional attire hurrying towards him, flanked by a sizable entourage of bodyguards. The imposing procession drew the attention of passers-by, who looked on in bewilderment. What a grand affair. Could it be that a celebrity is in attendance? "Mr. Chen, greetings. I am Su Qinglu, secretary to the general manager of Dongfang Company." The secretary recognized him immediately from the photographs she had seen. "Hello." Chen Feiyu surveyed the bodyguard team, estimating there were over 20 individuals present. He had anticipated a simple handover ceremony, but was taken aback by the grandeur of the occasion. Although it was a weekday, the nearby office workers flocked to Xintai Commercial Street for lunch, and the crowd was substantial. Chen Feiyu was reluctant to expose himself excessively. "I prefer to maintain a low profile. Please withdraw your people." "Understood." Su Qinglu suddenly realized that hidden wealthy individuals tend to operate discreetly, avoiding excessive recognition. Her attempt to impress Chen Feiyu with a large entourage might have backfired. Consequently, she promptly dismissed all the bodyguards. Initially, she had planned for Chen Feiyu to speak on stage, but it seemed prudent to forego that segment. The inspection officially commenced, and Su Qinglu guided Chen Feiyu around the commercial street. The shopkeepers had been informed of their new boss's visit, so when they observed Su Qinglu diligently introducing Chen Feiyu, they quickly deduced that this young man was to be their future employer. After completing the tour, Chen Feiyu felt a pang of hunger, and he and Su Qinglu casually selected a restaurant for a meal. As they sat across from each other, Chen Feiyu took the opportunity to scrutinize Su Qinglu. In terms of beauty, Su Qinglu surpassed Lu Xiaotong significantly, though she was slightly outshone by Fang Yuan. In a university setting, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a stunning campus belle. Chen Feiyu was not well acquainted with many women, so he instinctively compared Su Qinglu with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan exuded a youthful radiance, imbued with a hint of charming arrogance, while Su Qinglu, being a few years older and seasoned by societal experiences, had shed her youthful naivete, gradually acquiring the intellect and grace characteristic of a mature woman. Both were strikingly beautiful, yet their styles were entirely distinct. Noticing Chen Feiyu's gaze upon her, Su Qinglu felt a twinge of embarrassment, nervously stirring the ice in her drink. After a brief silence, she proactively initiated a conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire if you have your own management team?" "No, what would I need that for?" "Without a management team, how do you intend to oversee such a vast commercial street?" Chen Feiyu was momentarily taken aback by the question. With so many shops paying rent, any issues like leaks or power outages would necessitate his attention. Furthermore, with numerous visitors to the commercial street, maintaining order and ensuring customer safety required security personnel. Otherwise, unforeseen incidents could lead to dire consequences. A professional management team was absolutely essential. Initially, Chen Feiyu had only contemplated collecting revenue. Had Su Qinglu not reminded him, he might have neglected this crucial matter entirely. While hiring personnel was feasible, after the handover, the Orient Company's staff would be departing, leaving him scant time to recruit. "Mr. Chen, I can represent the company and offer you 3 months of complimentary management services, providing you ample time to recruit. Would that be acceptable?" The grand display orchestrated by the president of the Orient Company was merely a means to curry favor with Chen Feiyu. Now that he faced a dilemma, it presented them with an opportunity to showcase their value. The 3-month management fee was minimal, yet could yield Chen Feiyu's friendship, a bargain Su Qinglu was confident her boss would endorse. "That sounds wonderful. I truly appreciate your company's generosity. You're too kind, Mr. Chen." Su Qinglu smiled as she raised her glass, saying, "I hope we can explore further cooperation in the future. Opportunities will certainly arise." Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses together. After their meal, Su Qinglu bid farewell, hurriedly returning to the company to report on the task at hand, while Chen Feiyu stepped into a quaint cafe along the commercial street. Savoring the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee, Chen Feiyu felt a tinge of melancholy. He had envisioned a life of luxury characterized by leisurely days spent counting money and stacking gold bars, but now he realized he was gravely mistaken. Wealth had only rendered him busier, with a multitude of pressing matters awaiting his attention. The mere thought of assembling a management team was enough to cause him considerable distress. Inside the cafe, couples were engrossed in romance, while professionals busily worked. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the serene atmosphere. "What is wrong with you? Are you blind? You spilled coffee all over me." Chen Feiyu, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality as everyone turned to witness the commotion. A man and woman stood at the front, the former's shirt soaked with coffee, vociferously chastising the latter. "I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry." The girl recognized her mistake and, despite being scolded, repeatedly bowed and apologized. In the restaurant industry, collisions that lead to stains on customers' clothing are commonplace. Those with good temperaments typically do not pursue the matter, while those with less patience may resort to vehement accusations. Usually, the establishment would offer a discount or waive the bill as compensation, defusing the situation without prolonged conflict. "Are your eyes just for show?" The young man continued his tirade. "This t-shirt is Givenchy. Have you heard of it? It's a brand. Do you have any idea how much it costs? You'd have to sell yourself to cover it." The young man clearly had a fiery temper and showed no signs of relenting. "I'm so sorry." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she struggled to contain her emotions, yet she continued to apologize. Even though the girl had expressed her remorse, the young man remained unyielding, retorting, "What good is saying sorry? What do you need the police for? If I scratch your face, will saying sorry suffice?" "Hey, don't go too far. The girl didn't do it on purpose. Is it necessary to be so aggressive?" A voice from the cafe's patrons interjected. "A man should be magnanimous. Just vent your anger a bit and let it go. There's no need to escalate." Others in the cafe began to feel uncomfortable watching the scene unfold. The girl was clearly remorseful, her attitude sincere, and the matter could be resolved amicably. There was no need for such harsh accusations. Mind your own business. The young man snapped back. You think just because it didn't happen to you, you can sit here and criticize? While most would have felt intimidated under scrutiny, the young man only grew more combative, shouting, "Who said to let it go? Step forward if you dare. You want me to pour a cup of coffee on your face and then forget about it?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers fell silent. While they might have spoken up for justice, the girl was not a relative or friend, and no one was willing to take her place in facing the consequences. At that moment, the cafe manager, a woman in her 30s, arrived on the scene. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for staining your clothing. This was an oversight on our part. Please bear with us." The manager positioned herself between the girl and the young man, concerned that the latter might react violently, which could cause further complications for the cafe. With a smile, she proposed, "How about this? We will compensate you for the cost of the shirt, and today's bill will be on the house. Does that sound satisfactory? Now that's more like it." The young man finally relented, allowing the dispute to dissipate. "Shaolin, come here." The manager summoned the young woman into the corner of the restroom and, lowering his voice, reprimanded her. "What is the matter with you? You've been so careless lately. You were never like this before." "Manager, it was because he suddenly stood up that I accidentally bumped into him," the girl, Lin Wei-yin, replied. Earlier, in front of numerous customers, she had swallowed her pride and endured the manager's scolding to maintain the coffee shop's image. Now, with only the two of them present, she felt compelled to clarify the situation. Although she acknowledged her own fault, she believed the young man bore a far greater responsibility. "No explanations. Explanations are merely excuses. I do not wish to hear them." The manager interrupted her impatiently, gesturing dismissively. "You will reimburse that customer from your wages. If anything like this occurs again, you will no longer have a job here. Do you understand? Do you hear me?" Lin Wei-yin bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. She was not unwilling to take responsibility. She simply did not want to be scapegoated. Shouldn't there be a proper investigation before deducting her wages? Alas, Lin Wei-yin knew she lacked the standing to voice her concerns. Furthermore, her relationship with the manager was purely professional. His priority was maintaining the customer experience and the coffee shop's reputation, and her innocence was of no concern to anyone. Alone in the corner, Lin Wei-yin crouched down and began to softly sob, feeling deeply wronged. "Lin Wei-yin, you can do this. Keep going." She silently encouraged herself, for there was a younger brother and a gravely ill father at home who depended on her. She could not afford to lose this job. After a moment of venting her emotions, Lin Wei-yin gradually calmed down. She stood up and walked to the sink. When she looked in the mirror, she was startled to see that her face was a mess from crying. She reached for a tissue, only to find the box completely empty. Just then, the door to the men's restroom swung open, and Chen Feiyu stepped out. Fearing that her tear-streaked face would be seen, Lin Wei-yin quickly turned away. "Whoa." Chen Feiyu washed his hands and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at the foolish girl who thought that turning her back would render her invisible. Forgetting that there was a mirror nearby reflecting her every expression, he pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, took one to dry his hands, and left the remaining tissues on the sink before quietly departing. As his footsteps faded, Lin Wei-yin sighed in relief, grateful that her disheveled appearance had gone unnoticed. Otherwise, it would have been utterly humiliating. She planned to rinse her face with water, but upon turning around and spotting the tissues on the sink, she instantly realized they were left for her by Chen Feiyu, a warm feeling blooming in her heart. "Wait, he must have seen my face to leave me tissues." The thought of her tear-streaked visage being witnessed by Chen Feiyu made Lin Wei-yin wish she could vanish into the ground. With no time during work to apply makeup, she simply washed her face with water, dried it with the tissues, and tidied herself up before returning to her duties. At his table, Chen Feiyu finished the last sip of his coffee and was about to leave when Lin Wei-yin approached with a tray. Placing a freshly brewed cup of coffee before him, Chen Feiyu looked at Lin Wei-yin in confusion, as he had not ordered a second cup. When she had been at the sink, all she remembered of him were his outline and clothing. Now, wanting to sneak a glance at his face, she inadvertently locked eyes with him, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she quickly lowered her head and sped away. What just happened? Chen Feiyu was equally bewildered until he noticed a yellow sticky note attached to the coffee cup with a message. "Thank you for the tissues. This coffee is brewed by me." A smiley face was drawn beneath the note. Realization dawned on Chen Feiyu. She had left him the coffee as a gesture of gratitude. He thought to himself that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well not disappoint the kind intentions of this girl. However, certain inconsiderate individuals were determined to disrupt his peaceful enjoyment of the coffee. In Chapter 21, the plot thickens with deceit and the malevolence of the female manager. As Lin Wei-yin passed by the young man, he flashed a conniving smile and suddenly stuck out his foot. With her hands full carrying the tray, Lin Wei's view was obstructed by the platter, and she tripped, losing her balance and sending the coffee flying. Ah! She instinctively screamed in terror. Just as she thought she was about to fall, a figure rushed forward, strong arms catching her and pulling her into a warm embrace. Still in shock, Lin Wei's eyes widened as she found herself nestled in the arms of Chen Feiyu. Realizing everyone was staring, she shyly stepped back a few paces. "Thank you," Lin Wei said sincerely, grateful that Chen Feiyu had intervened. Without him, she would have surely fallen hard. Noticing Chen Feiyu's clothes were now damp from the spilled coffee, she hurriedly pulled some tissues from the box on the table and gently began to dab at his garments. I'm so sorry. You did nothing wrong. Why are you apologizing to me?" While everyone expected Chen Feiyu to react with fury like the young man, the reality was quite the opposite. He smiled reassuringly at Lin Wei. He had seen everything. The young man had deliberately tripped her, and she was merely a victim in this scenario. "I've sold your clothes. It's nothing. It's just a piece of clothing. It can be washed," Chen Feiyu replied, and Lin Wei stared at him, her eyes glistening with tears. For the sake of her father's medical treatment and her brother's education, she had entered the workforce at an early age, enduring countless inequities and workplace bullying. At 18, she should have been enjoying the carefree life of a student like her peers, yet Lin Wei had shouldered burdens and pains beyond her years. Her spirit had been battered and bruised, and on several occasions, she had nearly broken down, contemplating despair. Had it not been for her family, she would not have made it this far. Chen Feiyu's kindness felt like a radiant sun, steadily warming and healing Lin Wei's scars. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Chen Feiyu inquired. Lin Wei remained silent, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and simply shook her head. At that moment, the female manager rushed over, witnessing the chaos and immediately launching into a tirade without discerning the situation. "You brainless fool. Did you forget what I just said? Do you think I was joking?" "Manager. What do you mean? If you can't do your job properly, then you don't need to work here anymore. You're fired." The manager showed no inclination to let Lin Wei explain herself, clearly determined to terminate her employment. "I won't pursue this, so why must you fire her?" Chen Feiyu frowned, recalling the conversation he had overheard in the restroom regarding Lin Wei's potential dismissal if she made another mistake. Had it not been for the interference of the young man, Lin Wei would not have fallen. Lin Wei is innocent and should not be subjected to punishment. The female store manager, demonstrating her bias, cast a glance at Chen Feiyu, and upon noticing his plain attire, chose to disregard him entirely, treating him with a stark contrast to her demeanor towards the young man, even neglecting to mention any compensation for Chen Feiyu's losses. Observing Lin Wei standing there in shock, the female store manager coldly remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Take off your uniform and get out." With her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, Lin Wei silently lowered her head and made her way to the changing room. The sudden smirk that crept onto the store manager's lips betrayed her satisfaction. This entire scenario was meticulously orchestrated by her. Lin Wei, diligent and earnest in her work, had garnered the owner's favor, while the store manager, with her lackadaisical attitude, often took advantage of the cafe. Recently, the owner had contemplated promoting Lin Wei to the store manager's position. By a stroke of luck, the store manager had learned of this prospect and felt an acute sense of threat, prompting her to devise a plan to eliminate Lin Wei. In fact, the young man was her cousin, brought in to help her eliminate this rival. The workplace is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, rife with deceit and manipulation. Lin Wei, a naive young girl, could hardly fathom that the store manager had orchestrated such a grand scheme against her. Suddenly, Chen Feiyu seized Lin Wei as she attempted to leave, his icy gaze fixed upon the store manager. As the manager, isn't it somewhat unreasonable to dismiss an employee without ascertaining right from wrong? "I'm sorry, sir. Whether or not she is dismissed is an internal matter of this establishment, and it has nothing to do with you," the store manager retorted dismissively, her disdain evident. With the owner absent, she held absolute authority, free to dismiss anyone she wished, and others had no right to interfere. Even if the owner inquired later, she could justifiably claim that Lin Wei had spilled coffee on a customer, and no one would suspect her machinations. "Hey, this is their business." The young man who had tripped Lin Wei, also the store manager's cousin, stepped forward, raising his fist menacingly while glaring at Chen Feiyu, clearly attempting to intimidate him into silence. Having delivered food daily, Chen Feiyu had encountered all sorts of individuals. He immediately recognized the complicated relationship between the store manager and the young man, sensing something was amiss, and he despised the notion of bullying the weak. Thus, he resolved to intervene this time. "How can getting splashed with coffee not concern me?" Chen Feiyu retorted, pulling Lin Wei down onto a seat. He tapped his knuckles on the table twice and declared, "Since you've dismissed her, we are now customers, and I would like 2 cups of coffee." "I'm sorry, but we are out of coffee," the store manager replied, crossing her arms with an air of indifference. Clearly unconvinced that Chen Feiyu could stir any trouble. "We do not welcome you to. Please leave immediately, or I won't hesitate to resort to force. I'm not intimidated by your threats. I'm curious to see how you plan to handle us." The store manager glanced at the clock, noting that the owner would soon arrive for his routine inspection. Time was of the essence. She needed to expel Chen Feiyu and Lin Wayne before he arrived, or it would become increasingly difficult to keep Lin Wayne at bay. Consequently, the store manager signaled to the young man, urging him to take action. Understanding her cue, he rolled up his sleeves and marched toward Chen Feiyu, cursing, "Damn it, are you trying to stir up trouble? You're just asking for a beating." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung a punch at Chen Feiyu. Chapter 22. Escalation of conflict, a brawl ensues. The young man's sudden aggression incited an uproar among the patrons. They were baffled. Why was he involving himself in the dispute between Chen Feiyu and the store manager? The young man paid no heed to the bewildered onlookers. He and the store manager had previously conspired that as long as he could oust Lin Wayne from the cafe and secure the manager's position for her, a substantial reward awaited him. With all his might, the young man aimed to strike Chen Feiyu, whose prowess far exceeded his expectations. In an instant, Chen Feiyu retaliated, grabbing a coffee cup and splashing it across the young man's face. Seizing the moment while the young man was momentarily blinded, Chen Feiyu swung the cup at him. Crash! The coffee cup shattered against the young man's forehead, splintering into shards, leaving him dizzy and blood trickling down from a gash on his brow. Chen Feiyu swiftly clutched the young man's neck, forcefully pinning him down onto the table. The young man struggled violently, desperate to break free. But Chen Feiyu seized a spoon from the table, plunging it downwards with tremendous force, embedding the spoon's head deep into the table. Barely an inch from the young man's cheek. Had he been a tad off, it might have been his cheek that bore the brunt. "Move again, and I'll make you regret it." A chill swept over the young man, paralyzing him with fear as he slumped against the table, too terrified to even breathe. Gasps echoed through the cafe. Chen Feiyu, whose demeanor was scholarly and refined, had proven to be formidable in a confrontation. "Speak. What is your scheme with this woman? Why are you targeting her?" Chen Feiyu demanded, not naming names, yet the patrons were not foolish. It was clear that the her he referred to was Lin Wayne. A few perceptive onlookers quickly grasped the significance of his words. Chen Feiyu's use of scheme and target suggested that Lin Wayne's coffee spill was not mere coincidence. While accidents happen, a server could not possibly spill coffee twice in quick succession, especially with the young man conveniently appearing both times, suggesting a deeper connection. As people pondered this, the belief that Lin Wayne was being deliberately targeted grew stronger. This entire scenario was clearly premeditated. "I don't understand what you're talking about." The young man adamantly refused to admit anything, loyalty to his cousin outweighing any potential reward. "Let him go, or I'll call security, and you'll regret it." The store manager attempted to intimidate Chen Feiyu, fearing for her cousin's safety. If anything happened to him, she would face her family's wrath. All eyes were on Chen Feiyu, curious about how he would respond. Most believed the sensible course of action would be to release the young man and leave the commercial street quickly, lest security arrive and apprehend them for fighting. After a brief pause, Chen Feiyu made a move that left everyone perplexed. He abruptly shoved the young man aside, causing him to tumble to the ground, while Chen Feiyu calmly returned to the sofa, crossing his legs with composure. "By all means, call security. I'm eager to see who will truly regret this." "Very well, you've asked for it." The store manager seethed with frustration. Chen Feiyu had injured her cousin and was refusing to leave. She resolved to show no mercy. Sprinting to the front desk, she dialed the property management office. "Is this the property management? I am the owner of the Beyond Coffee Shop, and there are ruffians causing a disturbance in our establishment, even injuring one of our patrons. Please send security immediately." "All right, please act swiftly." After hanging up the phone, the female manager raised an eyebrow at Chen Feiyu, exuding a sense of arrogance. "Security will arrive shortly. Let us see if you can maintain your bravado then." Chen Feiyu smiled softly and closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of security. It must be said that this manager possesses an impressive talent for distorting the truth, although it was the youth who initiated the violence. She accused Chen Feiyu of assault and labeled him a troublemaker. The management team of Xintai Commercial Street is known for its high efficiency. Upon receiving the female manager's call, they immediately contacted the patrolling security team via intercom. Within a minute of receiving the order, the security team arrived at the Beyond Coffee Shop. "Who made the call? Where are the troublemakers?" The leading security officer, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut named Zhu Liang, served as the squad leader of the 5th security team. His imposing presence commanded respect, and even a distant glance was sufficient to instill fear. "It was I who made the call." The female manager's eyes lit up as if she had seen a savior, and she pointed at Chen Feiyu, exclaiming, "Captain Zhu, that scoundrel is causing chaos in our shop. How dare he disrupt my territory? He must be tired of living. Zhu Liang followed her finger and locked his gaze on Chen Feiyu, who appeared self-assured. Zhu Liang froze momentarily, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered the king of hell. Flustered, Zhu Liang hastily adjusted his security cap and briskly approached Chen Feiyu, bowing slightly in greeting. Mr. Chen, is it truly you? If I am not mistaken, your name is Zhu Liang, correct? Chen Feiyu glanced at Zhu Liang, recalling their previous encounter during a tour of the commercial street led by Su Qinglu, where he had also met the management team, including the security team. Indeed, Mr. Chen, you are not mistaken. You may call me Xiao Zhu. Zhu Liang's face was adorned with a broad smile as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, intending to light it for Chen Feiyu. Having met for less than an hour, Zhu Liang certainly did not forget who Chen Feiyu was. This dashing young man was the new proprietor of Xintai Commercial Street. Before departing, Su Qinglu had specifically instructed him regarding Chen Feiyu's mysterious identity, cautioning everyone in the management team to remain vigilant and ensure the orderly management of the commercial street over the next 3 months. Any misstep that displeased Chen Feiyu could result in their collective unemployment. Initially, Zhu Liang thought a place like the commercial street, known for its dining and entertainment, would pose little risk. However, he was taken aback that the female manager had truly quarreled with Chen Feiyu. I do not smoke. Chen Feiyu pushed the cigarette away, stating, just a moment ago, who claimed this as their territory. Zhu Liang's heart sank, his facial muscles tensed. The last thing he wanted was to hear that question. Knowing full well that any explanation would be futile, he could only offer a forced smile, saying, this is, of course, your territory, Mr. Chen. Sweat beaded on Zhu Liang's forehead as he silently cursed the female manager's ancestors. This foolish woman had chosen to provoke someone she should never have dared to. Captain Zhu, throw that scoundrel out immediately. The female manager, accustomed to bullying her employees, had developed an arrogant demeanor and remained blissfully unaware of the shifting dynamics. Observers in the cafe sensed that the female manager had overstepped her bounds, or perhaps deemed her outright foolish. Did she not notice the respectful demeanor Zhu Liang displayed towards Chen Feiyu? There was certainly more to this situation than met the eye. Even if Chen Feiyu was not the direct superior of the security team, his identity was undoubtedly significant. How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Mr. Chen? Zhu Liang straightened his posture, his eyes blazing with fury, and delivered a resounding slap across the female manager's face. Previously, someone had discreetly inquired about Chen Feiyu's background, and Su Qinglu had succinctly described him with 8 words: an invisible tycoon with an uncertain fortune. While invisible tycoons may not be as renowned as those on the wealth rankings, they might possess even greater wealth. Much like the Rothschild family, who control the economic lifeblood of the United States, their wealth is immeasurable and rivals nations, yet none appear on any wealth list. Therefore, one should never underestimate invisible tycoons. They may wield tremendous influence. For a figure of such stature, Zhu Liang, as a mere security officer, could not afford to offend him. The female manager was digging her own grave and dragging him along in her folly, which incited Zhu Liang's wrath. The sound of the slap reverberated through the air, leaving the female manager utterly dazed. Familiar with Zhu Liang, she could not comprehend why he would not only refrain from ejecting Chen Feiyu, but would also strike her in return. Inside the cafe, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Just then, someone pushed open the cafe door, breaking the stillness. And all eyes turned towards the newcomer, the owner of the coffee shop. Dressed casually and holding the keys to a BMW, the well-groomed owner appeared to be in his 20s, though his receding hairline hinted at a more mature age. Upon entering, the astute owner immediately sensed that something was amiss. The tension in the cafe was palpable. Captain Zhu, what on earth has transpired? Although the security job pays little and offers limited authority, their presence is essential in every locale. To thrive in such environments, one must cultivate a good rapport with the security personnel, especially in places like commercial streets where disputes are frequent. Zhu Liang did not bother to hide his displeasure. Coldly snorting, what happened? You should inquire with your esteemed manager. Xiao Zhou, what is going on? Xiao Zhou was the female manager, and still reeling from Zhu Liang's slap. She struggled to articulate a response to her boss's query. Realizing Chen Feiyu's significant standing, she understood that Zhu Liang would not have struck her otherwise. However, having already offended him, she could only continue her downward spiral. I. The female manager stammered for a long moment before finally gathering her thoughts. Boss, Lin Wayne and that scoundrel are in cahoots. They deliberately caused a ruckus in the shop to extort money from us. Chen Feiyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman, filled with malice, would attempt to bite back. The owner's brows furrowed, unconvinced by the female manager's one-sided account. While he could believe the possibility of her attempting to deceive him, he could not fathom Lin Wayne doing so. In his recollection, Lin Wayne was gentle, kind-hearted, and a diligent worker, utterly incapable of conspiring with outsiders to swindle the cafe. As the owner pondered, Chen Feiyu interjected, "To discern the truth, we need merely review the surveillance footage in the shop." His words jolted the owner into action. He promptly instructed a staff member to retrieve the surveillance recordings. The female manager's complexion turned ashen, realizing she had overlooked such crucial evidence. Desperate to destroy the footage, she signaled to her cousin, "I need to use the restroom. Stop him." As the young man had yet to take his first step, Chen Feiyu had already instructed Zhu Liang to intercept him. This lad was an accomplice of the female shopkeeper and could not be allowed to leave so easily. "On what grounds are you preventing me from using the restroom? Restraining someone's personal freedom is against the law," he protested vehemently. "No one is restricting your freedom. Once the matter is thoroughly investigated, you shall be free to depart," Zhu Liang retorted, tossing a mineral water bottle aside. "If you're so desperate, you can relieve yourself in this. Your petty schemes are of no consequence here." The female shop assistant and the young man's faces turned ashen. Once the surveillance footage was reviewed, their ability to feign innocence would be obliterated. Soon, a staff member delivered a laptop, and the owner opened the surveillance recording, drawing the curiosity of nearby patrons who gathered around. All eyes were fixed on the screen as the footage was adjusted to 1 hour prior, precisely when Lin Wayne first collided with the young man. The video was crystal clear, showing Lin Wayne diligently at work when the young man abruptly stood up, resulting in their collision. Look closely. This fellow made a preparatory move, clearly intending to cause the collision. Observant onlookers quickly noted the inconsistency. The young man had been tracking Lin Wayne's movements and, as she approached, extended a foot in anticipation, clearly preparing to stand and obstruct her path. Who would believe he had acted with intent? During this interval, the footage also captured the shopkeeper handing a stack of cash to the young man, which appeared to exceed 10,000 yuan. Subsequently, the recording displayed the moment Lin Wayne's coffee was knocked over for a second time. Dozens of pairs of eyes clearly witnessed the young man extending his foot, causing Lin Wayne to trip, not due to her negligence at work. Is this fellow out of his mind? What pleasure does he derive from tormenting a young girl? I've never encountered such a despicable individual. Customers cast disdainful glances at the young man. "Speak. Why are you deliberately harassing our staff?" The owner, now incensed, recognized the damning evidence captured on tape. If he could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, he would be a fool. "This is a misunderstanding," the young man stammered, his confidence wavering as he attempted one last desperate plea. Chen Feiyu took a sip of his coffee, nonchalantly stating, "A misunderstanding? It appears you had this planned all along." The owner, astonished, turned to Chen Feiyu. "You? Who do you mean by you? Are you suggesting he has accomplices?" "That is a question for your shopkeeper," Chen Feiyu replied. And all eyes turned sharply toward the female shopkeeper. Chapter 24. He is Mr. Chen, the emperor of the commercial street. The owner scrutinized the female shopkeeper and the young man closely, noting a striking resemblance between the two. Such likeness rarely occurs without blood relation. "What is your connection?" he demanded. Naturally, the shopkeeper could not confess to colluding with her cousin to frame Lin Wayne, so she adamantly insisted that Chen Feiyu and Lin Wayne had conspired against her. "Boss, they are in cahoots. Do not believe their words." Though the footage clearly depicted the young man deliberately tripping Lin Wayne, as long as they denied it vehemently, there was little the owner could do. Denying it is inconsequential. "I shall call the police to investigate." Chen Feiyu placed his coffee cup down firmly, asserting, "If it is revealed that you two are related, you will be charged with conspiracy to commit fraud. The money you handed him exceeds 10,000. That is enough to warrant a case. Once charges are confirmed, prepare for imprisonment." The shopkeeper turned pale, akin to a ghost. Her intention had merely been to oust Lin Wayne and seize an opportunity for personal gain, never anticipating the affair would escalate to police involvement. If the police were summoned, they would conduct a thorough investigation, and no amount of eloquence could absolve her of guilt. "Do not call the police. I will confess. She is my cousin. She urged me to partner with her to frame that girl." Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, the young man could no longer remain composed. If he were imprisoned, his life would be irrevocably ruined. He quickly recounted the entire affair from beginning to end. Listeners seethed with indignation, wishing to deliver a few kicks of their own. The shopkeeper, surnamed Zhou, was utterly contemptible. Lin Wayne had done her no wrong. Yet in a bid to secure her position, she had resorted to slandering Lin Wayne, displaying the utmost baseness and shamelessness. "The money is here. I no longer want it. I will return everything. Please, do not call the police." The young man obediently relinquished the funds, kneeling in a plea for mercy. His designer clothing was counterfeit, clearly indicative of deceit, and thus he could only seek the owner's forgiveness. The shopkeeper's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. Her cousin had confessed, and with both witness and evidence present, she could no longer deny her guilt. "Boss, I was wrong. Considering my years of service, I implore you to grant me another chance. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot evade lesser punishment. You are hereby dismissed." Seeing the shopkeeper kneeling at his feet, clutching his sleeve in tears, the owner's heart softened. After all, they had worked together for many years, and claiming to have no feelings at all would be disingenuous. "Please, do not dismiss me. I have a child in school, and my parents are unwell. I cannot afford to lose this job. I will resign as manager if necessary. I'll willingly accept a pay cut." The owner wore a conflicted expression. Typically, an employee conspiring with outsiders to defraud the establishment would warrant dismissal. No one would keep a rat in the grain store. Yet, this owner was kind-hearted, unable to bear witnessing someone's distress. In light of the current job market, many graduates were struggling to find employment, and the shopkeeper was not particularly well educated, making job hunting even more challenging. Contemplating the shopkeeper's child's predicament, the owner found himself wavering. Should he retain her? As the owner remained indecisive, Chen Feiyu interjected to bring clarity to the situation. "Boss, if you wish to keep her, you may, but the rent on your shop will increase tenfold." "Young man, you jest. Rent cannot possibly increase tenfold." The owner dismissed Chen Feiyu's statement, perceiving it as a mere joke. The monthly rent for the coffee shop was 12,000 yuan. A tenfold increase would amount to 120,000. Who could afford such exorbitant rent? Furthermore, there would be no rationale for arbitrary rent hikes on the commercial street. "Exactly. You think you can just dictate rent increases? Who do you think you are?" The shopkeeper glared at Chen Feiyu with venomous hatred, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer. If not for Chen Feiyu's unexpected intervention, her plan to oust Lin Wayne would have succeeded, and she would not find herself now, on her knees, begging for mercy. In Xintai Commercial Street, Mr. Chen's word was law. If he decreed a tenfold increase, then a tenfold increase it would be. Zhu Liang, eager to redeem himself, seized the opportunity to extol Chen Feiyu's virtues. "Captain Zhu, who is he truly?" The coffee shop owner was momentarily taken aback. Ordinary individuals did not possess the authority to determine rent increases. "He is Mr. Chen, the new owner of Xintai Commercial Street." Gasp. The revelation stunned all present. Who could have anticipated that this unassuming young man was, in fact, the new proprietor of the commercial street? With this understanding, he undeniably wielded immense power. "You are Mr. Chen?" The coffee shop owner's eyes widened in astonishment. The Oriental company had previously notified that Mr. Chen would be inspecting the commercial street today. He had assumed Mr. Chen had already departed, never expecting him to visit his establishment for coffee. Su Qinglu accompanied Chen Feiyu to the Bien coffee shop for a routine inspection, although they merely passed by the entrance. The staff were engrossed in their tasks and failed to notice them, while the female store manager was lazily hiding in her office. Thus she did not recognize Chen Feiyu. The store manager's head felt as if it were about to explode. She had never anticipated that the situation would escalate in such a manner. "Boss Yang, your coffee is quite delightful. It would be a pity if the establishment were to close due to the mistakes of a few individuals," Chen Feiyu remarked, having perused the business registry to know that the coffee shop owner was named Yang Hongwei. Yang Hongwei swallowed hard. Chen Feiyu was warning him that if he dared to keep the female manager, he would certainly raise the rent tenfold. His profits for half a year amounted to only 110,000, insufficient to cover even a month's rent. Mr. Chen is correct. Such greedy individuals deserve to be punished. Yang Hongwei was more than a decade older than Chen Feiyu, yet due to the disparity in their social standings, he could only treat Chen Feiyu with the utmost courtesy. Being a businessman, Yang Hongwei weighed the pros and cons and realized that siding with Chen Feiyu was the wisest choice. Offending him for the sake of a disloyal employee was not a profitable venture. Indeed, Chen Feiyu nodded, satisfied with the outcome. "Boss, please, I beg you not to fire me." Seeing Yang Hongwei remain unmoved, the female manager clutched at Chen Feiyu's trousers, pleading, "Mr. Chen, I was blind to offend you. I implore you to show mercy and spare my position. Release your filthy hands." Zhu Liang forcefully pushed the female manager away, spitting, engaging in fraudulent activities on Commercial Street. "And Mr. Chen not taking you to the police station is already an act of leniency. Do not be ungrateful. Someone, escort this man and woman out." At Zhu Liang's command, the security guards who had been on standby immediately rushed forward, seizing the female manager and her cousin and unceremoniously expelling them from Commercial Street. "Xiao Zhu, add these two to the blacklist. They are not to set foot on Commercial Street again." "Understood." The patrons murmured among themselves, remarking on the disparity of the wealthy, their voices imbued with confidence. Chapter 25. Accompanying a brother on a romantic online encounter. With the troublesome female manager dealt with, Chen Feiyu felt considerably uplifted. He strolled around Commercial Street once more, with Zhu Liang and the security team closely following to ensure his safety. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Chen Feiyu decided to drive home. Suddenly, a graceful figure rushed towards him, blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lin Wayne. "Are you looking for me?" Lin Wayne panted, her hair disheveled from her hurried run, and upon meeting Chen Feiyu's gaze, she felt too shy to speak. After half a minute, she mustered the courage to present a bottle of coffee to Chen Feiyu. He glanced at the bottle, which bore a yellow sticky note that read, "Thank you for helping prove my innocence." Chen Feiyu smiled faintly, thinking the girl was far too bashful. Why not speak directly? "Xiao Zhu, pass me a pen." Zhu Liang promptly retrieved a pen from his pocket and handed it to Chen Feiyu, whose current task was to cater to Chen Feiyu's needs. Chen Feiyu penned a brief message on the paper and then took Lin Wayne's hand, placing the note into her palm. "I must take my leave. Until next time." With that, Chen Feiyu turned and swiftly entered the elevator, disappearing from sight. Lin Wayne glanced at the note in her hand, which contained 3 lines. "Your coffee tastes wonderful. I hope to savor the coffee you brew for me next time. By the way, you are stunning without makeup. Next time, please speak directly to me. Communicating solely through sticky notes might lead others to believe we are mute." With a chuckle, Lin Wayne found amusement in the note, treating it as a priceless treasure as she carefully tucked it into her pocket. She cast one last glance in the direction Chen Feiyu had departed, a smile of understanding gracing her lips. This man's visage was now indelibly etched in her memory. How unfortunate that she had not asked for his contact information. She wondered when they might cross paths again. Upon returning home, Chen Feiyu took a shower and lay on his bed like a languid fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the past, he would have been out delivering takeout under the scorching sun at this hour. He could hardly imagine such leisure now. No longer burdened by the struggles of daily life or the anxiety of financial woes, he could indulge in his whims without feeling guilty for wasting time, a life many could only dream of. Chen Feiyu mused that he had merely existed before, but now he was truly living. A Jin fell in love with a Chang. On a night adorned with stars, an airplane flew overhead, and a meteor streaked across the night sky. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a ringing phone. Chen Feiyu snapped back to reality, glancing at the screen to see his best friend Li Pengfei's name flashing. Without hesitation, he pressed the green call button. Feeling no need to maintain any pretense in front of his close friend, he revealed his true self. "Hello, what's up? Shouldn't you be in class instead of calling me? I heard a popular barbecue place just opened, and it's quite good. How about we go grab a late-night snack together?" Li Pengfei's voice boomed, and thankfully, Chen Feiyu had not cranked up the volume on his phone, or his ears might have been deafened. "Cut the nonsense, just get to the point." Li Pengfei was a seasoned homebody, usually confined to his dormitory or home gaming. His sudden desire to go out for a midnight snack indicated something was amiss. "Heh, you know me well." Li Pengfei dropped the act, confessing, "I met a girl on Douyin, and we arranged to meet tonight. You know I'm not really experienced with girls, so I need you to come along for moral support." "What the hell? Li Pengfei, you've leveled up. You're actually trying online dating now," Chen Feiyu exclaimed, astonished that this guy, who had always been engrossed in gaming, had finally come to understand the concept of romance while in college. "Heh, seeing how sweet you and Xiaotong are, I thought it was about time I found myself a girlfriend and experience a thrilling romance." "Sweet. I just broke up with Lu Xiaodong." Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes, chiding, "Don't bring that up. You're just rubbing salt in my wounds." With a jest, Chen Feiyu meant no real offense to Li Pengfei, as he had never mentioned his breakup with Lu Xiaotong to anyone. "What? You two broke up? What happened?" Li Pengfei was not being nosy. He genuinely cared for Chen Feiyu, especially after their 3-year relationship had abruptly ended, and he feared Chen Feiyu might be struggling. Chen Feiyu fiddled with his nails and replied, "Nothing much. She was just dissatisfied." "Dissatisfied?" Li Pengfei repeated, seemingly uncovering some shocking secret, his eyes bulging with astonishment. "Old you. You're not what? Are you having some issues?" Li Pengfei lowered his voice conspiratorially. "No worries. I have a relative who is a traditional Chinese doctor specializing in such matters. I'll take you to see him next time." "Thanks, but no thanks." Chen Feiyu retorted sarcastically. "Don't mention it. We're brothers." Chen Feiyu was filled with exasperation, thinking that if Li Pengfei were beside him, he would certainly not hesitate to deal with this foolish fellow. "You think you're the one with deficiencies? My masculine hormones are overflowing." "Oh, but didn't you just say that Lu Xiaodong is unfulfilled?" "When I spoke of unfulfilled desires, I referred to the cravings for material needs." Upon realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Li Pengfei awkwardly chuckled and swiftly changed the subject. "Well, why did you two break up?" Chen Feiyu recounted the entire saga, and upon hearing it, Li Pengfei's anger flared. "How outrageous. That heartless wretch. You treated her so well, and yet she betrayed you. Damn it. I must pay a visit to Zhonghai University one day to teach that pair of scoundrels a lesson." Chen Feiyu smiled with appreciation, despite Li Pengfei's reclusive nature. He was fiercely loyal to his friends. He recalled a time in middle school when a jealous boy from another school, envious of the attention Chen Feiyu received from so many girls, gathered a group of delinquents to ambush him outside the school, while others fled in fear. Only Li Pengfei rushed in without a second thought to help him. When it came to brotherhood, Li Pengfei was truly commendable. You've finally made it to university. Try to avoid trouble. Your parents are counting on you to bring honor to the family. Concerned that Li Pengfei might seek revenge on the deceitful couple, Chen Feiyu offered a word of caution. It infuriates me. Lu Xiaodong is utterly ungrateful. With your remarkable qualities, she will undoubtedly regret it one day. With a sudden chuckle, Chen Feiyu replied, she already does. Chapter 26, Show Off? Don't force my hand. Since Li Pengfei was determined to experience the trials of love, Chen Feiyu could only accompany him on this journey. After agreeing on the time and place, Chen Feiyu indulged in a delightful afternoon nap. Upon awakening, he found his mother, Wang Shufan, already home from work, busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. With time to spare before their meeting, Chen Feiyu decided to have a little something to satiate his hunger. When his father, Chen Dongshan, returned, the family of three gathered to enjoy their meal together. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Chen Dongshan asked, are you still delivering takeout? Chen Feiyu understood this was directed at him. Wang Shufan also looked at him curiously. Previously, their son was always the first to leave and the last to return home. Now, he seemed to be sleeping in during work hours and was found at home after his shifts. Even the delivery scooter had vanished, suggesting to them that Chen Feiyu had not been working lately. I'm not delivering anymore. Chen Feiyu didn't hide this fact. He thought to himself that with several million in his bank account, he could buy property and collect rent. There was no need to continue the grueling routine of delivering takeout. Why would he buy property anyway? He already owned 2 luxurious homes. His parents chose not to press further, which relieved Chen Feiyu. He was unsure how to explain that he had acquired a system and was now a billionaire. His parents might think he had lost his mind. After dinner, Chen Feiyu helped his mother wash the dishes and clear the table, several times nearly revealing that he had purchased 2 luxurious homes, but ultimately refrained. Patience is key. Revealing it now would ruin the surprise. After watching some television, he checked the time and grabbed his car keys to head out. The popular barbecue restaurant was not far. After a brief drive, he arrived to find an extensive queue at the entrance, teeming with people. Goodness, is it really necessary to wait this long for barbecue? Chen Feiyu thought to himself. The people of Zhonghai City had a penchant for flocking together. Seeing a line meant they had to join in, with many elderly folks in the mix, likely oblivious as to why they were queuing. Were it not for his brother, he would never endure waiting in such heat for a trendy restaurant. Chen Feiyu opened WeChat and snapped a photo of the scene to send to Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei replied, wow, are there really that many people? Chen Feiyu, don't tell me you didn't make a reservation? Li Pengfei, congratulations, you're correct. Chen Feiyu face-bombed, nearly exasperated to death by this foolish friend. What trendy restaurant doesn't he have a line? How could Li Pengfei dare to bring a girl to a trendy place without a reservation? Did he expect her to wait in line with him? It would be a miracle if she didn't slap him. Li Pengfei, so what now? Chen Feiyu, don't worry about it, just hurry over. I'll handle the rest. Li Pengfei, okay. Putting away his phone, Chen Feiyu felt a wave of frustration with the crowd. They would likely be waiting for hours to eat. Moreover, by the time it was their turn, most of the food would probably be sold out. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feiyu thought, now that I'm so wealthy, why should I wait in line like everyone else? It doesn't suit my high-class persona. Furthermore, this was his brother's first date in an online romance. He couldn't let him embarrass himself in front of the girl. Thus, Chen Feiyu resolved to employ his ultimate weapon, the power of money. He scoured the area and finally spotted a shadowy corner where a balding man was discreetly handing a slip of paper to another man. In any place where long queues were the norm, one could always find scalpers. The bald man was clearly a scalper, selling queue numbers. Hey, how much for a number? The scalper glanced at Chen Feiyu, speaking with a strong local accent. 200 for one, and I guarantee you'll be seated within half an hour. 200 yuan for a number was reasonable. Many trendy milk tea shops charged 20 yuan for a drink, yet scalpers would flip it for over 200. Thus, 200 for a number was a fair price. My brother's on his first date. He can't wait too long. Give me a number closer to the front. Chen Feiyu didn't haggle and directly scanned the QR code to pay 300 yuan. He received a notification from the bank, showing his balance. Forget it. I have too much money to care. The scalper was astonished by Chen Feiyu's decisiveness, thinking he was the most straightforward customer he had encountered. Bro, you're quite generous. All right, I'll give you the best number. The scalper promptly handed Chen Feiyu the frontmost number. Just as Chen Feiyu was about to take the number, a hand suddenly swooped in and snatched it away. He frowned and looked to see a refined youth around his age. I'll take that number. The young man didn't care whether Chen Feiyu agreed or not, preparing to scan his payment. The scalper quickly explained, sorry, handsome, but this brother has already paid for it. Do you have any other numbers? None left. That's the last one. In truth, the The scalper had another number tucked away but planned to keep it for himself and not sell it. That's unfortunate. I have a date with a girl I like and can't wait that long. The young man clutched the number paper, showing no intention of returning it. He turned to Chen Feiyu and said, "Give me your payment QR code, and I'll send you 20 yuan as a gesture of goodwill." Chen Feiyu chuckled at the young man's presumptuousness, having stolen something and acting as if it were his right. He was clearly a spoiled child in need of a reality check. "Do I need your measly 20 yuan? Chen Feiyu loathed such pretentious individuals. He lit a cigarette and coldly stated, "Return it to me within a minute, or don't blame me for getting physical. Are you out of your mind?" The young man directly disregarded Chen Feiyu and took a seat at the entrance of the establishment with his number in hand. Having encountered numerous individuals daily, the scalper immediately discerned that Chen Feiyu was not jesting. He deemed Chen Feiyu to be a decent fellow and resolved to offer his number to him. "Brother, do not argue with that sort of person. I have another number here for you to use." "No need. Thank you." Chen Feiyu declined the scalper's goodwill, for that was simply his nature. Had the young man approached him with courtesy and requested the number, perhaps Chen Feiyu, moved by his plight, would have acquiesced. Yet, the young man, in a grievous miscalculation, chose to adopt a confrontational stance. It was common knowledge throughout Zhonghai City that Chen was a man who responded well to gentleness, but not to force. "What I give you is yours, what I withhold. Not even the Jade Emperor himself could wrest from my grasp." A glance at his phone revealed that the minute limit had expired. Chen Feiyu approached the trash bin to extinguish his cigarette, hands tucked into his pockets, chest held high as he strode toward the young man who had attempted to seize his scalper number. Chapter 27. Online romance carries risks. Meeting in reality requires caution. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu advance, the young man felt no trepidation. A smirk of disdain played upon his lips. With so many eyes upon them, he could scarcely believe that Chen Feiyu would dare to resort to violence. What? Come to demand a red envelope. Chen Feiyu, a man of action and few words, would not indulge in lofty discussions of fairness. He delivered a swift kick. Taken completely by surprise, the young man, along with his chair, was sent tumbling to the ground. A spectacle of chaos. Customers waiting nearby gasped and instinctively retreated, fearful of becoming collateral damage. What on earth? Why did it turn violent? I know. That young man in white purchased the scalper number first, having already paid, only for that one in blue to swoop in and snatch it away, hence the altercation. As Chen Feiyu had been purchasing the scalper number, a bystander had witnessed the incident and immediately shared the details with the crowd. It turned out he had taken something that did not belong to him, and thus deserved the beating. Chen Feiyu, indifferent to the opinions of onlookers, gazed down at the young man with an icy stare, then placed his foot firmly upon the latter's wrist. "Ah!" The young man howled in agony, instinctively relinquishing his hold on the scalper number. "You reap what you sow." Chen Feiyu spat disdainfully, and at that moment, the server called out his number. Losing interest in further conversation with the young man, he seized the scalper number and strode confidently into the establishment. The bystanders could hardly contain their envy. Wealth afforded one the luxury of effortlessly purchasing a scalper number for immediate entry, unlike the rest who were resigned to enduring the arduous queue. The young man, rising from the ground, bore the imprint of a foot upon his chest, a mark of a true failure that left him feeling profoundly humiliated. "Very well, just you wait," he vowed silently, determined that when his friends arrived, he would ensure that Chen Feiyu suffered a humiliation 1,000-fold greater than his own. Chen Feiyu, of course, remained oblivious to the young man's intentions for revenge, and even if he were aware, he would not give it a second thought. Once inside, he ordered a selection of drinks, deciding to wait for the arrival of the young lady before placing an order for food. Primarily because he was uncertain of her culinary preferences, this was a matter of respect towards her. Before long, the server brought forth the drinks, and upon seeing each other, both Chen Feiyu and the server paused momentarily, exclaiming in unison, "It's you?" Chen Feiyu was taken aback to discover that the female server was Lin Wayne, whom he had encountered earlier that day at the coffee shop. Lin Wayne, equally delighted, had been pondering when she might see Chen Feiyu again, never expecting to reunite so soon. Could this be what they referred to as fate? Observant as ever, Chen Feiyu noted that Lin Wayne was devoid of makeup, presenting her natural beauty. "You are quite industrious, juggling multiple jobs," he remarked. Lin Wayne, a tad bashful, nodded her head slightly, then busied herself wiping down Chen Feiyu's table with a cloth. "I must return to work now." "Go ahead, no need to mind me," he replied with a smile. It was the longest sentence she had ever shared with him. After bowing, Lin Wayne hurried away, scurrying about the establishment. Yet she would occasionally steal glances at Chen Feiyu's direction. She found it perplexing that, despite her exhaustion, the mere sight of Chen Feiyu invigorated her spirit. Chen Feiyu, having noticed her furtive glances on multiple occasions, chose not to dwell on it. As he sipped his drink and engaged with his phone, he remained unaware that Li Pengfei had appeared behind him. "Hey, Li Pengfei playfully slapped Chen Feiyu on the shoulder, yet Chen Feiyu remained unfazed, continuing his game unperturbed. The prank having failed, Li Pengfei felt a tinge of disappointment. Old fish, how did you manage to get in here with so many people queuing outside? Do you not know how to converse? What do you mean, get in? Chen Feiyu turned off his game, dissatisfaction etched across his face. I spent 200 to buy a scalper number just for this trivial matter. Otherwise, we would still be waiting until dawn. Good brother. I will repay you when I receive my allowance next month. You need not repay me. Wait a moment. What do you mean by receiving your allowance next month? Don't tell me you've exhausted your funds this month. You better not leave me to settle the bill. Not at all. I still have enough for some barbecue. Haha. Chen Feiyu's smile held deeper implications. What elevates a restaurant to internet celebrity status? Beyond the steep prices, it lies in its distinctive offerings. As he glanced at the menu while ordering drinks, Chen Feiyu noted that this establishment featured both affordable skewers and exorbitantly priced seafood. While typical barbecue joints serve small crayfish, this place boasted Australian lobsters. A single cheesy baked Australian lobster could cost over 1,000. Black gold abalone, caviar oysters, grilled tuna. Selecting any one of these would easily result in a 4-digit bill. He hoped that the girl Li Pengfei had invited would show some mercy and order the cheaper skewers. Otherwise, even if he stripped Li Pengfei of his clothes, he would be unable to cover the tab. However, Chen Feiyu felt no anxiety. At worst, he would discreetly help Li Pengfei with the payment, as a few thousand was trivial for him, and he would not allow Li Pengfei to suffer embarrassment. Li Pengfei eagerly produced a photograph of his online romantic interest, showcasing it to Chen Feiyu with great pride. The girl in the picture, with her fair skin, beauty, and long legs, exuded an air of elegance, rivaling even Lin Wayne and Fong Yuan. Hey, have you arrived? We're at table 19, come on in. Li Pengfei answered a call, and Chen Feiyu needed no guesswork to deduce that the online romantic interest had arrived. Sure enough, moments later, 3 young ladies appeared beside them. Li Pengfei, brimming with excitement, looked up, only to be struck by an astonishing sight, his smile freezing in place. Observing Li Pengfei's stunned expression, Chen Feiyu wondered if such exaggeration was truly necessary. Thus, he glanced over, having seen many beautiful women in his life, and not prone to losing composure like Li Pengfei. However, upon properly assessing the appearance of the girls, Chen Feiyu inadvertently sprayed soda all over. Among the 3 girls, 2 appeared relatively normal, with balanced physiques and looks hovering around a score of 70, neither particularly attractive nor unattractive. Yet the girl in the middle must have weighed at least 160 pounds, resembling a human-shaped tank. Chen Feiyu genuinely worried that if she sat down, the long bench might collapse under her weight. Li Pengfei was on the verge of tears. The girl he had been conversing with online bore no resemblance to these 3 young ladies. The photographs must have been heavily edited, and at that moment, he could only silently pray that his online romantic interest was not the plump girl. The plump girl introduced herself. I am Yunyi. Which of you is Li Pengfei? Thunderstruck, Li Pengfei felt as if he had been struck by lightning, plummeting into an abyss. Truly, it is said that one fears what one encounters. Yunyi was indeed his online love. It validated the adage. Online dating carries risks, and meeting in person requires caution. Just as Chen Feiyu was about to speak, Li Pengfei interjected. I am Li Pengfei. What the hell? Chen Feiyu nearly exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished that this fool would betray his own teammate. Chapter 28. Enemies cross paths again, encountering Fong Yuan. Chen Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Pengfei, his mind reeling at how quickly this bumbling fool could think on his feet in a critical moment. With a pleading expression, Li Pengfei implored Chen Feiyu not to expose him. I am Li Pengfei. Hello, everyone. Please, don't just stand, take a seat. To prevent Li Pengfei from being scarred by his first romantic encounter, Chen Feiyu resolved to impersonate him. There was no one in the world more loyal than he. The 2 girls nudged Yunyi to sit beside Chen Feiyu, while they took their places next to Li Pengfei. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order anything. Don't be shy. Chen Feiyu wasn't merely superficial. He bore no disdain for Yunyi's weight and warmly welcomed her. They were merely sharing a meal, not planning to marry and have children. It was simply an opportunity to make a new friend of the opposite sex. The girls casually ordered some skewers, and within half an hour, the barbecue arrived. It must be said that the flavors were remarkably delightful. The 5 young adults dined and conversed, the atmosphere exceedingly cheerful. During the meal, Chen Feiyu noticed a detail. Yunyi was eating very little, with only a few scattered skewers remaining on the table. Under normal circumstances, given her weight, one would expect her appetite to be substantial. Yet she had barely touched her food. Was she pretending to be modest? In less than a second, Chen Feiyu dismissed that notion. It seemed Yunyi genuinely could not eat. How could she be so overweight while consuming so little? The images Li Pengfei had shown him flashed through Chen Feiyu's mind. In the photos, Yunyi appeared slender and tall, presenting a stark contrast to her current self, yet her features still revealed her identity. A possibility dawned on Chen Feiyu. Perhaps Yun-yi wasn't truly overweight, but rather bloated. In simpler terms, she might be suffering from an illness. Certain ailments necessitate the use of steroids and hormonal medications, which can lead to weight gain as a side effect. "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom," Yun-yi said as she stood and walked away. Once she was out of earshot, her two companions looked at Chen Feiyu with gratitude. "Thank you," they said. "Thank me? Why should I be thanked?" The short-haired girl elaborated, confirming Chen Feiyu's suspicions. Yun-yi had suffered a serious illness, and the hormonal treatments had resulted in her current condition. Subsequently, classmates often mocked her as a fatty, and once adoring suitors saw her, they would flee in fear of being burdened by her. The relentless ridicule had shattered Yun-yi's confidence. The rest of the story unfolded simply. Her two close friends encouraged her to chat with boys at night to help restore her confidence, leading her to meet Li Pengfei. In truth, Yun-yi had never intended to pursue a romantic relationship. She merely sought a friend, a misunderstanding propagated by Li Pengfei's foolishness. The short-haired girl and the ponytailed girl exchanged knowing glances before rising and bowing deeply to Chen Feiyu. "Thank you for not rejecting me. Please, no need for such formality. Sit down. It would be inappropriate for others to see. I am merely an ordinary person. What right do I have to disdain her? I think he is quite lovely." Chen Feiyu spoke truthfully. Weight and beauty were distinct matters. Upon closer inspection, one could discern Yun-yi's angular features and graceful demeanor, revealing a beauty that only became more apparent with time. It was merely her weight that obscured her virtues, requiring a discerning eye to appreciate. Moreover, Chen Feiyu believed that a woman's inner beauty far surpassed mere physical appearance. Take Lu Xiaoxia, for instance. She was the epitome of a campus beauty. Yet her misguided values revolved solely around wealth, rendering her unlikable despite her looks. "Shou-yi is back." As Yun-yi returned, everyone hurriedly shifted the topic of conversation. "What were you discussing?" "Oh, nothing much. Li Pengfei just mentioned that you were beautiful." Li Pengfei shot a surprised glance at the ponytailed girl, about to deny having said that, only to suddenly remember that Chen Feiyu was currently acting as Li Pengfei. Yun-yi looked at Chen Feiyu, seemingly seeking confirmation of her friend's words. "Indeed, I mentioned that you were quite beautiful. Thank you." Upon hearing Chen Feiyu's affirmation, Yun-yi's gaze softened immensely. It had been a long time since she had received a compliment. After some initial awkwardness, the group's camaraderie blossomed, and their conversation became increasingly lively. From their discussions, Chen Feiyu learned the names of the other two girls. The short-haired girl was Xia Duo, and the ponytailed girl was Yang Qian. Xia Duo and Yang Qian exchanged satisfied smiles, and Yun-yi gradually began to engage more in the conversation, her demeanor noticeably brighter than when she had first arrived. At that moment, a group of people approached and occupied the table next to theirs. Chen Feiyu glanced over, only to find it was the very youth he had previously sent tumbling. Truly, enemies cross paths unexpectedly. Accompanying the youth were 2 men and 4 women, and Chen Feiyu's attention quickly settled on the 4 girls, for he recognized them. To his astonishment, it was Fang Yuan and her 3 roommates. Fang Yuan also spotted Chen Feiyu and appeared taken aback. Who would have thought they would cross paths while enjoying a late-night snack? The quirky Chen Lingling elbowed Fang Yuan playfully and teased, Yuan, your boyfriend is out with another woman. Aren't you going to do something about it, hee hee? Stop it." Fang Yuan shot Chen Lingling a disapproving glare. She had already clarified that her relationship with Chen Feiyu was merely a facade. Chen Feiyu, uninterested in putting forth any effort, decided to treat this encounter as if they were strangers, given their lack of familiarity. Meanwhile, the youth continued to fixate on Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu paid him no mind. The youth would do well to avoid provoking him, for even Fang Yuan's pleas would not deter him from retaliating. Having finished the skewers yet still unsatisfied, Chen Feiyu waved to the waiter, who promptly hurried over. "Good evening, sir. Would you like to settle the bill or order more? I heard your cheese-baked Australian lobster is excellent. I'll have 3, please." Since he was already here, it would be a shame not to indulge in the signature dish. After all, Chen Feiyu didn't mind spending a little extra money. This revelation nearly sent Li Pengfei tumbling from his chair. 3 Australian lobsters would cost at least several thousand yuan. Where would he find such funds? Trembling, Li Pengfei grabbed his phone and sent Chen Feiyu a WeChat message. "Bro, I don't have that much money." In a flash, Li Pengfei glanced down to see Chen Feiyu had not replied, but had instead transferred money directly to him. After counting the digits, 10, 100, 1,000, his jaw dropped in astonishment. It amounted to a staggering 10,000 yuan. "This meal is on me. Consider the rest your birthday gift for this year." Li Pengfei sent a grateful emoji, and with a flourish, he declared to the waiter, "And add 10 king scallops." As the waiter was about to depart, a young man at the adjacent table called out to him, "Waiter, We would like 3 servings of cheesy baked Australian lobster as well. Chen Feiyu's gaze sharpened. It seemed that some ill-fated individuals were once again courting trouble. Chapter 29. More money than sense? I'm left with nothing but money. The waiter hesitated before placing the order. She used her intercom to communicate with a colleague and confirmed that only 3 lobsters remained. I'm sorry, sir, but there are only 3 lobsters left. And they've all been ordered by that gentleman. Would you like to consider substituting them with some smaller lobsters instead? Smaller lobsters? Do you take me for a fool? The young man slammed his hand on the table and retorted angrily. If others see this, they might think I can't afford Australian lobsters. I've made up my mind to have them today. No one can stop me. The others he referred to, aside from Chen Feiyu, could only be himself. He Yifan, don't make things difficult for him. Fang Yuan frowned in displeasure. It turned out that the young man was her other ardent admirer, He Yifan, the heartthrob of Zhonghai University. Chen Feiyu scoffed inwardly. While he had absolute confidence in his looks, He Yifan was indeed handsome, but he paled in comparison. Ignoring Fang Yuan's advice, He Yifan was determined to confront Chen Feiyu. How much do those 3 lobsters cost? Our lobsters weigh approximately the same. 3 would be around 4,000 yuan. Fine, I'll pay double the price. I want those 3 lobsters. The waiter, who had just entered the industry, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. This was a barbecue restaurant, not an auction house. How did bidding come into play? Li Pengfei's elation from receiving a 10,000 yuan red envelope dissipated instantly as he glared furiously at He Yifan. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? How am I looking for trouble? The highest bidder wins. If you have the money, feel free to bid. He Yifan sneered, unfazed, as his family was well off, with both parents holding executive positions in foreign enterprises. To him, 4,000 yuan was a trifling sum. As long as it embarrassed Chen Feiyu, the expense was worth it. Li Pengfei, consumed by anger, picked up a bottle, ready to confront He Yifan, who was instantly flanked by 2 sturdy male companions. The tension escalated, and a confrontation loomed. The surrounding patrons were drawn to the commotion, anticipating a brawl, when Chen Feiyu slammed his hand on the table, breaking the silence. Da Peng, sit down. Old fish. This guy is clearly looking for trouble. We can't let this slide. Sit down. Chen Feiyu's voice carried an authoritative weight, leaving no room for dissent. Reluctantly, Li Pengfei resumed his seat. Chen Feiyu scrutinized He Yifan's companions. They were robust and tall, likely athletes. While he harbored no fear of them, he was concerned about inadvertently harming the girls present. Moreover, why exert effort over a matter that could be resolved with money? If He Yifan was intent on a contest of wealth, Chen Feiyu had no shortage of funds. I'll bid 10,000. With an impassive expression, Chen Feiyu declared his price. For he had never feared anyone in a battle of wealth. He Yifan secretly rejoiced, thinking Chen Feiyu had finally taken the bait. He planned to raise the stakes and then withdraw, leaving Chen Feiyu to bear the brunt of a hefty loss. What if Chen Feiyu spent tens of thousands on a few thousand yuan worth of lobsters? If he bought them, he would be ridiculed for being foolishly wealthy. If he backed out, he would be mocked for being fickle and untrustworthy. Thus, regardless of his decision, Chen Feiyu would be embarrassed. He Yifan, calm and collected, remarked, 15,000, 20,000. Chen Feiyu remained unfazed, sipping his lemonade. 25,000, 28,000, 30,000, 32,000, 40,000. A gasp reverberated through the crowd as He Yifan's voice fell, leaving everyone astounded. Customers were thoroughly shocked. The original price for 3 lobsters was merely 4,000 yuan. Yet it had now skyrocketed to 40,000, a tenfold increase. He Yifan raised an eyebrow, reveling in his triumph, as he intended to provoke Chen Feiyu further. If Chen Feiyu raised his bid again, he would immediately withdraw, leaving him to be the fool. At that moment, all eyes were on Chen Feiyu, with patrons speculating whether he would continue bidding. However, Chen Feiyu remained remarkably composed, uttering 4 words, I don't want them. He Yifan was taken aback, staring incredulously at Chen Feiyu. Previously, he had snatched Chen Feiyu's coveted ticket, and the latter had forcefully reclaimed it in front of everyone, indicating that he was not one to tolerate having his possessions taken. Impossible. With such a temperament, he shouldn't give up easily. Waiter, how much food do you still have available? We have several thousand skewers of barbecue and dozens of boxes of drinks. Chen Feiyu nodded and placed his bank card on the table. I'll take everything remaining in your establishment. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to supper. Absolutely. Recognizing a wealthy customer, the waiter wasted no time in placing the order for Chen Feiyu. Within the next hour, plate after plate of skewers and drinks were served, which Chen Feiyu instructed the waiter to deliver to every table. Wow, you're truly generous. Thank you for treating us. The patrons showered Chen Feiyu with applause, their faces beaming with delight. Who wouldn't he be happy with free food and drinks? Old fish, do you have the money to pay for this? Heh, I'm currently left with nothing but money, so feel free to indulge. Upon hearing this, Li Pengfei's worry evaporated. He knew Chen Feiyu well enough to trust his words. Chen Feiyu was confident that his bank card indeed held a significant sum. If you're not short on cash, why did you let the lobsters go to the next table? Only a fool would spend 40,000 on 3 lobsters with that money. I can treat everyone to supper instead. Chen Feiyu scoffed, adding, besides, one must leave some food for others. Otherwise, wouldn't those long lines be for naught? Haha, old fish, you're too cunning. Yun Yi and the other girls, along with Li Pengfei, couldn't help but laugh, with Li Pengfei's laughter being the most boisterous. He Yifun's table had 7 people. Splitting 3 lobsters would mean only enough for 6, leaving one person without a serving. The unequal distribution would hardly satisfy anyone. Chen Feiyu's strategy was nothing short of brilliant, and buying all the skewers was the ultimate move. Having already spent 40,000 yuan, He Yifan found himself unable to compete with Chen Feiyu, merely watching helplessly as Chen Feiyu acquired all the food and drinks. He Yifan's face turned ashen. Realizing that the one who had been ensnared was not Chen Feiyu, but rather himself, Chen Feiyu had no intention of competing for the lobsters at all. He had unwittingly dug a pit for himself. Or, to put it more accurately, Chen Feiyu had been toying with him from the very beginning. Every table was piled high with fragrant skewers, while He Yifan's table was left with only the lobsters, evoking a solitary and pitiful sensation. The feeling of being able to see but not partake was maddening. Suddenly, He Yifan and his companions found the lobsters unappetizing. Chapter 30, Heartbreak, the Girls' Revolt. The barbecue chef was bustling in the kitchen, and the entire restaurant was infused with a rich aroma of grilled meat. He Yifan and his companions were nearly driven to distraction with hunger, but all the food and drinks had been snatched up by Chen Feiyu, leaving them with nothing but longing gazes. An unaware server, oblivious to the past grievances between Chen Feiyu and He Yifan, approached their table. Noticing it was devoid of any dishes, he carried a platter of skewers towards them. Wait a moment. This table is unnecessary. They are affluent and prefer only Australian lobsters, looking down upon mere skewers. Just as the server was about to set down the plate, Chen Feiyu interjected. Casting a glance outside, serve each person in line outside a plate of skewers. Boss, there are too many people. They might not finish them all. The sheer quantity of skewers Chen Feiyu had ordered had depleted the restaurant's entire stock. Even if each person indulged to their heart's content, it was likely there would still be a mountain of skewers left over. It matters not if they cannot finish. Do you see those stray dogs outside? Chen Feiyu pointed to a few mutts by the roadside. If they go uneaten, feed the leftovers to the dogs. Today, I shall also be a dog lover. Outrage simmered in the 2 athletic students, their lips twitching in fury. Chen Feiyu's readiness to discard the skewers to the dogs rather than offer them to them was a clear insinuation that they were even beneath the dogs. The 2 sportsmen rose from their seats, preparing to confront Chen Feiyu to release their pent-up frustration. Help! They're going to hit me. Chen Feiyu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, rendering the athletes momentarily frozen in shock. They hadn't even touched him. A softening of their resolve was evident. As other patrons, witnessing the impending altercation, set down their meals and stood up to defend Chen Feiyu. You 2 dare to lay a finger on him? Male customers glared fiercely, and the 2 athletes promptly retreated to their seats. No matter how tough they were outnumbered. The whimsical Chen Lingling, her eyes twinkling with mischief, had arrived with He Yifan. Yet she was unconcerned with his embarrassment. Her sole desire was to savor delicious food. Thus, she turned traitor. Little Li, could you spare us some skewers? Chen Feiyu recognized that Chen Lingling had mistaken him for their delivery man, and without clarifying his identity, he replied, if you wish to eat, take a seat, but you cannot take them away. Having a slight acquaintance with Chen Lingling, whose charming demeanor he found delightful, he bore no ill will towards her because of He Yifan. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Lingling sat down, devouring skewers one after another. Yuan, 1. Fei, these skewers are delectable, far better than the Australian lobster. Hurry over to join me. Li Siwen and Chen Fei exchanged glances, unable to resist the allure of the food, and soon gravitated towards Chen Feiyu. He Yifan's eye twitched uncontrollably. All the girls he had brought were now crowding around Chen Feiyu, leaving him utterly humiliated. The only solace was that Fang Yuan remained at his table. No wonder she is the woman I admire. He Yifan felt a flicker of relief that Fang Yuan had not deserted him, but then she abruptly stood up. How could you leave your bags carelessly thrown about? Valuable items should always be kept close. Fang Yuan walked towards Chen Feiyu, chastising her friends in exasperation, before she exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Lingling. Chen Lingling instantly comprehended her intent. Fang Yuan wished to partake, but was too proud to admit it. Yuan, please sit with me. I have no appetite without you by my side. Chen Feiyu and the others nearly erupted in laughter. What a flimsy excuse. Chen Lingling had a mountain of skewers before her, claiming she had no appetite while consuming so much. What a voracious appetite she must possess. Very well. I shall reluctantly keep you company. Fang Yuan sat down, taking a bite of the skewer offered by Chen Lingling, her eyes lighting up with delight at the unexpectedly delicious taste. In truth, Fang Yuan had long been tempted. Her pride, however, had held her back from approaching since Chen Feiyu had invited her. Witnessing this exchange, He Yifan felt as if a bomb had exploded in his head, leaving him dizzy and his mind buzzing. All 4 girls he had brought were now entangled with Chen Feiyu. How infuriating. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was still with him. Truly, she is a remarkable woman. He Yifan silently relished the thought that Fang Yuan had not strayed. However, Fang Yuan, seated across from him, abruptly stood up. How can you all toss your bags around carelessly? Valuable items should always be kept close. She took her bag and marched over to Chen Feiyu, admonishing her friends before signaling to Chen Lingling. Chen Lingling understood immediately. Fang Yuan was longing to eat, but was too shy to admit it. Yuan, do sit down and keep me company. I cannot enjoy my meal without you. Chen Feiyu and the others nearly burst out laughing at such a flimsy excuse. With a mountain of skewers before her, claiming a lack of appetite while consuming so much, her appetite seemed insatiable. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Fang Yuan sat down, taking a bite of the skewer offered by Chen Lingling, her eyes widening with surprise at its delightful flavor. She had been craving it for quite some time. Her pride had merely held her back from joining. As the scene unfolded, He Yifan felt as if a bomb had gone off in his mind, leaving him lightheaded and overwhelmed. All the girls he had brought were now with Chen Feiyu. How frustrating. Fortunately, Fang Yuan remained beside him. Truly, she is the woman I admire. He Yifan felt a fleeting joy that Fang Yuan had not deserted him. But then she stood up abruptly. How can you all toss your bags carelessly? Valuable items should be kept close. Fang Yuan marched over to Chen Feiyu, scolding her friends in annoyance, then exchanged a glance with Chen Lingling. Chen Lingling immediately understood. Fang Yuan was eager to partake, but lacked the courage to admit it. Yuan, you must sit with me. I cannot eat without you. Chen Feiyu and the others nearly burst into laughter at such a flimsy excuse. Chen Lingling had a mountain of skewers before her, claiming no appetite while devouring so many. Her appetite was remarkable. All right, I shall begrudgingly keep you company. Fang Yuan sat down, tasting a skewer from Chen Lingling, instantly brightening at the delightful flavor. In truth, Fang Yuan had long been tempted. Her pride had restrained her from approaching since Chen Feiyu had invited her. Witnessing this, He Yifan felt as if a bomb had detonated in his mind, leaving him dizzy. All 4 girls he had brought were now entangled with Chen Feiyu. How infuriating. Thankfully, Fang Yuan remained at his side. Truly, she is a remarkable woman. He Yifan thought, secretly pleased that Fang Yuan had not strayed. However, he was still simmering with frustration. I must make him pay. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, He Yifan glared at Chen Feiyu, his mind churning with schemes for revenge. Let us go back and summon others to deal with him. The 2 athletic students were equally irked, and barely 300 meters away, they encountered a pack of stray dogs, salivating and eyeing them hungrily. At least 7 or 8 dogs. Without waiting for He Yifan and his companions to comprehend the situation, the pack surged towards them. Oh no! The trio fled in terror, the 2 athletes outpacing even the dogs. He Yifan, not being an athlete, lagged behind, and suddenly, one of the strays leapt upon him, sinking its teeth into his backside. Ah! His scream echoed, audible even within the barbecue establishment, while the scheming Li Pengfei reveled in his successful prank. With the troublesome individuals gone, the remaining patrons relished their meals even more. Chen Lingling, satisfied after a hearty feast, suddenly recalled something and inquired, Little Li, why did your friend call you old fish earlier? Is your full name Li Yu? Summer's friend, Xia Duo, interjected, his name is Li Pengfei, not Li Yu. That is curious. Why call him old fish then? Chen Lingling's question piqued the curiosity of the group. 7 women's eyes fixed on Chen Feiyu. Li Pengfei broke into a sweat, realizing he had let slip a secret. Oh no, what if my identity is revealed? In a moment of quick thinking, Chen Feiyu saved the day with a fabricated excuse. I have loved eating fish since childhood. So my mother nicknamed me Little Fish. Oh, that makes sense. The women nodded in understanding. Many nicknames bear no relation to one's given name. So although Chen Feiyu's explanation was simple, it held no flaws. They had no way of verifying the truth with Wang Shufan, allowing the ruse to pass effortlessly. After a satisfying meal, Chen Feiyu settled the bill, and the group prepared to disperse. The girls clustered in pairs, heading home, while Chen Feiyu packed a box of skewers, handing it to Lin Wayne. You must be starving after a long night. Here is something for you. Thank you. Lin Wei stared blankly at Chen Feiyu, a wave of warmth surging through her heart. Never before had anyone made her feel so cherished as Chen Feiyu did. No need to thank me. I'm off now. Chen Feiyu waved his hand, and, with his arm around Li Pengfei's shoulder, they exited the barbecue shop. Old fish, when did you become so wealthy? Li Pengfei inquired, voicing his curiosity in the absence of onlookers. He was well aware of Chen Feiyu's family circumstances, knowing him to be quite frugal and not prone to extravagant spending. However, the cost of this evening's barbecue had easily reached tens of thousands, an utterly extravagant display, were it not for their identical appearances. Li Pengfei could scarcely believe that this person was indeed Chen Feiyu. His demeanor seemed to have transformed entirely. Tens of thousands? That's mere pocket change. Allow me to show you what true wealth looks like. Chen Feiyu halted, retrieved his car keys, and pressed a button, causing the lights of a Koenigsegg 1 to flicker nearby. Then, to Li Pengfei's astonishment, Chen Feiyu opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's seat. This car is yours. Li Pengfei stammered, utterly bewildered. As an automotive enthusiast, he recognized that the Koenigsegg 1 was valued at over 100 million. While the price was staggering, the rarity of the vehicle was even more significant. Mere wealth could not guarantee ownership of such a gem. Li Pengfei's mind went blank as he struggled to comprehend how Chen Feiyu could possess such a magnificent machine. What are you standing there for? Get in. I'll give you a ride home, Chen Feiyu urged. With a swift motion, Li Pengfei hopped into the passenger seat, his excitement making his face flush as he eagerly explored the interior like an inquisitive child. Old fish, is this car truly yours? When did you become so affluent? There's nothing particularly special. I simply started a company, earned a bit of money, and, with some luck, managed to acquire this limited edition supercar. Chen Feiyu casually explained, not wishing to conceal his newfound wealth from his good friend, as Li Pengfei was not the envious type. Yet, the secret of the system remained solely with Chen Feiyu. He would not divulge it even to his parents, let alone Li Pengfei. After all, who would believe such an extraordinary tale? Thus, he settled for a convenient excuse about his business success. Wow, old fish, that's impressive. I never imagined you'd become a boss. Should I start calling you Boss Chen? Li Pengfei expressed genuine happiness for Chen Feiyu. Hee, if Lu Xiaodong finds out about your rise to success, she will surely regret her past choices. She already knows. Chen Feiyu chuckled. To him, Lu Xiaodong was now merely an inconsequential figure, and he felt no emotional turmoil, let alone sadness, when her name was mentioned. In truth, after Chen Feiyu had gifted Fang Yuan a handbag, Lu Xiaodong had realized his wealth and had attempted to add him on WeChat several times, only for Chen Feiyu to blacklist her without hesitation. She had once scorned him for his lack of money, discarding him as worthless, and now that he had wealth, she sought to rekindle their past. Such a situation was far from fair. Betrayal comes in either zero or countless instances. Lu Xiaodong would likely betray him again if she encountered someone wealthier. A woman who craves vanity is not worth having. Old fish, this car is absolutely stunning. Do you know I've always dreamed of riding in a Koenigsegg 1? I can't believe my wish has come true. Since you like it so much, why not take it? Chen Feiyu replied without jest. He held little interest in the sports car. Knowing that prolonged driving would only lead to discomfort, a Mercedes S-Class would be far more comfortable. Besides, there was a chance he could acquire a supercar in the future, so giving it away did not trouble him in the slightest. I wouldn't dare. A gentleman does not take what others cherish, and besides, I can't afford it, Li Pengfei insisted earnestly. Moreover, gifts lack meaning. Achieving it on my own would bring true satisfaction. Chen Feiyu gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my brother, principled and ambitious. I believe you will one day be able to afford the supercar of your dreams. He thought to himself that as his enterprises flourished, managing them would eventually require a trustworthy aide, and Li Pengfei was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Earning money together with a good friend was a prospect Chen Feiyu was eager to pursue, though he would never impose it upon Li Pengfei. It had to be his own choice. After dropping Li Pengfei off at home, Chen Feiyu returned to his own residence to rest. The following morning, he was awakened by the blaring alarm clock. Groggily, he opened his phone and saw a reminder on his notes. Today, he was to pick up his Audi A8. And that evening, he would celebrate at the Junlai Grand Hotel. Chen Feiyu sent a WeChat message to his parents, urging them to return home early from work. With a rare moment of leisure, he decided not to venture out before they arrived, instead contenting himself with lounging at home, ordering takeout for lunch. He spent the day scrolling through Douyin and watching movies, and before long, the day slipped away. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan, believing their son had something significant to announce, hurried home as soon as work ended, arriving almost simultaneously. Wang Shufan removed her safety helmet and asked, "You mentioned something important on WeChat, urging us to rush back. What is it?" "Actually, it's nothing of great importance. It's just that our family hasn't dined out together in a while. And I plan to take you both out for a meal tonight," Chen Feiyu replied. Wang Shufan feigned raising her hand to strike Chen Feiyu, scolding, "You scared me. Is that all? I thought something serious had happened. What's the point of dining out? It's such a waste of money. We can eat at home just as well. Chen Dongshan remarked sternly. Not quite. I've prepared a surprise for you. Just trust me, Chen Feiyu declared, disregarding his parents' hesitations and leading them out the door. The Koenigsegg could not accommodate 3 people, so Chen Feiyu ordered a taxi via Didi, instructing the driver to take them directly to the 4S dealership where he purchased the car. Upon arrival, the sales representative who attended Chen Feiyu rushed over with an enthusiasm that surpassed even that shown to his own parents. Mr. Chen, your car is ready. All right. Let us there, Chen Feiyu replied. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their son had indeed bought a car. Chapter 32, Arrival for Dad. 1. Indeed, purchasing a car was a delightful surprise, given that Chen Feiyu's maternal grandparents lived quite far away. Visiting them had previously been quite inconvenient. Now, having a vehicle would make family visits during holidays far easier, and he wouldn't have to worry about being caught in the rain. Yet, they were left wondering what kind of car Chen Feiyu had actually bought. The couple followed Chen Feiyu into a private showroom, their anticipation building until a grand and luxurious car came into view. To their astonishment, it was an Audi. The couple stood in shock, with Chen Dongshan rubbing his eyes in disbelief. They had assumed Chen Feiyu would buy a typical domestic vehicle, never expecting he would choose an Audi. Wang Shufan, lacking much knowledge of cars, only knew that Audis were not cheap. But Chen Dongshan had a clearer idea of the price range. Upon seeing the 88 badge on the back of the car, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. This vehicle must cost no less than $1 million. This is the car you bought for yourself. Chen Dongshan's expression was a mix of disbelief and confusion. Given their family's financial situation, purchasing even an Audi A4L would be a stretch. How could Chen Feiyu afford an A8? Yes, this is indeed my car, and the payment has already been cleared, Chen Feiyu confirmed, placing his hands on Chen Dongshan's shoulders and smiling. However, it's not for me. It's for you. For me? Indeed, from now on, you can drive to visit Grandma. No longer enduring the sun and rain on an electric bike. The filial piety exhibited by my son fills Chen Dongshan with immense satisfaction. However, he maintained a stern demeanor as he inquired, where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Explain yourself. Chen Feiyu repeated the elaborate tale he had concocted to deceive Li Pengfei. Upon hearing that his son had become a company owner, old Chen was skeptical, while Wang Shufan beamed with joy, incessantly praising Chen Feiyu. I always knew my precious son was remarkable. Even without a university education, he can achieve wealth. As she spoke, tears of joy threatened to spill from her eyes. What parent does not desire their child to attend a prestigious university? Though Wang Shufan refrained from voicing her concerns, the fact that Chen Feiyu could not report to Zhonghai University remained a lingering worry for her. She had always feared that his lower educational attainment would hinder his job prospects, leading him to a lifetime of delivering takeout. Now, witnessing her son's success, the weight on her heart had finally lifted. Chen Dongshan was also filled with emotion. The pride of a father whose son had made something of himself was overwhelming. Although men often express their feelings more subtly, keeping their emotions closely guarded. I do not want this car. Return it promptly. Instead of this expenditure, you should invest in a marriage apartment. Did Chen Dongshan desire the car? Indeed. Yet, he hoped Chen Feiyu would allocate the funds for his own benefit. Dad, I'm only 18, far from the legal marriage age, and now that I have money, you need not fret. I will manage the housing myself. Chen Feiyu still refrained from disclosing to his parents that he possessed 2 luxurious residences, reserving this surprise for his mother's birthday, not wanting to reveal it prematurely. However, the car was exceedingly expensive. Perhaps it would be better to return it for a more economical option? Dad, money is meant to be spent. Otherwise, what is the purpose of earning it? Yet, old Chen found merit in his son's reasoning, though the thought of losing such a hefty sum on a vehicle pained him deeply. After much persuasion from Chen Feiyu, old Chen reluctantly acquiesced to the purchase of the car. The salesman, skilled in his craft, orchestrated a grand delivery ceremony, complete with fireworks, champagne, and banners, adhering to every requisite detail. The family of 3 gathered in front of the car for a photograph, Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan grinning from ear to ear. Having not driven in many years, Chen Dongshan felt slightly awkward at first, but quickly regained his proficiency after a few laps. Dad, I'll guide you. Today I'm taking you to a special place for a feast. You little rascal, what mischief are you planning? Chen Dongshan and his wife were equally curious about what Chen Feiyu had in store. Under Chen Feiyu's direction, they turned left and right, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Junlai Grand Hotel. Wang Shufan turned to her son seated in the back. The place you mentioned for the feast is Junlai Grand Hotel? Indeed, isn't it thrilling? Chen Feiyu replied with a proud smile. Thrilling, you say? Wang Shufan playfully smacked Chen Feiyu's head, exclaiming, a meal here costs at least several thousand, equivalent to months of our household expenses. We can't eat here. Let us hurry back. Mom, I've already paid the deposit. If we don't dine here, the money won't be refunded. Knowing her mother's frugality, Chen Feiyu had acted decisively, and with the non-refundable payment, Wang Shufan had no choice but to comply. Chen Dongshan, being rather open-minded, remarked, "Now that we have the car, we might as well enjoy this small expense. Let us consider it a celebration." After some encouragement from the father and son, Wang Shufan reluctantly agreed. The hotel provided valet parking, and after handing over the keys, Chen Feiyu led his parents inside. They registered their names and phone numbers, and once their information was verified, the staff escorted them to their table. Unfamiliar with the menu, Chen Feiyu randomly ordered several signature dishes. Each dish that arrived was exquisite, the presentation so meticulous that they resembled works of art. Wang Shufan took out her phone to capture the moment. This was her first experience with such high-end cuisine. "Mom, if you enjoy this, I'll bring you here every day." "I would not come. No matter how delicious, eating the same thing daily would become tiresome." In truth, Wang Shufan was primarily concerned about the expenditure. She had heard from friends that a meal at Junlai Grand Hotel could easily cost several thousand, sometimes even tens of thousands. Frequenting such an expensive establishment would rapidly deplete any fortune. "Mom and Dad, you eat at your leisure. I need to use the restroom." Halfway through the meal, Chen Feiyu seized the opportunity to slip away, having secretly purchased a gift for his mother, which he had hidden under the back seat and had yet to reveal. After a quick trip, he also settled the bill. The meal, composed of only the finest ingredients, cost over 50,000. He absolutely could not let his mother discover the amount spent. Otherwise, she would surely berate him mercilessly. Chen Feiyu hurried back, but upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly halted, noticing 3 individuals standing beside his parents. At the forefront was a middle-aged couple, hand in hand, likely husband and wife. A young girl, resembling the couple, was presumably their daughter. Unable to hear the conversation from such a distance, Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan appeared somewhat perturbed, and Chen Feiyu instinctively surmised that the exchange was far from pleasant. Especially the couple's daughter, her demeanor oozing arrogance, regarded Chen Dongshan and his wife without a shred of the respect typically afforded to elders, her lips curling in blatant disdain. It was evident that she harbored a deep-seated contempt for Chen Feiyu's parents. Chen Feiyu felt a chill run down his spine. How dare they look down upon his parents? Just wait, I'll show you. Chapter 33, Father's Rival in Love, 2. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Chen Feiyu returned to his seat, deliberately scrutinizing the trio as he approached, recognizing them as vaguely familiar, though unable to pinpoint where he had encountered them before. "Xiaoyu, this is Uncle Gao and Aunt One," Chen Dongshan introduced. Chen Feiyu refrained from addressing them. If their daughter disrespected his parents, he saw no reason to show them respect in return. Yet, upon hearing his father's introduction, the identity of the middle-aged couple struck him like a lightning bolt. He recalled a childhood incident when his mother had taken him to a temple fair, where they had encountered a young couple with a little girl at a snack stall. Though over a decade had passed and their appearances had altered somewhat, Chen Feiyu recognized them instantly. This couple was indeed the same one from his childhood. He could no longer recall the specifics of their conversation with Wang Shufan, but it was likely not pleasant, as his mother had been unhappy the entire day following their encounter. If memory served, the middle-aged man was named Gao Jianmin, and the woman was Wen Lan. He was unaware of their daughter's name, but she must be the same little girl from back then. Soon, Chen Feiyu sensed something amiss. Gao Jianmin's gaze was fixated on his mother, filled with an unmistakable longing. What the hell? This lecherous old man isn't developing feelings for my mother, is he? "Oh, is this Xiaoyu? It's been over a decade. You've grown into quite the young man." Gao Jianmin smiled broadly, patting Chen Feiyu on the shoulder, leaving onlookers to assume they shared a close relationship. But Chen Feiyu's expression darkened in an instant. Gao Jianmin was unabashedly staring at his mother, clearly disregarding Chen Dongshan. To dismiss Chen Dongshan was to slap Chen Feiyu in the face. Chen Dongshan possesses a reserved disposition and refrains from engaging in disputes in public. Yet Chen Feiyu is an entirely different character. He is not one to be trifled with. Should that old scoundrel dare to harbor ulterior motives towards his mother, Chen Feiyu will not spare him a pleasant countenance. Abruptly, Chen Feiyu turned his demeanor a full 180 degrees, forcefully swatting away Gao Jian's hand and coldly retorting, "Spare me the nonsense. Any normal person would have matured over the past decade." Gao Jianmin was momentarily taken aback, left speechless by the sharp rebuke. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, the Gao family settled at a nearby table, where Gao Jianmin occasionally cast furtive glances at Wang Shufan. "Mom, that old fool keeps stealing glances at you. Be quiet." Wang Shufan shot a fierce glare at Chen Feiyu, then glanced at Chen Dongshan, relieved to find that her husband was not angered. "Mom and Dad, what is your relationship with them? That Gao Jian was your mother's suitor back in the day." Chen Dongshan's succinct revelation left Chen Feiyu in a state of unprecedented shock. Gao Jian was his mother's admirer? That made him his father's rival. At that moment, Wang Shufan added, "TCH, Wenlan once had feelings for you too." Shockwaves washed over Chen Feiyu like relentless tides. He had not anticipated such a tangled web of romantic entanglements. Sensing Chen Feiyu's curiosity, Chen Dongshan began to elucidate. It turned out that the four of them had once been very close friends, but due to romantic complications, things soured, ultimately culminating in Chen Dongshan winning Wang Shufan's heart. As for Gao Jianmin and Wenlan, they were merely two defeated souls who found solace in one another. Gao Jianmin, convinced of his own intellect and capability, could not reconcile his defeat to Chen Dongshan and had harbored resentment for over a decade. Wenlan shared a similar sentiment. Thus, upon learning of Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan's modest living conditions, the couple took great delight in their misfortunes, often mocking them whenever their paths crossed. Chen Feiyu recalled a childhood visit to a temple fair, which was merely one instance of their ridicule. Wenlan had uttered many scornful remarks back then, but Chen Feiyu was too young to comprehend their meaning. His eyes narrowed into slits, a glint of cunning gleaming within them. No need for further inquiry. Gao Jianmin and Wenlan had clearly approached with the intent to vex his parents, and thus, he would not hesitate to return the favor with equal intensity. In the realm of provocation, Chen Feiyu had never been bested. Today he would settle both old and new scores. After a while, Gao Jianmin and Wenlan approached, wine glasses in hand. "Dongshan, I hear you are working as a security guard now. As old friends, why did you not reach out for assistance during your hardships?" Gao Jianmin said meaningfully, "Would you like me to introduce you to a job? I have opened a bar, and I happen to be hiring security. Come lend a hand. The remuneration will certainly be satisfactory." None present were fools. Gao Jianmin's words insinuated that Chen Dongshan's fate was forever relegated to that of a mere security guard, destined to stand at the gates. Both Chen Feiyu and Wang Shufan frowned, recognizing the blatant provocation. Wang Shufan was about to rise to retaliate when Chen Dongshan suddenly grasped her hand, shaking his head to signal her to refrain from stooping to such pettiness. Seeing the couple's displeasure, Gao Jianmin's face blossomed with smug satisfaction. "Huh, Wang Shufan, behold the man you chose, powerless, penniless, and without influence, merely a security guard, while I have ascended to the status of a prosperous boss. Chen Dongshan pales in comparison to even a single hair on my leg. You must be regretting your choice now." Wang Shufan gritted her teeth, and had it not been for her husband's restraint, she would have doused him with her drink. Wenlan stepped forward, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, "Shufan, I toast to you. Had you not forsaken Jianmin, I would not have found such a wonderful husband. Thank you." With that, Wenlan downed her glass of red wine in one go. Wang Shufan clenched her fists, confident in her choice. She had chosen Chen Dongshan out of mutual love, and although life was a struggle, each day was filled with happiness. Gao Jianmin's superior circumstances held no sway over her. "Since you're so pleased, I shall also raise a toast." Chen Dongshan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood, filling his glass with red wine and drinking it down in one gulp, wiping his mouth with a towel. "Wenlan, I must also express my gratitude. Had I not compared you to a woman so consumed by vanity, I would not have recognized how truly wonderful Shufan is. You have played a significant role in bringing us together." Though Chen Dongshan was not one for words and would not retaliate even when ridiculed, he would not permit anyone to belittle his wife. Wenlan appeared to have been struck where it hurt, her ears flushing with embarrassment. Gao Jianmin shot her a warning glance, signaling her to remain calm, and then placed a business card on the table, speaking with unrestrained arrogance. "My bar in Xintai Commercial Street opens next month. Do come by for a visit if you find the time." Chen Feiyu's expression shifted. Xintai Commercial Street? What a coincidence. Chapter 34. Revenge is a dish best served cold, avenging his parents. After discarding the business card, Gao Jianmin returned to his seat. Both he and his wife harboring the same intent, to make Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan regret their past choices. X-bar? Chen Feiyu picked up the card and examined it, racking his brain for memories. He recalled seeing the establishment during a recent patrol of the commercial street, though it had been under renovation at the time, and he had not encountered the owner. Little did he know that the owner of this bar was his father's adversary. How intriguing. Why did Gao Jianmin feel emboldened to mock Chen Dongshan with such impunity? It was merely because he had opened a bar and believed his status as a boss rendered him superior to Chen Dongshan. Chen Feiyu had never considered himself a virtuous individual. He believed in simple principles: repay kindness and retaliate against enmity. There had been a time when everyone could coexist peacefully, each minding their own business. Yet Gao Jianmin and his wife were intent on stirring trouble, leaving Chen Feiyu with no choice but to be merciless. If he were to utterly ruin Gao Jianmin's pride and joy, he wondered how the man would react. Perhaps he would be engulfed in despair. A sly smile crept across Chen Feiyu's face. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the moment Gao Jianmin learned of his bar's demise. This was just the beginning of a delightful performance. The Junlai Grand Hotel boasted an elegant ambience and delectable cuisine. The only drawback was the unwelcome presence of Gao Jianmin and Wenlan, which soured the mood entirely. Mom, Gao Jianmin seems quite well off. How could you have chosen my dad? Why such questions? Love is devoid of reason. If one can articulate a rationale, it is not true love. Chen Feiyu nodded, wholly in agreement with his mother's sentiments. Some might claim, I like your personality, or I admire this or that about you. But such statements merely reflect an appreciation for certain traits, not genuine affection for the person. True love should strike without reason, a heart-stopping enchantment. When one sees their beloved, their heart races. When apart, they are consumed by longing. Surely, many can relate to such experiences of first love. But Gao Jianmin is wealthier than my dad. Did you never feel a flicker of attraction? Chen Feiyu tentatively inquired once more, while Chen Dongshan cast a glance at his wife, harboring a curiosity of his own. In terms of circumstances, he felt he could never match Gao Jianmin. What significance did wealth hold? It bore no relation to him. Dislike was dislike. And no amount of riches could alter that. Chen Feiyu was momentarily taken aback by his mother's forthright response, which evoked thoughts of Fang Yuan. Back then, when Fang Yuan had requested him to masquerade as her boyfriend to rebuff Jin Fangzhou, she had uttered a similar sentiment. In today's society, women like Fang Yuan, who were not driven by greed, seemed to be nearly extinct. Suddenly, the lights in the restaurant dimmed, plunging the entire venue into darkness, causing the patrons to erupt in a cacophony of panic. What was happening? Why had the lights gone out? Just as confusion reigned, enchanting music began to fill the air. The lights flickered back on, revealing a waiter gently wheeling a cake toward Gao Jianmin's table. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Gao Jianmin rose, retrieving a small square box from his trouser pocket. Darling, thank you for your silent dedication to our family over the years. Today marks our wedding anniversary, and I have prepared a special gift for you. Kneeling on one knee, he opened the small box to reveal a diamond ring. Under the luminous glow, the diamond radiated a dazzling brilliance. Many gasped in astonishment. The diamond was no less than 2 carats. Heavens, this is the latest model from Swarovski. I've seen it online, and it retails for over 100,000. The allure of diamonds was irresistible to women, and envious whispers filled the air. Who wouldn't he desire a husband willing to lavish such affection and expenditure? Amidst the sea of envious glances, Gao Jianmin took Wenlan's hand, adorning her with the ring, and the couple embraced tightly. Onlookers erupted in applause, their vanity thoroughly satiated. Mom, aren't you envious? What is there to envy? It's merely a shiny stone. Wang Shufan scoffed dismissively. A woman claiming indifference to gold and silver jewelry was certainly disingenuous. Yet, her vanity in this regard was not particularly pronounced. We've nearly finished our meal, let us return. Wang Shufan had no desire to linger, well aware that the couple would soon approach to boast and provoke. It was better to avoid the discomfort than to witness it firsthand. Hold on. We haven't finished the last dessert yet. It was purchased with money, so let us not waste it. Chen Feiyu was unwilling to leave, eager to counter his parents' embarrassment before retreating. As anticipated, Wenlan approached with a piece of cake in hand. I sincerely apologize. Today is our wedding anniversary, and I hadn't expected to encounter familiar faces. The cake is a bit small, so I can only share a piece with you. Chen Feiyu replied with a grin. No worries, auntie. Too much cake can lead to weight gain, and we wouldn't want to have a figure like yours. At these words, Wenlan's lips twitched in irritation. A woman's concerns often revolved around age and figure. Chen Feiyu's veiled jibe about her weight was bound to provoke her ire. Huh. Wenlan let out a cold laugh, showcasing her ring. Shufan, do you find this ring beautiful? Perhaps you should have Dongshan buy you one as well. It's quite affordable, just a mere 100,000. Chen Dongshan, as a security guard, earned a modest salary of only a few thousand a year. He couldn't possibly save enough over 3 or 4 years to afford such a purchase. Yet Wenlan made the remark with obvious malice. Wang Shufan rolled her eyes. Had it been her younger self, she would have delivered a sharp slap by now. Affordable, you say? A mere 100,000? It's only slightly larger than a speck of dust. It would be hard to find if dropped on the ground. Chen Feiyu chuckled inwardly. Let them flaunt their wealth, for they would soon find themselves in tears. Heh, not very old, yet quite the attitude. Seeing Chen Feiyu belittle her diamond ring, Wenlan retorted. If you're so capable, why not buy your mother a Swarovski diamond? I certainly cannot afford it, but my father can. Chen Feiyu turned to Chen Dongshan. Dad, didn't you prepare a gift for Mom? Hurry and let us see it. A gift? Chen Dongshan was perplexed. When had he prepared a gift? Just then, he felt a gentle kick beneath the table, and as he looked down, a small box tumbled out from under the table, landing on his thigh. The realization dawned upon Chen Dongshan. His son had indeed bought a car and prepared a gift for his wife, which he had yet to unveil. This revelation was intended to strike a blow to Wenlan's ego. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Dongshan understood his son well. Chen Feiyu never undertook endeavors without certainty. Having witnessed the grandeur of Wenlan's 2-carat diamond ring, Chen Feiyu's willingness to present his gift indicated his confidence in its value. It was undoubtedly something of immense worth. "Darling, this is a gift for you." Chen Dongshan, being a man of integrity, refrained from mentioning he was the purchaser, opening the box with a heart full of trepidation and curiosity. As the lid fully opened, it revealed a radiant brilliance. The other patrons instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the light, and soon a massive diamond came into view. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the restaurant. This diamond was as large as a quail's egg. "My goodness, what a colossal diamond. I've never seen anything like it. Surely over 5 carats. If this diamond is real, it must be worth at least $1 million. The crowd murmured in astonishment, with some young women wide-eyed in disbelief. The clientele at Junjun Hotel were all affluent individuals. They had seen their fair share of jewelry, yet this diamond was astonishingly large. "Is this for me?" Wang Shufan stared at the diamond, as if caught in a dream. "Of course, it's for you." For a moment, Chen Dongshan was equally bewildered. Such a sizable diamond was typically the centerpiece of a jewelry store, rarely seen even on television. Who would have imagined that Chen Feiyu could acquire such a gem? "Wow, Dad, you're really wealthy." Today, the center of attention was his parents, and Chen Feiyu played the role of the perfect foil, enhancing Chen Dongshan's performance. Just moments earlier, Wenlan had been basking in her own arrogance, but now her expression was as dismal as a frostbitten eggplant. Her 2-carat diamond ring, though not insignificant, paled in comparison to Wang Shufan's. It was akin to comparing an infant to an adult. In terms of size and value, it exceeded hers 1,000-fold. "Impossible. Yours must be fake. It's certainly made of glass." The envy and resentment twisted Wenlan's features into a grotesque mask. She refused to accept the reality before her. How could a mere security guard afford such an extravagant diamond ring? Chen Feiyu seized the diamond and struck it firmly against the glass table. Clang, clang. The clear sound of impact reverberated through the room, prompting everyone to stretch their necks to witness the outcome. The glass table cracked, revealing a white mark at the point of contact, with numerous fissures radiating outward, while the diamond remained unscathed, not even a scratch to be found. Its undeniable hardness revealed it to be a genuine diamond. "Aunt Wen, I still find this diamond of yours quite exquisite, petite, and delicate." Chen Feiyu jested, "My mother's diamond, however, is rather unimpressive, too large, and wearing it for prolonged periods makes your fingers ache. Nonetheless, it would make for a rather splendid necklace. Why not have Uncle Gao assist you in acquiring one as well? The price is quite reasonable, merely around $1 million or so." Wenlan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. This was a direct echo of her earlier derisive remarks towards Chen Dongshan and his wife. Now returned to her in full force. She felt as though she had spat in her own face, the disgust nearly making her retch. The crux of the matter was that she had no means to retaliate. A diamond worth over $1 million was not something just anyone could afford. The small bar owned by her family was likely worth less than this very diamond. Gritting her teeth, Wenlan had once been the shining star of the gathering, the envy of all. Yet, the moment Wang Shufan's diamond made its appearance, it thoroughly eclipsed her own, leaving both her and her diamond in the shadows. Wang Shufan was elated, for receiving such a grand diamond would bring joy to anyone, especially witnessing Wenlan's humiliation. She could hardly contain her delight. "Letting you bask in your fullness, only to flaunt your wealth. How embarrassing." Hai Jianmin, who had been seated quietly, observed his wife's predicament and promptly stepped in to diffuse the tension. "The size of a diamond does not denote its worth. This is a token of my affection. As long as you can feel my love for you, that is sufficient. Indeed, love bears no relation to monetary value." The couple harmoniously sought a graceful exit from the awkward situation. Chen Feiyu scoffed. "Initially, it was you who came to flaunt your wealth, and now that you cannot compare, you declare that money does not equate to love? So, you wish to reap all the benefits? How thick-skinned can one be? Aunt Wen, perhaps you might advise my mother on what would be most suitable for such a large diamond?" With that, Chen Feiyu held up the diamond, comparing it with Wenlan's ring, and addressed the waiter. "Do you have a microscope?" The waiter, bewildered, shook his head. After all, this was not a laboratory. "Sir, what do you need a microscope for? Can't you see how small this ring is?" Chen Feiyu retorted. "Without a microscope, how can I compare? Surely you must have a magnifying glass." "Well, we do have that." Shortly thereafter, the waiter returned with a magnifying glass, handing it to Chen Feiyu. "You actually brought one." With a hint of mockery, he exclaimed, "Finally, I can see clearly. This diamond is truly massive." Laughter erupted in the room, everyone amused by Chen Feiyu's antics. It was evident that he deliberately sought to provoke Wenlan. Enraged and humiliated, she withdrew her hand behind her back. Although Wang Shufin's diamond was indeed larger, Chen Feiyu's insistence on calling hers big was a blatant affront. Wen Lan could not comprehend how Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufin, seemingly simple and honest people, could have birthed such a malicious offspring. Enough! Hai Jianmin bellowed, unable to contain his indignation any longer. Chen Feiyu, regardless of the circumstances, Wen Lan is your elder. You ought to show her respect. How could you humiliate her publicly? Have you considered her feelings? Hai Jianmin chastised Chen Feiyu, oblivious to the fact that it was they who had instigated the conflict. People are often like this, forever convinced of their own righteousness, blaming others for all misgivings. From beginning to end, it was Hai Jianmin and his wife who sought trouble. Chen Feiyu merely responded to the provocation. She is an elder? Then I am but a child. Chen Feiyu scoffed disdainfully. A truly respectable elder deserves respect. Those unworthy of it are mere trifles. You, Chen Dongshan, Wang Shufin. Is this the quality of son you have raised? Hai Jianmin, unable to counter Chen Feiyu, redirected his ire towards Chen Dongshan and his wife. Wang Shufin slammed her palm on the table, transforming into a protective hen, and declared, I believe my son is quite remarkable. It is not your place to criticize him. In the eyes of parents, their children are perpetually the most outstanding. Wang Shufin could tolerate the mockery directed at her, but she could not abide the derision aimed at Chen Feiyu. My son speaks the truth. Do you even qualify as an elder? Do you embody the essence of one? I shall not stoop to your level. Do you truly think I fear you? Flaunting your diamond, as if others were unaware of your wealth. Be cautious when you venture out, lest robbers target you and sever your fingers. Bah, what nonsense. Wang Shufin had endured a night filled with suppressed rage, and now it erupted like a volcano. Hai Jianmin and his wife were left speechless. They could no longer find any points of counterattack. Chen Dongshan, you have raised a fine son. Hai Jianmin's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Chen Dongshan replied coolly. Huh. Hai Jianmin, consumed by rage, laughed ironically. If I recall correctly, you work as a security guard at Dongye Bank, do you not? The vice president is quite familiar with me. Oh, and what of it? Nothing much, just that I demand your son apologize to us. Or else I shall not hesitate to take matters further. Hai Jianmin revealed the vice president's phone number, deliberately showcasing it to Chen Dongshan. Believe me, with a single call, I can ensure your dismissal. Unfazed, Chen Dongshan smiled. While work is important, a child's dignity is paramount. Jobs can be replaced, but once lost, dignity is irretrievable. Feel free to act as you wish. Very well, do not say I did not warn you. Hai Jianmin dialed the number, activating the speakerphone. Hello, Vice President Han. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Is there a security guard named Chen Dongshan at your bank? A male voice responded from the other end. Yes. Old Chen is our security guard. What is your inquiry regarding him, Mr. Gao? Did he offend you in some manner? Hai Jianmin replied. I have a personal grievance with Chen Dongshan and wish to avoid encountering him. Vice President Han, I would like to arrange a time to withdraw my funds from your bank. Please, Mr. Gao, let us discuss this amicably. After a moment of silence, Vice President Han continued, if you wish to avoid old Chen, that is easily arranged. I can have him dismissed. However, regarding your withdrawal, might you reconsider? Is that so? Hai Jianmin feigned reluctance, stating, if you dismiss him, then I shall not withdraw my funds. Agreed, then it is settled. I will call him immediately. After hanging up, Hai Jianmin wore a victorious smile. In matters of romance, he had lost to Chen Dongshan, but in the realm of business, his connections far surpassed Chen Dongshan's. With a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate Chen Dongshan. Moments later, Chen Dongshan's phone rang, displaying Vice President Han's name. Hello, old Chen. You need not report to work starting tomorrow. Vice President Han delivered the ultimatum, providing no explanation for the dismissal and hanging up before Chen Dongshan could respond. Despicable and shameless. Wang Shufin's fury reached a boiling point. Chen Dongshan had diligently served at the bank for decades without ever making a mistake. Yet he was dismissed with a mere phone call. Grasping the water on the table, she was about to hurl it, only to be restrained by Chen Feiyu, who firmly held the cup. Mother, your judgment back then was astute. Any man with such a narrow mind will bring misfortune to whoever aligns with him. You insolent brat. What did you just say? Apologize immediately, or I shall ensure your mother joins the ranks of the unemployed. Chen Feiyu, unfazed, gazed at Gao Jianmin and remarked, do you believe that with a single call I could have your bar shut down for good? The couple erupted into raucous laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke. What connections could a mere youth like him possibly possess? The very idea that he could close their bar was utterly absurd. Flipping through his contacts, Chen Feiyu found a number and dialed it. After a few rings, it was answered. Hello, this is Chen Feiyu. Is there an X-bar on Commercial Street? Please notify them to vacate the premises immediately. With that, he hung up. Gao Jianmin and his wife exchanged smirks, their eyes brimming with mockery. This young man was quite the actor. If only he pursued a career in performance. Suddenly, Gao Jianmin's phone vibrated in his hand. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Su Qinglu, the secretary of the boss of Dongfang Company. One should not underestimate Su Qinglu simply because she was a secretary. She was heavily involved in many of the company's development plans and effectively served as the boss's spokesperson. Most importantly, she held the highest authority over Xintai Commercial Street. A sense of foreboding washed over Gao Jianmin. Chen Feiyu had just hung up, and now Su Qinglu was calling. Could it be that this young man truly had connections to the upper echelons of Dongfang Company? Impossible. Gao Jianmin repeatedly reassured himself that this must merely be a coincidence. Hello, Secretary Su, what can I do for you? Gao Jianmin's face was plastered with a smile. Even more courteous than he was with the bank's vice president. After all, the vice president needed performance and was obliged to show him respect. But Su Qinglu was different. The fate of his bar relied entirely on her disposition. There's nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that we have decided to reclaim your premises. And your bar does not require any renovations. Su Qinglu, sharp-witted, immediately understood upon receiving the call that Gao Jianmin had offended Chen Feiyu. Even a magnate worth billions had to treat Chen Feiyu with deference. How dare a petty bar owner provoke him? What a fool. What? Secretary Su. Even if you are sentencing me to death, I deserve a reason. A reason? You know full well that there are some individuals you cannot afford to offend. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Gao Jianmin felt an unprecedented shock as his phone clattered to the floor. He had invested most of his wealth into the bar. If it were to close, he would suffer catastrophic losses. The hard-earned savings accumulated over decades could vanish overnight. Mom and Dad, we've finished eating. Let us go home. Wait. Gao Jianmin rushed forward to block Chen Feiyu, forcing a smile as he said, "Little fish. I was in the wrong earlier. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. My bar is my labor of love, and I hope you will show mercy." Uncle Gao, what are you talking about? I can't understand you. Chen Feiyu feigned ignorance, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. I didn't recognize my own ignorance before, so please don't take it to heart. The manager of Xintai Commercial Street has already instructed me to close the bar. I know you must know him. If you would just let me off this time, I would agree to any condition you set. Gao Jianmin was no fool. After years in the business world, he quickly sensed the underlying truth. Chen Feiyu made his call, and immediately afterward, Su Qinglu ordered the bar's closure. What a coincidence. It was evident that Chen Feiyu was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Su Qinglu had warned him about offending a formidable figure. That figure was undoubtedly Chen Feiyu. He had not anticipated that someone like Chen Feiyu, who seemed so unassuming, wielded such immense power. Initially, Gao Jianmin thought Chen Feiyu had come into sudden wealth, hence the extravagant diamond ring. Now he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. If Su Qinglu was beholden to Chen Feiyu, his identity was far from simple. The only way to salvage the bar now was to apologize sincerely and seek Chen Feiyu's forgiveness. Perhaps he would grant him a chance to redeem himself. Thud. Gao Jianmin, disregarding his pride, knelt before Chen Feiyu. With his finances on the line, what did pride matter? Little fish, considering my long-standing acquaintance with your parents. Have mercy on me this once. Chen Feiyu found it amusing. For years, his parents had been ridiculed by this couple. Yet now they sought to play the emotional card when faced with calamity. How shameless. Chen Feiyu had few redeeming qualities, but he was decisive and never showed mercy, whether in matters of affection or in dealing with adversaries. Even if his parents pleaded on Gao Jianmin's behalf, he would not relent. Uncle Gao, please rise. No. If you do not forgive me, I shall remain on my knees. Chen Feiyu pretended to assist Gao Jianmin, yet exerted no real effort. Gao Jianmin quickly perceived his intentions. You misunderstand me deeply. What I said earlier was all in jest. Chen Feiyu replied coolly, I am but an ordinary citizen. How could I possess the connections and influence you do, to have my father dismissed with a mere phone call? Little fish, I was wrong. I will call Vice President Han right now and have him restore your father's position. No need. I was just thinking it might be time for my father to enjoy an early retirement. Chen Feiyu leaned closer to Gao Jianmin, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. Do you think that Vice President will still have a job after this? Vice President Han was also on Chen Feiyu's blacklist. None who had wronged his parents would escape unscathed. Unless he toppled that Vice President, he, Chen Feiyu, would write his name backward. Gao Jianmin's heart trembled at the realization that he had inadvertently implicated Vice President Han. The extent of Chen Feiyu's vengeful spirit surpassed his imagination. However, Gao Jianmin could no longer afford to contemplate such matters. With his bar on the brink of collapse, he had no leisure to concern himself with others. Mom and Dad, let us go home. As Chen Feiyu's family prepared to depart, Gao Jianmin lunged forward, clinging desperately to Chen Feiyu's leg. The moment Chen Feiyu crossed that threshold, his bar would be as good as finished. Little fish, brother you, grandfather you. I beg you spare me. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Let us not pretend this has nothing to do with me. Uncle Gao, I can offer you a path forward. You could file a lawsuit against the commercial street and seek compensation for your losses. Gao Jianmin was nearly in tears. What good is a lawsuit? Xintai Commercial Street has the backing of Dongfang Company. They are wealthy and powerful with a professional legal team. What chance do I stand against them? Besides, a lawsuit could drag on for years, and the legal fees would be a fortune, enough to bury me. Chen Feiyu patted Gao Jianmin on the shoulder in a show of comfort. You are a mature adult now. Learn to be strong. I believe you can endure this. Go for it. Chen Feiyu extricated his foot from the embrace, leaving Gao Jianmin with a resolute silhouette. Wenlan rushed to support her husband, reassuring him, Jianmin, do not despair. Perhaps if we plead with Secretary Su, there may still be a chance for a turnaround. Yes, Secretary Su. Gao Jianmin seemed to glimpse a life raft, hope rekindling in his eyes. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is invalid. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to Gao Jianmin. Wenlan pressed on. So, did you get through? I've been blocked. Gao Jianmin slumped despondently in his chair, utterly hopeless. Give me the number. I'll try calling, Wenlan insisted, unwilling to surrender. But was thwarted by Gao Jianmin. The fact that he had been blocked spoke volumes. Unless he received Chen Feiyu's forgiveness, there was no avenue for redemption. Gao Jianmin laughed, his smile tinged with despair. It's over. All is lost. My life's work has vanished. The Chen family waited at the hotel entrance for a brief moment before a staff member swiftly brought over the Audi A8. On the journey home, the family was lighthearted and jovial. Dear, you go upstairs first. Let our son accompany me to park the car. Upon arriving at the community, Chen Dongshan instructed Wang Shufan to return home alone, keeping Chen Feiyu behind. The mother and son shared a silent understanding, both aware of what old Chen wished to discuss, yet neither dared to voice it. As the car descended into the underground parking, the father and son waited side by side for the elevator. Xiaoyu, one should practice mercy. Let Gao Jianmin off this time. Dad, do you really think I was the one who caused Gao Jianmin's bar to shut down? I lack such power. It was merely a coincidence, Chen Feiyu shrugged, having anticipated his father's plea on Gao Jianmin's behalf. Yet he would never admit to his involvement. Gao Jianmin had caused Chen Dongshan to lose his job. Had it been anyone else in such a predicament, they would wish for Gao Jianmin's utter ruin. Yet, here was Chen Dongshan, advocating for him. His father was simply too kind-hearted. You little rascal, pretending to be oblivious in front of me. Chen Dongshan chided playfully. Then continued, though Gao Jianmin is indeed despicable, he doesn't deserve death. Let's consider it even. After all, the bar was his lifelong endeavor. I'm so tired. The elevator has arrived. Let us hurry home. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Chen Feiyu yawned before stepping inside first. There was no way he would let Gao Jianmin off the hook. This unfortunate fate was entirely of Gao Jianmin's own making, had he not brought about his own downfall. The bar would not have closed. Chen Feiyu would not exhibit the same leniency as his father. The following morning, Chen Dongshan sought out Chen Feiyu once more, urging him to spare Gao Jianmin and his family. Chen Feiyu uttered merely 3 phrases throughout the exchange. I don't know. I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Dongshan had no choice but to relent, fully aware of Chen Feiyu's steadfast nature. Once Chen Feiyu set his mind on something, no one could sway him. His son's resolute stance told Chen Dongshan further persuasion would be futile. Chen Feiyu was determined to see Gao Jianmin utterly ruined. Chapter 38. The Colorful Lucky Fortune Bag. Chen Dongshan ceased his entreaties and changed his attire before heading out. He had arranged to meet an old friend for assistance in job hunting and was about to attend a brief interview. Those of his generation were accustomed to hard work, finding it difficult to remain idle at home. While washing his face, Chen Feiyu suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity to instantly acquire a colorful lucky fortune bag. A row of fortune bags appeared before him, distinct from the previous 2 iterations. Previously, there had been 3 golden fortune bags. This time, there were 7, each a different hue, lined up like a vibrant rainbow. Chen Feiyu was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such fortune bags. Upon scrutinizing the system's annotations, he discerned the differences between the colorful lucky fortune bags and the golden ones. The golden fortune bags had a purchase price of 1 yuan, each guaranteeing a minimum reward. One could only profit, never lose. In contrast, to unlock a colorful lucky fortune bag, one must first present an item of substantial value as collateral, thereafter receiving a single chance at a lucky instant acquisition. Among the 7 bags, one could draw a doubling, a nullification, a devaluation, or a debt slip. For example, should Chen Feiyu pledge a luxurious mansion valued at 100 million yuan as collateral and proceed with the lucky instant acquisition, if he were to draw a doubling slip, his assets could multiply exponentially. The The maximum limit for the doubling slip was 100 times. This meant that if Chen Feiyu drew the 100 times slip, his 100 million would instantly transform into 10 billion. Furthermore, this 10 billion could be utilized flexibly in various forms: stocks, cash, real estate, antiques, land, and more. The devaluation slip, as its name implies, would cause the collateral to lose value. A 100 million mansion might depreciate by 50 million, or potentially be reduced to a mere 10,000. Should he draw a nullification slip, the system would confiscate the pledged mansion entirely. The debt slip was even more dire. Not only would the collateral be seized, but he would also owe the system a substantial sum. Fortunately, there was only one debt slip, a 1/7 chance. Unless one were extraordinarily unfortunate, the odds of drawing it were minimal. In essence, the colorful lucky fortune bags represented a gamble orchestrated by the system, placing Chen Feiyu in a contest of fortune against it. The outcome depended solely on personal luck, devoid of any scheming or trickery. This was rather exhilarating. Participation in the colorful lucky fortune bags was not obligatory. One could opt to forego it. Yet the unique reward and penalty mechanism piqued Chen Feiyu's interest. The allure of a 100 times doubling reward was simply irresistible. However, the risks were equally formidable. Should he draw a nullification or debt slip, he would face total ruin, even plunging into debt. After much contemplation, Chen Feiyu resolved to take the gamble. The opportunity for the instant acquisition event appeared randomly, and he could not predict when the next fortune bags would emerge. It could be a day, a year, or perhaps a lifetime before they appeared again. Thus, he resolved to seize every chance at the instant acquisition. With his decision made, Chen Feiyu began to contemplate what to use as collateral. He would certainly not pledge his mansion. That single property yielded him an annual income of 6 million, and given that Zhonghai City was a first-tier metropolis, property prices only appreciated. With a mansion at his disposal, he would never have to worry about sustenance. Only a fool would use such a lucrative asset as collateral. The Xintai commercial street was worth even more than the mansion. Chen Feiyu had no intention of wagering it either. Besides, he had yet to savor the pleasure of being a landlord. After much deliberation, the only items left for collateral were the few million cash remaining in his bank account and the Koenigsegg one supercar. Chen Feiyu did not wish to touch the cash, as it could serve as an emergency fund in case of unforeseen circumstances. After further consideration, he decided to pledge the Koenigsegg one for 3 reasons. First, a supercar valued at 100 million yuan was challenging to liquidate. Second, while the risk was substantial, the potential returns were even greater. Third, Chen Feiyu had no emotional attachment to the supercar. Once his mind was set, he pledged the supercar to the system. The system conducted an appraisal of the collateral, determining the Koenigsegg one to be worth 100 million, after which Chen Feiyu received an opportunity for a lucky instant acquisition. The items have already been pawned. There will be no refunds for the lucky bags, even if they are not instantly purchased. Regret is futile now. Which one should he choose? Faced with 7 vibrantly colored lucky bags, Chen Feiyu's indecision resurfaced. After much internal conflict, he resorted to the most primitive method, drawing lots. He tore 7 slips of paper, inscribed each with the corresponding color of the lucky bags, folded them, then, with eyes shut, mixed them up and randomly drew one. Upon unfolding the slip, he was met with a green paper. Green. The corners of Chen Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly, his expression more grotesque than if he had ingested something foul. Green was the color most detested by men. Was this a mockery of being green by Lu Xiaotong? Chen Feiyu decided against switching. If he were to alter his choice only to discover that green was a multiplier, he would have nowhere to weep. Since he had drawn it, it must be his fated lot. Regardless of profit or loss, he would accept it. Green. The 6 other unselected lucky bags vanished, and the green bag shifted to the center, beginning to sway, causing Chen Feiyu's heartbeat to quicken in tandem. Double, 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 bang. The mouth of the lucky bag burst open, releasing a flurry of colorful ribbons. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 70 devaluation voucher. Uft. Chen Feiyu nearly spewed blood. Green indeed was not a favorable color. A 70 devaluation voucher meant that the value of his pawned item had plummeted to a mere 30% of its assessed value. A supercar worth 100 million had instantaneously depreciated to 30 million. He had lost 70 million, and they dared to congratulate him? Congratulations to your grandfather. May I ask, host, will you continue to pawn? At this moment, Chen Feiyu faced 2 choices: continue to pawn, gaining the opportunity to seize the remaining 6 lucky bags, or withdraw 30 million in cash. Should he gamble everything or preserve his strength? Whatever the case, having already lost 70 million, did he truly care for this 30 million? Let us gamble. Thus, Chen Feiyu drew lots once more, landing on a purple slip. The purple lucky bag. Double, double. Chen Feiyu's eyes were fixed. His heart lodged in his throat. If he drew a multiplier, he could break even. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 90 devaluation voucher. What the hell? Chen Feiyu erupted in rage. Among the 7 lucky bags, only 2 vouchers were devaluation coupons, and he had drawn one. What a stroke of bad luck. Now, 30 million shrank to 27 million. Chen Feiyu gulped down some water to calm his nerves, finally grasping why it was said that gambling dogs never meet a good end. The more one desires to win, the more disastrous the losses become. May I ask, host, will you continue to pawn? Yes. Chen Feiyu was already invested. Having lost so much, he couldn't bear to give up. He refused to believe he wouldn't draw a multiplier. Chapter 39, X50 multiplier voucher. And a windfall of 13.5 billion. Chen Feiyu rolled up his sleeves, prepared to go all in against the system. As the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination and a guaranteed student at Zhonghai University, he was determined to outsmart a mere system. Calming down, Chen Feiyu began to analyze. Now only 5 lucky bags remained. According to the system, among the 7 bags, there were 3 multiplier vouchers, 1 clear-out voucher, and 1 debt voucher, meaning he had a 3/5 chance of winning. A winning rate of 60%. Chen Feiyu refused to believe that with such high odds, he couldn't draw a multiplier. His hand hovered in the air, wavering back and forth before he gritted his teeth and snatched a slip, revealing a red paper. Red is good, vibrant, and prosperous, a positive omen. This is the one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 50x multiplier voucher. Wow. Chen Feiyu leapt with excitement. Heaven indeed does not forsake the diligent. He had finally drawn the coveted multiplier, and at a staggering 50 times. The amount displayed on the system interface skyrocketed like a rocket, finally stabilizing at 1,350,000,000. Chen Feiyu counted. The sum reached a staggering 13.5 billion. After deducting the 100 million cost of the Koenigsegg one, he had netted a whopping 12.5 billion. Dongfang Company ranked 79th among Zhonghai's top enterprises. With an annual revenue of around 10 billion, Chen Feiyu had earned nearly 1/9 of Dongfang's annual income. The most astonishing part was that it took him less than 3 minutes. Chen Feiyu swallowed hard, a wild thought flashing through his mind. If he invested the 13.5 billion, he could seize the other 2 multiplier vouchers. Even if they were both the minimum 2-fold, the amount would swell to 5.4 billion, equivalent to half a year's earnings for Dongfang Company. It's important to note that while Dongfang Company reports 10 billion in revenue, its pure profit is far less. Whereas Chen Feiyu would receive every cent of pure profit. The speed of this fortune was terrifying, faster than a rocket. May I ask, host, will you continue to pawn? Continue? Not a chance. Chen Feiyu regained his composure. He was no fool. With gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. His current success was merely a stroke of luck. Who could guarantee that what he drew would be a multiplier? The 7-colored lucky bags relied heavily on luck. A single misstep could lead to ruin. If he drew a debt voucher, the blow would be unbearable. Thus, retreating was the most rational choice. Ding. May I ask, host, do you wish to exchange assets? If you choose not to continue pawning, the system will present options. You may convert your funds into desired fixed assets. But this opportunity is singular. Once relinquished, the system cannot exchange it again, and any future acquisitions must be made independently. If assets are not exchanged, the funds will automatically transfer to the system account, and whenever Chen Feiyu needs money, he can withdraw it at will. With a house and cash at his disposal, Chen Feiyu felt he lacked nothing, except perhaps a vehicle. Let us acquire a car then. Buying a car from a dealership was too bothersome. Purchasing through the system would eliminate unnecessary steps, making it a more convenient option. Thus, Chen Feiyu began to select within the system. His father drove an Audi A8. As his son, he certainly couldn't have an inferior vehicle. After surveying luxury brands, Chen Feiyu was particularly fond of Rolls-Royce and Bentley. These 2 brands boasted notable prestige and exuded grandeur. However, Rolls-Royce had a drawback. It was often mistaken for a chauffeur's vehicle, leading to its elimination. In the end, Chen Feiyu chose the new Bentley Flying Spur, a luxurious yet dynamic model, with an insurance-inclusive price tag of 3.5 million. Only 3.5 million. What a bargain. Purchased. Was that too ostentatious? Chen Feiyu chuckled, shaking his head. He had once been frugal with every 35 cents. And now he was dealing in cash flows of millions and billions. Life truly has its ups and downs. The system automatically deducted the corresponding amount, and a Bentley Flying Spur was added to Chen Feiyu's personal storage, ready for immediate use. May I ask, host, will you continue to exchange? Chen Feiyu glanced at the amount. Over 1.3 billion remained. The number 13 felt somewhat offensive, akin to an insult, and Chen Feiyu, being somewhat obsessive-compulsive, felt uneasy seeing the leftover amounts in the tens of millions. He decided to leave 1.2 billion untouched. while the remaining over 100 million would be exchanged for shares in Zhonghai's most promising companies. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired 100,000 shares in digital entertainment, representing 5% of the company's total equity. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 300,000 shares in Alice Medical Corporation, constituting 6% of the company's total shares. The system has facilitated Chen Feiyu's investment in stocks from 6 different companies across various sectors: entertainment, healthcare, real estate, education, and finance. Many of these companies' names were unfamiliar to him. Although the shareholding percentages may seem modest, each of these companies boasts annual revenues in the hundreds of billions. And all 5 sectors are characterized by exorbitant profit margins. The year-end dividends are projected to exceed 100 million, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Chen Feiyu will have no worries regarding his livelihood in this life, the next, or even the one after that. After a few leisurely days, the senior executives from the 6 companies whose stocks he purchased began to reach out to him, eager to arrange meetings for meals, all of which Chen Feiyu declined. He simply wished to enjoy his newfound wealth and tranquility. Social engagements were not suited to his disposition. Feeling bored at home, Chen Feiyu decided it was prudent to seek some activities to occupy his time, rather than languishing idly like a salted fish. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Greetings, may I speak with Li Pengfei? Chen Feiyu was momentarily perplexed, wondering why someone seeking Li Pengfei would call him. Just as he was about to inform the caller of the mistake, a female voice chimed in. This is Yunyi. Yunyi? Yes, I am Li Pengfei. He quickly corrected himself and inquired, how did you come by my number? Have you forgotten? You gave it to me. I gave it to you? When did I ever do that? Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he surmised that it was likely that the scoundrel Li Pengfei had shared his phone number with Yunyi. How clever of him to shift the blame. Oh right. I remember now. What do you need from me? I wanted to ask if you have some time. I do, what is it? Could you accompany me to the hospital for a prescription? My best friend is in class today, and I'm a bit anxious about going alone. Of course. I'd be happy to help. Chen Feiyu readily agreed, finding Yunyi's slightly fuller figure unoffensive. Her condition was due to illness, not choice. Chapter 40. The Beauty Trap. Breaking apart a pair. Though Yunyi had gained some weight, her features remained exquisitely defined, revealing that she was not unattractive. Moreover, her kind nature made Chen Feiyu appreciate her unique charm, far surpassing the superficial allure of a gold digger like Liu Xiaodong. My phone number doubles as my WeChat. Please add me as a friend and send me your location, and I'll come to pick you up. Yunyi's appearance had changed due to medication, and she harbored some apprehension towards hospitals. Since Chen Feiyu had nothing pressing to attend to, he considered it a fine opportunity to accompany a friend to the doctor. Not long after hanging up, Yunyi added Chen Feiyu as a friend on WeChat and sent him a location that turned out to be East China Normal University. This institution ranks 4th in Zhonghai City, on par with Zhonghai University. To his surprise, Yunyi was a scholarly achiever. After changing into appropriate attire, Chen Feiyu found a secluded spot to retrieve his Bentley flying spur, pressing the accelerator towards his destination. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the university's entrance. Even before parking, he spotted Yunyi waiting at the gate. She held a cup of milk tea and had applied a delicate touch of makeup today. Her refined features appeared even more pronounced, and she donned a loose-fitting dress that concealed her somewhat bulky frame. Upon closer inspection, Yunyi was quite lovely. If she were to shed some weight, her beauty would undoubtedly rival that of Feng Yuan and Lin Wayne. As Chen Feiyu maneuvered the steering wheel to approach her, a couple, one male and one female, strolled over to Yunyi. Oh, isn't that the former campus belle, Yunyi? The female sneered. It's been so long since we last met, and you've blossomed into quite the ball. Who would have thought that the ethereal Yun fairy would transform into such an unappealing sight? If I were you, I would have no face left to remain in school. I would have withdrawn long ago. The girl's biting remarks struck Yun-Yi like daggers. This girl was named Xin Min, and the young man beside her was Sun Zi, her boyfriend. Before Yun-Yi's transformation, she had numerous admirers, with boys referring to her as the Yun fairy, likening her beauty to that of a celestial being. Notably, Sun Zi had been among Yun-Yi's suitors in the past. After Xin Min had repeatedly expressed her affections for Sun Zi and faced rejection, she bore a grudge against Yun-Yi, whom she believed had stolen his heart. It was only after Yun-Yi's descent from grace that Sun Zi agreed to date Xin Min, yet she remained resentful. Thus, whenever Xin Min encountered Yun-Yi, she felt compelled to mock her. Since gaining weight, Yun-Yi had become exceedingly self-conscious, losing the confidence she once possessed, and the multitude of scrutinizing eyes weighed heavily upon her. As she turned to leave, Xin Min obstructed her path. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Why are you in such a hurry to escape? Please, let me pass. Yun-Yi mumbled, her head bowed in shame, unable to meet Shen Min's gaze. Who would have thought that the Yun fairy would ever need to beg? Shen Min scoffed, linking arms with Sun Zi. Darling, this is your former dream girl. Sun Zi shrugged. Oh, what dream girl? I was young and foolish back then. So tell me, who do you prefer, me or her? Of course, it's you, babe. This fat pig doesn't he even compare to your little toe. Their exchanges were a cruel duet, each remark more hurtful than the last. Nearby boys chuckled, relishing the sight of Yun Yi's humiliation, having felt slighted when she rejected them in the past. Some frowned, sensing the cruelty of Shen Min's words. They believed she had crossed a line. While Yun Yi may not have retained her former beauty, she had never harmed anyone. Why was she always targeted? Yet, sympathy was one thing, and offering assistance was another. In the past, had the once ethereal Yun Yi been bullied, her tormentors would have been swiftly dealt with, but now, no one was willing to stand up for an unattractive girl. The apathy of her peers left Yun Yi heartbroken. Many among them had once showered her with kindness. Yet now, they wouldn't even spare her a word. Tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling on the ground. I haven't wronged them. Why do they bully me? Is it a crime to be overweight? Suddenly, the honking of a car drew everyone's attention, revealing a Bentley, which elicited gasps of awe. Look, it's a Bentley. That car must cost several million. The allure of a Bentley and 100 million Koenigsegg one. One was comparable in the eyes of the ordinary folk, as both were symbols of luxury that they could not afford. As Chen Feiyu stepped out of the car, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The girls gasped in surprise. They had never seen such a handsome young man who was also wealthy, truly the Prince Charming of their dreams. Chen Feiyu strode confidently towards them. He did not greet Yun Yi, but instead offered a slight smile to Shen Min. Hello, beautiful. Could you kindly direct me to Guyun Road? Are you speaking to me? Shen Min felt a mix of astonishment and delight, never expecting such a high-class gentleman to approach her. Of course, is there anyone more beautiful than you here? To reach Guyun Road, just drive straight ahead, turn right at the third traffic light, and then turn left at the first red light. My memory isn't very reliable. Would you mind guiding me? Absolutely. Shen Min readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect of riding in a Bentley and enjoying the company of such an attractive, affluent man. Shen Min, stop right there. Who gave you permission to go with him? Sun Zi's face was filled with anger. It was one thing for Chen Feiyu to flirt with his girlfriend, but if Shen Min actually left with him, how could he continue to survive at school? Others would mock him for being unable to keep his girlfriend. He would become a laughingstock. Are you looking for trouble? Sun Zi clenched his fists. Is this your boyfriend? Chen Feiyu asked innocently. I apologize. I wasn't aware you were a couple. If he minds, I'll find someone else to guide me. With that, Chen Feiyu turned to leave. Wait. Shen Min called after him, reproaching Sun Zi. What is wrong with you? He just wants directions. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why be so aggressive? With his girlfriend not defending him and even turning against him, Sun Zi's anger surged to unprecedented heights. Guiding you? I see you're just smitten by this handsome guy and want him to take you to a hotel. Sun Zi, don't slander me. Chapter 41. I'm just playing you. Sun Zi's inflammatory words ignited Shen Min's fury. To suggest in front of so many classmates that she wanted to share a hotel room with a stranger was utterly humiliating. You're slandering me. Am I wrong? Sun Zi scoffed, unwilling to back down. Don't think I'm oblivious to your flirty chats with other men behind my back. You're talking nonsense. Shen Min vehemently denied it, but the truth was she had indeed been ambiguous with other boys recently, even having gone to a hotel, all while keeping it a secret from Sun Zi. Shen Min would never publicly admit to being unfaithful. Her reputation couldn't crumble at school, where everyone would know she was a woman with a chaotic personal life. Sun Zi only knew part of the story. Had he known the truth of her infidelity, he would have exploded with rage. If you dare to get in his car today, I will break up with you. Break up if you want. Do you really think I care about you? The allure of the unattainable always stirs desire. When they were apart, Shen Min had sworn she would marry no one but Sun Zi, but now that she had him, she found him rather mediocre. Subconsciously, Shen Min began to compare Chen Feiyu with Sun Zi. In terms of wealth, Chen Feiyu drove a Bentley. In terms of looks, Chen Feiyu outshone Sun Zi by a galaxy. Thus, unsurprisingly, Chen Feiyu triumphed in all aspects. Handsome, let us go? With that, Shen Min gracefully walked towards the Bentley. She felt no sorrow. If she could win over a high-class gentleman like Chen Feiyu, losing Sun Zi was of no consequence. Shen Min's mind began to envision a life filled with luxury, exquisite delicacies, and a life of opulence. Buddy, I'm truly sorry for causing your breakup. While he feigned an apology, Chen Feiyu's smirk revealed his satisfaction with the outcome. He twisted the keychain and settled into the driver's seat before starting the engine. Knock. Knock, knock. Shen Min found herself unable to open the door to the passenger seat, so she tapped on the window. Chen Feiyu rolled it down. Handsome, could you open the door for me? Sorry, beautiful, I neglected to mention that this car has a built-in beauty assessment system. Chen Feiyu said with a straight face. Perhaps the system deemed you too unattractive, fearing you would pollute the interior environment, which is why it didn't unlock the door for you. Shen Min was taken aback, thinking he must be joking. What nonsense was this about a beauty assessment system? Seeing the playful smile on Chen Feiyu's face, Shen Min realized she was being toyed with. Are you making a fool of me? Why would you think that? Indeed I am, Chen Feiyu boldly admitted, his demeanor suggesting he was performing a public service. This left Shen Min both furious and perplexed. She had no quarrel with Chen Feiyu, so why was he tormenting her? Frustrated, Shen Min contemplated kicking the car door, blaming Chen Feiyu for her argument and impending breakup with Sun Zi. You've got guts, just wait until I kick your car. Go ahead, kick away. I want to shed a tear over a Bentley. Chen Feiyu paused for a moment before adding, but if you break it, you'll have to sell your underwear to cover the damages. You. Shen Min gritted her teeth, her foot raised halfway before she reluctantly lowered it, ultimately conceding. Indeed, this Bentley was worth more than she was. What did I do to deserve this treatment from you? You haven't offended me, but you have offended my girlfriend. Chen Feiyu disregarded Shen Min further, pressing the accelerator to reach Yunyi, then stepping out of the driver's seat to wrap his arm around her shoulders. Darling, I've come to pick you up. Those simple 7 words stirred a tempest. Did you hear that? That handsome guy called Yunyi darling. Wow, could they be a couple? Oh heavens, how did such a stunning young man end up with Yunyi? Who would have thought that the girl who seemed almost disfigured could attract such a dashing and wealthy boyfriend? The other girls cast envious glances at Yunyi. Yunyi's cheeks flushed with shyness. When had she become his darling? Chen Feiyu cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. Smack. Everyone expected Chen Feiyu to speak, but instead, he raised his hand and slapped Sun Zi across the face. You dare hit me. Sun Zi's fury ignited, and he swung a punch at Chen Feiyu. Unfortunately, Chen Feiyu was quicker. Before Sun Zi could even graze his shirt, he was kicked to the ground. Ah! Sun Zi cried out, clutching his stomach, curling up like a hedgehog. Listen well, everyone. Yunyi is my girlfriend. Chen Feiyu shouted. If any of you dare to mock or bully her again, you'll end up like this fool. His name is Sun Zi, not fool. Yunyi felt immensely moved, but she couldn't help but correct Chen Feiyu's mispronunciation. Regardless of what he has called, if he bullies you, I'll turn him into a fool. Chen Feiyu concluded with a carefree bravado, then opened the passenger door for Yunyi. As she got in, he shielded her head with his hand, ensuring she wouldn't accidentally bump it. Ah! Chen Feiyu's series of considerate actions made many hearts ache with envy. The girls lamented, thinking the same thought. Why wasn't he such a gentle, formidable, and wealthy man their boyfriend? Why did that chubby girl get him? As the taillights of the departing vehicle faded into the distance, the young women could only feel envy, a sentiment that lingered in the air. This marked only the second encounter between Chen Feiyu and Yunyi, leaving them at a loss for conversation. And thus the atmosphere in the car grew slightly awkward. Thank you, Yunyi said sincerely, her gaze fixed on Chen Feiyu, in a moment where many had watched. It was only Chen Feiyu who had stood up for her. Without his support, she truly would not have known how to navigate the situation. What is there to thank for? Isn't it customary for friends to lend each other a hand? Chen Feiyu replied with a faint smile, noticing Yunyi's unwavering stare. What's the matter? Do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Realizing her lapse in decorum, Yunyi hastily averted her gaze. Her small hands fidgeted nervously, and summoning her courage, she inquired, do you truly wish to be my friend? Chen Feiyu retorted without hesitation. Not really. Yunyi lowered her head, disappointment shadowing her features. Indeed, with her unremarkable appearance, it was remarkable that Chen Feiyu even agreed to assist her. How could he ever want to be friends with someone like her? I was just teasing. We are already friends, so your question is moot. Chapter 42, Medical Mishap. Chen Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Yunyi. Although they were of the same age, he was a seasoned individual who had experienced the world, while Yunyi, despite her status as an academic achiever, remained blissfully unaware of its harsher realities, her thoughts refreshingly pure. This girl was exceedingly innocent. Her every emotion was etched upon her face, making her inner thoughts easy to discern. Such a kind-hearted girl deserved only kindness in return. Did you truly mean it when you said we are friends? Yunyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Since gaining weight, all but 2 close friends had distanced themselves from her, and she had not made any new friends in a long while. To put it bluntly, no one had shown a willingness to befriend her. Of course it's true. If I were to deceive you, a truck would run me over the moment I step outside. Don't say such things, Yunyi exclaimed, panic prompting her to cover Chen Feiyu's mouth. She was not genuinely concerned about being deceived. Rather, she feared that such a dire vow might come to pass, as she wished for no harm to befall him because of her. You have rather fragrant hands, Chen Feiyu remarked, inadvertently blurting it out without any intention of offense. Indeed, despite her body and face having gained weight, her fingers remained slender and delicate. with a fair and supple quality that surpassed even those of hand models. Yun-yi, blushing, withdrew her hand, still tinged with the warmth of Chen Feiyu's gentle breath. Your hands are lovely, perfectly suited for playing the piano. I can play the piano, but after falling ill, my parents were concerned about me overexerting myself. So they stopped my lessons. Oh, that's truly regrettable. If you wish to hear, I could play for you. Absolutely. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly relish your music. As Chen Feiyu and Yun-yi grew more familiar, their conversation flourished, and before they knew it, they arrived at Ailey Hospital on Guyun Road. Ailey Hospital, a private institution, charged significantly more than public hospitals, thus catering primarily to the affluent or those in urgent need of care. The hospital was relatively devoid of patients. After finding a vacant spot to park, Chen Feiyu accompanied Yun-yi to the registration machine. While riding the escalator, Yun-yi stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Chen Feiyu, quick on his feet, grasped her arm. Be careful. Thank you. Yun-yi patted her chest, relieved that Chen Feiyu's swift actions had prevented a potentially dangerous fall. Perhaps I should just hold on to you to prevent further mishaps, Chen Feiyu suggested, his concern prompting him to keep a firm grip on her. Though Yun-yi felt bashful, she made no objections. As they exited the elevator, a pregnant woman and her husband approached from the opposite direction. The woman, cradling her belly with her right hand while supporting her lower back with her left, bore a furrowed brow that clearly indicated her discomfort. Her husband, however, trailed behind, engrossed in a game on his phone. Seeing Chen Feiyu assisting Yun-yi, the pregnant woman assumed they were there for a prenatal checkup. Lacking any point of comparison, her irritation flared, and she tugged at her husband's ear, exclaiming, "Look at how attentive that man is to his wife. And here you are, fixated on your game. Is our child not as important as a video game? Ouch, that hurts, dear. Please let go. I understand my mistake." The man immediately conceded, reluctantly shutting off his game. Casting a resentful glance at Chen Feiyu, as if to blame him for his wife's reprimand. "Sister, he is not my husband," Yun-yi attempted to clarify, but the pregnant woman interrupted her. "Sweetheart, a husband as handsome and considerate as yours is a rarity these days. Cherish him well." Yun-yi was at a loss for words, while the pregnant woman enthusiastically inquired, "Darling, how many months along are you?" "I'm not pregnant." The woman froze mid-sentence, realizing her blunder, and apologized profusely before hastily departing with her husband. What an embarrassing situation. Ha! Chen Feiyu couldn't suppress his laughter at Yun-yi's adorably aggrieved expression. "You didn't even help me explain. My apologies." Chen Feiyu chuckled as he supported Yun-yi, adding, "You must be cautious, after all. There may be a little life within you, and I cannot afford to let anything happen to you." "Humph, you should not say such things." Yun-yi playfully stomped her foot, raising her hand as if to swat at Chen Feiyu, but he had already darted away several meters. After this comical episode, Yun-yi felt considerably more at ease and less fearful of the hospital. With few patients in the private facility, her turn came swiftly. Chen Feiyu refrained from accompanying her into the consultation room, as the discussions between doctor and patient were of a personal nature. Thus he deemed it inappropriate to eavesdrop. Approximately half an hour later, Yun-yi emerged, looking rather pale, her eyes vacant, and her steps unsteady, as though she had endured some form of psychological upheaval. "What took so long? Were your medications prepared?" Chen Feiyu asked, immediately sensing something was amiss. Without uttering a word, Yun-yi suddenly collapsed into Chen Feiyu's embrace, weeping. "What's wrong? What happened?" As if struck by a sudden realization, Chen Feiyu's anger flared. "Did the doctor lay hands on you? I will go in and deal with him." Yun-yi shook her head, her pitiful demeanor evoking a deep sense of compassion. "What is it?" With a quivering voice, Yun-yi managed to say, "The doctor just informed me that I am not actually ill. There was an error in the report. The person who is sick is someone else." "What do you mean? You're not sick? So, all that medication was for naught?" Chen Feiyu was utterly astonished, realizing that misdiagnosing a healthy individual constituted a medical mishap. Such occurrences were usually relegated to television dramas, and yet he found himself embroiled in one. "Don't cry. Did the doctor provide any solutions?" "He mentioned that the hospital would compensate me, but I don't want money. I just want to return to how I used to be." "Huh, you think money can erase this?" Chen Feiyu scoffed internally, guiding Yun-yi to his seat. "First, call your parents and inform them of the situation. Rest assured, I will ensure the hospital provides you with a satisfactory resolution today." Chen Feiyu seethed with indignation. A vibrant young lady had been rendered unrecognizable due to the hospital's gross misdiagnosis. The hospital must bear full responsibility. Monetary compensation is secondary. A public apology from the hospital is imperative. Yun-yi nodded, and after calming her emotions, she made a call to her parents. Bang! Chen Feiyu forcefully barged into the outpatient room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. Initially, the atmosphere in the room was relatively tranquil. But soon the volume of voices escalated, making it evident to those outside that an argument was unfolding. Wasn't it stated that the hospital would compensate? Compensation? Do you have any idea the profound psychological harm your misdiagnosis has inflicted on a young girl? I kindly ask everyone to cast a 5-star vote, having nearly 90,000 words, yet fewer than 50 have done so. And while you're at it, please click to urge updates. Thank you all. Chapter 43, A Turmoil in the Hospital. Chen Feiyu is no saint. Were anyone else in such a situation, they might sympathize, but would not intervene. Yet Yun Yi is different. They are friends now. As a friend, Chen Feiyu feels an obligation to seek justice for Yun Yi. The camaraderie between Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei stems from their mutual willingness to stand up for their friends. Inside the room, the argument between Chen Feiyu and the doctor grew increasingly heated, drawing the curiosity of several patients who gathered around to discern what was transpiring. In response to Chen Feiyu's inquiries, the male doctor defensively remarked, at the time, 2 patients were named Yun Yi, so mistaking the reports was entirely reasonable. Reasonable? Chen Feiyu, furious to the point of laughter, retorted, I'll smash your pig head. Is it acceptable to mistake someone for another? The doctor's attempt to evade responsibility ignited Chen Feiyu's wrath. A mistake is a mistake. Where do all these excuses and justifications come from? Such statements reveal that the doctor remains oblivious to his error, likely holding a dismissive attitude since the misdiagnosed patient is of no concern to him. Unreasonable. Get out immediately, or I will summon security to throw you out. The doctor's expression darkened. After practicing for over a decade, Chen Feiyu was the first to threaten him. Oh, come on. With such an attitude after making a mistake, do you think I won't dare to act against you? Chen Feiyu declared emphatically. Your hospital must publicly apologize to my friend. A public apology? The male doctor scoffed. An apology is impossible. She simply had bad luck. As for compensation, take it or leave it. This ignited Chen Feiyu's fury completely. To utter such heartless words as bad luck proves this doctor has no sense of medical ethics. Chen Feiyu holds great respect for the medical profession, yet this male doctor is tarnishing the reputation of all practitioners. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being a doctor. The argument abruptly halted. There was nothing to discuss with such an immoral individual. Chen Feiyu delivered a punch. The male doctor let out a pained scream, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds within the room, as if someone was smashing objects. Li Pengfei, open the door, hurry out. Yun Yi knocked on the door, fearing that Chen Feiyu might seriously injure the doctor. However, the door remained firmly locked, and aside from hearing the doctor's screams, no one could ascertain the situation inside. Soon, nurses and 2 security guards arrived, prying open the door, and the male doctor stumbled out, clutching his head and falling over. Help! He's trying to kill me. The doctor cried in terror, hiding behind the security guards. At this point, he was bruised and battered, his clothes torn and tattered, looking utterly disheveled. Chen Feiyu burst out as well, his fist stained with blood, furious and ready to pursue the doctor. Young man, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. If you harm him, you'll face legal repercussions. The guards took a few steps back, attempting to placate Chen Feiyu. This was their first encounter with such a disturbance, leaving them unsure of how to manage the situation. Should they rush in to subdue Chen Feiyu? What a joke. Didn't they see the doctor looking like a beaten pig? With a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan. Who would be foolish enough to throw themselves into such a fray? Stop. Your hands are bleeding. Yun Yi rushed over, fearing that Chen Feiyu might actually kill that doctor. I'm fine. This is that dog's blood. Chen Feiyu referred to the male doctor with disdain, who was now lamenting, having lost a tooth and tasting blood in his mouth. Yun Yi wiped away the blood, and, upon noticing that Chen Feiyu had not sustained any external injuries, let out a slight sigh of relief. Young man, let us talk things over. Violence is not the answer. No matter what has occurred, one should never strike a doctor. The onlookers, oblivious to the truth, began to scold Chen Feiyu for his actions. Silence. You know not the suffering of others. Do not preach kindness to those in pain. Chen Feiyu shouted, startling the crowd into silence. He pulled Yun Yi close and asserted, my friend was once the school beauty, more beautiful than a star. It was this dog's misdiagnosis that prescribed her a plethora of hormones, leading her to become what she is now. After gaining weight, she was ridiculed and humiliated by her classmates daily, living in torment. When I confronted this dog, he not only refused to admit his mistake, but brazenly claimed my friend was merely unlucky. For those of you who are parents, how would you react if this happened to your child or a relative? Upon understanding the full context, those who had previously criticized Chen Feiyu fell silent. Indeed, how would they react if such a misfortune befell their own children? They would likely be 1,000 times more furious than Chen Feiyu. Damn it, such a dog deserves to be beaten to death. If misdiagnosis can occur, what right does he have to be a doctor? If he won't admit his error, then I'll make him. In that instant, the crowd's emotions flared, transforming the male doctor into the target of their collective ire. Everyone turned their focus towards him. While the women merely shouted insults, several men rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike. The male doctor, terrified, nearly wet himself in fear. Fortunately, the nurses and security guards continuously held back the crowd. Otherwise, the doctor likely would have been left searching for his teeth. Everyone, calm down. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a voice broke through, capturing everyone's attention. A group of doctors in white coats approached, led by an elderly gentleman with gray hair, likely in his 60s, followed by several younger physicians of both genders, all in their 40s or 50s. Chen Feiyu glanced at their identification badges. The elder was the hospital's vice president, while the others were all associate and chief physicians. These individuals represented the backbone of Aili Hospital. Vice President Chen Huayan offered a warm smile. "Young man, I'm aware of your friend's situation. Why don't we step into my office and discuss this calmly? Medical disputes have been a pressing social issue in recent years, and with so many witnesses. Should anyone record and upload the incident online, it would undoubtedly spark widespread controversy, especially since the fault lay with the hospital. If news of a medical mishap at Aili Hospital spread, who would dare seek treatment there in the future? The reputation of the hospital directly impacts its future development and fate." Chen Huayan, being the second in command, naturally preferred to handle matters discreetly. "There is nothing that cannot be discussed. Let us address the issues right here." Chen Feiyu was not one to be easily swayed. He could anticipate that upon reaching the office, Chen Huayan would likely plead for mercy, utter a few flattering words, and then promise compensation, ultimately downplaying the situation until it vanished. The hardships endured by Yunyi over the years could not go unacknowledged. Without a public apology, today's events would not conclude. Chapter 44, A Battle of Wits Among the Physicians. Chen Feiyu's thoughts were quite straightforward. He had already extended an olive branch by seeking a conversation with them. Yet they obstinately chose to rebuff his goodwill. "Very well, let us escalate the matter. Let the public adjudicate who is truly at fault." Chen Huayan's expression was one of sheer astonishment, his countenance momentarily frozen, clearly taken aback by Chen Feiyu's refusal of his proposal. He could not forcibly remove Chen Feiyu and Yunyi, as there were numerous eyes upon them. Any such action would lead to accusations of the hospital's violent misconduct, attempting to conceal the truth behind a medical mishap. Such a scenario would tarnish the hospital's reputation, deterring future patients from seeking care. "Young man, let us converse here." Chen Huayan maintained a congenial smile, stating, "First, I must sincerely apologize to your friend. I deeply regret the incident that occurred. Our hospital bears an irrefutable responsibility." Many patients waiting for treatment began to draw out their phones, directing their cameras towards Chen Feiyu and the doctors. "I propose a resolution. Please consider whether it meets your satisfaction." Chen Huayan, seasoned and astute, quickly discerned that Yun-Yi appeared somewhat reliant on Chen Feiyu. To fundamentally address the issue, he needed to secure Chen Feiyu's cooperation. Thus, he chose to engage directly with him rather than Yun-Yi. "We will fully refund the medical expenses incurred by your friend. And in addition, our hospital is willing to offer a compensation of 1 million yuan." At these words, the crowd began to stir with excitement. 1 million. This was no trifling sum. How many people toil their entire lives without ever amassing such wealth? Chen Feiyu remained unmoved, seemingly regarding 1 million yuan as inconsequential as toilet paper. Who did they think they were looking down upon? As if he were someone without a million. The reality was that he currently possessed liquid assets amounting to 1.2 billion yuan, not to mention 2 luxurious residences and a commercial plaza, bringing his net worth close to 3 billion. To him, 1 million was but a drop in the ocean, merely a fraction. Chen Feiyu was eager to see what words this deputy director would utter to persuade him. "Go on, I'm listening." "In addition to the compensation, we are willing to provide your friend with a complimentary recovery treatment, ensuring she regains her former health and beauty." Chen Feiyu nodded. This aspect pleased him greatly. Having taken hormones for such an extended period, Yunyi would undoubtedly face numerous side effects. Her constitution significantly weakened, necessitating professional treatment for a full recovery, which would undoubtedly incur substantial costs. The fact that Aili Hospital was willing to cover Yunyi's recovery expenses was indeed commendable. However, these 2 conditions merely elicited a slight satisfaction from Chen Feiyu, failing to truly captivate him. He had ample money and could forego the compensation. While he was willing to assist with Yunyi's recovery, his primary concern lay elsewhere. Would the hospital offer an apology, and how would they handle the involved physician? And what about the physician involved? Chen Feiyu inquired. Chen Huayan quickly grasped Chen Feiyu's intent, stating, "I have already publicly apologized to your friend. As for the misdiagnosing physician, we will suspend him from duty and withhold his salary." "That's unacceptable." Chen Feiyu swiftly dismissed the notion. The suspension was merely a ruse. After a month, once the storm had passed, The physician would return to work as if nothing had occurred, suffering no real consequences. Furthermore, salary matters were internal affairs. Outsiders would have no knowledge of whether the suspension was genuine. Such a punishment was far too trivial for Chen Feiyu to accept. "Young man, why don't you share your thoughts?" Chen Huayan inquired, maintaining his composure, for he dared not express anger with so many cameras capturing the moment. "My demands are quite simple. First, you must publicly acknowledge your error on the hospital's official Weibo account and apologize to my friend. Second, the involved physician must be dismissed, and his personal information must be exposed on Weibo to ensure he can never work in the medical field again. Allowing such an irresponsible physician, who blames patients for their suffering, to continue practicing would only lead to further innocent patients facing torment. Today, I shall eradicate this menace to society. Do not go too far. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to become a doctor? You are pushing things to the extreme." The few middle-aged doctors behind Chen Huayan stepped forward, their faces filled with righteous indignation as they glared at Chen Feiyu. The second demand he proposed could effectively obliterate a physician's career. "How easy it is for you to say, as it has not happened to you. Is a physician's career more precious than a human life?" Chen Feiyu proclaimed emphatically. "Do you believe that a mere apology can rectify the suffering endured by my friend? Have you ever experienced the anguish of watching those around you depart, feeling the weight of their scorn? Thankfully, my friend has shown remarkable resilience. Had it been someone more psychologically fragile, they might have already taken their own life. I could have struck him much harder." Chen Feiyu turned to Yun Yi and asked, "Do you have any of the unfinished medication left?" Yun Yi nodded, uncertain of Chen Feiyu's intentions, and retrieved the remaining small bottle of medication from her bag. Handing it to him, Chen Feiyu slammed the medication box onto the nurse's station, stating, "Let that Dr. Gu consume every last pill in this box, and I shall refrain from pursuing further accountability." "I refuse." Dr. Gu, who had been beaten to a pulp, displayed clear resistance with an expression of defiance. "What are you joking about? After taking so many hormones, I would surely fall ill." "Silence. You have no say here." Chen Feiyu glared, causing Dr. Gu to tremble in fear. Chen Feiyu then addressed the doctors who had previously defended Dr. Gu. "If you sympathize with him so much, then help him bear a part of the burden. Consume these medications today, and I shall leave immediately." The very doctors who had earlier vehemently denounced Chen Feiyu now wore grim expressions. They would have to be mad to consume those medications. Medications should not be taken recklessly. How hypocritical. Chen Feiyu spat disdainfully. Humans often exhibited such behavior. When an incident doesn't affect them directly, they can easily dismiss it with a few careless words. Yet, when the tables are turned, they fall silent. Isn't it hypocrisy? Excellent point. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, not only agreeing with Chen Feiyu's reasoning, but also recognizing that he had done what most dared not attempt. Ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to confront the upper echelons of a hospital publicly. Even if a few had the courage, they would likely be quelled by the allure of 1 million yuan in compensation. Yet, Chen Feiyu had successfully navigated this dual test. A wave of admiration surged within the crowd, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's battle of wits against the scholars of his time. Chen Feiyu now faced off against the physicians. Refreshing. Chapter 45. The Choice Between Family and Wealth. Chen Feiyu stood his ground, the atmosphere growing tense and icy. At that moment, a middle-aged couple arrived at the hospital, parting the crowd as they stepped forward. Upon seeing them, Yun Yi dashed over. "Mom and Dad." The individuals who arrived were none other than Yun Yi's parents. Upon receiving the distressing phone call, they learned that their daughter had been misdiagnosed and was, in fact, in perfect health. Initially, a wave of joy washed over them, but it swiftly morphed into the realization that this was a grave medical error. Without a moment's hesitation, the couple abandoned their work and hastened to the hospital. "Are you truly unwell?" inquired Lu Hui, Yun Yi's mother, with evident concern. "Yes." Yun Yi nodded, recounting the entire ordeal from beginning to end. After listening, Lu Hui was consumed by a righteous anger. How could the hospital, clearly at fault, dare to suggest that her daughter was simply unfortunate? This is unacceptable. If we do not resolve this today, I will not let this matter rest. Tears glistened in her eyes as she reflected on her daughter's beauty, who should have been a carefree little princess. Instead, the misdiagnosis had subjected her to immense suffering and humiliation. Yun Yi's father, Yun Yulong, wore a grave expression. Lost in thought, "Mr. Yun," Chen Huayan interjected, "sensing an opportunity, we must take full responsibility for your daughter's situation. Perhaps we could find a quiet place to discuss this matter thoroughly." After a prolonged silence, Yun Yulong nodded in acquiescence. "Very well." Everyone momentarily froze, recognizing this as a clear indication of Yun Yulong's willingness to compromise. "Absolutely not. I refuse to accept this," Lu Hui asserted vehemently. "If you dare to settle with them, I will divorce you." Her stance mirrored that of Chen Feiyu, resolute and unwavering. Their family was not lacking in wealth. What they sought was justice. Do not be reckless. Yun Yulong pulled Lu Hui aside, lowering his voice. Aili Hospital is our largest client. If we offend them, our business will be ruined. Chen Feiyu, with keen hearing, turned to Yunyi. Does your family have a business relationship with Aili Hospital? Yes, we own a factory that primarily produces medical supplies. And Aili Hospital is our biggest purchaser, Yun Yi replied candidly. It became apparent that due to their business partnership, the Yun family and their workers routinely visited Aili Hospital for annual checkups, a gesture of mutual benefit. The mix-up had occurred when Yun Yi's medical report was mistakenly swapped with that of another patient bearing the same name, leading to the erroneous diagnosis. What a complex predicament this has become, Chen Feiyu mused internally. From a parental perspective, one would naturally wish to protect their child's interests. Yet the Yun family's business ties with Aili Hospital complicated matters. Seeking justice for Yun Yi would inevitably antagonize the hospital, while choosing to remain silent would preserve their business, but wound the hearts of both mother and daughter. Yun Yulong found himself at a crossroads, familial loyalty versus financial stability. Chen Feiyu surmised that Yun Yulong would most likely prioritize the latter. After all, profit often outweighed sentimentality for businessmen, and his initial silence suggested a desire to avoid offending the hospital. Qian Huayan, a cunning strategist, noticed Yun Yulong's wavering stance and seized the moment. Mr. Yun, with so many witnesses present, it would be more discreet to discuss this in my office, where we can negotiate a resolution concerning your daughter's situation. Furthermore, our hospital is preparing to make a substantial purchase of medical supplies this year. We could also address this year's cooperation. Chen Feiyu squinted, a glint of keen insight flickering in his eyes. What a sly old fox, he thought. Qian Huayan's veiled threats were palpable. Should Yun Yulong acquiesce, the hospital would offer him a lucrative order as compensation. Conversely, if he remained obstinate, their collaboration would be severed. Given that Aili Hospital was the Yun family's primary supplier, a sudden cessation of their partnership could potentially lead to financial ruin, jeopardizing the livelihoods of hundreds of workers. As anticipated, Yun Yulong's expression shifted dramatically. He yearned to advocate for his daughter, yet the hospital held the power to crush him with a mere flick of their finger. With so many workers dependent on him for their livelihoods, he had no choice but to consider the broader implications of his decisions. Very well, we accept your proposed compensation. Yun Yulong finally relented, gritting his teeth in resignation. With no other options, he succumbed to the pressure. After all, one cannot bend an arm against a powerful force. Yun Yi lowered her head in disappointment, but she understood her father's predicament. Many workers relied on him for their sustenance, and every decision had to consider the greater good. Lu Hui, however, was incensed. While she empathized with her husband's dilemma, she had but one daughter. This resolution felt profoundly unsatisfactory, and she was unwilling to relent. Qian Huayan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Chen Feiyu posed no threat to him, as there was no conflict of interest, but Yun Yulong was far more malleable. The doctors exchanged glances with Chen Feiyu, as if to say, "You think you're so clever?" Yet, the father has agreed to a peaceful resolution. What right do you have to demand a public apology? Just when it seemed that the matter was nearing its conclusion, Chen Feiyu erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, old man. Your tactics are even more ruthless than mine. Confusion swept through the crowd. No one understood Chen Feiyu's meaning, but it was clear he was directing his disdain at Qian Huayan, the oldest among them. How dare you insult the vice president? The doctors interjected, rallying to defend Qian Huayan. The latter's smile faded as he confronted Chen Feiyu. You call me ruthless? How so? Feigning ignorance, are we? I have merely ensured that Mr. Gu lost his job, whereas you are using the livelihoods of hundreds to coerce compliance. Is that not far more ruthless? Chen Feiyu retorted. With that, the veil was lifted for the previously bewildered crowd, who now regarded Qian Huayan with disdain. I might overlook your youth, but you have plotted to tarnish our hospital's reputation. With his ulterior motives laid bare, Qian Huayan could no longer maintain his facade. He instructed the security personnel. Throw him out. He is never to set foot in our hospital again. Ah, the cornered rat reveals its claws. Chen Feiyu declared defiantly, reclining casually in a chair and propping his leg up. Whether I leave or stay is not your decision. Throw me out. The security guards, encircling him, prepared to escort Chen Feiyu from the premises when a resonant voice pierced through the commotion. What is all this noise? What has transpired? Turning towards the source of the voice, the crowd parted to reveal an elderly gentleman standing at the periphery. Upon sighting him, all eyes filled with profound respect. Chapter 46. The Revelation. I am a shareholder in the hospital. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man emanated a formidable aura, his mere presence silencing the atmosphere. Both doctors and patients regarded him with deep reverence. This venerable figure was none other than Zheng Jiwen, a renowned traditional Chinese physician in Zhonghai City. He had practiced medicine selflessly for decades without charge, earning accolades in the media. The mayor had once personally visited Zheng Jiwen to present him with a banner inscribed with the words "Modern Divine Doctor, Benevolence, and Virtue." Throughout his illustrious career, Zheng Jiwen had healed countless patients, with official statistics indicating that over 1.2 million individuals had benefited from his care. The astronomical sum of medical expenses for 1.2 million individuals is staggering. How many physicians can selflessly dedicate themselves as he does? As time passed, Zheng Jiwen, growing older, entrusted his medical practice to his two sons, who continued the family legacy of providing free medical care to benefit society. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiwen received an invitation from the chairman of Aili Hospital to take on the role of hospital director. His intentions were straightforward: to earn a modest income to support his family while extending his help to more individuals, allowing an even greater number of common people to receive medical treatment without charge. Director Zheng, grandfather Zheng. The renown of Zheng Jiwen was immense. Everyone recognized him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that amongst 10 locals present, at least one had a relative or friend who had received free medical attention from Zheng Jiwen. The crowd parted, creating a path for him. As he walked through the throng, patients warmly greeted him, and Zheng Jiwen responded with a smile and nod. "Old Qian, what is all this commotion about?" Zheng Jiwen frowned, reminding them that a hospital is a sanctuary for healing, a place for patients to recuperate, and such noise was utterly inappropriate. "Old Zheng, I don't wish to cause a ruckus either. It's this fellow here who is maliciously defaming our hospital." Chen Feiyu, lacking the magnanimity of Zheng Jiwen and devoid of any noble aspirations, hastily shifted the blame to Chen Feiyu upon realizing he had caught Zheng Jiwen's attention. Zheng Jiwen furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze landing on Chen Feiyu. Upon recognizing his features, he felt a flicker of surprise, as if Chen Feiyu were a familiar visage from the past. "Young man, what is your name?" "Grandfather Zheng, you don't remember me? I'm Xiaoyu." Chen Feiyu stood up, beaming. "When I was a child, I injured my lumbar spine, and my father brought me to your clinic for treatment." "Ah, now I recall. You little rascal." Zheng Jiwen chuckled, a touch of delight gracing his expression. His clinic primarily treated musculoskeletal ailments, attracting primarily middle-aged and elderly patients. Chen Feiyu had been the only child to seek treatment there, having taken a year off from school due to his spinal injury, thus leaving a lasting impression on Zheng Jiwen. "You little scamp. Now that I've healed your bones, you've come back to cause trouble for me." Zheng Jiwen playfully scolded, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. He remembered how Chen Feiyu had been unable to walk due to nerve compression caused by his spine, requiring his father to carry him in and out. Now, seeing Chen Feiyu vibrant and full of life, Zheng Jiwen felt genuine joy. For a doctor, nothing is more honorable than healing a patient. "Grandfather Zheng, I am wronged." Chen Feiyu wore a face of innocence, as though he had been subjected to an immense injustice. Zheng Jiwen lightly kicked Chen Feiyu's calf. "Who has wronged you? If you don't clarify things today, I shall break your healed spine once more." Had anyone else uttered such words, Chen Feiyu would have retaliated with a slap. However, as Zheng Jiwen was his benefactor, respect held him back from being impudent. "Grandfather Zheng, here's the situation." Chen Feiyu leaned closer, whispering the entire account without embellishment. Upon learning that his subordinate had misdiagnosed a patient and refused to admit fault, even blaming the patient, Zheng Jiwen's smile gradually faded, his expression and demeanor becoming increasingly grave. "Grandfather Zheng, I must share a secret. I am actually a shareholder in this hospital." "You're a shareholder?" "Indeed, I am now a stakeholder in Aili's Medical Company, Limited. And Aili Hospital is a private establishment under its umbrella. So, do I not qualify as a shareholder?" Chen Feiyu had originally wished to keep his identity concealed, but he understood that the doctors would likely side with Qian Huayan. With everyone presenting conflicting narratives, how could Zheng Jiwen discern the truth? Thus, Chen Feiyu felt compelled to prove that he would not jeopardize the hospital's interests, thereby earning Zheng Jiwen's trust. "You are the new shareholder surnamed Chen." Zheng Jiwen suddenly recalled a recent conversation with the chairman of Aili's, who had informed him of a new shareholder named Chen Feiyu, who might visit the hospital. After so many years, Zheng Jiwen had forgotten Chen Feiyu's full name, only recalling him as Xiaoyu. It was unexpected that Chen Feiyu was indeed the new shareholder and had come without prior notice. Despite his advancing years, Zheng Jiwen was not easily confused. He reasoned that if Chen Feiyu were a shareholder, it would serve no beneficial purpose for him to undermine the hospital. Surely, he would not be so foolish as to wish to squander his wealth. It must be that Qian Huayan and his associates were at fault. "Grandfather Zheng, please do not reveal my identity. My friends are unaware that I am a hospital shareholder." "Understood. I will handle this matter and provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Zheng Jiwen's expression darkened. Were it not for Chen Feiyu's intervention, he might have remained oblivious to the medical mishap occurring beneath his nose. These individuals thrived on forming cliques and factions. It was high time to rectify the hospital's atmosphere. As the director, I hereby announce that Dr. Gu Bin's error has resulted in immense physical and psychological trauma to the patient, and I have decided to terminate his employment. Effective immediately, Gu Bin is no longer a physician at Ailey Hospital. At this proclamation, Gu Bin appeared as if sentenced to death, collapsing to the ground. Old Zheng is wise. The patients applauded and cheered, the entire hospital echoing with resounding applause. Old Zheng, you cannot dismiss Gu Bin. Chen Huayan suddenly became agitated. Zheng Jiwen cast a dispassionate glance at him. Why can't I? Is it merely because Gu Bin is your nephew? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No wonder Chen Huayan had been so protective of Gu Bin. They were indeed relatives. Old Zheng, you must consider the broader implications. Chen Huayan's face flushed with embarrassment. As the deputy director, publicly dismissing his nephew was a blatant affront to his dignity. How could he salvage his reputation? However, Zheng Jiwen was unmoved by Chen Huayan's pleas. Allowing a negligent physician like Gu Bin to remain in the hospital would only lead to more victims among the common populace. Merit must be rewarded, and folly must be punished. Regardless of Gu Bin being Chen Huayan's nephew, even if I, as the director, committed an error, I would promptly pack my bags and depart. Zheng Jiwen's declaration garnered resounding applause. What does it mean to be a doctor? This is the essence of a true physician, prioritizing humanity and placing patients at the forefront. Director Zheng, your actions will tarnish the hospital's reputation. Chen Huayan's countenance darkened. Addressing him now as Director Zheng rather than Old Zheng. Zheng Jiwen's unilateral decision to dismiss Gu Bin was perceived as a personal affront to Chen Huayan, as if he were determined to undermine him. Of course, Zheng Jiwen was not embroiled in any ulterior motives. He merely conducted affairs with integrity. He was a pure-hearted physician, focused solely on healing and caring for patients, lacking the time to engage in the bureaucratic maneuvers favored by Chen Huayan and his ilk. Neglecting patient responsibility is what truly tarnishes the hospital's reputation. Very well, should you choose to act unilaterally, I cannot intervene. However, I will inform the chairman about today's events. You can explain yourself to him. Rest assured, should the board pursue this matter, I will shoulder the responsibility alone. Humph. Chen Huayan stormed off in a huff, left with nothing but fury and no recourse. After all, Zheng Jiwen was the director, wielding absolute authority over the hospital. While he remained merely a deputy, the matter concluded, and the onlookers dispersed. Chen Feiyu approached with a cheerful smile. Grandpa Zheng, what do you think about my friend's recovery plan? Rest assured, any mistakes made by our hospital will be rectified. With Zheng Jiwen's assurance, Chen Feiyu felt a great sense of accomplishment as his task was successfully completed. If all went well, as long as Yun Yi cooperated with the hospital's treatment, she should be able to regain her former self. Your parents have arrived, so I won't accompany you back to school. Chen Feiyu thought it unnecessary to linger any longer. He bid farewell to Yun Yi, saying, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, just give me a call. Goodbye. Yun Yi hurried after him, wishing to see him off, but due to her physical condition, she could not catch up and could only watch as he entered the elevator. Feeling rather dispirited, Yun Yi returned and overheard her father discussing business with Zheng Jiwen. Old Zheng, our family's collaboration with your hospital will remain unchanged, right? You can rest assured. As long as your medical supplies maintain their quality, our hospital will continue to work with you. Yun Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chen Huayan might retaliate. With Zheng Jiwen's words, he felt reassured. Thank you, Old Zheng. No need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards that young lad, Chen Feiyu. Who is Chen Feiyu? Isn't your daughter friends with him? In an instant, Yun Yulong and his wife, along with Zheng Jiwen, turned their attention to Yun Yi. Lu Hui inquired, is your friend named Chen Feiyu? No, his name is Li Pengfei. All three elders appeared somewhat perplexed. Then who is Chen Feiyu? Zheng Jiwen was the first to recover, bursting into laughter. That mischievous boy has always been clever. Your daughter is too innocent and must have been tricked by him using a false name. His real name is Chen Feiyu, and he is a shareholder in our hospital's parent company. Zheng Jiwen patted Yun Yulong on the shoulder. If you cultivate a good relationship with him, our hospital's orders will be virtually guaranteed. Yun Yulong's eyes lit up. He had initially thought that Chen Feiyu was approaching Yun Yi under false pretenses for some ulterior motive. But it turned out that Chen Feiyu's background was quite formidable. The parent company of Ailey Hospital was Alice Medical Limited, a leader in the healthcare industry. It was truly remarkable that Chen Feiyu had become a shareholder at such a young age. Lu Hui scrutinized her daughter, noting that ever since Chen Feiyu had left, Yun Yi had worn a gloomy expression, seemingly concerned about that young man. Chen Feiyu was accomplished and handsome, indeed a suitable match for her daughter. Lu Hui mused about inviting Chen Feiyu over for dinner next time, hoping to foster a connection between the two young people, perhaps leading to a beautiful union. While the couple contemplated their thoughts, Yun-yi became lost in her own reflections. Chen Feiyu? So that is his name. She murmured the name to herself. And suddenly everything clicked into place. If she was not mistaken, the other boy from that late-night snack was the real Li Pengfei. Most likely. The genuine Li Pengfei had been deterred by her rather bulky figure and had used Chen Feiyu's name as a cover. Upon realizing this, Yun-yi broke into a bright smile. The name of Chen Feiyu was not what mattered. What truly counted was that he had stood up for her without hesitation when she faced difficulties, and that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyu was cruising in his Bentley. He had repeatedly urged Zheng Jiwen to keep his identity concealed, yet to his astonishment, old Zheng had blurted it out without hesitation. Feeling a sudden pang of hunger, he parked the car and sought out a nearby Lanzhou noodle shop to satisfy his appetite. After finishing his meal and exiting the noodle shop, Chen Feiyu noticed a postal bank across the street. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had yet to avenge his father's grievances. The deputy manager named Han at Dongya Bank had summarily dismissed Chen Dongshan without due consideration. It was imperative that Chen Feiyu dealt with him, otherwise, he would be remiss in his duties as a son. Previously, Chen Feiyu had contemplated bringing down a vice president, which had seemed implausible at the time. Although he possessed assets worth over 10 billion, he had no intention of liquidating them for cash, as banks only recognized money. However, the situation had changed. He now boasted 12 billion in liquid assets. Simply depositing 1 or 2 billion would ensure that not just a mere deputy vice president, but even the president would treat him with utmost reverence. Resolutely, Chen Feiyu purchased several suitcases on his way home, and upon arriving, he withdrew 1 billion in cash from the system, stacking the money into a small mountain on his bed. He meticulously divided the cash into different suitcases and tucked them under the bed. Since he was already home, Chen Feiyu decided against venturing out again that day, but he planned to pay a visit to Dongya Bank the following day. So, the deputy vice president thinks he is quite the big shot, does he? He thinks he can fire my father with a mere word? Tomorrow, he shall regret his actions. That evening, after dinner, the Chen family retired early to their respective rooms. While Chen Feiyu was in the living room pouring water, he overheard his parents' conversation regarding Chen Dongshan's struggles in finding employment. Given that he only had a middle school education and was nearing 50, many employers would not consider hiring him. Chen Dongshan could only find work as a security guard in an old school district, but those positions were already filled. Listening to Chen Dongshan's lamentations only reinforced Chen Feiyu's determination to take down the man named Han. An uneventful night passed. As the warm morning sun pierced the darkness, illuminating the earth, a new day dawned. Wang Shufan left for work early, despite Chen Feiyu's repeated pleas for her to enjoy her retirement, assuring her that he could support her. Yet, Wang Shufan insisted, one must remain vigilant even in times of peace. Chapter 48, I want to deposit 1 billion. With Chen Dongshan currently unemployed, Wang Shufan worried that if one day Chen Feiyu's business also faltered, at least she would have a salary to rely on, ensuring the family would have food to eat. Unable to sway his mother, Chen Feiyu relented and allowed her to go to work. Dad, aren't you going to look for a job today? As Chen Feiyu stepped out of his room, he found Chen Dongshan despondently sprawled on the sofa. Hair loss and unemployment are often regarded as the two great crises of middle age for men, and as the head of the family, Chen Dongshan now relied on his wife and son for support, which was a source of great distress. There aren't many jobs I can do out there, Chen Dongshan mused. Then suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Xiaoyu, what do you think about me delivering takeout? Delivering takeout? Do you have an electric bike? Chen Dongshan and his wife took the bus to work, so apart from their 2 cars, they had no means of delivering food. No electric bike? But I have a car. Chen Feiyu jested. Are you seriously considering delivering food in your Audi A8? Are you delivering meals or trying to impress people? I guarantee you will receive nothing but bad reviews. The reality of food delivery was indeed harsh. Exposed to the elements and often encountering irritable customers who would berate you for even the slightest delay. His father was not young anymore, and there was no need for him to endure such treatment. Moreover, the earnings from food delivery would likely barely cover the fuel costs for the Audi A8, if at all. Besides, Chen Feiyu was more than capable of supporting his parents. However, he refrained from directly stating I will support you. As they were all men and had their pride, such words would make Chen Dongshan feel obsolete. Finding a job is such a hassle, Chen Dongshan lamented, expressing his regret for not having pursued further education in his youth. Father, do not be disheartened. Have you ever heard the saying, after the darkness, there is light? Perhaps employment will come knocking at your door, he added. What nonsense. Jobs do not simply present themselves, Chen Dongshan retorted. Ponder that, reflect deeply. Chen Feiyu chuckled mysteriously when suddenly the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, 10 burly men stood outside, led by Zhu Liang, the head of security for Xintai Commercial Street. Flanked by his team. Mr. Chen, I have brought the men, Zhu Liang announced. Very well, follow me and help carry the boxes to the room. Zhu Liang and his team obediently followed Chen Feiyu into the room, each man dragging a suitcase behind him. Although Chen Dongshan was curious about Chen Feiyu's intentions, he refrained from inquiring further. "Father, I am stepping out for a moment," Chen Feiyu remarked before heading to the parking lot, where the suitcases were loaded onto his vehicle. The numerous large suitcases filled the trunk and the back seat to capacity. "You will accompany me to Dongya Bank." Chen Feiyu led the way in his car, while Zhu Liang and his team boarded 2 vans, closely trailing behind him. Before long, they arrived at Dongya Bank. "Wait outside and follow my instructions," Chen Feiyu directed as he pulled a suitcase behind him, entering the bank alone while Zhu Liang and the others stood ready at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu, the bank's female staff member instantly donned a professional smile. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" she inquired. "I wish to make a deposit." "You can deposit directly at the machine. Our staff will be happy to guide you through the process." The staff member's intentions were innocent. She merely assumed that Chen Feiyu, appearing quite youthful, would not possess substantial savings. "The machine might not suffice. I have a rather considerable sum to deposit." "Oh, and how much do you intend to deposit?" 100 million. The entire bank buzzed with astonishment. The staff member was momentarily taken aback in her year of service. She had encountered numerous clients seeking loans of 100 million, yet this was her first encounter with someone wishing to deposit such an amount. "Sir, did you say 100 million? She asked, double-checking in disbelief. "Indeed, is that too little?" No, not at all," she hastily clarified, her head shaking vigorously. For the branch, 100 million represented a client of the highest caliber. Far from being insignificant, it was nearly overflowing. "Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire how you intend to deposit this sum?" The suitcase Chen Feiyu dragged contained at most 1 million, hardly enough to accommodate 100 million. Without answering, he placed the suitcase down and opened the combination lock. As the suitcase opened, stacks of vibrant red bills spilled into the air, cascading from the suitcase, with some even tumbling to the floor. "Here is 1 million. I have brought 1 million in cash today," Chen Feiyu stated calmly. "Should your bank service meet my expectations, I shall transfer the remaining 90 million to your institution." "Certainly, sir, please follow me." The staff member, now completely attentive, didn't he dare to question whether Chen Feiyu truly had 100 million. No one would carry 1 million in cash to the bank simply to boast about 100 million. Anyone caught without the funds would be quickly exposed. Even if Chen Feiyu possessed only 1 million, it was still a significant amount. Thus, the staff member promptly led him into the VIP area. The VIP section was tranquil, with far fewer customers than the main hall, yet each one was a person of considerable wealth. Chen Feiyu settled into a sofa, quietly awaiting the staff member who went to fetch him water. A middle-aged man in a suit entered the VIP area to oversee the operations and began conversing with a VIP client. "Vice President Han, why has the security personnel changed? What happened to that old guard, Chen?" "Oh, don't mention it. That fool offended one of our VIP clients, who lodged a complaint with me. Consequently, I had to let him go. It's a pity. Old Chen was a decent fellow. What a shame. Just a security guard. He has no one but himself to blame." Chen Feiyu thought, momentarily pausing his phone activity to glance up, realizing that the man in the suit was Vice President Han. "Very well. For daring to speak ill of my father behind his back, prepare for my retribution. You shall soon have cause to weep." The staff member returned, holding a bottle of Evian water worth a mere few dollars. Upon seeing Vice President Han, she hurried over and whispered a few words. Chen Feiyu could easily surmise that she was reporting about his intention to deposit 100 million. As anticipated, Vice President Han's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing about Chen Feiyu's deposit. "Sir, may I ask how to address you?" he inquired, eager to curry favor. 100 million represented a major client. If he could secure this deal, it might lead to a promotion and a raise, and perhaps direct advancement to branch manager from headquarters. Little did Han realize that Chen Feiyu had come to him with a different agenda. Promotion and raises? Dream on. I intend for you to be unemployed. Chen Feiyu's demeanor was cold, showing no inclination to shake hands with Han. He found the idea of touching such a person distasteful. "Ah, Mr. Chen, do you possess a bank card from Dongya Bank?" "What a silly question. Why would I be here otherwise?" Chen Feiyu produced a Dongya Bank savings card, one that Chen Dongshan had arranged for him previously, though he had rarely deposited funds into it. "Ah, you are correct. I should have considered that." Han, chastised, could only smile sheepishly, not daring to retort. After all, this was a significant client, one to be treated with utmost respect. Once the previous VIP client completed their transaction and departed, Han ushered Chen Feiyu to the counter. Chen Feiyu made a phone call, instructing Zhu Liang and the others waiting outside to come in. The VIP counter was in a separate area, distinctly set apart from the regular counters. As Zhu Liang and his men approached the VIP section, they were halted by security. Upon noticing Zhu Liang's team attempting to enter, Han strode to the entrance. altering his previously subservient demeanor to one of arrogant superiority, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Liang and his companions. I apologize, but this is the VIP area. Entry is restricted to our bank's VIPs only. VIPs were wealthy individuals, each a patron of the bank, and Han was more than willing to lower himself before them. However, Zhu Liang and his team, dressed plainly, were clearly commoners, lacking any grounds for him to bow before them. Just as he turned away, he spotted Chen Feiyu dragging a suitcase filled with cash from the VIP area. "Mr. Chen, where are you off to?" Han pondered, confused, thinking that the funds had yet to be deposited. "You all, open the suitcase," Chen Feiyu commanded, casting a glance at him before instructing Zhu Liang and the others to comply. In the next moment, the entire bank erupted into chaos. So much money. Each suitcase was brimming with cash. Chen Feiyu now stood at the juncture between the VIP area and the ordinary section, allowing the bank's employees and clients to witness the astonishing sight of cash strewn across the floor. Many swallowed hard. And had it not been for the bank's surveillance and security personnel, they might have succumbed to the temptation to rush forward and seize the money. Han Yi was also taken aback. A suitcase typically contained about 1 million. With 10 of them, that amounted to a staggering 10 million. While there were clients who made large deposits at the branch, the vast majority did so through transfers or remittances. To come in with 10 million in cash was undoubtedly unprecedented in the branch's history. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Han Yi's blood surged with excitement as he recalled the female employee mentioning that Chen Feiyu intended to deposit 100 million, of which 10 million was cash. Seeing the 10 million in cash confirmed the authenticity of the entire sum. Zhu Liang and the others were equally astonished. They had speculated about the suitcase's contents, wondering why it was so heavy, only to discover it was stuffed with stacks of 100 yuan bills. However, Zhu Liang and his colleagues dared not entertain any greedy thoughts. As Chen Feiyu's identity was shrouded in mystery, even their boss sought ways to curry favor with him. Even if they somehow managed to take the money, they likely wouldn't live to spend it. They were merely there to deliver money to me, and since Vice President Han had turned me away, I might as well seek another bank that would eagerly accept this sum. "Mr. Chen, please hold on a moment." Han Yi, hunched over, said with a facade of obsequiousness. "This is a misunderstanding. I had no idea they were here to bring you money." He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Chen Feiyu. "Please, calm down. I sincerely apologize." "Huh." Chen Feiyu scoffed coldly before returning to the VIP area. Han Yi, relieved, exhaled deeply. His heart had raced in fear moments ago. If he had mishandled such a significant client, his position would have been at stake. Little did Han Yi know that this initial fright was merely an appetizer. The true feast was yet to come. His nightmare had only just begun. Chapter 51, The Power of Cash, hosted by the bank's leaders. The bank produced several cash counting machines, as the volume of cash Chen Feiyu brought was overwhelming. The staff in the VIP area could hardly keep up, prompting additional employees from the front hall to assist in the counting. Both manual labor and machines worked in tandem, with many employees counting cash at speeds rivaling the machines. Once counted, the bank staff bundled the bills into paper bags, each stack comprising 10,000. During this process, one cash counting machine malfunctioned due to overwork, emitting thick smoke and a foul odor. Many customers could not help but marvel at the sheer volume of work required to burn out a counting machine. Perhaps this was what one might call the power of cash. This young man carries so much money. Doesn't he fear being robbed? Don't be foolish. Did you not see the numerous strong men guarding him? It would be a stroke of luck if they did not rob you instead. It must be said that the security personnel from Dongfang Company were exceptionally skilled, each having undergone systematic training, exuding vitality and strength, and maintaining impeccable order. Those unaware of their roles could easily mistake them for elite bodyguards. "Mr. Chen, please hold on. I need to attend to something." Han Yi caught a glimpse of two men touring the lobby and straightened his collar as he approached them. The short-haired man, surnamed Zhou, was the branch manager. The other, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, was Fang Shixuan, the vice president of the head office, who had come specifically to oversee operations. "Manager Zhou, your presence here truly elevates our branch's stature," Han Yi exclaimed, showcasing his talent for flattery. He cleverly omitted the title of vice before Fang's name, subtly elevating his status and hinting at an imminent promotion to bank president. "Xiaohan, why is the VIP area so lively?" Fang Shixuan inquired, a mild smile on his face, not taking the compliment to heart. He had heard such sycophantic remarks countless times and was not one to be easily flattered. "Today, a client has come to deposit money, 100 million, of which 10 million is in cash. Everyone is busy counting it." 100 million? Fang Shixuan paused, momentarily taken aback. While the head office frequently handled large transactions, a single transaction of 100 million at a branch was exceedingly rare. "Xiaohan, you have done exceptionally well. Keep up the good work." Once old Zhou moves to the head office, the branch manager position will be yours. Han Yi was overjoyed. Fang Shixuan's words indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was virtually guaranteed to be the next branch manager. Take me to meet this esteemed client. A floating capital of 100 million, whether at the head office or branch, designated one as a top-tier VIP of the bank. Naturally, since the opportunity had presented itself, Fang Shixuan was eager to meet him, as nurturing the client relationship would yield long-term benefits for the bank. Han Yi led the two executives toward the VIP area. At that moment, Chen Feiyu was comfortably seated on a sofa, casually engaged with his mobile phone. Upon encountering the client, both managers Zhou and Fang Shixuan were surprised to find that the esteemed client was a young man. Mr. Chen, this is Fang Shixuan, a leader from our head office. After introducing Fang Shixuan, Han Yi then presented Chen Feiyu. Mr. Fang, this is Mr. Chen Feiyu. Good day, Mr. Chen. I must say, I did not expect you to be so young. You are truly accomplished at a tender age. Thank you, Manager Fang. I have long admired your reputation. The two exchanged cordial handshakes and pleasantries, though in truth, Chen Feiyu had never heard of Fang Shixuan before. Chen Feiyu had been an ordinary citizen, far removed from the circle of elite figures like Fang Shixuan. However, circumstances had shifted, and now Chen Feiyu's net worth soared into the billions. While Fang Shixuan's annual salary barely reached 1 million, now it was Fang who had to look up to Chen. Xiaohan has informed me that you plan to deposit 100 million in our bank. Thank you for your trust in us. The Dongye Bank is a venerable institution, and my father also worked at your bank, so I naturally have confidence in you. Oh, your father was once an employee of our bank. May I ask his name? My father was merely a low-ranking employee. Manager Fang most likely does not know him, so it's better not to mention it. Fang Shixuan perceived Chen Feiyu's reluctance to divulge further details and refrained from pressing the matter, opting instead to engage in casual conversation with him. As a significant portion of the cash was counted, Fang Shixuan's eyes gleamed with intent as he shifted to the main topic. Mr. Chen, would you be interested in any wealth management services? A 10 million deposit could yield several hundred thousand in interest annually. With 100 million, that translates to millions in interest. Naturally, as our esteemed VIP, we will offer you the highest interest rates available. Chen Feiyu squinted and smiled. It was clear Fang Shixuan was subtly inquiring when he intended to deposit the remaining 90 million. While he certainly intended to make the deposit, it would not be happening at that moment. Manager Fang, I regret to inform you that I may not be depositing the remaining 90 million with your bank. Upon hearing the word regret, Fang Shixuan's heart sank, and Chen Feiyu's subsequent statement chilled him to the core. Mr. Chen, is there something about our service that has not met your expectations? Fang Shixuan's immediate concern was that a service issue had prompted Chen Feiyu to reconsider. Chen Feiyu did not respond directly, instead saying, Zhu Liang, please explain to Manager Fang what transpired. Zhu Liang, who had been standing by, spoke up, President Fang, just now. Director Chen instructed us to bring in the money, but that Vice President Han, with the surname Han, adamantly refused us entry, exhibiting an attitude that was nothing short of imperious. Anyone witnessing this would think that Director Chen's money is tainted. Tell me, if it were you in this situation, would you still wish to deposit your funds here? These lines were scripted by Chen Feiyu and sent to Zhu Liang via WeChat, intended as a pretext to challenge Han Yi. Upon hearing this, Fang Shixuan's countenance darkened immediately. Other banks welcome depositors as if they were deities, yet Han Yi, that insufferable wretch, dares to obstruct entry. It is no wonder Chen Feiyu is incensed. Mr. Chen, please do not take offense. I shall summon young Han to offer his apologies. Fang Shixuan signaled to President Zhou, who understood the cue and promptly went to fetch Han Yi. Moments later, Han Yi hurried in, startled to find Fang Shixuan's expression darker than that of Zhang Fei and Li Kuei combined. Young Han, behold the repercussions of your actions. Do apologize to Mr. Chen at once. Ah, Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. President Zhou had not informed Han Yi of the situation, leaving him bewildered as to where he had offended Chen Feiyu. Nevertheless, at Fang Shixuan's behest, he complied with the apology. Mr. Chen, young Han has expressed his contrition. Shall we consider this matter resolved? Absolutely not. Chen Feiyu shook his head, his tone laden with meaning. I genuinely wish to deposit my funds in your esteemed bank, but the mere sight of this individual makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 52, An Eye for an Eye, dismissing the Vice President. Chen Feiyu's visit to the bank was not for mere trifles. He was determined to unseat Han Yi from his vice presidential throne. Should Chen Dongshan err in his duties and be dismissed by the bank, Chen Feiyu would have no grounds for complaint and would not blame anyone. However, Chen Dongshan had toiled diligently over the years, never once arriving late or leaving early, each time the bank alarm rang in the dead of night. Regardless of whether he had been asleep or through rain or wind, Chen Dongshan would rise from his bed to silence the alarm. He frequently recommended relatives and friends to invest in Dongya Bank's financial products, thereby attracting a wave of clients and indirectly enhancing performance, all without seeking personal gain. For such a diligent and selfless employee, Han Yi's decision to terminate him without recognizing his contributions was unforgivable. Moreover, he had just spoken ill of Chen Dongshan behind closed doors to VIP clients. Given Han Yi's callousness, Chen Feiyu would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. President Fong, it is not that I wish to disregard your authority, Chen Feiyu sighed. Why did I bring my money to your bank? Simply because my father was once an employee here. To be frank, the interest your bank offers does not even pique my interest. This was a natural sentiment. Fong Shixuan nodded in agreement, not perceiving Chen Feiyu as boasting. A person with 100 million in liquid assets clearly possessed several hundred billion in total assets and hardly cared for a mere few million in interest. I am here to extend business to you. Yet your Vice President Han looks down upon my funds, which offends my pride. Han Yi remained perplexed, still unable to grasp where he had gone awry. Since Chen Feiyu entered the bank, his demeanor towards Chen had been more amiable than that of a devoted son. Serving tea and offering apologies, displaying extreme humility. One might even liken his demeanor to that of a sycophant. Mr. Chen, what can I do to placate your anger? Should I bow and admit my mistakes? Fong Shixuan half-jokingly suggested. Being well acquainted with the wealthy, he understood that what they valued most was not money, but face. The best way to appease Chen Feiyu would be to heed his words. Manager Fong, you jest. I would not dare have you bow. Chen Feiyu chuckled before shifting the topic. In truth, it would be quite simple to placate me. Just dismiss the individual named Han. What? Dismiss me? Han Yi's eyes widened in shock, nearly brought to tears. He bore no enmity towards Chen Feiyu, so why should he be the target of such a demand? Fong Shixuan's gaze sharpened. Having reached the position of vice president, he was astute enough to perceive that Chen Feiyu was specifically targeting Han Yi. President Fong, I implore you, do not dismiss me. As Fong Shixuan fell into contemplation, Han Yi immediately knelt, pleading fervently. He had painstakingly ascended to this position and did not wish to lose his job. Very well, President Fong, I shall not make this difficult for you. Chen Feiyu suddenly stood, brushing off his attire. Let your employees cease their efforts. I no longer wish to deposit even 10 million. Juliang, gather the men and return the money to the box. We shall seek another bank. Understood, Director Chen. Juliang, accompanied by his security team, commenced the task of repacking the cash, leaving the bank staff in a state of shock. After counting for an extended period, they were on the verge of completion when suddenly the transaction was aborted. What a futile exercise. Mr. Chen, let us discuss this matter calmly. Fong Shixuan also rose, stating, I find your points exceedingly valid. Our bank, as a service industry, should prioritize customer satisfaction. We cannot condone employees like Han Yi, who exhibit such problematic attitudes. Han Yi, you are hereby dismissed. Fong Shixuan made his decision almost without hesitation. His criteria were simple. Between Chen Feiyu and Han Yi, who could bring greater profit to the bank? The choice was evident, requiring little deliberation. To preserve a significant client like Chen Feiyu, sacrificing Han Yi was a trivial matter. Juliang, hold on. I have reconsidered and wish to deposit my money in Dongya Bank after all. Chen Feiyu smiled at Fong Shixuan, saying, President Fong, I look forward to our collaboration and believe we shall engage in more business dealings in the future. Haha, then I must thank Mr. Chen for considering our bank's interests. They exchanged smiles, each serving their own purposes, while Han Yi stood as the sacrificial pawn in this transaction. President Fong, I have served in this bank for 8 years. Though I may not have achieved merit, I have certainly endured hardships. I beg you, show leniency and do not dismiss me. Fong Shixuan remained silent, not even casting a glance at Han Yi. Seeing Fong Shixuan unmoved, Han Yi turned to plead with Chen Feiyu, grasping the latter's sleeve in desperation. Mr. Chen, I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. I truly cannot afford to lose this job. I implore you, have mercy and spare me. Vice President Han. Or rather, should I call you Mr. Han? Chen Feiyu replied coldly. You are aware of the hardships of life? Yet, did you ever consider this when you dismissed others? Knowing they too have families relying on them? Very well, if you are to condemn me, at least allow me to understand the reason for my dismissal. Han Yi grasped the inevitability of his fate, yet he could not fathom why Chen Feiyu had chosen to target him. Dismissal was one thing, but the multitude of whys seemed unnecessary. Isn't this how you, without justification, dismiss your subordinates? I merely sought to emulate your example. Chen Feiyu's expression was one of mockery. If I must provide a reason, it is simply that you have offended a client, and I find you displeasing. Is that not a sufficient rationale? Han Yi slumped to the ground, a grim smile betraying his despair. He still failed to comprehend Chen Feiyu's intentions. The only certainty was that his departure with his belongings had become an irrevocable reality. Mere moments ago, he had been indulging in dreams of promotion to branch manager, only to find those aspirations shattered so swiftly. Fang Shixuan stood nearby, observing with a detached demeanor, yet his mind raced with calculations. Chen Feiyu had previously mentioned that his father was an employee of this branch, and piecing together Chen Feiyu's veiled insinuations, Fang Shixuan had deduced a plausible scenario. It seemed that Han Yi had unjustly dismissed an employee, coincidentally Chen Feiyu's father, which had left Chen Feiyu harboring a grudge, leading him to seek vengeance today. Han Yi likely had not anticipated that a casually dismissed employee would have such a formidable son. This time, he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. He could only blame himself for not being more discerning. Chapter 53, 100 million to buy a manager position for Dad. Branch Manager Fang. The remaining 90 million will be transferred to the account within today. May we meet again under fated circumstances. 100 million was entirely deposited into Chen Feiyu's bank account. After exchanging pleasantries with Fang Shixuan, he prepared to leave. His objective had been achieved, and remaining would serve no purpose. It has been a pleasure to meet a talented young man like you, Mr. Chen, until our paths cross again. Fang Shixuan escorted Chen Feiyu to the bank's exit, watching him depart until the car completely vanished from view before turning back inside. Hey, isn't that young man old Chen's son? Coincidentally, it was the time for the security personnel to change shifts, and an older guard, upon catching a glimpse of Chen Feiyu's profile, immediately recognized him. Do you know that person from earlier? Fang Shixuan inquired, pausing, eager to gather more information about a figure as affluent as Chen Feiyu, hoping for potential collaboration in the future. Of course, I do. His name is Chen Feiyu, the son of old Chen. He used to come to the bank to deliver meals to his father. Dongya Bank had two entrances, the front door for customers and the back, which served as an employee passage, adjacent to the security guard's lounge. Chen Feiyu had indeed visited Dongya Bank several times, but encounters with Chun Dongshan had always occurred at the back door. Furthermore, Chen Feiyu visited during working hours, when bank employees were occupied in the lobby, leaving only off-duty guards at the back. Thus, apart from a couple of guards who had seen Chen Feiyu once, the majority were unfamiliar with him. Fang Shixuan suddenly connected the dots and pressed further. Old Chen? What did he do at our bank? Old Chen was a fellow guard in my unit. Dismissed by Vice President Han. Do you have Old Chen's contact information? With a critical lead in hand, Fang Shixuan felt an unusual thrill. If he could bring Chun Dongshan back, the relationship between Dongya Bank and Chen Feiyu would be significantly strengthened. Surely, Chen Feiyu would be inclined to deposit his funds with them. I have Old Chen's mobile number. Please give it to me. Zhou, you call him later and invite Master Chen back. No, I will make the call myself. Fang Shixuan resolved to take matters into his own hands. This would not only demonstrate his sincerity, but also afford Chen Feiyu due respect. Fang Shixuan turned to the guard. You've done a great service this time. You'll receive 1,000 yuan bonus this month. Thank you, Branch Manager Fang. The guard was momentarily stunned before breaking into a broad smile, astonished that his casual remark could yield such a reward. Happiness had arrived unexpectedly. While some celebrated, others despaired. In stark contrast to the jubilant guards, Han Yi's face was ashen, as if he had plunged into an abyss. He had initially hoped to plead for leniency, hoping Fang Shixuan might speak favorably of him to Chen Feiyu. Who would have thought that Chen Feiyu was the son of Chen Dongshan? Han Yi was utterly despondent, finally grasping why Chen Feiyu had targeted him and what his earlier remarks had implied. He had dismissed Chen Dongshan without cause, and in turn, Chen Feiyu had ensured he met a similar fate. An eye for an eye. After a tumultuous morning at the bank, noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Chen Feiyu took Zhu Liang and others to a roadside eatery for a hearty meal, crammed into a small private room. They ordered a plethora of dishes and several boxes of Qingdao beer, and soon, Chen Feiyu was drinking merrily with the guards, quickly bonding with them. Zhu Liang and the others did not perceive Chen Feiyu as stingy. Rather, they found him remarkably down-to-earth, as few wealthy individuals would choose to dine in such a shabby establishment. Once their appetites had been satisfied, Chen Feiyu distributed 500 yuan WeChat red envelopes to each of the guards present that day. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The guards were elated. As their monthly salary was only around 4,000, Chen Feiyu's generosity equated to several days' wages. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Chen Feiyu abhorred taking advantage of others, and since the guards were on their day off, he felt it was only right to offer them a small token of appreciation for their assistance. However, he gave Zhu Liang 1,000 yuan, as these men had been summoned by Zhu Liang, and he deserved a bit more. Zhu Liang, upon seeing Chen Feiyu's gaze, understood that his red envelope was different from the others, and wisely kept his phone silent. Come on, brothers, let us raise a toast to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we salute you. The guards downed their substantial cups of liquor in one go, reveling in the joy of associating with Chen Feiyu, where work was easy and rewards plentiful. Alas, if only their direct superior were as considerate as Mr. Chen. As soon as Chen Feiyu returned home, he retired to his room for rest. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Chen Dongshan burst in, shaking Chen Feiyu's shoulders to awaken him. "Xiaoyu, guess who called me?" "Dad, if you keep shaking me, I might lose my lunch." "Who called you with such excitement?" Chen Feiyu sat up against the headboard. Although he had consumed alcohol, his mind was as sharp as ever. He had spotted a fellow guard from his father's unit when leaving the bank. Chen Feiyu had deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the guard to recognize him. Otherwise, who would inform Fang Shixuan of his identity? Everything, including this phone call, had been anticipated. The caller was either Fang Shixuan or President Zhou. It was Vice President Fang from the main branch. He said he investigated and found no fault on my part, and I'm to return to work tomorrow. Guess what else he said? Wow, the leader from the main branch personally called you. Dad, you must have quite the clout. What else did they say? Chen Feiyu, clear-minded, feigned ignorance to play along with his father's performance. Vice President Fang noted my diligent work over the years and how I have attracted numerous clients for the bank, and he wants to promote me to lobby manager. Wow, Dad, you've turned misfortune into fortune. Should I start addressing you as Manager Chen? Promotion and salary increase were anticipated by Chen Feiyu. They would surely seek to win him over by first appealing to Chen Dongshan. As for the position, it was in line with Chen Feiyu's expectations. Since Chen Dongshan often interacted with clients in the lobby, he was well suited for the role of lobby manager. Promoting him to a higher position would be counterproductive. You little rascal, you seem to be getting cheeky, daring to jest with your old man. Chen Dongshan chuckled, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The bank's invitation for him to return was already an unexpected turn of events, and the promotion to lobby manager was an additional surprise. However, one thing puzzled him. Why had the bank's attitude shifted so rapidly? You little rascal, don't tell me you're behind this. How is that possible? I lack such remarkable abilities. Chen Dongshan nodded. Although you have acquired some wealth, it is evidently implausible to expect to command a senior executive from a bank's headquarters. Indeed, your wisdom surpasses that of others, dear father. Chen Feiyu smiled knowingly. O beloved father, you are utterly oblivious to your son's true capabilities. I procured the position of the lobby manager for a staggering 100 million. Chapter 54. Establishment of Yuyue Company, Limited. Chen Feiyu has been exceedingly busy lately. As the deadline for Dongfang Company to manage the commercial street draws near, he must hasten to assemble his own management team. Thus, he entrusted Su Qinglu to assist in registering a company, and with her expertise, Yuyue Company, Limited swiftly came into existence, boasting a registered capital of 100 million. The primary purpose of the company is to serve Chen Feiyu personally, overseeing the assets under his name. Once the company was registered, Chen Feiyu began searching for office space, while simultaneously posting recruitment information online. Although there were vacant shops in Xintai Commercial Street, he was reluctant to establish his company there, as it was primarily a shopping venue, somewhat incongruous with the company's ethos. Instead, Chen Feiyu set his sights on the Guojin building, one of the most renowned office towers in Zhonghai City. He harbored no interest in renting an office. Rather, he desired to purchase an entire floor as the headquarters of Yuyue Company, Limited. Unfortunately, the owner was unwilling to sell, only offering a rental option. Chen Feiyu scratched his head, recalling that the last time the system had allowed for direct exchange of physical assets, he had not anticipated this complication. Now, he was left to navigate the purchasing process on his own, which he found quite bothersome. Feeling somewhat distressed, he believed he might have lost a few strands of hair over the matter. Never mind. Unable to conceive a viable solution at the moment, Chen Feiyu decided to set the issue aside for now. Today, he had reserved a small banquet hall at the Junlai Hotel to host a recruitment fair. Securing employees was his priority. The office space could be addressed later. Arriving at the Junlai Hotel, Chen Feiyu found that the staff had already prepared the banquet hall, with a row of chairs outside for waiting interviewees to rest. The enticing salary package he offered had drawn a considerable number of applicants, resulting in over 100 resumes. However, Chen Feiyu instructed the hotel staff to set up only 100 seats, permitting entry on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who arrived late, demonstrating a lack of punctuality, would be promptly eliminated. As time passed, the number of interviewees swelled, with individuals of all ages and backgrounds. Chen Feiyu paid them no mind, having paid for the venue. The hotel staff would manage the order of the event. Alone in the banquet hall, he sat at a table with a chair opposite for the interviewees. When the time arrived, the hotel staff began to usher candidates into the hall one by one. Chen Feiyu prompted each interviewee to introduce themselves. Even though their resumes clearly outlined their educational backgrounds, skills, and work experiences, this exercise aimed to evaluate their communication abilities, as effective interaction is vital for integration within a corporate environment. An individual cannot thrive in a collective if they lack the ability to engage with colleagues. Regardless of their qualifications or skills, if one cannot harmonize with their peers, they will find no place in the organization. The positions being interviewed varied. Some were for property managers, others for security personnel, while some aspired to be Chen Feiyu's personal assistants. For the security positions, Chen Feiyu offered a post-tax salary of 5,000 per month, with the security captain earning 8,000, supplemented by a yearly salary of 15 months, holiday bonuses, and year-end rewards. Additionally, there were various perks like birthday vouchers and more. He had it all covered. Conservatively estimating, a security officer could earn at least 80 to 90,000 a year, a salary far superior to many non-permanent positions in public institutions. This compensation could be regarded as the pinnacle of the security industry. However, Chen Feiyu's requirements were relatively high. He sought candidates with professional training, as he lacked the time to nurture a new cadre of security personnel. Naturally, candidates with relevant certification and former military service would be given priority. Beyond the security roles, salaries for other positions would also exceed the market average by 20%. Chen Feiyu was not concerned about the expenditure, provided that the money was well spent. One by one, interviewees came and went, gradually filling the vacancies. Among those hired, 40 possessed work experience, while 60 were recent graduates. The experienced individuals could mentor the fledgling professionals, while the graduates would inject fresh vigor into the company. Ultimately, the positions of deputy manager and personal assistant remained unfilled. As the general manager, Chen Feiyu sought a capable deputy manager to lead. However, he encountered many high-caliber candidates who had grown accustomed to executive roles, displaying a somewhat arrogant demeanor upon realizing that Chen Feiyu was significantly younger than them. Consequently, they were all eliminated. The reason was simple. He required a competent yet compliant deputy manager, not someone with a dominant personality. In the balance between ability and obedience, Chen Feiyu chose the latter. What if they refused to heed his directives? If he said one thing and they contradicted him, how could he expect employees to follow either of them? How could the company function? The vacancy for the deputy manager position did not surprise Chen Feiyu. Core managerial roles were indeed challenging to fill. He proceeded to prepare for the interviews for the personal assistant position. As he organized the files of the successful candidates, a striking young woman with flamboyant attire entered the room. She wore a super short bodycon skirt, subtly revealing the curvature of her hips, and her deep V-neck top showcased her ample bosom. Rather than taking a seat, she perched herself on the edge of the table. Boss. At that moment, as Chen Feiyu glanced up, he found himself momentarily stunned. I am interviewing for a personal assistant, not seeking a mistress. What is with this audacity? The young woman, upon noticing Chen Feiyu, was equally taken aback, astonished to find her boss a handsome young man, his muscular arms indicating exceptional physical fitness. Serving such a boss, she would gladly forego her salary. Boss. The young woman had rehearsed her seductive approach before entering. Yet Chen Feiyu, not granting her the opportunity to perform, interjected. You have been eliminated. Why? No particular reason. You may leave. What is this? Am I being toyed with? The young woman left in a huff. Chen Feiyu's rationale for dismissing her was straightforward. He disdained individuals who resorted to cunning tactics for advancement. Having encountered countless beautiful women, he found the notion of being seduced to rise in rank utterly implausible. Chapter 55. The Beautiful Assistant. Subsequently, several interviewees, akin to the first young woman, attempted to allure Chen Feiyu with their beauty, some even explicitly offering to make sacrifices. Chen Feiyu was left reeling, profoundly disillusioned by the audacity of contemporary young women. Let the remaining candidates enter. Having lost patience, Chen Feiyu decided to allow all the remaining candidates for the personal assistant position to enter at once. The interviewees formed a line, all young and beautiful women, each clad in increasingly revealing attire. Chen Feiyu rubbed his temples in exasperation. He felt as though he were selecting companions for a nightclub rather than interviewing for a company. Damn it, I am running a company, not a nightclub. In truth, it was not entirely the fault of the women for their relentless pursuit, as the salary offered by Chen Feiyu was undeniably extravagant. A personal assistant would earn 20,000 a month, amounting to an annual salary of 300,000. Including various holiday benefits, the annual salary amounts to no less than 350,000. Who could possibly resist such temptation? To secure this job, sacrificing a bit of one's appearance is a trivial matter. Just a few days after Chen Feiyu posted the recruitment notice, had it been a month, it is likely that the number of applicants would not be in the dozens, but in the hundreds. Just as Chen Feiyu was preparing to dismiss everyone, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Lin Wayne. She was the girl who worked at a cafe during the day and a barbecue restaurant at night. Dressed modestly and without a hint of makeup, Lin Wayne resembled a pearl lost in the vast sea, creating a stark contrast with the other girls. Even without cosmetics, her beauty eclipsed that of all the other applicants. Number 76, you stay. The others are eliminated. Each interviewee wore a numbered tag, and as the disappointed girls departed, The grand hall was left with only Chen Feiyu and Lin Wayne, number 76. Chen Feiyu felt a peculiar affinity for Lin Wayne, as if they were destined to meet wherever he went. Here we are again. Please, have a seat. Lin Wayne possessed a beauty that rivaled that of any campus belle, and her ability to juggle several jobs showcased her industrious nature, leaving a deep impression on Chen Feiyu. Truth be told, with her looks, countless men would willingly shower her with money, yet she chose to toil with her own hands. Such a quality is indeed rare. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lin Wayne bowed respectfully before sitting down across from him. At that moment, she was both surprised and delighted. Having entered the interview with a mere sense of trying her luck, never expecting that the boss would be Chen Feiyu. With a gentle smile, Chen Feiyu sifted through a large stack of papers to find Lin Wayne's resume. You've held quite a few part-time jobs, but they all seem to be in lower-tier industries. And your educational background is somewhat lacking, only a high school diploma. Do you believe you are capable of performing the duties of a personal assistant? Mr. Chen, I am eager to learn. Please grant me this opportunity. Lin Wayne stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Feiyu. Calm down, let us sit and talk. Leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, Chen Feiyu asked, could you share why you did not pursue further education after graduating high school? Was there a particular reason? Chen Feiyu himself had been set to attend Zhonghai University after high school, but due to certain unfortunate circumstances, his admission was revoked, and he never set foot on campus. Thus, seeing Lin Wayne, who had similarly interrupted her educational journey, piqued his curiosity. Because my father fell ill. Lin Wayne's eyes dimmed as she murmured. My father has cancer, and all the money for his treatment has been spent. I have a younger brother who is still in school. I am the only one capable of working. Chen Feiyu was taken aback, not anticipating the harsh reality of Lin Wayne's family circumstances. It was no wonder she worked multiple jobs, striving to provide for her father and brother. The plight of families at the lower echelons of society is indeed tragic. A serious illness can devastate an entire household and burden generations. And what about your mother? My mother passed away long ago. I apologize for my insensitivity. It's all right. Lin Wayne smiled and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. She had grown accustomed to quietly nursing her wounds in solitude. Chen Feiyu felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Wayne, finding it hard to fathom that such a fragile and soft-spoken girl bore the weight of her entire family. Observing her slender arms and cheeks, it was evident that she must have been suffering from long-term malnutrition, likely saving the best for her father and brother. Many strong men might not possess her resilience. You've been accepted. Chen Feiyu was drawn to Lin Wayne's earnest nature. Individuals with a sense of responsibility toward their family often exhibit a higher degree of loyalty, precisely the kind of person sought for a personal assistant role. Really? I've actually been accepted? Lin Wayne's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought herself the least qualified among the interviewees and never expected Chen Feiyu to select her. Do I seem to be joking? Chen Feiyu chuckled. The difficulty of a personal assistant's job is not particularly high, but it can be quite tedious and chaotic. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will surely excel. I am not afraid of hard work. Lin Wayne's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 56. Embracing Nightlife. Off to the bar. Since her father was diagnosed with cancer, Lin Wayne had endured all manner of hardships, as long as she could earn money. She was willing to take on the most arduous and unpleasant jobs. However, she would never compromise her dignity or body for money. Well, it's best that you're not afraid of hard work. However, if you come to work for me, you must resign from your other part-time jobs. I require my employees to dedicate themselves entirely to their work. All right. Lin Wayne hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. She had originally intended to work for Chen Feiyu during the day and continue her shifts at the cafe or barbecue restaurant at night, hoping to earn a little extra. But since Chen Feiyu had made this request, she had no choice but to abandon her plans for additional work. After all, the combined salary of her two part-time jobs would not even amount to a third of what she would earn as a personal assistant. In truth, Chen Feiyu's insistence on Lin Wayne not working elsewhere was for her own benefit. While working day and night might not pose immediate issues, over time, it would undoubtedly take a toll on her health. Such a resilient young woman is a rare find these days, even more precious than a panda. It would be a pity if she were to wear herself out. Moreover, Chen Feiyu certainly did not wish for his employees to suffer health problems. All right, add me on WeChat. Tomorrow will mark your first official day of work. As the office location was not yet arranged, she could remain at home on standby, rest assured. Her salary would continue to be calculated, and he would notify her via WeChat when work was available. The other successful interviewees would be assigned to the Management Center office at Xintai Commercial Street, gradually taking over operations from Dongfang Company. Su Qinglu would oversee the coordination there. So Chen Feiyu need not worry. As for Lin Wayne, as Chen Feiyu's personal assistant, she would undoubtedly accompany him to the company once it was established. For now, it was best to allow her to rest and care for her father at home. After all, Chen Feiyu was not short on money. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Performing well in your job is the best way to express your gratitude to me. There's nothing pressing today. You may leave. Lin Wayne bowed deeply, genuinely grateful to Chen Feiyu. He was the one who had come to her aid at the cafe. And now he offered her such a wonderful job opportunity. She was at a loss for how to repay him. Around 7 in the evening, Chen Feiyu received a call from Li Pengfei. Old you, are you free to grab a late-night snack? Get lost. Eat your sister. Chen Feiyu cursed vehemently. Having developed an aversion to late-night snacks, especially in the company of Li Pengfei, who knew if this rascal was again engaging in online dating. Once was enough for Chen Feiyu. He had no desire to endure a second round of embarrassment. Why do you curse so? Your manners are appalling. Why do I curse? Don't you have any self-awareness? Hey, don't worry, I'm not going for online dating this time. I felt a bit guilty for the last time I dragged you into that mess, so tonight, I'm treating you to a meal as an apology. Really not for online dating? Chen Feiyu maintained a skeptical demeanor, cautiously navigating the waters of uncertainty. You really don't believe me? He exclaimed. However, there is something I must discuss with you. Let us meet at Night Street at 9 p.m. sharp. With that, Li Pengfei hung up the phone. Initially, Chen Feiyu had no intention of going, but he pondered the possibility that Li Pengfei might have something of great importance to discuss. It would be a disservice to ignore such a call. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to make the trip. As the name suggests, Night Street is a thoroughfare that comes alive after sunset. During the day, its establishments remain shuttered, only to spring into action under the veil of night. Spanning over a kilometer, Night Street boasts an array of popular eateries, yet it is predominantly filled with bars and nightclubs, numbering in the dozens, making it the most favored nightlife destination for the youth of Zhonghai City. Upon his arrival at 8:30 p.m., the street was ablaze with lights, bustling with life and revelry. Groups of young men strolled together, laughing and chatting, occasionally gesturing toward the women on the sidewalks, debating which ones were attractive and which boasted enviable figures. The entrances to the clubs and bars were particularly lively, teeming with people, and never lacking in beautiful women waiting in line to enter. The ladies adorned themselves as if they were queens of the night, their outfits scarcely larger than a hand towel, flaunting their allure without hesitation, their long legs dazzling to behold. Frequent patrons of these venues often arrived with clear intentions, the men seeking partners for a night of passion, while the women aimed to attract wealthy suitors. Those lacking charm or financial means were wise to refrain from attempting to engage the exquisite women, as they would likely receive nothing but disdainful glances. Old fish. Li Pengfei spotted Chen Feiyu from a distance, waving enthusiastically as he hurried over. What brings a gaming recluse like you to a place like Night Street? Heh. A classmate took me here a few days ago, and I found it quite intriguing, so I thought I'd invite you along for some fun. Chen Feiyu grasped the situation. It was clear that Li Pengfei, after experiencing the alluring sights of Night Street, had opened the door to a new world, and his passion for gaming had waned. Let us get one thing straight. You're treating tonight. I'm not spending a dime. Fine, I'll cover it, Li Pengfei replied, draping an arm around Chen Feiyu's shoulders with a mischievous grin. There are plenty of beauties at the bar ahead, and they're quite open-minded. If you catch my drift. Chen Feiyu understood Li Pengfei's implication. The women who frequented nightclubs often held progressive views. As long as one possessed a handsome visage, the prospects for companionship that night were promising. Chen Feiyu, having faced a setback when his early admission was revoked, had spent some time in a melancholic haze, occasionally drowning his sorrows in drink at Night Street, where he often received attention from women. However, he had consistently chosen to ignore their advances. Li Pengfei led Chen Feiyu into a bar named Mojito. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by deafening music. The venue was spacious, with a stunning female DJ spinning records on stage while dancers moved gracefully, accompanied by a throng of young men and women swaying and jumping to the rhythm. The atmosphere was electric. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei settled into 2 vacant bar stools, but the seating came with a minimum spending requirement, which Li Pengfei, with his meager monthly allowance of around 1,000 yuan, could not meet. Chen Feiyu, on the other hand, had the means, yet he was reluctant. The reasoning was simple. He found the entire notion rather juvenile. The purpose of reserving a table was twofold, to flaunt wealth or to attract attention from women. Chen Feiyu had no desire to show off, nor did he hold any interest in the liberated women of the bar. Deeming it unnecessary to squander his resources in such a manner, Li Pengfei scanned the room and then elbowed Chen Feiyu. Old fish. What do you think of the girl dancing in the front row to the right? Is she pretty? Chen Feiyu glanced up and replied nonchalantly. She's all right, I suppose. Do you think I could successfully approach her? She likely won't pay you any mind. Hey, that's not fair. I'm not bad looking, you know. Go ahead. Give it a shot. Chen Feiyu chuckled. Determined, Li Pengfei took a sip of his drink and strode confidently toward the girl he had been eyeing, but within 30 seconds, he returned, crestfallen. How did you know she wouldn't acknowledge me? Because that girl is a bar staff member, Chen Feiyu clarified. The stunning women in the front row are hired to attract patrons and enhance the ambience. They're here to work, not to entertain you. Damn, you should have mentioned that sooner. Perhaps you should have asked first? The two exchanged exasperated glances, each silently judging the other's foolishness. By the way, you mentioned you had something important to discuss. What is it? Li Pengfei recalled his reason for seeking out Chen Feiyu. Have you run into Zhang Kai recently? Zhang Kai was the high school classmate Chen Feiyu had encountered while buying breakfast, who had been reprimanded by older patrons for his careless remarks. Yes, why do you ask? Zhang Kai called me, saying you promised to attend the high school reunion on the 18th of this month at noon, at Junlai Hotel. After this revelation, Li Pengfei scrutinized Chen Feiyu. You're not actually considering going, are you? The organizers of the reunion were Wu Fei and Zhang Kai, both of whom had previously clashed with Chen Feiyu. Given that Chen Feiyu had not gained admission to Zhonghai University, attending would likely result in ridicule. Of course, if he were to arrive in a luxury car, the tables might turn. I have no intention of going, Chen Feiyu declared, swirling his drink, the whiskey glimmering a golden hue under the lights. Apart from Li Pengfei, his only close high school friend was the school beauty, Han Shixian. He had forgotten many names from his past. Attending such a reunion held little significance for him, particularly as he was now a billionaire businessman with little in common with a group of students. You did promise Zhang Kai you'd attend, did you not? I merely said that to tease that fool. I never expected him to take it seriously. Fine, I want to keep you. I'm off to dance. Li Pengfei downed his drink in one go and plunged into the dance floor, where his decent looks quickly attracted the attention of a beautiful girl, leading to an intimate interaction between them. Another Long Island iced tea, please. Since Li Pengfei was footing the bill, Chen Feiyu felt no need to hold back. As he sat alone at the bar, he was approached by several young women, some asking for his WeChat, others inviting him for drinks, and a few inquiring about his relationship status. One even boldly suggested they retire to a hotel for the night. What else would a solitary man and woman do in a hotel? The implications were clear. However, Chen Feiyu would not entertain such propositions, finding these eager women lacking in challenge, unable to evoke the satisfaction and thrill of conquest. Above all, he simply did not fancy women of such easy virtue. Suddenly, an unforeseen incident shattered the jovial atmosphere of the bar. A young man, brimming with fury, strode towards Li Pengfei, forcefully shoving him aside before yanking the girl he had been dancing with over to his side. How dare you pursue my girl, seeking death, are you? Li Pengfei stumbled back, colliding with the person behind him. As the gathering crowd sensed the brewing conflict, they gradually dispersed, creating a space for the impending confrontation. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, were well aware that in such establishments, disputes over women often erupted into brawls, a commonplace occurrence. Typically, these altercations would consist of mere shoving and harsh words, dissipating without significant consequence. After all, we live in a society governed by law, where inflicting harm could lead to hefty reparations and the specter of incarceration, thus deterring most from engaging in physical confrontations. However, there were always exceptions. Some intoxicated individuals, emboldened by drink, might resort to violent actions, even striking others with bottles. Yet, upon regaining their senses in a police station, regret was a universal sentiment. Why pursue a girl already taken? Do you think a fight will ensue? The spectators, maintaining a clear-headed demeanor, were skeptical of an actual brawl breaking out. Who the hell do you think you are? Li Pengfei, incensed by the unprovoked shove and the scornful accusations, retorted vehemently. Although he was an avid gamer, he was not one to be trifled with. Recalling a past incident in middle school where he had bravely confronted a gang of delinquents surrounding his friend Chen Feiyu, he had fought fiercely. Say that again. Speak ill of my family, and I repeat myself. If you want to brawl, then come at me. Don't whine like a coward. Under the influence of alcohol, both men were becoming increasingly agitated, the tension palpable in the air. Hit him. Hit him. The onlookers, relishing the drama, urged the confrontation, fearing the two would not engage. You're asking for it. The young man seized a bottle from a nearby table, poised to strike Li Pengfei. Unfazed, Li Pengfei prepared to retaliate with a chair. The music abruptly ceased, as if heralding the imminent clash. In that critical moment, Chen Feiyu suddenly appeared between them, grasping the young man's wrist firmly. Seeing Chen Feiyu intervening, Li Pengfei quickly restrained his aggression. Bro, let us resolve this amicably. Why resort to violence? Chen Feiyu smiled subtly, recognizing the young man's seedy demeanor, an obvious indication of a local hoodlum rather than a university student. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Get lost, or I'll deal with you too. The young man snarled fiercely at Chen Feiyu. Smack. Before he could finish his threat, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a stark red imprint on his cheek, courtesy of Chen Feiyu. The crowd was taken aback. Wasn't Chen Feiyu there to mediate? Why had he struck first? I despise when people insult others' families. Do you not have parents? The young man's anger ignited. and he lunged for a champagne bottle, only to find it had mysteriously ended up in Chen Feiyu's grasp. Chen Feiyu feigned a swing at the young man's head, causing him to instinctively shield himself. After a moment of waiting in vain for the expected pain, the young man opened his eyes to see Chen Feiyu mockingly observing him, the bottle remaining harmlessly aloft. "Drop the bottle. I won tea. What will you do about it?" The young man, mistakenly believing Chen Feiyu was hesitant to act, adopted a defiant posture. Chen Feiyu scoffed, exerting pressure on the young man's wrist, causing him immediate discomfort. The bottle clattered to the floor as the young man relinquished his grip. Chen Feiyu maintained his hold, turning to Li Pengfei. "Put the chair down." "How did this altercation begin?" Li Pengfei, feeling unjustly treated, explained, "He accused me of pursuing his girl, but it was she who approached me. It's not my fault." Li Pengfei felt utterly wronged. The girl had initiated the interaction, and he had inquired whether she had a boyfriend, to which she had clearly stated her single status. Had he known otherwise, he would never have danced with her so intimately. He felt as victimized as the tragic figure of Do Yi. If he can act like a man, then why deny it? What kind of man claims he hasn't pursued my girl? The young man nearly uttered a curse, but caught himself under Chen Feiyu's piercing gaze, swallowing his words. The sting of Chen Feiyu's earlier slap lingered in his mind. A painful reminder. The crowd was captivated. The situation had taken an intriguing turn. Li Pengfei claimed the girl had approached him, while the young man insisted Li Pengfei had stolen his woman. Whose tale was the truth? Just as the audience pondered who was lying, the girl in question approached Li Pengfei, vehemently berating the young man. "Are you insane? Who is your girl? I merely spent one night with you. And had I been in a better mood, you wouldn't have even been in the running. What? Are you addicted to chasing above your station?" The girl derided him. "Have you even looked in the mirror? With that lackluster appearance, how could you ever compare to this handsome gentleman?" Among the crowd, both men and women nodded in agreement. Li Pengfei was undeniably striking, likely ranking among the top 10 in any university, whereas the young man, though not unattractive, fell short in comparison. "You." Being publicly likened to a toad, the young man's face shifted through shades of humiliation. "Hey man, you heard her. She's not your girlfriend," Chen Feiyu shrugged, releasing the young man's wrist. "We're here to enjoy ourselves. Why escalate to violence? Give me a favor, and let us call it a day, shall we?" "Humph. Fine. I'll let it go this time." The young man, utterly humiliated, had no choice but to retreat, seizing the opportunity to save face. With the confrontation diffused, the bar's security, ever vigilant, relaxed their stance, as no physical altercation had transpired. "Handsome, I have a few friends at a nearby booth. Why don't we all hang out together?" The girl grasped Li Pengfei's arm, attempting to also reach for Chen Feiyu's. After all, having encountered such striking gentlemen, her night out at the bar had not been in vain. "Apologies, but we have other matters to attend to." Chen Feiyu sidestepped the girl's advance, pulling Li Pengfei out of the bar. "Why leave? There are so many girls here to enjoy." Li Pengfei turned back thrice with evident eagerness to accompany the girl to the booth and meet more young ladies. Playing with a mere toy hammer. Such a promiscuous girl is best avoided. One can never be too sure of her health. Chen Feiyu felt it necessary to warn Li Pengfei, stating that while indulging in occasional revelry might be acceptable, one must exercise caution in their pursuits, for not every woman is worthy of attention. Should he contract any ailment, he would be left oblivious to his demise. "What has suddenly sparked your interest in women?" Chen Feiyu inquired. "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wish to find a girlfriend." Before attending university, Li Pengfei was a day student, limited in his social interactions. Coupled with the academic pressures of high school and his parents' strict oversight, he had little opportunity to engage with the opposite sex. However, once he transitioned to university accommodation, he found himself liberated, observing his roommates pairing off, which filled him with an unspoken envy. This ignited his desire to seek a partner. Searching for a girlfriend in a bar? Are you jesting? Are there no women at the university? Come on, you know my school is a veritable desert, an imbalance of 50:1 in gender ratio. With the more desirable girls already snatched up, where am I to find a girlfriend? Chen Feiyu paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. Given Li Pengfei's engineering college, the situation was hardly better than a monastery. Finding a partner was indeed a formidable challenge. "Why not discuss your intentions with me? I can introduce you." "You? Please. You are merely a solitary figure yourself. We are equally matched." Chen Feiyu bristled at this remark, feeling slighted. There is a difference between not seeking a girlfriend and being unable to find one. Chen Feiyu scoffed. "Remember that night we had supper together? 4 girls showed up, and I know them all. If you're interested, I can make introductions." The 4 girls he referred to were none other than Fang Yuan and Chen Lingling among others. "Are you talking about those 4 stunning beauties from last time?" Li Pengfei's eyes lit up. Each of those girls had left an indelible impression on him. Each possessed a unique allure that captivated him. As he reminisced about their appearances, he almost drooled. Li Pengfei's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a fawning tone. Brother you, are you hungry? Let me treat you to something delicious. Oh, so now you call me brother? Chen Feiyu rolled his eyes in disbelief. As long as you successfully introduce me, I would not hesitate to call you father you. Li Pengfei cast aside his dignity. His roommates flaunted their relationships incessantly, pushing him to the brink of madness. Once he found a girlfriend, he was determined to flaunt it before those insufferable peers. All right, I'll arrange to meet them once I finish my current tasks. When will that be? Can I have a specific time? Why the rush? How should I know? It depends on their availability. As they strolled, Chen Feiyu's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Recognizing it, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? Is this Xiao Li? Chen Lingling? Indeed, it is I. Can you come over? Fang Yuan is in trouble. Chapter 60. Fang Yuan in trouble. KTV drinking contest. 1. Upon recognizing Chen Lingling's voice, the familiarity of the number clicked. He had previously called her when delivering for Li. If something's wrong, why not call the police? What do you want me for? Chen Feiyu countered, feeling exasperated. I'm no superhero. If every woman called me with problems, I'd be overwhelmed. They haven't committed any crimes. The police can't help. Chen Lingling, now anxious, struggled to articulate the situation. We're at Lengsue KTV, room 401. Hurry and bring Fang Yuan away, or she may lose her virtue tonight. If the police can't assist, why would I be of any help? Goodbye. Chen Feiyu had little interest in meddling in others' affairs. He preferred to catch a few more hours of sleep instead. Who called you for help? Li Pengfei inquired, curiosity piqued. Just one of the girls from that night we had supper together. She said her friend is in a predicament and wants me to come. Are you serious? Why didn't you agree to help her? Why should I? Chen Feiyu shrugged nonchalantly, having turned down his fair share of beautiful women. You're foolish. If you refuse her help now, she won't want to hang out with you later. If she doesn't want to, so be it. I have no interest in socializing with women. Chen Feiyu's primary focus was on enhancing his company, dismissing all thoughts of romance as trivial. At merely 18, he had ample time ahead for love. Brother, you promised to introduce me to someone. Li Pengfei fretted. You've created tension now. How can you still make introductions? For my lifelong happiness, I implore you, please go. You're truly bothersome. Fine, I'll go. Hurry. If something really happens, it will be too late. Li Pengfei urged, pushing Chen Feiyu forward, calling for a chauffeur as they sped towards Lengsue KTV. Inside room 401, the glass table was littered with empty bottles, and Fang Yuan was being forcefully fed alcohol by several young men, swaying unsteadily with flushed cheeks, clearly inebriated. A few boys leered at Fang Yuan, but thankfully, Li Siwen and Chen Fei flanked her, preventing her from being overwhelmed. Chen Lingling entered the room and approached her friend. Li Siwen whispered, Did you find someone to help? I called Xiao Li, but he refused to come. However, I've called a senior from school for assistance. Chen Lingling was resourceful. If Chen Feiyu wouldn't come, she would seek help elsewhere. Li Siwen and Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, awaiting the arrival of the boys for salvation. Approximately 10 minutes later, 3 young men burst through the door, revealing themselves as the seniors Chen Lingling had summoned. Shua, you finally made it. Chen Lingling exclaimed, her spirits lifted. The leader, Shui Yang, a third-year student and student council president, was joined by another senior, Zhou Kong. Alongside them was He Yifan. Lingling, what is going on? Initially, Shui Yang assumed they were being harassed, but upon entering, he quickly discerned the situation was not as he had imagined. The group of boys was merely leering at Fang Yuan and her friends, sitting idly, drinking and chatting without crossing any lines. Fang Yuan has been inquiring about a friend recently, and these boys claim to know him. However, they insist that to learn the information, she must first win a drinking contest against them. If she wins, they will reveal the whereabouts of the person she seeks. If they win, she will have to accompany them tonight, at their discretion. Chen Lingling explained rapidly, and Shui Yang and the others grasped the situation. This is absurd. Fang Yuan doesn't drink. How could she possibly win? He Yifan reproached. You should all be aware of the potential consequences of following a few unfamiliar men. As Fang Yuan's close friend, how could you not advise her? Chen Lingling and the others felt a twinge of displeasure. Why was He Yifan reprimanding them? Did he truly believe himself to be Fang Yuan's boyfriend? Chen Lingling retorted defiantly. Do you think we haven't advised her? There's nothing we can do if Fang Yuan refuses to listen. They decided to take Fang Yuan home. Shui Yang and the others, being students, reasoned it prudent to leave this den of iniquity sooner rather than later, especially since they had not suffered any significant harm. However, Li Siwen and her companions attempted to forcibly take Fang Yuan away, only for the latter to break free from their grasp. I'm not leaving. If you want to go, then go by yourselves. Fang Yuan swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the sofa, murmuring, It has been 5 years, and I have finally managed to uncover a sliver of information about that guy. Even if I die here today, I must ascertain where he is hiding. Chapter 61. Fang Yuan in distress. KTV drinking contest. 2. The group frowned, taken aback by Fang Yuan's obstinacy. It seemed she would not depart until she learned the information she sought. Shui Yang and his companions found themselves in a quandary. They could not forcibly detain Fang Yuan, and calling the police would evidently be futile. Leaving Fang Yuan alone was out of the question. The only feasible method to bring her back would be to engage in a drinking contest against this group, and if they secured the desired answers, Fang Yuan would surely relent. Suddenly, Shui Yang had a stroke of inspiration. Brothers, it would be rather unseemly for several men to bully a single girl, wouldn't it? The leader, a bald young man, chuckled. And what do you propose? You have 3 men, and we also have 3. Why not engage in a 3-on-3 contest? If we win the drinking challenge, you must divulge the information my friend seeks. Shui Yang was confident. Being from the north, he had a notable tolerance for alcohol. And unless they were seasoned drinkers, most peers from the south would struggle to keep up. Moreover, the bald group had already consumed a fair amount. Thus he was at a distinct advantage. The bald young man considered for a moment and replied, "Very well, but what happens if you lose?" "If we lose, we will leave immediately and guarantee that we won't meddle in this matter." "That won't do." The bald man shook his head. "In drinking contests, it is unreasonable for me to foot the bill. Let us add a wager. Whoever loses must cover the tab for today." "Fine, I'm not afraid of you." With a sense of triumph, Shui Yang felt he had lured the bald man into his trap. While there were others more skilled than him in various domains, he was resolute in his prowess when it came to drinking. He had never faced defeat in that arena. Thus, the bald man summoned a waiter and ordered a dozen bottles of foreign liquor, neatly arranging small glasses and filling them to the brim. The contest would consist of 3 rounds, with the first round focused on speed. The first to finish their drink would be declared the winner. Zhou Kong was the first to compete, while the bald man sent a young man with yellow hair to face him. "Begin." At the signal, Zhou Kong and the yellow-haired youth began to gulp down their drinks ferociously. Zhou Kong was remarkably swift, finishing 7 or 8 glasses in the blink of an eye. The yellow-haired youth, though slower, maintained a steady rhythm. Yet after consuming over 20 glasses, Zhou Kang's pace noticeably slowed while the yellow-haired youth continued at a consistent rate, unwittingly closing the gap. Zhou Kong, observing this, felt a surge of anxiety. He wished to drink faster, but his earlier haste had left him struggling to catch his breath. Ultimately, the yellow-haired youth won the first round by a narrow margin of 1 glass. Ugh! After downing 50 glasses of foreign liquor, Zhou Kang's stomach churned violently, and he rushed to the restroom to vomit. "Let me take over," He Yifan volunteered, but Shui Yang was deep in thought, strategizing. The rules stipulated a best-of-3 format. Winning 2 rounds would secure victory. If they lost the second round, they would have no chance left. The second round involved chugging from bottles. The one who drank the most would emerge victorious. "Allow me to handle this," Shui Yang declared. Though he might not drink quickly, he had confidence in his capacity to consume more than his opponent. Thus, the second round began. "Monkey, you go." The yellow-haired team sent forth a youth who was as thin as a monkey, contrasting sharply with the robust Shui Yang. 3, 2, 1, go. As the countdown reached 1, both Shui Yang and the monkey grabbed their bottles and began chugging furiously, their mouths filled with potent liquor. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. "I can't take it anymore. I surrender." Shui Yang burped, clearly nearing his limit, but fortunately, the monkey conceded first. 1-1. Shui Yang's team had claimed a round. Though victorious, Shui Yang felt the victory was bittersweet. After downing several bottles of strong liquor, his stomach felt as if it were ablaze. The final match commenced between the bald man and He Yifan. "Yifan, give it your all." Zhou Kong, having returned from his bout of vomiting, joined Shui Yang in cheering for He Yifan. The third round had no specific rules. The contest would continue until one party vomited, with the first to do so declared the loser. Initially, He Yifan appeared to manage well, but as the alcohol accumulated in his stomach, his complexion began to sour. In contrast, the bald man maintained a relaxed demeanor, as if he were drinking water rather than liquor. "Yifan, hang in there." Shui Yang and Zhou Kong were beside themselves with anxiety, wishing they could drink in his stead. Ugh! As anticipated, He Yifan ultimately succumbed first. "Hey, you've lost." The bald man grinned, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Now you may pay the bill and vacate my private room. We don't have that much money." Shui Yang's face fell. He had not anticipated such a defeat. They had ordered numerous bottles of foreign liquor, and while none were exorbitantly priced, the total still amounted to several thousand yuan. How could the 3 students possibly afford such an expense? He Yifan had once had funds, but after being tricked into purchasing 3 expensive items at a trendy barbecue restaurant by Chen Feiyu, he was now as broke as the rest. Shui Yang lamented his earlier bravado. Had he known, he would not have acted so presumptuously. The situation was now awkward. They had lost the contest and were unable to settle the bill. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 62. Fang Yuan in Distress, KTV Drinking Contest, 3. Having lost the bet and being unable to pay, Shui Yang and his companions cast desperate glances toward Chen Lingling and the others for assistance. Lingling, do you have any money? Please lend me some. I'll repay you next month. Senior, we don't have that much money either, Chen Lingling replied. Her expression one of helplessness. The three girls came from modest backgrounds and had no substantial funds on hand. Asking girls to lend you money for the bill. You're truly the epitome of manhood, the bald man mocked, causing Shui Yang and his companions to scowl. They had indeed been overconfident, leading them to this humiliating predicament. Yuan, please listen to me, we should leave. Fang Yuan, still retaining a modicum of clarity, felt a pang of guilt seeing Shui Yang and the others ridiculed for her sake, just as she was torn between leaving or staying. The door to the private room was thrust open with a resounding bang. Little Li Zi, upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Lingling and her friends felt as though they had spotted a savior, their spirits lifting instantly. Chen Feiyu was a wealthy patron, someone who could easily spend tens of thousands on a single barbecue meal without batting an eye. A bill exceeding 10,000 yuan for drinks would be a mere trifle for him. Of course, this was merely a temporary loan. They would have to return the money to Chen Feiyu later. Xiao Lizi, did you not say you wouldn't come? I didn't want to. But this clumsy oaf beside me insisted on checking on you, so here I am. Since I had already arrived, Chen Feiyu decided to be a good Samaritan and generously boosted Li Pingfei's favorability. Wasn't it said that Fang Yuan was in trouble? You called me over in a panic. Yet I see she hasn't lost a single hair on her head. Chen Feiyu was utterly speechless. Chen Lingling, on the phone, kept saying there was a crisis, then claimed Fang Yuan was in danger of losing her virtue, making it sound as if she had been kidnapped by a lecherous fiend. In reality, she was perfectly fine. Could she be any more dramatic? Could you lend me 10,000? Fang Yuan asked, looking a bit sheepish at Chen Feiyu. Though her family was quite well off, her prideful nature prevented her from ever asking her parents for pocket money. Her tuition and living expenses were earned through summer jobs, leaving her finances rather tight. Still, considering that Shui Yang and the others were being mocked because of her, she steeled herself and sought Chen Feiyu's assistance. I can lend it to you, but you must tell me what it's for. Chen Feiyu was indifferent to money. With recent cash flows reaching billions, he had grown numb to figures. To him, 10,000 was as insignificant as a single dollar. He wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick it up if it were on the ground. Senior Shui Yang and the others made a bet, and if they lose, they have to pay the bill. All right, I understand. Chen Feiyu interrupted Fang Yuan, already aware of the unfolding scenario. It was merely a group of oblivious college students, foolishly believing they could easily win a wager, only to find themselves in a predicament. Chen Feiyu had no intention of footing the bill. It was absurd. He didn't even know Shui Yang and the others. Enough of this. Let us go. Don't impede my path home to rest. Strangely, Chen Feiyu's words held an irresistible charm, causing Fang Yuan to obediently rise. Stop. You think you can just walk away after losing the bet without paying? The bald man certainly wouldn't allow that, slamming the table and declaring, if you want to leave the money first. Money? You made a bet with them. Ask them for the money. What does it have to do with me? Chen Feiyu shot the bald man a scathing glare, looking at him as if he were a dim-witted fool. The bald man was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to find a counter-argument. That is a valid point. It really has nothing to do with him. He Yifan gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, Chen, you truly lack loyalty. And you are? I am He Yifan. Oh, and who might He Yifan be? Chen Feiyu feigned ignorance, genuinely unable to recall this insignificant character. He Yifan is Fang Yuan's admirer, our school's heartthrob. He even fought you for the Australian lobster last time at the barbecue. Chen Lingling quietly reminded him. Oh, still don't remember. This time, Chen Feiyu was intentionally pretending to forget. He Yifan's face turned crimson with rage. He regarded Chen Feiyu as a formidable rival. Yet Chen Feiyu had the audacity to forget him. It felt more nauseating than eating feces. Fang Yuan stood beside Chen Feiyu, tugging at his sleeve with a pleading look in her eyes. Please help Senior Shui Yang and the others. Consider it as me borrowing from you. Chen Feiyu was the type who responded better to gentleness than force. If Fang Yuan had demanded he pay the bill, he would have ignored her entirely. But now, she had humbly asked for his help. Moreover, previously, when Lu Xiaodong and that scoundrel attempted to humiliate him, Fang Yuan had stood up for him without hesitation. Thus, Chen Feiyu had no reason to refuse, treating it as a favor owed to Fang Yuan. Fine, but it's just a few bottles of Heifang. It won't amount to 10,000. A few bottles? Everyone looked astonished, wondering if they had misheard. Fang Yuan had consumed quite a bit earlier and later. Shui Yang and the others had shared several rounds, leaving the table and floor littered with empty bottles. Surely there were at least a few dozen. How could Chen Feiyu claim it was only a few bottles? Was his math taught by the sanitation workers at school? No one noticed the subtle change in expression among the bald man and his companions when Chen Feiyu mentioned a few bottles. There's nothing to count. You've all been duped. What you drank was real liquor, while they consumed beverages. At this revelation, the bald man became furious, exclaiming, "Nonsense! On what grounds do you claim we drank beverages? If it's real or fake, why not test it?" Chen Feiyu smirked, recognizing that the bald man's overreaction inadvertently validated his suspicion. As Chen Feiyu reached for an empty bottle on the ground, the bald man rushed forward to snatch it away, only to be met with a swift kick to the chest from Chen Feiyu, sending him crashing onto the sofa. "Who wants to take a sip and test it?" "I'll try," Chen Lingling volunteered, pouring a bit into an empty glass, taking a small sip, and her expression instantly shifted. This is definitely not alcohol. The fake liquor had a color almost indistinguishable from real spirits, and by mere sight alone, one could not discern the difference. However, the taste was sweet with a hint of lemon, devoid of any alcohol content. It was indistinguishable from iced red tea. "What on earth is in this?" Li Siwen and the others also took a sip, confirming that what they had consumed was not liquor, but rather a concocted beverage. It was iced red tea, artificially colored to resemble fine spirits, and without tasting it, one would never know the difference. Shuiyang also took a sip, and his expression darkened as he turned to Chen Feiyu, asking, "How did you know they were drinking fake liquor?" "Quite simple. Just look closely at the labels on the bottles," Chen Feiyu patiently explained. "The labels on their bottles have a horizontal line in the upper right corner, while yours do not. This line is for distinguishing between the genuine and the counterfeit. They feared you would notice something amiss, so they placed the bottles of fake liquor on the ground, knowing most wouldn't think much of it. Coupled with the dim lighting in the room, it was hard for you to detect. Everyone picked up the bottles and compared them, finding that Chen Feiyu's observations were indeed accurate. No wonder we couldn't get drunk despite drinking so much. It turns out we were drinking fake liquor." Shui Yang's fury erupted like a volcano. Feeling utterly humiliated as a distinguished student council president of Zhonghai University, tricked by a bunch of petty thugs, he felt his intellect had been trampled upon in the most abhorrent manner. He longed to smash the bald man and his crew with a bottle, but recalling that he had only a year left until graduation, and that fighting would surely lead to school sanctions, he ultimately restrained himself. His bright future could not be jeopardized here. Chen Feiyu refused to pay, having confirmed the liquor was fake. Only a fool would part with his money. Using counterfeit liquor to set a trap was a serious offense. If reported, the bald man and his crew would be arrested, and the KTV would face closure and penalties. Fortunately, the bald man had not targeted Chen Feiyu, or he would have undoubtedly sought complete retribution. The bald man clutched his painfully throbbing chest, glaring venomously at Chen Feiyu. If it weren't for Chen Feiyu ruining his plans, he would have already pocketed the ill-gotten gains and taken the drunken Fang Yuan to a hotel room to revel in debauchery. But Chen Feiyu had thwarted all his schemes. Just as the prize was within reach, the bald man could hardly accept the loss. He called out to Fang Yuan, "Wait, don't you want to know about Chen Feiyu's background?" At the threshold, Fang Yuan halted abruptly, her expression fraught with concern. How could she not be curious? Indeed, her desire to know was profound. "Old fish, what is going on?" she implored. "How would I know?" Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why she sought information from a bald man when the real deal stood right before her. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable that Fang Yuan did not recognize him. From the very outset, everyone had mistakenly believed that Chen Feiyu bore the surname Li, and their subsequent barbecuing escapades had only solidified the conviction that he was indeed Li Pengfei. Moreover, Chen Feiyu himself had never disavowed the identity of Li Pengfei. "Do you truly know where Chen Feiyu is?" Chen Fei expressed skepticism, remarking that the words of a deceiver who peddled counterfeit liquor were hardly reliable. Chen Lingling chimed in. Yuan, do not be deceived. I can tell he doesn't know that Chen Feiyu at all." Li Siwen offered a rational analysis. Yuan, consider this. Why hasn't Chen Feiyu reported to Zhonghai University? While I cannot ascertain the reason, he is, after all, the top scorer of Zhonghai City's college entrance examination. Such an exceptional individual would not associate with a shameless character like him. The onlookers, including Chen Lingling, were perceptive enough to discern the underlying issue, yet Fang Yuan, embroiled in her own confusion, remained oblivious. "Huh, who says I don't know him?" The bald man feigned nonchalance, sneering, "Chen Feiyu is my buddy. We grew up wearing the same pair of split-crotch pants, and whenever he sees me, he calls out bald brother." Chen Lingling and the others were in a frenzy. Usually, Fang Yuan was astute, but the mere mention of Chen Feiyu seemed to bewitch her, rendering her incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. "Ha!" Li Pengfei suddenly erupted in laughter, one hand clutching his belly while the other rested on Chen Feiyu's shoulder. The crowd looked at him in confusion, puzzled by what was so amusing. "I apologize, everyone. I simply could not contain myself." Li Pengfei wiped away tears of mirth, scoffing. "You boast with such a straight face. Do you truly know Chen Feiyu?" "Of course I do," the bald man insisted, maintaining his composure despite his bluster. Chapter 64. The real deal is here. I am Chen Feiyu. Seeing the bald man's continued fabrications, Li Pengfei could not help but let out a derisive snort. He had grown up alongside Chen Feiyu, sharing meals and studies, their time together rivaling that spent with his own parents. He was confident that he knew all of Chen Feiyu's acquaintances, and he knew well that Chen Feiyu held those deceitful ruffians in utter disdain. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Chen Feiyu would associate with the bald man. Huh, how could I not know someone who has grown up alongside Chen Feiyu? Li Pengfei retorted, patting Chen Feiyu's shoulder playfully. Yuan Fong is mistaken, old fish. What do you think of his claim to know you? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Feiyu. What did this mean? Just because he claimed to know Chen Feiyu, what relevance did it have for Xiaoli? Chen Lingling, with her quick wit, immediately grasped a possibility. Xiaoli was indeed Chen Feiyu. The nickname Old Fish had always been used for him. If he were indeed Chen Feiyu, then this term of endearment would perfectly explain everything. What do you think? Naturally, one uses their eyes to see, Chen Feiyu replied, tilting his chin toward the bald man. Hey, you bald-headed fool, you claim to know me, yet I have no recollection of you. Who do you think you are? The bald man's intellect, akin to his sparse hair, was evidently lacking, perhaps non-existent. Chen Feiyu chuckled mockingly. Did you not just assert that you knew me? How is it that you suddenly do not? Is your mind befuddled? The bald man faltered mid-sentence, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. You are Chen Feiyu? If not me, then who? Chen Feiyu retorted, bemused at the bald man's delayed comprehension. He surveyed He Yifan and the others, bemused at how such dim-witted individuals could be so easily swayed by the bald man's antics. He Yifan and his companions felt a wave of shame wash over them, wishing to vanish into the ground. Three top students ensnared by the foolishness of a dimwit. This would undoubtedly mar their life paths. Xiaoli, did you not go by Li Pengfei? Why are you now referred to as Chen Feiyu? Chen Lingling questioned, not doubting the authenticity of Chen Feiyu's words, but perplexed by the fluctuating names. My name is indeed Li Pengfei, he finally admitted, conceding to his true identity. Chen Lingling furrowed her brow. You keep switching names, and it's all rather bewildering. If you're confused, then don't ponder it. I shall explain everything once we exit. Chen Feiyu declared. All right. Chen Lingling and the others happily fell in step behind Chen Feiyu, eager to leave the smoky confines of the KTV, which they had long wished to escape. Chen Feiyu glanced back at the dazed Fang Yuan. Weren't you looking for me? If you don't come, I shall leave. Oh, wait for me. Fang Yuan, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly jogged to catch up. Do not leave, everyone halt. The bald man, startled by the unexpected encounter, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, rushing to obstruct Chen Feiyu and his companions. His plot had been to intoxicate Fang Yuan and deceive her into his bed, and after expending so much effort, he was loath to see it thwarted by Chen Feiyu's sudden intervention. Unfazed, Chen Feiyu abruptly extended his hand, seizing the bald man's throat with a firm grip. The bald man, a petty socialite who reveled in debauchery, had long since exhausted his physical vitality. He preyed upon the naive. Chen Feiyu, however, was different. He had engaged in various physical labor, and though he appeared slender, every inch of his musculature was infused with strength, rendering his physique remarkably robust. In a confrontation, 10 bald men would struggle to match a single Chen Feiyu. Why do you impersonate someone who knows me? Chen Feiyu had initially been reluctant to resort to violence, for whenever he drank, his strength became uncontrollable, often leading to grievous injuries. But with the bald man being so persistent, he could no longer let it slide. Did he truly think he could take advantage of him? The bald man attempted to continue his charade, but he soon realized that Chen Feiyu's grip was tightening, leaving him breathless. Good heavens! Surely, he does not intend to strangle me. A cold sweat broke out on the bald man's brow as he struggled in vain, ultimately left with no choice but to confess. I merely heard that the campus bell of Zhonghai University was inquiring about someone named Chen Feiyu. I thought to impersonate a friend and intoxicate her into bed. As for those 3 fools, they stumbled in on their own accord, and I merely contemplated swindling them for some cash. Though the bald man did not name names, it was evident that he referred to He Yifan and his companions. Big brother, please release me. I can scarcely breathe. The bald man, using his last ounce of strength, gasped out his plea, his face turning a deep crimson, eyes rolling back in his head. Release him. He is on the verge of asphyxiation. Fang Yuan, incensed by the bald man's actions, rushed forward to pry Chen Feiyu's hand away. Despite her best efforts, she could not budge Chen Feiyu, and it was only with Li Pengfei's assistance that they managed to separate him. As Chen Feiyu relinquished his grip, the bald man slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground, coughing as he regained consciousness, his eyes filled with terror. Madman, that fellow is a lunatic. Had it been a moment longer, I would have truly departed for the afterlife. Chapter 65. A reunion 5 years later. Chen Feiyu crouched down, his hand gripping the bald man's head as if it were a basketball. The bald man's lips trembled slightly, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chen Feiyu smiled and said, "If I ever find out that you've been using my name to deceive girls, I shall twist your head off. Did you hear that?" The bald man felt a surge of terror, every hair on his body standing on end. Chen Feiyu wore a beaming smile, yet his words were laced with menace, perfectly embodying the phrase a dagger hidden beneath a smile. "Did you hear?" Slap. Chen Feiyu delivered a resounding slap, his grin growing even brighter. "Who are you whispering to? Are you not convinced? No worries. I take great pleasure in persuading others through virtue." Upon hearing Chen Feiyu's intention to win him over with kindness, the bald man's heart instantly eased. He feared philosophical discussions far less than the prospect of being struck. However, before he could bask in relief, a wave of pain swept across his face. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Feiyu rained down several more slaps, leaving the bald man utterly bewildered. "Did you hear that? If you still haven't, I can elaborate on the matter further." I heard. The bald man dared not claim he hadn't. He exerted all his strength, nearly shouting until his voice cracked. With tears brimming in his eyes, he realized that Chen Feiyu's version of persuasion through virtue meant being beaten into submission until he complied. How outrageous. This was not how one should conduct themselves. The bald man found himself perplexed by the notion that scholars were often seen as bookworms. How could the top student in the city's college entrance examination be so fearsome? Many notorious thugs paled in comparison to Chen Feiyu's ferocity. His misfortune knew no bounds. Had he known that Chen Feiyu was such an unyielding force, he would have never dared to use his name. After leaving the KTV, Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei walked ahead, while Fang Yuan and her 3 female companions followed closely behind. Chen Lingling approached Fang Yuan, curious as a child, and asked, Yuan, is he truly the Chen Feiyu you've been searching for?" Fang Yuan shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. "Seriously? You can't recognize your dream lover?" Li Siwen playfully nudged the overly animated Chen Lingling and explained on behalf of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu only met once during a competition. It's normal that she doesn't remember him well. They were both in middle school back then, and 5 years have passed, resulting in significant changes in their appearances. This reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Chen Lingling suddenly smirked and said, Yuan, why don't you hurry over and ask him directly if he is the Chen Feiyu you are looking for? I don't know what to say to him." After longing for his presence, now that he stood before her, her courage faltered. "Just ask him if his name is really Chen Feiyu. Does he have a girlfriend? Go on, don't dawdle." Chen Lingling pushed Fang Yuan towards Chen Feiyu, laughing, "Little Li. Oh no, little fish. Our campus belle has something to discuss with you." Li Pengfei readily offered, "Feel free to ask me anything. I know all about old fish." Fang Yuan's affection for Chen Feiyu meant that Li Pengfei stood no chance. But there were still 3 beautiful and gracious roommates to consider. Establishing a good rapport now would ease any future pursuit of Fang Yuan's friends. "Who wants to ask you anything? Come with me to the side. Someone here doesn't seem to know what they are doing, serving as an unnecessary distraction." Chen Lingling tugged at Li Pengfei's ear, pulling him aside, then shot Fang Yuan an encouraging glance. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Chen Feiyu stood with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor unremarkably indifferent towards anyone except for his close family and friends. Fang Yuan lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Feiyu's gaze, her small hands twisting nervously together. Thump, thump. She could even hear the pounding of her own heart. After a prolonged silence, Fang Yuan finally gathered her courage and cautiously inquired, "Are you really Chen Feiyu?" "Haha, I thought you would ask something more profound," Chen Feiyu replied calmly. "My name remains unchanged. I am indeed Chen Feiyu, but I may not be the one you are seeking." "Which middle school did you attend?" "Nanching No. 1 Middle School." Without hesitation, Chen Feiyu blurted out the name of his former school. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. She had recently returned to her old middle school to inquire about Chen Feiyu from the teacher who had led their competition team. She learned from that teacher that the only 2 schools that participated in that international student competition were her own Yufeng Middle School and Nanching No. 1 Middle School. The Chen Feiyu she sought was indeed a student from Nanching No. 1 Middle School. "Did you participate in an international exchange competition during your middle school years?" Fang Yuan's heart raced. There were many people with the same name, but finding one from the same school was exceedingly rare. Chen Feiyu was undoubtedly the person she sought, with the odds now exceeding 80. Chapter 66. The Four-Eyed Girl of Yesteryears, now the campus belle. "I participated in competitions with foreigners every year." "Which one are you referring to?" Nanching No. 1 Middle School was the best in the city, and Chen Feiyu was among the elite. Thus, he was regularly chosen for international exchange competitions. Throughout his 3 years in middle school, he had participated in countless competitions. to the point where he himself could not recall how many foreign scholars had been bested by him. It was during the summer of his second year. Fang Yuan quickly added, "Did you happen to see a girl being bullied by foreigners at the competition venue? So, you're referring to that event." "Of course, I remember." Chen Feiyu didn't need to ponder. Memories flooded back. He recalled that particular match vividly. It was this incident that had dramatically altered the trajectory of his life, even leading to the cancellation of the guaranteed admission he had nearly secured. "Could you tell me what happened at that time?" Fang Yuan's heart raced. She was now 99 convinced that Chen Feiyu was indeed the person she had been desperately searching for, yet she yearned for further confirmation. Chen Feiyu paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "I remember it was halftime. I had just exited the restroom and saw a girl with a ponytail cornered by a group of foreigners, being bullied. And then?" Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. The details, characters, places, timing, and events were aligning perfectly. "You see, foreigners mature physically earlier than we Asians. And when they spot a somewhat attractive girl, they often harbor ill intentions, making advances towards her. I vividly recall that arrogant white pig claiming they were esteemed foreign guests, asserting that it was an honor to toy with our country's girls, believing that nothing would come of humiliating her. Upon hearing this, I was infuriated and retaliated against that group of white pigs. Afterward, I returned to the competition, and then it was all over, and I went home. Oh, before I left, that girl even gifted me a small teddy bear eraser. I never used it, and I believe it's still in my drawer at home." Fang Yuan gazed intently at Chen Feiyu, her eyes misting over. She could now confirm with absolute certainty that this was the Chen Feiyu she had been searching for. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Just as Chen Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "Hey, are you being a rogue? Let go of me, or I'll scream harassment." "Whoa, I am that girl." Fang Yuan sobbed uncontrollably, her makeup running down her face. Not far away, Li Pengfei stood in stunned silence, silently lamenting. "Old Yu is truly remarkable. He has so swiftly won a girl's affection, indeed a model for our kind." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Chen Feiyu felt as if struck by lightning. Pushing Fang Yuan away, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are that girl with the ponytail?" Fang Yuan choked back her tears, steadied herself, and nodded. "What? Weren't you the bespectacled girl? Where are your glasses?" "Humph." Fang Yuan playfully punched Chen Feiyu in the chest, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "That was in the past. I haven't worn glasses for quite some time." Chen Feiyu's expression shifted to one of understanding. In truth, he had a vivid impression of Fang Yuan. But back then she wore glasses and was just a charming little neighbor. Now, she had transformed into a graceful beauty, blooming like a flower. They had only met briefly, and Chen Feiyu had not taken a close look at her face, merely recalling that she was quite lovely. It was no wonder he failed to recognize her. However, the events of that time were etched in his memory. Fang Yuan gazed at Chen Feiyu, the once vague outline of the boy from her past gradually crystallizing, until it perfectly matched Chen Feiyu's visage. All right, stop holding on to me. Don't you find it uncomfortable on such a hot day? Can I link my arm with yours?" "Absolutely not." Chen Feiyu bluntly refused, striding ahead while Fang Yuan hurried to keep up with him. Suddenly, Chen Feiyu felt his clothing constricting and turned to find Fang Yuan clutching the hem of his shirt, as if terrified he might flee. With a resigned sigh, he did not demand that she release him. "Why are you inquiring about me?" "Oh." Fang Yuan was caught off guard by the unexpected question. She certainly could not confess that she had been searching for him out of affection. There is no way a girl would express her feelings so openly. "It's just that you helped me back then, and I wanted to say thank you." "Haha, there's no need for thanks." As they walked and chatted, Fang Yuan observed Chen Feiyu's back, unable to resist comparing him to his former self. "You've become even more handsome. Your demeanor has changed dramatically." The youthful Chen Feiyu had once been brimming with ambition and flair, but now he exuded a mature and composed aura, resembling a seasoned gentleman, with none of the youthful fervor and vitality one might expect from an 18-year-old. "You have changed significantly," Fang Yuan remarked, her tone filled with awe. Chen Feiyu smiled noncommittally. "Hee, but you have changed quite a bit as well. Falling from the clouds to the abyss." Anyone who underwent the experiences Chen Feiyu had would inevitably undergo a transformation in character. By the way, weren't you guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University? Why didn't you go to enroll later? Chapter 67. My little Chun is so handsome. Fang Yuan's offhand question caused Chen Feiyu's expression to darken immediately. In truth, the cancellation of his admission had much to do with him standing up for Fang Yuan. "It's because of you." "Because of me?" Chen Feiyu looked into Fang Yuan's eyes, which sparkled with the clarity of spring water, and the words he had intended to say caught in his throat. What had transpired could not be undone, and pursuing blame held no significance. After all, he had endured the most challenging days and was now worth billions. Whether or not he attended Zhonghai University held little consequence for him. Revealing the reason would only burden Fang Yuan with guilt and sorrow. And there was no need to add to anyone's unhappiness. It's because you scared me away with your ugliness. How rude. You are the ugly one. Chen Feiyu laughed it off, and lost in her joy, Fang Yuan failed to notice any discrepancies, playfully chasing after him. Yet, Fang Yuan was also a bit muddled. If she thought carefully, Chen Feiyu's words contained significant issues. She knew he had been guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University because it had been reported in the news. However, he had no idea that Fang Yuan had considered attending Zhonghai University to pursue him. This was a considerable oversight. You clearly go by Chen Feiyu. Why do you claim to be Li Pengfei? Fang Yuan pouted, feeling as though she had been led in circles by Chen Feiyu. The person she sought was right before her, yet she had only just realized it due to the name discrepancy. I never claimed to be Li Pengfei. It was you all who assumed my surname was Li and thought I was Li Pengfei. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Chen Feiyu's statement was accurate. He simply had never denied it. Humph. Then add me as a WeChat friend as compensation. Although it was not their first meeting, Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu had never exchanged contact information. Now that she had finally cornered him, she was determined to ensure he left all his contact details. As for his home address, she refrained from asking. It felt too premature, and she feared being too forward might scare Chen Feiyu away, who likely would not divulge it anyway. However, Fang Yuan had other means. She could subtly inquire through Li Pengfei. Old you, the dormitory door is closed. Why don't you give me a ride home since it's on the way? Li Pengfei, oblivious to the situation, came over as an unwelcome third wheel, prompting Chen Lingling to chase after him and give him a firm kick. A grown man like you can't go home by yourself? Are you afraid of being abducted by a pervert? If anyone should be driving, it should be you taking Fang Yuan home. Li Pengfei felt wronged, wondering what he had done to deserve this. All right, you two stop quarreling. Listen to me. Chen Feiyu, having consumed alcohol, could not drive. So he needed to call a ride. Since a Bentley couldn't accommodate 7 people, he arranged for a car service for the girls while he and Li Pengfei would travel together. While waiting for the car, Fang Yuan had Chen Lingling quietly add Li Pengfei on WeChat. You can run away from the monk, but not from the temple, she thought. Planning to use Li Pengfei to gather information about Chen Feiyu's home address, ensuring she would not fear him disappearing again. Li Pengfei mistakenly believed Chen Lingling was interested in him, which delighted him to no end, causing him to nearly drop his phone in excitement. A few minutes later, the ride arrived, and Chen Feiyu helped the girls into the vehicle. Driver, take them to Zhonghai University. Chen Feiyu snapped a photo of the driver's face and license plate. Incidents involving female students taking rides at night had been all too common in recent years. Although Fang Yuan and her friends were 4 in number and should be safe, it was better to be cautious. Chen Feiyu reminded them. Let me know when you arrive at school. Okay, you two, be careful on the road, and remember to call me when you get home. Fang Yuan nodded obediently. If Zhonghai University students had witnessed this scene, they would surely be taken aback. Was this truly the same proud girl, once aloof towards boys? Haha. You needn't worry about me. Chen Feiyu found it amusing. Fang Yuan's concern was entirely unwarranted. Who would target a big guy like him? Next time we hang out, remember to bring that little bear eraser. Fang Yuan said mysteriously. If you do, I'll have a little surprise for you. All right, just remember to bring it. Chen Feiyu took a step back and said, Driver, let's go. As the car started, Fang Yuan leaned on the car door frame, gazing longingly at Chen Feiyu until he disappeared from view, reluctant to turn away. She murmured dreamily, My little Chen is so handsome. Chen Lingling complained, All right, I know your little Chen is handsome, but there's no need to keep mentioning it. Turn your head back. There's nothing to see with him gone. You're the one who's gone. Fang Yuan retorted angrily, Mind your words. Do not curse my little Chen. Chen Fei covered her mouth in laughter. I thought only Lingling was infatuated, but it seems you, Yuan, are just as smitten. Are you defending him before you've even established a relationship? I never expected this side of you, Fang Yuan. Chen Lingling interjected with a sarcastic remark, but suddenly realized. Wait a moment. Fei, when did I ever forget my friends for the sake of appearances? Dare to speak ill of me, and you'll see how I deal with you. With that, Chen Lingling and Chen Fei began to bicker playfully. Li Siwen, sitting in the front row, turned around to join in the teasing. You keep saying you're little Chen, but he hasn't agreed to date you yet. Do you plan to monopolize him? In Chapter 68, pursuing a girl is an intricate art. Fang Yuan's face flushed crimson under the playful jests of her friends, her ears burning. She had initially intended to say not to curse Chen Feiyu, but accidentally blurted out my little Chen. How mortifying. How could she let her true feelings slip? Embarrassment washed over her. You're all just here to mock me, aren't you? I'm ignoring you. Fang Yuan crossed her arms, pretending to be angry. But when Chen Lingling tickled her, she immediately burst into laughter. The two engaged in a playful tickle fight, their laughter echoing within the vehicle. Today marked one of the happiest days of Fang Yuan's life, for she had found the one she had been longing for. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei waited a few minutes until the designated driver arrived on an electric scooter. Oh dear, your car is too luxurious. What if I scratch it? I can't afford to compensate for damages. Can I cancel this ride? Rest assured, as long as you drive normally and adhere to traffic laws, if anything happens, it's on me. With Chen Feiyu's assurance, the driver finally felt comfortable taking the wheel. The driver remained focused on the road, while Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei chatted in the back seat. Old fish, why did you switch to a Bentley? What happened to that Koenigsegg one? Sold it. It was too uncomfortable to drive. The Bentley is much more pleasant. True, hypercars can be quite taxing on the body over time. Li Pengfei agreed, then shifted the conversation to Chen Feiyu. What was the name of that girl from earlier? Which one? Chen Feiyu guessed Li Pengfei's intentions, suspecting he had taken a liking to one of Fang Yuan's friends. The one who tugged my ear, I think her name has Ling in it. You mean Chen Lingling? Yes. That's her. Li Pengfei asked with a grin. Does that Chen Lingling have a boyfriend? How would I know? I'm not a mind reader, Chen Feiyu replied. He was surprised that Li Pengfei had his sights set on Chen Lingling. However, with her vivacious and charming personality, it was no wonder she attracted attention. Old fish. I think Chen Lingling is quite nice. She may seem fierce, but I find her very endearing. Li Pengfei touched his ear, recalling the playful tug from Chen Lingling. His expression reminiscent. I never realized you had a penchant for punishment. It's a shame you don't dabble in the lettered circles. What are the lettered circles? Li Pengfei appeared perplexed. He had heard of the entertainment, modeling, and swimming circles, but this was a first, and it sounded like a mysterious organization. Young man, some things are better left unasked. Chen Feiyu teased. Aren't you friends with Chen Lingling on WeChat? If you like her, why not just ask her directly? If she is single, be bold in your pursuit. I'm afraid she might reject me. Li Pengfei lacked confidence, though he and Chen Feiyu shared a close friendship. They came from similar backgrounds. Both were children of working-class parents, barely making ends meet. Consequently, Li Pengfei's mother had always instilled in him the notion that they were poor, and without diligent study, he would never secure a good job. This negative reinforcement fostered a deep-seated belief that girls would not be interested in someone of his circumstances. If not for his roommates flaunting their relationships, he might not have even considered dating before graduation. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Feiyu recognized Li Pengfei's insecurities surfacing again and playfully slapped the back of his head to jolt him awake. You're getting discouraged without even asking. What kind of pursuit is that? Even if Chen Lingling has a boyfriend, so what? She might just say no, it won't kill you. You might fail in your pursuit, but if you never try, you are guaranteed to fail. Don't make a decision that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Chen Feiyu's words struck a chord with Li Pengfei, illuminating his thoughts. You're right. I'll ask her if she has a boyfriend right now. Just as Li Pengfei was about to message Chen Lingling, Chen Feiyu stopped him. Could you please not be so hasty? Who asks such a personal question right after adding someone on WeChat? If you ask her if she has a boyfriend, don't be surprised if she replies, why do you care? Then what should I do? Li Pengfei felt overwhelmed. He had never interacted with girls and had no idea how to navigate this. Romance, like career, requires gradual progression, Chen Feiyu declared with confidence. Pursuing a girl is an art. Start by discovering Chen Lingling's interests and hobbies to find common ground. Establishing mutual interests will lay a foundation for your relationship. Once you both grow familiar, you can delve into deeper inquiries. Of course, the way you ask is crucial. Don't directly inquire if she has a boyfriend, as that might turn her off. In Chapter 69, The Super Lucky Bag, Li Pengfei was baffled. If he couldn't directly ask if she had a boyfriend, how could he find out? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I got it. I can ask Chen Lingling's friends about her relationship status. Fool, that's the dumbest approach. Huh, why? Chen Feiyu felt utterly exhausted, but patiently explained. Your goal is to create a persona that shares common interests with her to bridge the gap between you two. It's fine to inquire about her likes through her friends without her knowledge, but if she discovers you were scheming to get closer to her, she'll feel deceived. Furthermore, snooping into a girl's private matters behind her back will make her feel disrespected and even as if she is being monitored. This could obliterate any goodwill you've painstakingly built. Li Pengfei's eyes widened. Chen Feiyu's reasoning resonated with him. If he were in her shoes, he would also feel furious about being deceived. So how can I find out what she likes? You dolt. You're already friends on WeChat. You can check her moments. Chen Feiyu exclaimed in exasperation. Scroll from the first post to the latest updates. A girl's moments typically consist of her social outings and activities. By observing, you'll glean insights into her lifestyle, her favorite foods, and her preferred pastimes. To illustrate, the next step would be for you to search online for similar restaurants she has dined at, recommend those with favorable reviews to her, and inquire whether she might be interested. If she hasn't visited any of those places, wouldn't that create an opportunity to invite her out? Newly released films and events at amusement parks serve as excellent excuses for a date. Li Pengfei listened, momentarily stunned. The wealth of information provided by Chen Feiyu was overwhelming, making him realize that pursuing a girl was even more challenging than preparing for the college entrance examination. Observing his good friend's bewildered expression, Chen Feiyu recognized that he hadn't fully grasped the concepts and decided to be a benevolent guide. "Show me Chen Lingling's WeChat profile." "This is her," he said. Chen Feiyu glanced at the screen. Chen Lingling's avatar depicted an adorable beluga whale. An avatar often reflects a person's inner self, indicating that Chen Lingling likely has a fondness for small animals. After pondering for a moment, he added, "Next month, a global ocean theme park is set to open in Zhonghai City. I suspect Chen Lingling will most likely attend, so you could arrange to invite her beforehand. Make sure to purchase fast-track tickets in advance. You wouldn't want her to wait too long. Given the sweltering heat, she would certainly dislike being in the sun, so prepare a sunshade and a bottle of chilled beverage. However, you mustn't be overly enthusiastic or attentive. If she perceives you as excessively eager, she may not take you seriously. Instead, casually produce an umbrella and discreetly shield her from the sun. When she thanks you, simply smile softly. Exhibiting a bit of individuality is likely to pique her interest. Remember this: what remains unattainable is perpetually enticing." Chen Feiyu believed he had conveyed sufficient detail. Any further elaboration would likely overwhelm Li Pengfei. Other nuances would have to be learned through practical experience. "Goodness, old fish, be honest. Have you used these methods to win over numerous girls?" "No, I have never pursued a girl," came Chen Feiyu's reply. Li Pengfei was taken aback. "Never pursued? So you've spent all this time discussing theories, and you haven't even tried it yourself? Are you pulling my leg?" "Who is pulling your leg?" Chen Feiyu retorted confidently. "Those girls pursued me." "Goodness, how absurd. While others have gained experience in flirting, Chen Feiyu's experience is simply being pursued." Li Pengfei silently turned his head, rolled down the car window, and took a deep breath to calm himself. If anyone else had uttered such infuriating words, he would have already delivered a punch. "Those girls, and you even added the plural. You're intentionally trying to irritate me, aren't you?" In the subsequent days, Chen Feiyu was exceedingly busy, continuously attending recruitment fairs in search of a suitable assistant general manager to manage his company, yet he was unable to find anyone fitting. Consequently, he devised a plan to have Su Qinglu from Dongfang Company temporarily assist with management until he found the right candidate. When utilizing someone else's employee, it was only courteous to inform the employer. Thus, Chen Feiyu resolved to meet with the owner of Dongfang Company to discuss the details of their collaboration in person. The owner had longed to cultivate a relationship with Chen Feiyu, but had never had the opportunity. Now that Chen Feiyu sought him out, his excitement was palpable. For a businessman, knowing more individuals is akin to opening more avenues, especially for someone like Chen Feiyu, whose wealth was shrouded in mystery. Establishing a good rapport would yield more benefits than drawbacks for Dongfang Company. Consequently, the owner promptly instructed Su Qinglu to reserve the finest private room at Dongfang Hotel, complete with the most exquisite delicacies, in preparation for hosting Chen Feiyu. As Chen Feiyu contemplated purchasing a few decent outfits for the occasion, a large fortune bag suddenly appeared before him. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the opportunity to instantly open a super fortune bag." Chapter 70. A Supreme Mogul Collection box valued at 15 billion. Chen Feiyu felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment, while other systems presented rewards at scheduled intervals. His system offered surprises at random. Each fortune bag varied in design. It had begun with a golden bag featuring 3 options, then transitioned to a 7-colored rainbow lucky bag, and now presented a supersized fortune bag. The super fortune bag lacked color, its surface glimmering as if studded with countless diamonds. Chen Feiyu glanced at the system's explanation and learned that the super fortune bag contained thousands of unknown items, any of which could be revealed as a prize. The quantity of each reward was also random. Unlike the rainbow happiness bag, which included penalties, Chen Feiyu could confidently proceed with opening it. After paying 1 yuan, the exhilarating moment of revelation arrived. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Supreme Wine Collection set valued at 10 billion. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a noble gift box of men's and women's luxury watches valued at 5 billion. A Supreme Wine Collection? A luxury watch gift box?" Chen Feiyu curiously opened his personal storage and clicked on the Supreme Wine Collection set, immediately bringing forth a detailed list. Each type of wine was accompanied by images, names, vintages, and thorough descriptions. Lafite from 82, Romanicani from 45, Ray 925 Tequila, Billionaire Vodka, Dragon Si Vodka, and limited edition Islay Whiskey, among many others. The selection was vast. The wine he was most familiar with was Lafite. He had never heard of the others. Thus, he searched online and was astonished to discover that a bottle of the 45 Romanicani had sold for $5.58 million at an auction in 2018. Based on today's exchange rate, that equated to approximately 3.88 million renminbi. Of course, that was the price from 2018. Currently, a bottle of 45 Romanicani could fetch at least over 4 million. The system had generously provided 6 bottles of each wine from the same vintage. This meant Chen Feiyu now possessed 6 bottles of Romanicani, equivalent to 6 supercars. Most crucially, Romanicani was not the most expensive. Chen Feiyu discovered that the prices of the other prestigious wines were even more staggering, with some bottles costing tens of millions of RMB. The 82 Lafite, perhaps the most renowned, was often regarded as a symbol of ostentatious wealth, priced at over 100,000 per bottle. Yet when compared to these wines, Lafite seemed merely a junior. Wow! Even with his newfound wealth, Chen Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. A single bottle costing tens of millions, doesn't that mean a drop is worth thousands? Is this truly wine? Or is it liquid gold? Chen Feiyu swallowed hard and clicked on the luxury watch gift box, which revealed yet another list filled exclusively with renowned watch brands: Rolex, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Piaget, Cartier, and Richard Mille. Almost every prestigious watch brand Chen Feiyu had heard of was present, totaling in the hundreds. For a moment, he was dazzled by the sheer volume. With so many luxury watches, he could wear a different one each day and still not finish in a year. As for the exquisite wines, he couldn't fathom when he would ever deplete them. The supersized gift bag was undoubtedly the most rewarding experience since Chen Feiyu had acquired the system. After regaining his composure, Chen Feiyu drove away from the neighborhood. He had a meeting with the owner of Dongfang Company later that afternoon and needed to decide on a suitable gift to present. A watch and a bottle of wine would suffice. Rather than heading directly to Junlai Hotel, he first stopped by his own Xintai Commercial Street. After all, when meeting with the big boss, dressing too casually might convey a lack of respect, so Chen Feiyu needed to assemble a respectable outfit. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he received a call from Fang Yuan. "Hello, Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" "Just shopping for clothes. What's up?" "Oh, nothing much. It's been a while since we last saw each other. How about we find some time to hang out?" Fang Yuan quickly rephrased, nearly letting slip her true feelings of missing him. Chen Feiyu scanned his surroundings and headed towards a men's clothing store, saying, "Haven't we just seen each other not long ago?" "Not at all. Humph, we haven't seen each other for almost a month." Over a month had passed since their last meeting at the KTV, and during this time, Fang Yuan frequently called Chen Feiyu, hoping to arrange a meeting. However, Chen Feiyu was preoccupied with work and declined all her invitations. A month isn't that long, is it? A month feels like an eternity. Chen Feiyu, immersed in his work, certainly felt time flew by, but Fang Yuan, who didn't have classes every day, found herself missing him whenever she had a moment to spare. What is Xiao Chen doing? Has he eaten? Why hasn't he replied to my messages? Is he with another girl? Fang Yuan felt as if each day dragged on endlessly. She longed to see Chen Feiyu every day, wishing to cling to him like a little koala. While selecting clothes, Chen Feiyu asked, "All right then. What do you want to do?" Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before shyly admitting, "I want to see you." Chapter 71, The First Solo Date. Fang Yuan was as proud as a swan, and for someone of her character to utter the words "I miss you" was quite a feat, marking a significant personal breakthrough. "I'm shopping at Xintai Commercial Street. If you don't mind the heat, come over." "Okay, I'll be there soon." "All right, call me when you arrive." After hanging up, Chen Feiyu continued his shopping. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan quickly touched up her makeup and hair in front of the mirror, not knowing when Chen Feiyu might invite her out. She made it a point to be ready every day, saving considerable time on her appearance. Yuan, I heard the bubble tea shop next door has a new product. Should we go check it out?" "No, you all go. I'm going to find Xiao Chen." Fang Yuan decisively declined her friend's invitation. Bubble tea could be enjoyed any time. But Xiao Chen was not someone she could see at will. Chen Lingling feigned anger. Yuan, you're becoming increasingly enamored with looks over friendship." All right. I'll treat you all to bubble tea next time. Is that all right?" Feeling a bit guilty about abandoning her friends for a date, Fang Yuan was nevertheless too eager to see Chen Feiyu. Do you think I, Chen Lingling, can be bought off with a cup of bubble tea?" Chen Lingling tilted her chin, blocking Fang Yuan's exit. Li Siwen and Chen Fei, lounging on the bed, chimed in, "Lingling, guard the door well. Don't let Yuan sneak out to meet her little sweetheart." "Oh, Lingling, please move aside. Xiao Chen is waiting for me." Fang Yuan was extremely anxious, so she sent a red envelope to Chen Lingling. Upon seeing the generous 200 yuan inside, Chen Lingling's expression changed in an instant, and she smiled as she opened the door for Fang Yuan. Yuan, have a safe trip and enjoy yourself." With no one to stop her, Fang Yuan grabbed her bag and hurriedly dashed out of the dormitory, quickly disappearing from sight. "Chen Lingling, you're so easily bought off with a red envelope. How unambitious." Li Siwen and Chen Fei grabbed pillows and threw them at the traitorous Chen Lingling. Once outside the school gates, Fang Yuan hailed a taxi and, upon arriving at Xintai Commercial Street, Her first order of business was to contact Chen Feiyu. "Hello, Xiao Chen, I've arrived. Where are you?" "I'm at Givenchy. Come find me." Having visited Xintai Commercial Street with Chen Lingling and others a few times before, Fang Yuan quickly located the Givenchy store. From a distance, she spotted Chen Feiyu through the glass walls. "Xiao Chen." Fang Yuan jogged up to him, slightly breathless, her joyful expression revealing her radiant mood. "You ran over? Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit?" Chen Feiyu appraised Fang Yuan, noting her floral white dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her fair calves and the pair of white shoes she wore. Fang Yuan's innate elegance, combined with her pristine outfit, made her appear ethereal, as if she had just descended from the clouds like a fairy. Fang Yuan obediently sat on the sofa, a beam of sunlight illuminating her, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful oil painting. Merely by sitting there, she captivated the attention of numerous passers-by, drawing many young men into the store. The once quiet shop suddenly bustled with activity. The staff were taken aback. They had never seen such a crowd during discount promotions. Fang Yuan, oblivious to the gazes upon her, kept her eyes fixed on Chen Feiyu, her lips curling into a smile as she watched him, unwittingly radiating joy. This smile was enchanting beyond measure, leaving the surrounding young men feeling as though their hearts were melting. Realizing her moment of weakness, Fang Yuan quickly covered her mouth with her hand, silently reminding herself, "Fang Yuan, you are a girl. Maintain some decorum. And don't let Xiao Chen see your infatuated side." Chen Feiyu, not particularly adept at fashion, struggled to make a decision after much deliberation. Observing his predicament, the understanding Fang Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Xiao Chen, why the long face?" "It's nothing. I'm just suffering from choice paralysis and can't decide which one to pick." Fang Yuan blinked and suggested, "How about I help you choose?" "You help me choose? All right, you girls tend to have a better sense of style." Chen Feiyu readily entrusted the task of selecting clothes to Fang Yuan, delighted by his consent. Fang Yuan eagerly began picking out outfits for him. She swiftly selected a couple of complete ensembles, saying, "Xiao Chen, go try these on." She gently pushed him toward the fitting room. It must be noted that girls indeed have a knack for coordination. After changing, even Chen Feiyu found himself impressed with the results. The outfit Fang Yuan curated struck the perfect balance between casual and slightly formal, ensuring he neither appeared overly relaxed nor excessively dressed up, ideal for a business dinner. Chen Feiyu changed out of the first outfit, preparing to try on the second. Fang Yuan, seated on the sofa, gleefully crossed her legs, wondering if this counted as her first date with Xiao Chen. What would he look like in the clothes I chose for him? He must look incredibly handsome. Chapter 72. A wealthy young man approaches Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was thoroughly enjoying the task of selecting clothes for Chen Feiyu. She had often fantasized about shopping together as a couple, relishing this warm atmosphere. She eagerly anticipated Chen Feiyu's grand appearance when suddenly, a young man approached her. "Hey there, could I add you on WeChat?" Fang Yuan looked up to see a stylishly dressed young man. His looks around an 85 out of 100, adorned in high-end brands that clearly indicated his affluent status. Typically, when young women encounter men of considerable means, they seldom refuse such opportunities. Who wouldn't wish to find a dashing and affluent Prince Charming? However, Fang Yuan is an exception. She is drawn to individuals of talent and capability, regarding physical appearance as merely a facade, of little significance to her. Chen Feiyu, known as the campus heartthrob since his youth, certainly possesses good looks. When Fang Yuan first met him, he was driving a Koenigsegg 1, indicative of wealth, indeed. Yet, at that time, she did not harbor any feelings for him. It was only after discovering that he was the person she had been searching for that her heart was truly captivated. Fang Yuan's affection for Chen Feiyu is not based on any auxiliary value he may possess, but simply because he is Chen Feiyu, and that alone is sufficient. The young man before her is commendable in various aspects, yet he pales in comparison to the Chen Feiyu she first encountered, making it inconceivable for Fang Yuan to be interested in him. Furthermore, her heart has long been claimed solely by Chen Feiyu, leaving no room for others. "I'm sorry, I don't use WeChat," she said with a shy smile, gracefully declining the young man's advances. "No WeChat. Do you use QQ? If not, DingTalk will suffice." Fang Yuan frowned, feeling a twinge of irritation. It is evident to any sensible person that she had already declined, yet the young man persisted, becoming increasingly bothersome. "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend, and he doesn't approve of me socializing with other men." Fang Yuan unleashed her trump card, thinking that surely this would dissuade him, but to her astonishment, the young man's audacity surpassed her expectations. "Even if you're married, you could still get a divorce. Who knows, you might break up tomorrow," he retorted with a playful grin. "Besides, I'm confident that your boyfriend is neither as wealthy nor as handsome as I am. Perhaps you should consider breaking up and dating me instead?" Fang Yuan's expression darkened, her delicate hand clenched into a fist. "Your parents might be the ones to divorce." Your grandparents, uncles, and aunts, everyone's breaking up. How dare you wish for us to part ways before we've even begun? Go ahead and perish. If not for the many onlookers, she would have gladly delivered a swift kick to the young man's shins. I do not fancy the wealthy, nor do I desire the handsome, she declared vehemently. You don't like the wealthy and handsome? Is your boyfriend ugly and poor? Upon hearing the young man disparage Chen Feiyu, Fang Yuan's cheeks puffed slightly with indignation. You are the ugly and poor one. She shot back in fury. My boyfriend is fierce, and he'll be out of the changing room shortly. If you don't leave, I'll have him teach you a lesson. The young man erupted in laughter, seemingly amused by her threat. Huh, teach me a lesson? I nearly fell over in laughter. I forgot to mention, the luxury stores on Xintai Commercial Street are owned by my family. If your boyfriend dares to touch a single hair on my head, I can make him lose everything. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her concern mounting. Managing several luxury boutiques is no trivial feat. She understood that Chen Feiyu had some wealth, but he likely could not compete with this young man. If she were to offend him, it could spell significant trouble for Chen Feiyu. If only Fang Yuan were aware of the price of a Koenigsegg, she might not have felt so anxious. Perhaps I should just add him on WeChat to placate him and delete him immediately after he leaves. Protecting my Chen Feiyu is of utmost importance, she thought. All right, I'll add you on WeChat. She relented, reluctantly retrieving her phone. The young man beamed with triumph. Aha, you've agreed. Just as Fang Yuan was about to scan his QR code, a large hand suddenly appeared, seizing her phone's camera. Both she and the young man turned to see the hand's owner, Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chen, let me explain. Fang Yuan exclaimed, panic rising within her. She had finally managed a private outing with Chen Feiyu and did not wish for him to misunderstand her intentions. No need to explain. I've heard everything. Chen Feiyu interrupted. If you don't wish to add him, then don't. No one is forcing those around me to do things they do not want to. I also do not require anything from you. Fang Yuan gazed at Chen Feiyu, entranced. For reasons unknown, his simple words brimmed with masculinity. Of course, if you wish to add him, I won't stop you, but we shall cease all contact thereafter. What? Then I certainly won't add him, Fang Yuan exclaimed, quickly retracting her hand, internally relieved. Thank goodness she was slow to act. The thought of losing Chen Feiyu's attention over adding the young man on WeChat was enough to make her swoon in despair. The smile on the young man's face faltered, his expression darkening. So, you are this beautiful lady's boyfriend? Indeed, he is my boyfriend, Chen Feiyu replied. He thought to dismiss the young man, but before he could voice his thoughts, Fang Yuan had already clutched his arm in triumph, proudly declaring, Yes, he is my boyfriend. The moment the words escaped her lips, Fang Yuan felt her cheeks flush crimson. This was an instinctual reaction, an involuntary confession of her true feelings. Oh no, Fang Yuan, how could you be so reckless? What happened to your pride? What happened to your restraint? Were you not meant to wait for Xiao Chun to confess first? Why the sudden impatience? She berated herself internally, mortified that Xiao Chun might perceive her as a frivolous girl. Chen Feiyu, too, was taken aback, staring at Fang Yuan with astonishment, pondering how he had suddenly become her boyfriend. Was she considering promoting him from a temporary position to a permanent one? Typically, Chen Feiyu would refute any claims made by girls who proclaimed him as their boyfriend. However, this time, he found himself inexplicably silent. Both he and Fang Yuan were lost in their thoughts, while the young man was seething with frustration, feeling utterly deceived. A woman's words are but a ruse. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan claimed to dislike handsome men, yet Chen Feiyu is undeniably more handsome than he could ever hope to be. Ignoring the young man, Chen Feiyu led Fang Yuan to a sofa, where he began trying on shoes. Fang Yuan surveyed her ensemble, feeling a swell of satisfaction with her selection. Xiao Chun, you look splendid in this outfit. She felt that describing him as merely handsome was an understatement. He exuded an aura of sophistication that warranted a more poetic description. Do you like the outfit I put together for you? Fang Yuan's doe-like eyes sparkled with anticipation, awaiting his affirmation. You chose it, so of course I like it. Upon uttering those words, Chen Feiyu felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. He usually would have remarked that liking or disliking an outfit was inconsequential. What was happening to him today? Hee, I'm glad to hear that. With his approval, Fang Yuan beamed with delight. These shoes need to expose your ankles. Pairing them with long socks isn't flattering at all. Let me help you pick out some boat socks. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back, humming a cheerful tune as she skipped off toward the sock section. The young man, feeling utterly disregarded, simmered with indignation and was about to confront Chen Feiyu when a store attendant suddenly rushed over and seized him. Young Master Wang, you cannot offend him. He is. During the initial store inspection by Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu, the staff member was on duty and thus well aware of Chen Feiyu's identity. He is the new proprietor of the commercial street, a figure of considerable stature, even commanding respect from Su Qinglu. To say that he is merely a young master is an understatement. Even if the young master's father were to arrive, he would be compelled to bow before Chen Feiyu. Offending Chen Feiyu could only lead to one inevitable outcome for the luxury store: its closure. How could I afford to offend him? Who does he think he is? The young man, named Wang Xiaobing, had been raised in a bubble of indulgence, cultivating a notoriously tyrannical disposition. Apart from his father, no one could rein him in. A character as insignificant as Chen Feiyu held no authority to instill fear in him. Master Wang, please don't act impulsively. He is the female employee. Witnessing the potential disaster about to unfold as Wang Xiaobing approached Chen Feiyu, felt compelled to clarify Chen's identity. After all, her employment was at stake should the luxury store falter. But before she could utter another word, Wang Xiaobing struck her across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Are you attempting to instruct me? He sneered, echoing a popular phrase of the day, before continuing, to put it nicely, you are an employee of our family. To put it bluntly, you are merely a servant we keep. The female employee gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with indignation. She had only intended to offer a warning to Wang Xiaobing, yet was met with humiliation and a resounding slap. Very well. If he wishes to court disaster, then let him proceed to his demise. Observing Wang Xiaobing stride toward Chen Feiyu, she refrained from intervening this time, eager to witness the moment when Wang would beseech mercy upon realizing Chen Feiyu's true identity. I'll gift you those 2 outfits. Now go break up with that girl. Wang Xiaobing's demeanor was arrogant, as if he were bestowing alms upon a beggar. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feiyu chuckled. The combined value of those garments barely amounted to a few tens of thousands, as if he could not afford them. Who are you cursing? I dare you to repeat that. Wang Xiaobing's eyes narrowed, his face twisted with rage. Chen Feiyu regarded him with disdain, as though observing an imbecile. I have never heard such a pathetic demand. I would gladly dub you the most contemptible of all. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. It was indeed a ridiculous display to solicit insults from others. You're asking for trouble. Wang Xiaobing, seething with fury under the weight of derision, raised his foot and aimed a kick at Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chun, watch out. Fang Yuan, returning with a carefully selected pair of socks, gasped upon seeing Wang Xiaobing's aggression and instinctively rushed forward. In an astonishing act of bravery, Fang Yuan leapt into Chen Feiyu's embrace, attempting to shield him with her own body from the impending blow. Chapter 74. Even the heavens must kneel before me. Gasps filled the room as the crowd stared in disbelief at Fang Yuan's audacious maneuver. Chen Feiyu's expression hardened. He would not allow Fang Yuan to be harmed. He lifted her, pivoting gracefully as if they were engaged in a waltz, deftly avoiding Wang Xiaobing's kick and maneuvering to position themselves behind him. In a swift motion, Chen Feiyu delivered a kick to Wang Xiaobing's lower back. Wang Xiaobing was propelled forward, colliding with the sofa, the impact echoing painfully as he grimaced. Fortunately, the couch cushioned his fall. Had he struck the ground, he might have lost consciousness. How dare you strike me? Wang Xiaobing's eyes burned with rage. His father had never laid a hand on him, and now a mere outsider had the audacity to do so. You dare not leave. Watch as I summon my people to deal with you. With that, Wang Xiaobing fished his phone from his pocket and called his father, wailing, Dad, I've been assaulted at our store. All right, I'll wait for you, he added, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he listened to his father's response. When my father arrives with his people, you will understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Wang Xiaobing ceased his assault on Chen Feiyu, not out of restraint, but because he was physically incapacitated. The kick had struck his tailbone, and any attempt to move brought excruciating pain, forcing him to remain seated and await his reinforcements. Chen Feiyu paid no heed to Wang Xiaobing, instead focusing on Fang Yuan in his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? No, she shook her head. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time Xiao Chun had held her. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly remembered their public setting and glanced around, realizing countless eyes were fixed upon them. Xiao Chun, could you let me go? There are so many people watching. The blush on her face spread to her ears. If it were possible, she would prefer that Chen Feiyu hold her indefinitely, but with so many onlookers, it felt rather awkward. Fearing Chen Feiyu might misinterpret her reluctance, she added softly, It's not that I don't want you to hold me. It's just that there are too many people. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Feiyu. He regarded her with a newfound curiosity. What did she mean by that? In crowded spaces, one should not embrace, but in less populated areas, it would be permissible to be affectionate? After a moment of contemplation, he released Fang Yuan, playfully tapping her forehead with his finger, a hint of reproach in his tone. What prompted you to rush in to protect me? What if you had been injured? I didn't think it through at the time. I just wanted to protect you, she stammered, mistaking his concern for anger. Grasping his shirt, she gently shook it. Xiao Chun, I promise I won't do it again. Please don't be mad. I'm not angry. I simply find your actions too perilous. I'm a grown man. I don't need a girl to protect me. Chen Feiyu's voice softened, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Fang Yuan raised 3 fingers in a vow. I promise it won't happen again. Another time. Chen Feiyu's eyes widened. No more times, I promise. Now that's more like it. A satisfied smile graced Chen Feiyu's face as he took the socks from Fang Yuan and settled onto a nearby sofa to put them on. He seemed entirely unfazed, as if he had not just clashed with Wang Xiaobing moments ago. Xiao Chun, that person seems to be calling for help. Perhaps we should leave quickly, Fang Yuan urged. Unable to contain her worry. What is there to fear? Let him call. This is a society governed by law. Does he believe he can devour me? Chen Feiyu replied nonchalantly. Moreover, in this commercial street, even if he were to summon the heavens, they would still kneel before me. Fang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, as a girl, it was her first encounter with such a situation. However, her greatest concern was that, in a moment of rashness, Wang Xiaobing might resort to violence against Chen Feiyu. Quietly, she pressed 110 on her phone, ready to call for help at the first sign of trouble. Who struck my son? Just a few minutes later, a man in a light blue shirt entered, followed by a throng of individuals. The man was none other than Wang Xiaobing's father, Wang Feng. When he received the call, he had been dining in a private room at a renowned restaurant on Xintai Commercial Street. As the leadership of the commercial street was undergoing a transition, and as a significant business figure, he understood the importance of fostering good relations with the new leadership. Thus, upon receiving the call, Wang Feng swiftly gathered his people and rushed over. As for the individuals accompanying Wang Feng, they were indeed new employees hired by Chen Feiyu, who had already assumed 60 of the authority from the team at Dongfang Company, with the remaining responsibilities still in the process of transition. Upon entering, the new property manager immediately spotted Chen Feiyu, who was in the midst of putting on his socks. He swiftly approached Chen Feiyu, crossing his hands in front of him, and bowed deeply in a show of utmost respect. Good day, Mr. Chen. The moment these words escaped his lips, the room was engulfed in astonishment. The general manager? This young man appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, yet he held the title of general manager? How utterly astonishing. During Chen Feiyu's inspection, Wang Feng was absent, but at the dinner gathering, he had already gleaned that the new proprietor was both remarkably young and bore the name he had heard in whispers. Wang Feng's mind raced, connecting Chen Feiyu's name and age to the legendary Mr. Chen, undoubtedly the new owner of Xintai Commercial Street. Are you, by any chance, Mr. Chen Feiyu? A broad smile spread across Wang Feng's face. Although he was of the same age as Chen Dongshan, the social standing of Chen Feiyu far eclipsed his own, a fact as undeniable as it was irrefutable. Thus, he opted for the respectful you. As for the grievance regarding his son being struck, that was a matter he had long since cast aside. As long as his son was not mortally wounded, it was far more critical to curry favor with the boss. Witnessing his father's subservient demeanor towards Chen Feiyu, Wang Xiaobing's expression shifted abruptly, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Chen Feiyu paid no mind to Wang Feng, standing up after donning his shoes to inquire about Fang Yuan's opinion. How does it look? Is it satisfactory? Yes, it looks splendid. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she could hardly contain her awe for Chen Feiyu. Young Chen was already quite handsome, but with a little grooming. His entire aura was elevated to an exquisite level, resembling that of a refined nobleman. Mr. Chen, you are indeed strikingly handsome and exude an impressive presence. Wang Feng exuberantly praised, showering compliments as if they were confetti. However, Chen Feiyu was entirely unmoved, casting a cold glance at Wang Feng. Did I inquire about your opinion? I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. Wang Feng, embarrassed by his misstep, could only offer a sheepish smile and apology. What could he do? After all, the man was a formidable figure. If he wished to profit, he had no choice but to heed Chen Feiyu's whims. Though Wang Feng possessed a modicum of wealth, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. A small-time boss like him could be crushed by a mere finger of Chen Feiyu. Is that your son? Chen Feiyu gestured towards the distant Wang Xiaobing, who turned his head in guilt. Although Wang Xiaobing was a spoiled scion, he was not devoid of wit. He recognized that with his father being reprimanded, he had inadvertently stepped into a quagmire. Were it not for his current debilitating back pain, Wang Xiaobing would have fled at once. Indeed, he is my son. Might Mr. Chen be a friend of his? At the mention of Wang Xiaobing, Wang Feng suddenly recalled his son's earlier altercation. Mr. Chen, I apologize. I must address a matter first. Which scoundrel struck my son? Step forward. A silence ensued, with no one daring to confess. No one cares to admit it. I have surveillance in my establishment. Should I discover who struck my son, I shall ensure they leave here horizontally. It was I who struck him. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. Ah, so you finally admit it, Wang Feng sneered, turning to the source of the voice, only to find it belonged to Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback. as it appeared to have been Chen Feiyu's voice. Mr. Chen, that was indeed you. It was I who spoke. Chen Feiyu settled back into the sofa, resting one hand on the armrest and crossing his legs with an air of imperial disdain in his gaze. I struck your son. Do you take issue with that? Chen Feiyu had come to understand that Wang Xiaobing's brazen demeanor was largely inherited from Wang Feng, a reflection of his upbringing. Thunderstruck, Wang Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind blank, akin to a wooden puppet frozen in place. He had just berated Chen Feiyu, calling him a scoundrel, right in front of him. Oh no, this blunder has escalated beyond measure. Well done. Absolutely splendid. After a prolonged silence, Wang Feng clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, this little brat has been spoiled rotten by his mother and grandparents. I have long wished to discipline him. You are not angry? Mr. Chen, your willingness to teach my son is a privilege for our entire family. I am grateful beyond measure and could never harbor anger. Wang Feng's quick thinking was commendable. Upon sensing the shift in tone, he immediately altered his attitude. Observing Chen Feiyu's silence, Wang Feng became increasingly anxious. He had heard the tales of Chen Feiyu. On his first day inspecting the store, the manager of the cafe at the end of the street had offended him, nearly leading to the cafe's closure. In his heart, Wang Feng cursed his son 1,000 times. Why must he provoke Chen Feiyu of all people? If Chen Feiyu were to become enraged and order the closure of their luxury store, the Wang family would be left to fend for themselves. Brat, come over here and apologize to Mr. Chen. Dad, my back hurts. I can't move. Wang Xiaobing, looking pitiful, would have fled if he could. Yet he remained trapped. If you cannot walk, then crawl over here. Observing Wang Xiaobing's sluggish movements, reminiscent of an elderly person, Wang Feng hurried over, seizing his son's collar and dragging him before Chen Feiyu. Unfilial son, kneel. Dad, there are so many people watching. Must I kneel? Wang Xiaobing, aware that he had committed a grave transgression, yet emboldened by his entitlement, found the notion of kneeling before Chen Feiyu utterly intolerable. Moreover, to kneel in front of so many onlookers would be to cast aside his dignity. Wang Feng was both anxious and furious. The situation was already dire. Yet this brat still prioritized his own pride. What was more important, money or face? Wang Feng could not fathom how, having risen from nothing to a fortune of over $1 billion, he had produced such a worthless, extravagant offspring. He wished he could send Wang Xiaobing back into his mother's womb for a complete do-over. Seeing that Wang Xiaobing still stubbornly refused to kneel, Wang Feng disregarded everything else and delivered a forceful kick to his son's knee pit. Thud! Wang Xiaobing fell to his knees, desperate to rise. Yet his back pain rendered him utterly immobile. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. My son was unaware of your identity. If he has offended you, please forgive him. And do not hold it against a mere child. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged disdainful glances, their eyes brimming with contempt. Wang Xiaobing was tall and robust, likely around 20 years old, yet Wang Feng still dared to refer to him as a child. Utterly repulsive. This instance of the word child had never been so tarnished. Gazing at the enchanting Feng Yuan beside Chen Feiyu, Wang Feng quickly pieced together the scenario. It appeared Chen Feiyu had been shopping with his companion when Wang Xiaobing, upon seeing Feng Yuan, had attempted to make an inappropriate advance, thus inciting Chen Feiyu's ire, escalating from words to blows. Wang Feng silently thanked his stars that his son had not bested Chen Feiyu. Had he struck the powerful owner, their family would have been left with no place in Xintai Commercial Street. I am a fair person. If your son wishes to kick me, then I shall return the favor. Indeed, it is only right. Wang Feng wore a visage of obsequiousness. He would not only endure a kick, but if it meant placating Chen Feiyu's wrath, he would accept 100 blows from Wang Xiaobing without a second thought. A few kicks would not bring about his demise, but the absence of funds would render his existence a living hell. Mr. Chen, have you forgiven my son? I am not angry. Hence, there is no question of forgiveness. However, Wang Feng thought the storm had passed, only to find Chen Feiyu suddenly shifting his tone, causing his heart to leap into his throat. However, I must state that I am quite just. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feiyu continued, your stores are all closed, are they not? What? Why is that? Wang Feng was horrified, for he owned 4 luxury boutiques, one situated in a central mall, while the other 3 resided on Xintai Commercial Street. If he were compelled to shutter the 3 stores, his substantial investments would be reduced to naught. Moreover, the central store had just opened, requiring the financial support from the other 3. Closing them would sever his financial lifeline. Why? Your son insisted on gifting me these 2 outfits, urging me to leave her. Chen Feiyu produced a bank card. I have already settled the payment for these garments. Therefore, you ought to vacate the commercial street. No, Mr. Chen. The clothes are on me. Please grant us another chance. The payment is settled. Whether you accept it or not is your affair. From the resolute glint in Chen Feiyu's eyes, it was evident he had made up his mind. Wang Feng cast a desperate glance at the new property managers for assistance. Many members of the new leadership pretended not to see, diverting their gazes elsewhere. To expect them to intercede on Wang Feng's behalf? That was a fool's hope. Mr. Chen's wrath was formidable. To speak in favor of Wang Feng would be tantamount to courting death. While they feasted and reveled, they were all good friends. But when it came to matters of profit, they were strangers. Thud. Wang Feng, in utter despair, collapsed to the ground, utterly at a loss. Closing 3 stores could very well cost him his life. Let us depart, Chen Feiyu said to Fang Yuan, as he tucked the bank card away and strode towards the exit. However, as they passed the security guards, Chen Feiyu abruptly halted, causing the guards to stiffen in surprise. He had previously stated he would make them understand why the flowers were so red. Chen Feiyu pointed at Wang Xiaobing. You must now go and inform him why Guangong's face is red. The guards' eyes twitched slightly. They understood Chen Feiyu's implication all too well. This was in order to deal with Wang Xiaobing. Chen Feiyu did not forget to instruct, remember. Take him to the security room and attend to him there. Do not disrupt the customer's shopping experience. Understood. The lead guard shouted. This individual is disrupting the order of the commercial street. Apprehend him. Consequently, the other guards lunged forward like ravenous wolves, seizing Wang Xiaobing and dragging him out of the store, causing him to burst into tears. Dad, save me, Wah. The guards covered Wang Xiaobing's mouth, whispering in his ear. Conserve your strength. Having offended President Chen, even the Jade Emperor cannot save you. As Wang Xiaobing was taken away, Wang Feng seemed oblivious to his son's cries for help. Sitting dazedly on the ground, muttering to himself, it's all gone, all gone. The onlookers did not find Chen Feiyu's actions excessive. Rather, they applauded his decisiveness. Wang Xiaobing had been excessively arrogant, often resorting to violence, and many had long harbored disdain for him. This time, he had crossed paths with Chen Feiyu. Had it been an ordinary customer, they would have only suffered at Wang Xiaobing's hands. Thus, they not only felt Chen Feiyu was in the right, but also considered his actions a service to the community. Chapter 77, A Sweet World for 2-1. Chen Feiyu believed he had acted justly. While luxury boutiques indeed elevated the overall prestige of the commercial street, individuals like Wang Xiaobing could stir trouble at any moment. What if he angered a powerful figure one day? What if aggrieved customers sought media attention to defend their rights? Such circumstances would undoubtedly cast a negative shadow over the commercial street. Therefore, such establishments ought to be removed to avert future complications. As for the potential financial ruin of the Wang family, Chen Feiyu was unconcerned. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. He had not anticipated Wang Feng's entrance. Filled with bluster, vowing to have him leave horizontally. Had Chen Feiyu not been the proprietor, Wang Feng and his son would not have easily let him off the hook. Thus, all of this was of Wang Xiaobing's own making. They had only themselves to blame for failing to discipline their son. How have the children of the affluent become so brazen and impulsive? Fang Yuan could not help but express her thoughts, regardless of Chen Feiyu's decisions. She would unconditionally support him. However, one aspect piqued her curiosity. Those well-dressed individuals, adorned with identification badges, evidently part of the management of the commercial street. Why did they show such deference to Chen Feiyu? They even referred to him as President Chen. Fang Yuan surmised that Chen Feiyu's status might be more formidable than she had imagined. Though her curiosity was piqued, she refrained from inquiring further, as prying would only annoy him. Wise women never delve into men's privacy, granting them ample space. Chen Feiyu disdainfully scoffed. What is Wang Xiaobing but a so-called rich heir? He is merely a slightly wealthier bumpkin. True affluent individuals, particularly those from esteemed families, conduct themselves with remarkable discretion. A glance at the news reveals that families with wealth spanning 3 generations or more maintain strict familial codes and rigorously educate their descendants. For instance, the Hua family in Hong Kong produces refined offspring, presenting a positive image, living lives that are remarkably unpretentious. Many descendants of wealthy families face severe repercussions upon returning home after causing trouble. Those who may look down on you will quietly remember it. They would never resort to physical confrontation in public as Wang Xiaobing has. Even if Chen Feiyu were to refrain from dealing with Wang Xiaobing today, the Wang family would eventually falter at the hands of the latter. Wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations. Given Wang Xiaobing's temperament, it is only a matter of time before he offends someone far more formidable, and he may not even realize how he falls. Chen Feiyu has offered him a glimpse into the harsh realities of society, thus indirectly saving him. Fang Yuan chose not to dwell on the same topic. To her, Wang Xiaobing was merely a passerby. She now wished to relish a delightful world for 2 with Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chen, where shall we go next? I have a meeting shortly. Allow me to escort you back to school first. Ah, but I still wish to spend some more time with you. Fang Yuan murmured softly, her face betraying an unmistakable disappointment. She had initially thought there would be ample time to enjoy lunch with Chen Feiyu, perhaps stroll around in the afternoon. and later share a dinner followed by a leisurely walk in the park. Though simple, the mere thought seemed romantic. Yet she had not anticipated Chen Feiyu had other matters to attend to. How fleeting are moments of joy. After finally meeting Xiao Chun, parting so soon was hard to bear. Chen Feiyu noticed the disappointment in Fang Yuan's eyes, but there was no remedy. He had a prior engagement with the boss of Dongfang Company and could not leave him hanging. We can go out again next time. Fang Yuan pouted. Her spirits visibly dampened as she gazed down at the ground. Chen Feiyu was so busy, she had waited a month for this meeting. And who knew when she would have the chance again? Chen Feiyu was on his way to the parking lot when he unexpectedly received a call from a local number in Zhonghai City. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Chen. This is He Guangyao. Chen Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He Guangyao was the illustrious head of Dongfang Company, with whom he was scheduled to meet shortly. Why was he calling him out of the blue? Hello, Mr. He. I'm just about to head out and will arrive shortly. My apologies, Mr. Chen. An urgent matter has arisen at my company, and I won't be able to attend the luncheon. Would it be possible to reschedule for another time? He Guangyao's tone was laced with regret. He was eager to meet the enigmatic affluent figure that was Chen Feiyu and did not wish to cancel. However, the sudden convening of a shareholder meeting made it imperative for him, as the owner and principal shareholder, to be present. It's quite all right, Mr. He. Please tend to your matters. We can meet at another time. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will coordinate with Xiao Su to set a time that works for you. After a moment's contemplation, He Guangyao felt that canceling was inappropriate and wished to make amends to avoid leaving a negative impression on Chen Feiyu. Thus, he added, rest assured. Until you find someone, I will have Xiao Su stationed at the business district to assist you in managing everything seamlessly. Haha, I appreciate it, Mr. He. No need for thanks, Mr. Chen. I must prepare for the meeting now. Until next time. Goodbye. Chapter 78. A Sweet World for Two. After slipping his phone back into his pocket, Chen Feiyu realized that his afternoon plans had been thwarted due to He Guangyao's cancellation. He glanced at the somewhat despondent Fang Yuan and decided to keep her company. It was no small feat for a girl to travel such a distance to see him. And if there was no pressing matter, it would be inconsiderate not to spend time with her. Where would you like to go? What? Fang Yuan looked bewildered, still processing what had transpired. My afternoon schedule has been cancelled, so I can spend more time with you. Chen Feiyu felt an odd sense of fate. Was the universe intentionally granting him an opportunity to bond with Fang Yuan? She had wished to be with him this afternoon. And now He Guangyao's sudden obligation seemed almost serendipitous. Such a coincidence was quite remarkable. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Feiyu. Her previous melancholy instantly replaced with joy and excitement. Indeed, it's nearly mealtime. Let us go eat. What do you fancy? I'm not picky. Anything will do. You decide. Fang Yuan's smile lit up the room. For her, the company mattered far more than the meal itself. Very well, then follow me. MHM. Fang Yuan trailed closely behind Chen Feiyu as they first retrieved his car from the parking lot. He then took a winding route, ultimately parking by the roadside. They disembarked and entered a quaint little eatery nestled within an old alley. The modest establishment featured a few tables outside and lacked air conditioning, relying solely on a swinging electric fan for relief from the heat. The proprietors, an elderly couple in their 60s, welcomed customers and took orders while the wife prepared the food inside. Chen Feiyu casually selected a vacant spot, recalling how he had stumbled upon this place during his delivery days. The menu boasted traditional Zhonghai snacks, including small wontons, pork rib rice cakes, and steamed buns. Fang Yuan, undeterred by the humble surroundings, confidently sat across from Chen Feiyu, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Have you had your fill of looking? Chen Feiyu felt slightly uneasy under her intense scrutiny, akin to Tang Sung being stared at by a captivating siren. I just enjoy watching you. Then continue to gaze. Let us see if you can manage not to blink. Fang Yuan giggled. All right, but if I don't blink, is there a reward? I shall reward you with a hairy chestnut. Chen Feiyu's playful term was a local dialect reference, meaning to gently tap someone on the forehead with a knuckle. Tap. He lightly knocked on Fang Yuan's forehead, producing a soft thud. Hey, did you actually hit me? She protested, rubbing her forehead while pouting adorably, her expression eliciting admiration from nearby diners. A man at the adjacent table was so entranced that he dropped his wonton. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but muse, beauty can bring calamity. Oh, if it isn't young Chen. You haven't been here in quite some time. The owner approached after serving other tables, warmly greeting Chen Feiyu. As a former regular, the couple recognized him immediately. I'm here now, Chen Feiyu replied with a smile. The couple, earnest and hardworking, had operated this small establishment for decades, supporting their son through college. Now, their granddaughter was in middle school. The owner had jokingly remarked that if Chen Feiyu was still single by the time their granddaughter graduated, he would introduce her to him. What would you like to eat today? The owner inquired, pen and notepad in hand. This humble eatery, unlike grand restaurants, offered a taste of everyday life and human connection. We'll have 2 portions of beef brisket noodles, half tendon and half meat, and 2 bowls of chilled mung bean soup. Let's hold off on anything else for now. We can order more if needed. Chen Feiyu was well-versed in the menu. Got it. The owner hurried into the kitchen, where the mung bean soup and noodles were pre-prepared, and they were served promptly. Just as Chen Feiyu was about to dig in, his phone rang again. Go ahead and eat. I need to take this call. Fang Yuan. Noticing that Chen Feiyu had turned his back, stealthily transferred all the beef from her bowl to his, cleverly concealing it beneath the noodles. As she completed her covert operation, Chen Feiyu returned from the call. Why is there no meat in your noodles? I finished all mine, Fang Yuan replied, biting her chopsticks with a smile. Chen Feiyu, oblivious to the ruse, prepared to eat, but upon inserting his chopsticks into the noodles, he sensed something was amiss. Lifting the noodles revealed an abundance of meat at the bottom of his bowl. You've given me all your meat. What will you eat? Chen Feiyu exclaimed. Attempting to return the meat to her bowl, Fang Yuan quickly shielded her bowl with her arms, saying, I'm on a diet. It's fine for me to eat less. By you eating it, it's as if I've eaten it too. Nearby diners could no longer contain themselves, muttering as they left. Even a meal here is filled with dog food. Chapter 79, A Sweet World for 2-3. A couple at a nearby table witnessed Fang Yuan giving all her meat to Chen Feiyu, and the young man felt a pang of envy. How wonderful it would be to have a girlfriend as gentle, beautiful, and considerate as Fang Yuan. One bold young man, emboldened by a fleeting hope, attempted to snag some meat from his girlfriend's bowl. Predictably, he was met with a fierce glare. He quietly retracted his chopsticks, reflecting on the disparities in relationships. While others had Persian cats as girlfriends, he felt he had a tigress. Comparisons can be disheartening. Chen Feiyu initially thought Fang Yuan disliked the cleanliness of the place and did not press her, yet to his surprise, she seemed to be enjoying herself thoroughly. Before long, the mung bean soup and noodles were completely devoured. Do you not find the environment a tad unkempt? Fang Yuan's demeanor took Chen Feiyu by surprise. Previously, he had brought Lu Xiaodong here, who had been quite critical. However, since Fang Yuan settled down, she had not uttered a single disparaging word. It was not dirty at all, and the food was quite delectable. In fact, this was her inaugural experience dining at such a quaint alley eatery, and the flavors surpassed those of many restaurants. This response pleased Chen Feiyu immensely and subtly revealed the fundamental difference between Fang Yuan and Lu Xiaodong. Fang Yuan possessed a generous disposition, showing no signs of pretentiousness. Despite being born into privilege, she was not spoiled, while Lu Xiaodong, lacking the same privilege, exhibited a sense of entitlement. Look at you. You've made quite a mess. Chen Feiyu produced a tissue and meticulously wiped the sauce from the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth. Thank you. Fang Yuan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her heart fluttering with delightful ripples. It was as if a little deer was frolicking within her, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably, akin to having broken open a jar of honey, filling her with sweetness and joy. This was the first time Xiao Chen had shown such genuine concern for her. A nearby girl witnessed the scene and kicked her boyfriend under the table. Look at how considerate his girlfriend is. The boy felt a twinge of grievance, noting how his girlfriend had even served him food. Why couldn't he learn from that? Boss, the bill please. Chen Feiyu signaled, and the proprietor approached. No need to pay. Today's meal is on me. That's unacceptable. You're in business. How can I possibly dine for free? I must pay. Chen Feiyu abhorred taking advantage of others, especially since the owner was a humble person struggling to make ends meet. He insisted on paying, but after several attempts to decline, the owner ultimately acquiesced to Chen Feiyu's insistence. Boss, please verify the amount. Enough of that. Do you think I doubt you? Chen Feiyu attempted to show the payment receipt, but the owner smiled and waved his hand, trusting Chen Feiyu's integrity. The owner then glanced at the neatly organizing Fang Yuan and leaned closer to Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chen, is that your new girlfriend? Not quite. We are just friends for now. Why do you ask? Chen Feiyu suddenly realized that the owner had mistakenly assumed Fang Yuan was his girlfriend. This girl is certainly a significant improvement over the last one you brought. From her poise and conversation, it is evident she comes from a good family. For her to accompany you to my humble establishment signifies her willingness to lower herself. The owner spoke earnestly. A girl who can enjoy the luxuries of life may not necessarily love you, but a girl who is willing to diminish her own standards for you undoubtedly cares for you. The owner's words stirred something deep within Chen Feiyu. Observing that Chen Feiyu seemed to grasp the essence of his message, the proprietor patted him on the chest. This girl likely has many admirers. You must put in the effort to win her over swiftly, or you may find yourself regretting it if someone else captures her heart. Now let us go. She is waiting for you. Chen Feiyu returned to his seat, lost in thought, pondering what he might do. Xiao Chen, can we leave now? Fang Yuan inquired. Chen Feiyu snapped back to reality, responding, yes, let us go. Goodbye, boss. Your food was exquisite. Farewell, do come again. Before departing, Fang Yuan remembered to greet the owner, demonstrating her excellent upbringing and personal refinement. Once in the car, they did not discuss where to go. Chen Feiyu simply drove wherever the road led them. They first visited an amusement park, enjoying numerous thrilling rides. Although Fang Yuan initially felt apprehensive, the fear dissipated with Chen Feiyu by her side. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and they ventured to the night market, sampling a variety of delicacies. Eventually, they strolled through Wisteria Park to digest, and upon reaching the riverbank, they spotted flickering candlelight on the water's surface. Someone was setting off wish boats. Noticing Fang Yuan's rapt attention on the tiny paper boats, Chen Feiyu knew she wished to participate. Wait for me. He approached a passerby to request some colored paper and 2 candles, swiftly folding 2 small boats before placing the lit candles on them, creating the wish boats. He handed one to Fang Yuan. How did you know I wanted to do this? Fang Yuan exclaimed, her hands accepting the paper boat, a mix of surprise and delight lighting up her face. Could it be that she and Xiao Chen shared a psychic connection? Chapter 80. Is it too soon to call you hubby? If it were another boy, he would surely have spouted flowery words about their shared sentiments, charming the girl into happiness. However, Chen Feiyu, being forthright, rarely uttered such sweet nothings. He frankly stated, you stared at the paper boat for so long, your eyes nearly popped out. Even a fool could tell you liked it. Humph, that's an exaggeration. Fang Yuan wrinkled her nose, appearing somewhat displeased, though internally, she felt as sweet as honey. She had heard too many flowery compliments. If Chen Feiyu had sweet-talked her like other boys, it would have felt insincere. She appreciated his straightforwardness and genuine nature. Although Chen Feiyu may not have been eloquent, he was an action-oriented person. He noticed Fang Yuan's emotional shifts and preferences, even crafting the little paper boats for her, which brought her immense joy. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. They approached the riverbank to set the wish boats afloat. Be careful, the mud is slippery. Yes, Xiao Chen. You stay safe too. Suddenly, 2 playful children dashed towards them, one colliding with Fang Yuan, causing her to lose her balance and nearly tumble into the river. Watch out. Bystanders gasped, attempting to reach out to her, but the distance was too great. In that critical moment, Chen Feiyu sprang forward, catching Fang Yuan just before she fell into the water, holding her securely in his embrace. Xiao Chen, you scared me. I thought I was going to fall into the river. Fang Yuan clung tightly to his neck. With summer clothing being quite thin, their bodies pressed closely together. Chen Feiyu could distinctly feel the rapid beating of Fang Yuan's heart. It's all right, don't be afraid, I've got you. Noticing Fang Yuan's lingering fear, he reassured her and led her to the river's edge. Have you heard the story of this river? Fang Yuan shook her head, clearly unaware of its origins. Chen Feiyu spoke with enthusiasm. This river is called Xinwing River. According to the elders, there resides an old sage within who can grant wishes. Periodically, the sage selects one of the most sincere wishers to fulfill their desires. Is that true? Fang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, having never encountered such an extraordinary tale before. I cannot attest to its truth. Belief is subjective, depending on whether you choose to believe or not. Chen Feiyu placed the boats on the water, gently pushing them out. Watching as they floated away, Fang Yuan also released her boat, her hands clasped together, sincerely starting to make her wish. After a while, they both opened their eyes simultaneously, watching the candlelit boats drift further away until they vanished from sight before leaving the park. Xiao Chen, do you think the name Xiao Chen sounds unappealing? Not at all. My mother calls my father Old Chen. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere inside the car grew decidedly peculiar. Wang Shufan affectionately referred to Chen Dongshan as Old Chen, reflecting their marital bond. The owner of the snack shop addressed Chen Feiyu as Little Chen, a term of respect due to his elder status. However, Fang Yuan and Chen Feiyu were of the same age, so what did it mean when she called him Little Chen? Fang Yuan's mind was a tempest of confusion. Could it be that Little Chen was subtly suggesting she should call him husband? No, that simply wouldn't do. A young lady must maintain a certain decorum, especially since they hadn't even begun to date. Calling him husband was far too premature. Perhaps darling would suffice? Fang Yuan had already begun to concoct affectionate nicknames for Chen Feiyu, such as Little Fish and Little Fishy Treasure, but ultimately found that Little Chen rolled off the tongue most naturally, clearing her throat. Chen Feiyu sensed the odd atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. What wish did you make just now? I won't tell you. Wishes lose their magic once spoken. What about your wish? I won't tell you either. Fine, suit yourself. The two shared playful banter as they made their way to Zhonghai University. Upon arrival, they found the school's entrance locked for the night, and Chen Feiyu let Fang Yuan out at the gate. Fang Yuan felt as though time had flown by that day, longing for just a few more moments alone with Chen Feiyu. Strangely enough, despite Chen Feiyu's lack of overt actions, she felt as though they had shared a remarkably romantic date. You should head back and rest, she said. Yeah, drive home safely, and let me know when you arrive. He replied, got it. If you don't hurry back, The dorm will be locked. All right, I'm off then. Fang Yuan turned to walk into the campus, glancing back reluctantly after a few steps. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Feiyu suddenly recalled the words of the snack shop owner and instinctively called out to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, what is it? She halted and turned, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Do you have a boyfriend? Fang Yuan was taken aback, surprised that Chen Feiyu would ask such a question. A smile crept onto her lips, and instead of answering, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him before skipping into the campus. Silly boy, don't you know whether I have a boyfriend or not? Chapter 81. A suitable daughter-in-law candidate. 2 days had passed since their last date, and the relationship between Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan had progressed further. With daily exchanges of messages on WeChat, Fang Yuan couldn't help but boast to her friends about her date with Chen Feiyu countless times, leaving them feeling quite overwhelmed. Yet, it was evident to all that Fang Yuan had genuinely enjoyed herself that day. The only source of her discontent was Chen Feiyu's question about her relationship status before they parted ways, according to the narrative. Wouldn't this be the moment for a confession? Yet, it had been 2 days, and Chen Feiyu hadn't brought it up again. This left Fang Yuan regretting her coyness, wishing she had simply stated her single status instead of indulging in her pride. Now, it seemed she had missed the opportunity to seize something truly special. In truth, Chen Feiyu had posed that question out of emotion and was equally unsure of how to proceed had she responded affirmatively. Thus, he chose to conveniently forget the inquiry. Meanwhile, the past 2 days had been overwhelming for Chen Feiyu. The position of deputy general manager remained vacant, and he struggled to find suitable candidates. The office location was also yet to be determined, leaving him little mental space to ponder romantic entanglements. He felt that first, he needed to stabilize the company before considering a relationship. Chen Feiyu realized that this was untenable. While the search for an office location could be leisurely, he needed to appoint someone to oversee operations. Since he couldn't find a suitable deputy general manager, he decided to create one. He resolved to pursue 2 approaches: continue recruiting for a fitting candidate while also having Lin Wayne learn management techniques from Su Qinglu. After all, Lin Wayne was idle at home, and Chen Feiyu planned to nurture her potential. Ding dong. It was Saturday, and both Chen Dongshan and his wife were at home. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wang Shufan hurried to answer. Who is it? Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a graceful young woman standing at the entrance. For a moment, Wang Shufan was entranced. The girl possessed striking features and ethereal grace, and her eyes sparkled with unblemished purity, reminiscent of a flawless jade. Wang Shufan marveled inwardly. What a beautiful girl. More stunning than those actresses on television. Hello, young lady. Who are you looking for? Hello, auntie. My name is Lin Wayne, and I am Mr. Chen's personal assistant. Lin Wayne bowed slightly and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She had been awaiting work assignments while at home, fearing she had been forgotten by the organization. It was only this morning that she received a message from Chen Feiyu instructing her to visit his home, leading her to hurriedly come over after ensuring her brother would watch over their father. Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen? Wang Shufan paused, suddenly recalling her son's mention of starting a company. You must be here to see my son, Chen Feiyu. Yes, that is correct, Lin Wayne nodded. Please, come in. Let me get you some slippers. Wang Shufan warmly welcomed Lin Wayne inside, who felt a twinge of nervousness. It was her first time visiting a young man's home. Hello, Mr. Chen and Uncle. Lin Wayne politely greeted Chen Feiyu and Chen Dongshan, who were seated in the living room watching television. Chen Feiyu waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Please, have a seat. We're waiting for someone else to arrive. Okay. Lin Wayne found a spot to sit, and Wang Shufan poured her a glass of water. Here you go. Would you like some fruit? Thank you, auntie, but that's not necessary. Water is fine. Lin Wayne accepted the glass, surprised by the warmth of Chen Feiyu's family. She had envisioned him living in a luxurious mansion, but his home was simply a modest apartment. While affluent families often carried an air of superiority, Chen Feiyu's parents were exceedingly kind and unpretentious. Noticing Wang Shufan tidying up the living room, Lin Wayne recalled her role as Chen Feiyu's assistant and felt compelled to lend a hand. She picked up a cloth and began to assist with the chores. Dear girl, let me handle these tasks. You should sit and enjoy some television. There's no need, auntie. I'm used to doing chores at home. Chen Feiyu glanced over, but said nothing. After all, he wasn't averse to paying Lin Wayne for her help, so if she wished to assist, he would allow it. However, Wang Shufan's perspective shifted completely. My goodness, this girl is more efficient at housework than I am. She must do her fair share at home. It's rare to find such a hard-working and down-to-earth young lady nowadays. Wang Shufan silently nodded in approval, envisioning Lin Wayne as a future exemplary wife, beautiful and diligent. As Wang Shufan observed Lin Wayne's numerous admirable qualities, an audacious idea began to form in her mind. What a wonderful girl she would make as my daughter-in-law. Young lady, may I ask your name again? My name is Lin Wayne. What a lovely name. How old are you, And how many people are in your family? Do you have a boyfriend? Chapter 82. Two Beauties at the Door. Wang Shufin's barrage of questions left Lin Wayne utterly bewildered. After a moment of silence, Lin Wayne began to patiently respond one by one. I am 18 years old, and my family consists of my father and a younger brother who is currently in middle school. I have never had a boyfriend. Once she finished speaking in one breath, Lin Wayne couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Due to her family background, she had lacked confidence since childhood, feeling quite inferior. With her modest education, a brother engrossed in his studies, and a father suffering from a severe illness, she genuinely believed that a girl with such unfavorable conditions would never attract any boy's affection. Wang Shufin, unaware of Lin Wayne's family situation, naturally did not perceive the subtle changes in her expression. She lowered her voice and confided, I will let you in on a secret. You are the first girl my son has invited home. Ding dong. Just as Wang Shufin finished her sentence, the doorbell rang again. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by yet another beautiful girl standing at the entrance. Who are you? Wang Shufin was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening today? With one stunning girl after another knocking at her door? Hello, auntie. My name is Su Qinglu, and I was sent here by Mr. Chen. Wang Shufin felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Chen Feiyu. She had just claimed that her son had never brought a girl home, and now another beautiful girl appeared. Wasn't this a slap in her face? Mr. Chen, I have arrived. Su Qinglu greeted Chen Feiyu and also nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Dongshan. Since everyone is here, let us proceed to the study to discuss matters, Chen Feiyu announced, standing up from the sofa and leading the two girls into the study before closing the door. Inside the room, the trio engaged in discussions to devise a training plan for Lin Wayne. Meanwhile, Wang Shufin, feeling uneasy, pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. She was concerned that Chen Feiyu might lose control in the presence of two young women. After about 10 minutes, the study door swung open. As soon as Chen Feiyu stepped out, he spotted his mother standing at the entrance. Mom, what are you doing? Caught eavesdropping, Wang Shufin felt her face flush with embarrassment. She cleared her throat a few times and then pulled Chen Feiyu onto the balcony. Son, although you have money now, you must not be so frivolous. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't play dumb with me. One girlfriend is enough. You can't pursue both girls just because they are both attractive. Chen Feiyu's eyelid twitched slightly. He finally understood. His dear mother had mistaken him for a lecherous boss exploiting his power. Mom, your imagination is quite vivid. They are merely my colleagues. There is nothing inappropriate between us. Really? Wang Shufin expressed her skepticism. As a woman, she found both Lin Wayne and Su Qinglu appealing. So how could she believe that her son felt no attraction? Honestly, if I were to deceive you, I would never find a girlfriend in my lifetime. Goodness. How can you say such things casually? Wang Shufin shot him an exasperated glance. You are 18 now. It's about time you considered dating. I think that girl Lin is quite nice. Chen Feiyu felt completely lost in his mother's thought process. One moment she warned him against having improper thoughts, and the next, she was eager for him to have a relationship with Lin Wayne. What kind of game was this? Oh, dear mother, you just said I am 18, and I haven't even reached the legal marriage age yet. Could you please not rush to find me a partner? To prevent Wang Shufin from jumping to conclusions, Chen Feiyu found it necessary to clarify. In truth, Lin Wayne was quite unfortunate. Her mother had passed away early, her father was battling cancer, and she had a younger brother in school. The entire family relied on her for support. She had previously taken on multiple jobs to earn money, and seeing her diligent and earnest nature, he had decided to recruit her to assist him in his company. Upon hearing about Lin Wayne's circumstances, Wang Shufin's maternal instincts surged. Oh dear, this girl's situation is truly pitiful, she said solemnly. It's not easy for her to struggle alone. If you can help in any way, do so. Make sure to pay her fairly. You must not take advantage of her. Mom, I don't hire employees to bully them. You little rascal, still playing innocent, are you? Wang Shufin pinched Chen Feiyu's arm. If you end up dating her, I will support you. However, if you are merely attracted to her looks and intend to play around, don't expect me to recognize you as my son. Understood, you can rest assured. Chen Feiyu was at a loss for words. Why did she always assume the worst? Was this truly his mother? Could she not hope for something positive for him? Once the discussions were concluded, Su Qinglu had other business to attend to and took her leave. Lin Wayne also bade farewell to Chen Feiyu and his family. Wang Shufin escorted Lin Wayne to the community entrance, her gaze filled with warmth. Little Lin, please come visit us more often. If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek Andy. And if that brat of mine bullies you, just tell me, and I will break his legs. Chen Feiyu felt utterly helpless. Mom, I am your biological son. Why do you side with her? Wang Shufin retorted, you were given to me for free. Chapter 83, A Day in the Life of a Landlord. To ensure that Lin Wayne could focus entirely on her studies and management without any worries, Chen Feiyu arranged for a caretaker to look after her ailing father, with all expenses covered by the company. This gesture moved Lin Weiyin to tears. Chen Feiyu and his mother were so kind to her that she felt she could never repay them. Lin Weiyin silently vowed that no matter how difficult it became, she would master management and help Chen Feiyu manage the entire company. Days passed, and the day for collecting rent from the commercial street finally arrived. Chen Feiyu was in high spirits as he carried a bag and made his way to Xintai Commercial Street, eagerly anticipating the chance to experience being a landlord. Those landlords in Guangdong dressed quite casually, often in shorts and tank tops, so Chen Feiyu decided to emulate their style today. Collecting rent required projecting an air of apparent poverty while exuding confidence. Upon seeing Chen Feiyu's nonchalant demeanor, those around him immediately displayed looks of disdain. Assuming he had just come from the countryside. Who is this bumpkin? How can someone like him just waltz into the commercial street, lowering the standards? Some passers-by pointed at Chen Feiyu, feeling that walking in the same vicinity as him was an affront to their taste. However, a few discerning individuals quickly noticed the incongruity. His clothes and pants are from Givenchy. Oh my goodness. Those slippers are from LV. Look at that red mechanical watch on his wrist. It appears to be a Richard Mille worth millions. Only then did the crowd realize that Chen Feiyu was no ordinary rustic. He was a true, affluent individual. With just that Richard Mille watch on his wrist, they could never afford it in a lifetime. With a slight smile, Chen Feiyu savored the contrast he had created. He decided to start collecting rent from the first store on the street. Upon entering the first shop, the merchants had all received prior notification that the big boss would be coming to collect rent today. The moment the store manager saw Chen Feiyu, he immediately approached him with utmost respect. As the customers looked on, they witnessed a bewildering scene. Chen Feiyu opened the bag and raised an eyebrow at the store manager, who promptly retrieved a thick stack of 100 yuan bills and placed them into the bag. After collecting the rent, Chen Feiyu turned and exited the store, while the shopkeeper bowed repeatedly to bid him farewell, welcoming him to return again. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers were left in disbelief. The young man had appeared to be nothing more than a scrap collector. Why was the shopkeeper giving him money and inviting him back? Could it be that in this era, money could be recycled too? Ever since the news spread about the Wang father-son duo from the luxury goods store offending Chen Feiyu, in order to prevent a similar fate from befalling themselves, every establishment now displayed a photo of Chen Feiyu. As Chen Feiyu went from door to door, he needed no further explanation. The staff immediately recognized him as the big boss and willingly handed over the rent. The once shriveled snakeskin bag quickly became plump and heavy. After collecting from over 30 shops, Chen Feiyu was drenched in sweat. He had previously scoffed at the thought of rent collection being arduous, believing it could not possibly compare to the rigors of a regular job. However, having experienced it firsthand, he now understood that collecting rent was indeed more exhausting than working. Carrying a hefty bag of money around was no small feat. Determined that this landlord experience would suffice, Chen Feiyu resolved to opt for direct bank transfers next time. After a brief respite, he arrived at a trendy bubble tea shop named Mr. Milk. This establishment had recently risen to fame, with a constant stream of patrons and an overwhelming buzz of popularity that even boosted foot traffic for nearby shops. Upon reaching the counter, the manager recognized him immediately. Please hold on a moment. The manager greeted Chen Feiyu, instructing a staff member to prepare a drink for him while he hurried off to gather the money. Growing bored as he waited, Chen Feiyu began to peruse the menu. Isn't that Chen Feiyu? A shrill voice pierced the air as a man and a woman approached him. Hearing his name called, Chen Feiyu turned to see the familiar faces, though he struggled to place them at first. What's the matter, pretending not to know me? I'm Xuechong. Xuechong? Oh, it's you. Chen Feiyu finally recalled that they were former classmates from middle school. The male, Xuechong, and the female, Du Ling, had been his peers. In their school days, Xuechong was known as a troublemaker, much to the dismay of the teachers, while Chen Feiyu was the model student. Adored by all, whenever Xuechong misbehaved, teachers would often use Chen Feiyu as a comparison. Xuechong, look at Chen Feiyu. Good-looking and academically outstanding. You should learn from him, or you might not even get into college. Although Chen Feiyu and Xuechong had never been adversaries and had little interaction, the constant comparisons fueled Xuechong's resentment towards Chen Feiyu over time. Chapter 84. The Fool, he is the big boss. If it had merely been the teachers making comparisons, Xuechong might have disliked Chen Feiyu, but not to the extent of harboring hatred. At the core of Xuechong's disdain was a matter of the heart. The girl he had pursued for years, now his girlfriend Du Ling, had once been Chen Feiyu's #1 fan. In their youth, Du Ling had rejected Xuechong's numerous confessions with a simple reason. I'm sorry, I like Chen Feiyu. Although they were now a couple, Xuechong remained embittered, believing that had it not been for Chen Feiyu standing in his way, they might have been together long ago. Thus, when he heard from classmates that Chen Feiyu had not attended college, he was overjoyed. Chen Feiyu, I heard you didn't go to college? This was a deliberate provocation from Xuechong, fully aware of the answer. Yes, there was an incident, so I didn't go. but it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Feiyu shrugged nonchalantly. Years ago, certain individuals had pressured Zhonghai University, leading to the cancellation of his guaranteed admission, leaving him utterly disillusioned with the institution. Even if they came to invite him back with great fanfare, he wouldn't consider it. Besides, so much time had passed that Chen Feiyu no longer held it in his heart. Given his current status, if he wished to attend university, he could easily purchase land and establish one himself. Establish a university? A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Feiyu's mind. His inability to attend college had always been a concern for his parents. Why not create a university to fulfill their wishes? Moreover, the education sector was quite lucrative. Starting a university seemed like a splendid idea. As Chen Feiyu contemplated venturing into the education realm, Xuechang interrupted his thoughts. I'm currently a student at Xingqiao. What about you? What keeps you busy? Xuechang's tone was overtly boastful. Although Xingqiao was merely a college, it was still leagues ahead of Chen Feiyu, a mere high school graduate. Before Chen Feiyu could respond, Xuechang continued lecturing. I see you're not doing so well. You should consider enrolling in an adult education program to improve yourself. Xuechang chuckled to himself, reveling in his own superiority. Academic prowess in middle school meant little. The true victor was the one who triumphed in the end. Now, Xuechang was a bona fide college student, while Chen Feiyu was reduced to collecting scraps. Du Ling stood by, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She had admired the exceptional Chen Feiyu, the one who once stood atop the social pyramid, not the current fallen prince. To be precise, she was drawn to Chen Feiyu's former brilliance rather than his present plight. Now, with his luster dimmed, Du Ling could no longer find the admiration she once felt. Her sentiments were more of relief than regret. Thankfully, she had been rejected by Chen Feiyu back then. Otherwise, she might have ended up with a scrap collector for a boyfriend, a scenario that would surely invite ridicule. I admit, I'm not doing well. Once there was Jack Ma, and now there's Chen Feiyu, who is hitting rock bottom. Yet, Chen Feiyu spoke sincerely. He genuinely felt inadequate. The world's wealthiest individual, Jeff Bezos, boasted a staggering net worth of 113 billion, while he himself possessed a mere few hundred billion yuan, an abyss of disparity. Sigh. To claim the title of the world's richest, he would need to strive even harder. Mr. Chen, I have the money ready for you. The manager returned, holding a thick stack of bills, certainly over 10,000 yuan. Chen Feiyu opened his snakeskin bag, and the manager carefully placed the money inside. That's enough for now. I must be off to the next place. Perhaps we shall meet again. Before leaving, Chen Feiyu patted Xuechang on the shoulder, imparting a heartfelt piece of advice: study hard. Otherwise, you might end up like me, begging for money everywhere. Xuechang stood dumbfounded. Was it really so simple to collect money with a mere bag? And to receive so much? Somehow, Xuechang's mind misfired. He believed that if Chen Feiyu could do it, so could he. Thus, he grabbed his girlfriend's purse, unzipped it, and presented it to the manager. Give me some too. Xuechang mimicked Chen Feiyu's earlier gesture, raising an eyebrow at the manager, his foot twitching nervously. Young man, what would you like? The manager was perplexed, wondering what was wrong with this fellow, who seemed to be fidgeting uncontrollably. Just give me some money, like that guy earlier. Just a little will do. Sir, please, don't joke around. The store manager cast a disdainful glance at Xuechang. Why on earth should he give Xuechang any money? Was this fellow mentally deficient? If he were to give him money, why not extend the same courtesy to me? Xuechang, feeling a tinge of anger, had just basked in the glory of triumph over Chen Feiyu. If Chen Feiyu could procure funds, then he had every right to do so as well. The manager took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Are you referring to Mr. Chen Feiyu? Yes, that's him. Xuechang nodded. The manager, unable to contain himself, erupted in a fit of expletives. You fool, he is the big boss of our commercial street. He came here today to collect rent for the sake of experiencing life. He simply asked for money with a bag in hand. Why not go rob a bank instead? Chapter 85, A Golden Toilet for the Elders. The manager's response sent everyone into fits of laughter. They too were puzzled as to why the milk tea shop would give Chen Feiyu money. It turned out he was the landlord collecting rent. Thankfully, they hadn't made the same foolish mistake as Xuechang, who had naively approached asking for money. Otherwise, they would surely have been deemed insane. Was this fellow's intellect on the fritz? I see him as a complete simpleton. He claims to be a student of Xingqiao. Let us hope no one sends their children to that school in the future. Xuechang's cheeks flushed crimson as he suddenly realized that when Chen Feiyu mentioned asking for money everywhere, he didn't mean begging. He was merely collecting rent. That scoundrel. He consistently bemoans his misfortune, yet he owns the entire commercial street. Xuechang felt utterly humiliated, having been outsmarted by Chen Feiyu once again, creating such a monumental blunder that he wished he could disappear into the sewers. What a disgrace. Chen Feiyu had already collected from over a dozen shops. He was unconcerned about anyone trying to snatch his money. The commercial street was his domain, and with a mere command, help would come rushing in from all directions. Moreover, from the moment he set foot on the commercial street, security had been present to safeguard him. Taking a seat by a flower bed, Chen Feiyu sipped on a drink from Mr. Milk, finding it rather delightful. He opened the plastic bag to glimpse inside, revealing it stuffed with cash, his spoils from a morning's work. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase, suffering yet joyful. The sight of money undeniably lifted one's spirits. Yet the process of collecting rent was exceedingly exhausting. Chen Feiyu resolved to cease his endeavors for the day. Fearing heat stroke in such sweltering weather, he concluded his landlord escapade. He called the property management to instruct them to notify the merchants to transfer all rent payments to his Alipay account. With his experience of life concluded, Chen Feiyu loaded the hefty bag of money into his car. As he drove past the intersection of the commercial street, he spotted Xuechong and Du Ling waiting by the roadside, unmistakably waiting for a ride. Chen Feiyu leaned over and rolled down the window. "Are you waiting for a ride? Would you like a lift?" Xuechong, glancing down and realizing it was Chen Feiyu, stood dumbfounded. Goodness, Chen Feiyu was driving a Bentley. They had graduated from the same school, yet Chen Feiyu had become the owner of the commercial street, driving a luxury car, while he stood outside, exposed to the elements, waiting for a bus. The harsh reality was crushing Xuechong. He felt as if he might have a heart attack. "Is this your car?" "Yes." "What is wrong with that? You're driving a Bentley, a luxury car, and yet you claim you're not doing well?" "I am not doing well. What is a Bentley? I used to drive a Koenigsegg 1. Xuechong nearly let out a curse. In truth, Chen Feiyu was not flaunting his wealth. He was merely stating a fact. However, this assertion struck Xuechong as particularly jarring. A Bentley is not a luxury car. This scoundrel was truly insufferable. Gritting his teeth, Xuechong yearned to pummel Chen Feiyu. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself, turning away with his girlfriend, fearing that if he said anything further, he might just collapse on the spot. Cherish life and steer clear of boastful individuals. "Hey, let me give you a ride." Chen Feiyu, adhering to the spirit of goodwill, attempted to offer Xuechong and Du Ling a lift, but the more he called out, the faster Xuechong ran away. They had to hurry, for Xuechong noticed Du Ling's gaze towards Chen Feiyu had shifted. The adoring look in her eyes was all too familiar, reminiscent of how she had looked at Chen Feiyu back in middle school. Xuechong feared that if they lingered any longer, he would be left with nothing but a barren expanse atop his head. Having failed to do a good deed, Chen Feiyu was not disheartened. He continued driving, ready to explore, when his phone rang. Li Pengfei was calling. "Hey, old fish, what are you up to?" "Not much, just finished collecting rent. I suddenly remembered my bathroom sink is missing a corner, so I'm planning to head to the bank to buy a few hundred gold bricks to melt down and create a pure gold sink." On the other end, Li Pengfei could be heard taking a deep breath. "Old fish, please, be reasonable. You can't be that pretentious." "I'm not being pretentious. I'm serious." Chen Feiyu felt wronged. Everyone in Zhonghai City knew him. Chen Feiyu, as a person of grace, never one to flaunt. "Why not just make a golden toilet while you're at it?" Chen Feiyu fell silent for a moment, and Li Pengfei, thinking he had upset him, was about to explain that he meant no offense, when suddenly Chen Feiyu slapped his thigh. "You make a fair point. My grandmother's toilet happens to be broken. I'll make them a golden toilet." Damn. Li Pengfei was already starting to feel exasperated, convinced that if this conversation continued, Chen Feiyu might very well decide to construct a house of gold right then and there. So he swiftly changed the subject. "There's a class reunion today. Are you sure you don't want to go?" "A class reunion? Oh, it's already the 18th. Chen Feiyu smacked his forehead, recalling that during their last outing at the bar, Li Pengfei had mentioned it. Zhang Kai and Wu Fei were organizing a middle school reunion, scheduled for noon today. The venue was Junlai Hotel. Chapter 86. Heaven forces me to slap faces. Chen Feiyu smacked his forehead again, realizing that during his recent busyness, he had completely lost track of time. He hadn't even noticed it was the 18th. The middle school reunion organized by Zhang Kai and Wu Fei was indeed set for noon today at Junlai Hotel. "Old fish, why aren't you going to the reunion?" Li Pengfei asked, puzzled. "Zhang Kai and Wu Fei created a group for the reunion and have been mocking you for not attending university. I think you should go and show them." Li Pengfei had defended Chen Feiyu a few times in the group, but to little effect. He believed it would be far more impactful if Chen Feiyu confronted them directly. Chen Feiyu, driving his Bentley and wearing a designer watch, thought about how Zhang Kai and Wu Fei would have no face left to mock him. "I've already said I'm not going." Chen Feiyu harbored no interest in the class reunion. To go just to slap Wu Fei and Zhang Kai's faces seemed too childish. Moreover, what could he possibly discuss with a bunch of students? They were on entirely different levels, and he felt that slapping their faces would be akin to bullying. "Han Shixian will be there. Are you really not going?" "Why does it matter to me if she goes?" Chen Feiyu replied impatiently. "Enough of this. I'm in a hurry to buy gold. Do you think 100 kilograms of gold could make a toilet? Get lost." On the other end of the line, Li Pengfei clenched his fists, feeling provoked. He was experiencing the same frustration as Shui Chong, wanting to lash out. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feiyu made his way directly to the bank. Midway through his journey, his mother, Wang Shufan, called him. "Hello, son, where are you?" "I'm just wandering outside, Mom." "Is there something you need?" Today, Wang Shufan was attending the wedding of a colleague's son, and given the time, they should have already begun the feast. Her sudden call surely indicated a matter of urgency. "I was on my way to the wedding, but the lead car in our convoy broke down," Wang Shufan explained. "I contacted the wedding company, but they said they couldn't find a suitable replacement car on such short notice. If you have a moment, could you drive over to lend a hand?" "Sure, just send me the address via WeChat, and I'll head over right away." It was rare for his mother to ask for assistance. Since she had reached out, Chen Feiyu felt compelled to comply. Before long, Wang Shufan sent him the location. Just 23 kilometers away from where he was. With a swift press of the accelerator, he arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, Chen Feiyu found a long line of wedding cars parked by the roadside, each adorned with large red flowers and the character sheet, creating a festive atmosphere. The lead vehicle was a Porsche Panamera, its hood raised, emitting thick plumes of white smoke. Chen Feiyu made a U-turn at the intersection and approached the front of the convoy. "Mom, I've arrived." He quickly spotted Wang Shufan amidst the crowd. Comforting her colleague Tang Meijian, who was understandably distressed over the car troubles on such a momentous occasion. "Meijian, my son has driven over," Wang Shufan called out, waving to Chen Feiyu. As he approached, he recognized Tang Meijian, an acquaintance who often visited their home for shopping trips with his mother. With a cheerful smile, Chen Feiyu said, "Aunt Tang, don't worry, my car can lead the way. Is that appropriate?" "I'm concerned about damaging your vehicle," Tang Meijian replied, initially pleased but soon apprehensive upon seeing Chen Feiyu's car. Although she wasn't familiar with the brand, the vehicle exuded an aura of elegance and luxury, signaling that it was anything but inexpensive. She feared that if anything happened to it, she wouldn't be able to compensate for the damages. "It's perfectly fine, Aunt Tang. This is merely my grocery getter. I won't mind if it gets scratched," Chen Feiyu assured her, intending to alleviate her concerns. However, Tang Meijian was left astounded by his words. "What? Such a magnificent car is just a grocery getter? My goodness, that seems excessively extravagant." She suddenly felt unworthy of even going grocery shopping. Ultimately, with the encouragement of Wang Shufan and Chen Feiyu, Tang Meijian agreed to use his vehicle as the lead car. As a wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime affair, and she wanted to avoid any mishaps. "Thank you so much, Xiaoyu," she said. "Don't mention it, Aunt Tang. You and my mom are old friends. It's only fitting I lend a hand. Let's get moving quickly so we don't miss the auspicious time." The team quickly removed the flowers and decorations from the Panamera and carefully affixed them onto Chen Feiyu's car. Once everything was set, he transported the newlyweds to their destination. On the way, the couple expressed their immense gratitude. Chen Feiyu's timely intervention had saved the day, and they had upgraded from a Porsche to a Bentley. A fortunate turn of events. As the groom directed Chen Feiyu with left and right turns, he began to feel that the route seemed familiar. Eventually, they found themselves at the entrance of the Junlai Grand Hotel. "Are you hosting the banquet at the Junlai Grand Hotel?" "Yes, we booked this date a year in advance," the groom replied. Chen Feiyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated ending up at the Junlai Grand Hotel. Was this destiny compelling him to confront an uncomfortable situation? Chapter 87. I really don't want to face this. 1. Chen Feiyu was momentarily stunned, surprised that after all his detours, he had returned to the Junlai Grand Hotel. "Xiaoyu, I truly appreciate your help. Please join us upstairs for a drink to celebrate," the groom, Tang Yang, offered sincerely. Typically, colleagues are not expected to bring family members to weddings, but given Chen Feiyu's significant assistance, it would be impolite not to invite him. I think I'll pass," Chen Feiyu replied after a moment as contemplation, concerned he might run into Wu Fei and others. "You've come all this way. It would be inconsiderate not to join us for at least a drink," Tang Yang said half-jokingly. "You've been a great help. If you leave now, the elders will think we're inconsiderate." The bride chimed in. "The bridesmaids are my close friends, all single. I'll introduce you to them later." Chen Feiyu thought to himself that he didn't need any introductions to women. He already had plenty around him. Despite his intentions to decline, the groom and bride insisted and ushered him upstairs. In Zhonghai City, a distinction exists between urbanites and locals, each with markedly different customs when it comes to hosting weddings. Urbanites prioritize prestige, often opting for grand hotels for their receptions, typically serving only one meal and deciding between lunch or dinner based on their reservation times. Locals, however, focus on creating a festive atmosphere, generally avoiding hotels in favor of renting out restaurants. Tang Yang had reserved a moderately sized banquet hall, and after a quick count, Chen Feiyu noted there were precisely 18 tables, accommodating around 200 guests. This scale wasn't insignificant, but compared to local customs, it paled in comparison. as locals often invite countless distant relatives, with gatherings easily exceeding 40 or 50 tables. Since no seat had been reserved for Chen Feiyu in advance, Tang Yang brought him to sit at the newlyweds table. Besides the couple, the table included the groomsmen and bridesmaids, with several empty seats, making Chen Feiyu's presence inconsequential. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Chen Feiyu, who saved the day for us today. Otherwise, our convoy would have been stranded, Tang Yang announced warmly. Xiaoyu. This is Jejia and Xiaoming. The group exchanged nods, acknowledging one another, as the bridesmaids accompanied the bride to the dressing room to change into their gowns. The groomsmen also departed to prepare, leaving Chen Feiyu alone at the table. Although a few women approached to strike up conversations, he politely dismissed them. As the wedding commenced, the backdrop displayed a video featuring the couple's photographs and cherished memories, creating a heartwarming ambience. Let us welcome our groom to the stage. With the host's enthusiastic call, Tang Yang stepped onto the stage, greeted by thunderous applause. After a few questions to ease his nerves, the atmosphere became celebratory, leading to the bride's entrance. The lights dimmed, and spotlights illuminated the end of the red carpet, where the bride, adorned in a white wedding gown and accompanied by her father, gracefully walked toward the groom. Tang Yang promptly approached to receive his bride from her father, who offered words of wisdom for their future together, to which Tang Yang fervently vowed to cherish his wife. The couple joined hands at the center of the stage, reciting their vows and exchanging rings that symbolized their eternal love. Kiss her, kiss her. The audience erupted in playful encouragement. The bride shyly closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, uncertain whether it was the lighting or her bashfulness. Tang Yang inhaled deeply, gradually leaning in closer to kiss his bride. As their lips met passionately, the audience erupted into fervent applause once more, with Chen Feiyu generously offering his blessings. Upon returning to their seats, a few bridesmaids were moved to tears. Chen Feiyu felt a twinge of guilt for indulging in the feast without contributing. Perhaps he should present a gift to express his sentiments? Thus, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly retrieved 2 small boxes from his personal stash. Arriving hastily with no time to prepare a proper gift, he thought, "This is but a token of my appreciation. You assisted us tremendously today. There is no reason for us to accept any gifts." Tang Yang resolutely declined, adhering to the customary practice that no monetary contribution is required for such assistance, especially considering Chen Feiyu's significant help. They are not extravagant items, merely a pair of couple watches. Please accept them. After some back and forth, the couple ultimately succumbed to Chen Feiyu's enthusiasm and graciously accepted the gift. My apologies, I have some matters to attend to, but I wish you both a joyful marriage and lifelong happiness. Allow me to see you off, Tang Yang insisted, escorting Chen Feiyu to the hotel lobby. Upon his return, the groomsmen and bridesmaids eagerly urged him to unveil Chen Feiyu's gift. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find a pair of diamond watches. Goodness! My eyes nearly blinded by their brilliance. One bridesmaid, curious, took to the internet for research, then gasped, covering her mouth. Can you guess the value of these watches? Chapter 88. I really don't want to slap faces. 2. Her question piqued everyone's curiosity, including Tang Yang's, as they all looked at her with eager anticipation. How much? The bridesmaid offered a knowing smile in response. 2,000 yuan. She rolled her eyes. Where would one find diamond watches for that price? 10,000. The bridesmaid shook her head, revealing an astonishing figure. Neither. Together, these watches are worth 100,000. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, and Tang Yang suddenly felt the weight of the watches in his hands. A gift valued at 100,000 yuan, casually bestowed by Chen Feiyu, who insisted it was of little worth. What a level of wealth one must possess. Meanwhile, Chen Feiyu stood at the hotel entrance, awaiting the staff to fetch his car. In truth, he had not exaggerated. The watches were indeed the least expensive items selected by the system from his personal inventory. A bottle of 1982 Lafite would cost over 100,000. Could 100,000 for 2 watches be considered exorbitant? Others might lament the loss of such a gift. Yet Chen Feiyu felt no remorse. When Wang Shufan first joined the factory, Tang Meijian had always looked after her. They had been colleagues and friends for many years. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Presenting a pair of diamond watches as a gift was a gesture of appreciation for Tang Meijian's care for his mother over the years. Of course, it also served to elevate his mother's status. A mere 100,000 could bring joy to all. Why not? After a brief wait, Chen Feiyu spotted his Bentley approaching. Just as he stepped outside the hotel, a young woman rushed towards him, colliding directly with him. Her bag fell to the ground, scattering its contents. Chen Feiyu crouched down to assist her, returning her belongings. Thank you. I'm so sorry for bumping into you. No need for apologies. It is I who should be sorry, he replied. As they looked up at each other, their gazes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Are you Chen Feiyu? Are you Han Shixian? They simultaneously exclaimed. The young woman was none other than Han Shixian, the school belle from Chen Feiyu's middle school days. He was taken aback by their unexpected encounter at the entrance. Unlike his fleeting acquaintance with Feng Yuan, which rendered her unrecognizable, Han Shixian had been his classmate for 3 years, their daily interactions far surpassing those he shared with his parents. Despite her changed appearance, her features were still familiar. Little fish, you've matured quite a bit, Han Shixian remarked, gazing at him, now a young man exuding a steady charm, more mature than his peers. You've grown even more beautiful, Chen Feiyu replied with a smile, adding, but could you refrain from calling me little fish? Simply call me Xiao Chun or Feiyu. The diminutive makes me feel as if I were your child. All right, then I shall call you Xiao Yu, Han Shixian laughed. Why haven't you gone upstairs? Did you not receive the room number? Everyone's already gathered in room 302. Come, I'll take you there. Chen Feiyu began to protest. I wasn't, but was interrupted as she pulled him along, feeling reluctant to resist for fear of hurting her. Thus, he found himself being dragged into the elevator, feeling despondent. Why must they pressure him to play the part? Upon exiting the elevator and confirming the direction of the private room, Chen Feiyu was like a marionette. Led into room 302. The room held 4 large round tables, 3 of which were nearly full, with 1 table left vacant. As they entered, everyone turned towards the door. And upon seeing Han Shixian, both boys and girls rose to applaud her arrival. Our school belle has arrived. Xiaoxian, you are even more beautiful than before. The boys expressed their admiration wholeheartedly, while the girls felt no envy, having long grown accustomed to basking in Han Shixian's radiance throughout their middle school years. Li Pingfei, sipping on a drink, rushed over upon noticing Chen Feiyu. Old fish, didn't you say you weren't coming? What are you doing here? As if I wanted to be here, but never mind, it's too complicated to explain. Chen Feiyu thought about clarifying that he had inadvertently ended up at Junlai Hotel and had run into Han Shixian, but deemed it too tedious. The boy's demeanor towards him was rather frosty, even tinged with subtle animosity, as nearly all the girls they had secretly admired during middle school had been enamored with Chen Feiyu. It was a wonder they hadn't ganged up on him. Chapter 89, the show begins. In stark contrast to the boys' cold reception, the girls welcomed Chen Feiyu with open arms, as he was the cherished boy from their youthful days. Hey, Chen Feiyu, how did you end up coming with Xiaoxian? You told me you didn't have her contact information, and yet here you are. Let me guess, you two aren't dating, are you? Han Shixian turned crimson, hurriedly explaining. Don't jump to conclusions. I just happened to run into little fish downstairs. Li Pingfei, with a mischievous grin, elbowed Chen Feiyu. What a coincidence. Is that really how it happened? Thus, Li Pingfei was convinced that Chen Feiyu was deliberately waiting for Han Shixian downstairs. And his suspicion was not unfounded, but rather grounded in facts. Throughout middle school, Chen Feiyu had been frigid towards all girls, with Han Shixian being the only exception to his aloof demeanor. To assert that there was nothing between them would be a claim Li Pingfei would never accept. He even entertained the notion that they might have secretly been together for some time. Chen Feiyu cast a sidelong glance. It was easy to discern what his best friend was contemplating. His camaraderie with Han Shixian stemmed solely from her exceptional academic performance, which provided them with common ground in their studies. Furthermore, Han Shixian's pleasant personality contributed to their friendship, devoid of any ambiguous romantic entanglements as Li Pingfei imagined. Meanwhile, Wu Fei, seated at the head of the table, wore a thunderous expression. He had pursued Han Shixian by attending the same high school and later the same university. Yet their relationship remained as insipid as water, lacking any substantial progress. Whenever they encountered each other at school, Han Shixian would merely smile and nod at him. But upon seeing Chen Feiyu, her cheeks would flush, igniting Wu Fei's ire. Despite confessing his feelings to Han Shixian on no fewer than 10 occasions, he was met with rejection each time. When he inquired about the reasons, Han Shixian simply stated that they were not suited for each other. Even a dullard like Wu Fei could perceive that Han Shixian still harbored feelings for Chen Feiyu. A mere underachiever who couldn't even get into college had no right to vie for her affections. Fueled by jealousy, Wu Fei resolved to humiliate Chen Feiyu today, aiming to make Han Shixian realize that only he was worthy of her. Xian is here, please take a seat, Wu Fei said gallantly, pulling out a chair beside him, specially reserved for Han Shixian. She gave it little thought, adjusting her skirt before sitting down, leaving only Chen Feiyu standing awkwardly. It was then that everyone noticed all the seats were occupied. Oh dear, how is there no space left? Zhang Kai quipped, Chen Feiyu, we can't fit everyone here. Why not take a seat at that empty table beside us? Some suggested rearranging the seating to create space for Chen Feiyu, but the boys remained immobile, and those harboring animosity towards him swiftly dismissed the idea. It's too cramped. Let Chen Feiyu sit at the empty table. Chen Feiyu saw clearly that this was a premeditated scheme by Wu Fei and his cohorts, designed to assert their dominance over him. Since he had come, He had no intention of leaving. He approached the empty table, thinking that dining alone could be quite enjoyable. "Humph, I'm coming with you," Li Pengfei declared, standing up without a second thought and seating himself beside Chen Feiyu. At this moment, failing to support Chen Feiyu would not be brotherly at all. "Then I'll join you at that table," Wu Fei and his friends smugly proclaimed. Just then, Han Shixian, who had only just settled in, abruptly stood up again, grabbing her bag and preparing to move to Chen Feiyu's table. "Xian, there's no need to move. You can sit here," Wu Fei urged, his anxiety palpable. Organizing this gathering was secondary to him. His primary aim was to cultivate a closer relationship with Han Shixian. With her sudden departure, how could he possibly win her favor? It would not be proper to leave Chen Feiyu sitting alone, so it was better for everyone to shift around and create a spot for him. This time, the boys complied, moving their seats closer together. Wu Fei, left with no choice, conceded for the sake of being near Han Shixian. "Chen Feiyu, Li Pengfei, do come sit over here." Li Pengfei stood up, but upon noticing Chen Feiyu remained stationary, he sat back down. Any choice contradicting Chen Feiyu would be a slap in the face to him, and he could not allow outsiders to find amusement in their discord. Thus, he had to align with Chen Feiyu. If Chen Feiyu stood, he would stand. If Chen Feiyu sat, he would sit. "No, Zhang Kai makes a valid point. It's too crowded here. We should spread out a bit for everyone's comfort." That was Chen Feiyu's nature. "If you refuse the courtesy I extend, do not expect me to return when you regret it. I too think spreading out would be more comfortable," Han Shixian remarked with a slight smile, taking her bag and sitting on the opposite side of Chen Feiyu. As an intelligent young woman, she was keenly aware that Wu Fei was targeting Chen Feiyu. From both a friend and classmate perspective, Han Shixian despised Wu Fei's bullying behavior. Why did Han Shixian dislike Wu Fei? Certainly, part of it was due to Chen Feiyu. However, the principal reason was her aversion to Wu Fei's bureaucratic style of forming cliques. Wu Fei's actions might be superficially described as harmless banter among classmates, but in blunt terms, it was nothing short of bullying and ostracizing others. Had Wu Fei been as straightforward as Chen Feiyu, Han Shixian might not have been smitten. Yet being in the same school would have presented opportunities for a budding romance between them. But the more Wu Fei resorted to cunning tricks, the more Han Shixian viewed him as self-important, and her disdain only grew. A true man would confront Chen Feiyu head-on. Even if he could not match Chen Feiyu in intellect, engaging in a fair fight would at least allow Han Shixian to see Wu Fei as a respectable man. Resorting to underhanded tactics was no true skill. Attempting to elevate his own image by belittling Chen Feiyu was a game that a woman as astute as Han Shixian would not fall for. Wu Fei gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Chen Feiyu, a flicker of hatred dancing in his eyes. Perhaps Wu Fei would never realize that it was not Chen Feiyu driving a wedge between him and Han Shixian, but rather his own misguided cleverness. "Xian, I'm coming to keep you company. I'll join Chen Feiyu's table as well. It's indeed a bit cramped. I'll move over to make it more comfortable for you all." Several girls close to Han Shixian rose to change their seats. With one leading the way, others followed suit like mushrooms sprouting after rain. The remaining girls, noticing their table was filled with boys, pondered whether it was appropriate for a lone girl to sit among them. After some deliberation, they too stood up and migrated to Chen Feiyu's table. Ultimately, the previously bustling 3 tables were left with empty spaces like a toothless grin, now exclusively occupied by boys, transforming it into a boys' club. In stark contrast, Chen Feiyu's table, once desolate, was now filled with girls. They chattered like a flock of larks, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Feiyu, their eyes reflecting a blend of exasperation, longing, and admiration. Li Pengfei watched this unfold, unable to suppress his admiration. After all these years, these girls still harbor feelings for old fish. No wonder he's the girl killer Chen Feiyu. "Damn you, Chen Feiyu." A group of boys clenched their fists, mentally cursing him 100 times over. If looks could kill, Chen Feiyu would have reincarnated 1,000 times by now. "Sorry, but I have no space left. You can see I have nowhere to accommodate you," Chen Feiyu remarked innocently, oblivious to the boys' discontent. "You push me here. You can't blame me. Plus, I didn't invite the girls. I merely accepted their company." Infuriating, taking advantage, and then playing innocent. The boys seethed with frustration. Chen Feiyu was merely stating the facts. Indeed, there was no room left. However, his words struck the boys like daggers, creating the impression that he was merely mocking them. Wu Fei, struggling to contain his frustration, returned to his seat. The dishes were served. Wu Fei clapped his hands, and a waiter standing at the entrance promptly picked up the intercom to relay the orders. Soon, exquisite dishes were presented on the table. Wow, how exquisite the dishes are. This table must have cost a fortune. Both boys and girls could not help but exclaim in awe. The Junlai Hotel was indeed the most upscale establishment in Zhonghai City, and the university students present had never dined here before, as they could hardly afford it. Wu Fei's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, pleased with the response from everyone. Thank you all for gracing this gathering with your presence. Wu Fei stood up to deliver a toast, speaking effusively before finally raising his glass. Come, let us toast. Cheers. Everyone joyfully lifted their glasses. The boys drained their goblets of wine, while the girls merely sipped delicately. Now, let us indulge in the culinary delights I have prepared for everyone. Wu Fei emphasized the word I, clearly indicating that he was the one treating, while also flaunting his wealth. I, Wu Fei, can treat you to dinner at the finest hotel, while Chen Feiyu can do nothing of the sort. After a few bites, Wu Fei, like a groom at his wedding, began to toast at each table, eventually arriving at Chen Feiyu's. A curious girl asked Wu Fei, "How much does this table cost?" Wu Fei's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity to show off in front of Han Shixian, and he would not miss it. Not much, just 18,888 for the table. Wow, that's so expensive. Some gasped in astonishment, while others nearly dropped their chopsticks. Although Zhonghai City was a first-tier city, the majority of white-collar workers earning over 10,000 a month were a minority, for tables of dishes totaled over 70,000. It was no wonder that the prices at the city's premier hotel were astonishingly high. Not at all expensive, as long as everyone enjoys themselves. Wu Fei waved his hand dismissively. His parents owned an early education institution and could easily earn several million a year. This time, when I got accepted into university, my parents rewarded me with a car and gave me a bank card with 500,000 as my living expenses. Wu Fei boasted proudly. While 70,000 for a meal was indeed steep, it was still within his means. As long as he could strengthen his relationship with Han Shixian, the expenditure would be well worth it. Wu Fei cast a sidelong glance at Chen Feiyu, and a plan formed in his mind. He approached Chen Feiyu and patted his shoulder. Chen Feiyu, these are all signature dishes from the Junlai Hotel. You must have never tasted them before, right? Li Pingfei snorted. Slapping the table, Wu Fei was clearly looking for trouble. Had it not been for Chen Feiyu's subtle warning to remain calm, he would have punched this insufferable fellow by now. Indeed, I have never tasted them, nor have I even seen them. Today, thanks to you, I finally get to. Chen Feiyu replied confidently. Wu Fei was taken aback. Chen Feiyu should have been furious, but he reacted entirely differently than Wu Fei had imagined. The provocation had failed, leaving Wu Fei with the sensation of striking a pillow. Then eat more. Today, I'm treating. If it's not enough, order more. Wu Fei feigned generosity, casting a glance at Han Shixian, only to feel a tinge of disappointment when she did not look his way. Is it really okay to order more? Chen Feiyu inquired. Wu Fei felt an ominous premonition, but having spoken, he could not retract his words. If he were to say no now, it would be akin to slapping his own face. Thus, Wu Fei mustered his courage and replied, "Of course. At this gathering, the most important thing is for everyone to enjoy themselves. Order whatever you like, it's all on me." Then I won't hold back. "Waiter, come here." Chen Feiyu beckoned, and the waiter promptly approached with a respectful bow. "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you?" Chen Feiyu had visited the Junlai Hotel many times, and since the recruitment fair was also held here, most of the staff recognized him. "Why have you been skimping on the dishes lately?" Chen Feiyu did not immediately place his order, but instead began to hold the staff accountable, leaving the waiter perplexed. "Huh, Mr. Chen, we haven't skimped on anything. Is that so?" Chen Feiyu pointed at a dish on the table, stating, "This dish, called Deep Sea Dragon, previously used 18-pound Australian lobsters. Why are you using 6-pound flower lobsters this time? And this golden abalone, you've been using top-grade abalone. These abalone are smaller than my bowl. There should be at least a dozen here. Are you trying to fool us?" Abalone weighing over a pound is referred to as a head abalone. The greater the number of heads, the lighter the weight of each individual abalone, and consequently, the lower the quality. "Mr. Chen, you're mistaken. We haven't skimped on anything. These ingredients were requested to be replaced by Mr. Wu Fei," the waiter explained anxiously. Fearing that a small misunderstanding could lead to the hotel losing such an esteemed customer as Chen Feiyu, which would certainly cost her job, Wu Fei frowned. It was indeed his request to change the ingredients, as Australian lobsters and top-grade abalone were prohibitively expensive. He had thought that since none of the classmates had ever been here, he could substitute with cheaper materials. How did Chen Feiyu know that the original ingredients had been swapped? Had he been here before? The more Wu Fei pondered, the more confused he became. What was Chen Feiyu up to? Are you implying that we, Wu Fei, are stingy and unwilling to spend money, using inferior goods to shortchange our old classmates? Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. Our ingredients are the best. They are all the same. All the same. Chen Feiyu slammed his hand on the table, angrily rebuking. If the foreigners in the adjacent private room see this, they'll think we, Wu Fei, can't afford a decent meal. Now, I'm placing an order, and you better remember it clearly. The waiter thought to herself that the adjacent private room was empty, so where would the foreigners come from? Nevertheless, she began taking notes seriously. "Wu Fei, Don't worry, I'll just order some common homestyle dishes. The price is 1 TB too steep. Hearing that Chen Feiyu was going to order homestyle dishes, Wu Fei finally felt relieved. The prices for homestyle dishes at the Junlai Hotel generally ranged in the hundreds per dish. Even if Chen Feiyu ordered 10 dishes, Wu Fei could afford the bill. However, Wu Fei would never have guessed that Chen Feiyu's idea of homestyle dishes warranted quotation marks. Chen Feiyu did not even look at the menu, confidently rattling off the names of the dishes. First, let us have an Australian lobster, the largest and heaviest you have. Then, for our 12 ladies, I'd like a bowl of top-grade bird's nest for each to nourish their beauty. And take away this plate of golden abalone. It's unappetizing. Replace it with 8 head abalone. At this moment, Wu Fei's complexion turned a shade greener than a mung bean. Each of Chen Feiyu's words struck him like a hammer, and he felt as though he might have a heart attack. Australian lobster, head abalone, bird's nest. Wu Fei was nearly furious. Was this truly what one called homestyle dishes? Did he misunderstand the meaning of homestyle? Even a billionaire wouldn't indulge in such extravagance. How much would this meal cost? The delicacies chosen by Chen Feiyu, merely upon hearing their names, exuded an air of extravagance. Wu Fei glanced at the menu, only to discover that none of these dishes were listed. Panic surged within him, leaving him utterly unsettled. What if, when the bill arrived, he found himself unable to pay? That would be a most embarrassing predicament. Why were the dishes he had ordered absent from the menu? Wu Fei tentatively inquired. The waiter elucidated. We reserve the finest ingredients exclusively for esteemed patrons such as yourself, Mr. Wu, hence they are not listed. Wu Fei nearly choked on his own saliva, musing to himself that he had no desire to be considered the hotel's most esteemed guest. However, having previously declared that Chen Feiyu should choose the dishes, it would be too humiliating to backtrack now, especially with Han Shixian present. Thus, he steeled himself to endure the situation. In the presence of his beloved, Wu Fei chose to stand firm. Mr. Chen, I apologize, but we have sold out of the abalone today. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that since the hotel had run out, he could not be blamed for not treating. He had salvaged his dignity and avoided a substantial expense. What a delightful turn of events. Yet, before he could bask in his newfound joy, Chen Feiyu's next words nearly made him choke on his own blood. If we don't have the abalone, can we not substitute it with the 2-headed abalone? Do I need to instruct you on how to do your job? Yes, I understand, Wu Fei gasped, his breath quickening, his eyes beginning to redden. He could only watch helplessly as the waiter scribbled 2-headed abalone 16 on the order pad. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were bleeding profusely. Mr. Chen, do you require anything else? The waiter inquired softly. Of course, we must order more. Are you questioning Mr. Wu's prowess? Chen Feiyu perused the menu, smacking his lips. Bring me the wine list. Certainly, please hold on. The waiter promptly retrieved the wine list, which Chen Feiyu tossed onto the table without a glance, declaring, never mind. There's nothing of interest on the wine list. Wu Fei displayed an expression of astonishment. Could it be that Chen Feiyu, in a moment of conscience, intended to spare him? However, Chen Feiyu soon demonstrated through his actions that Wu Fei was merely indulging in wishful thinking. The red wine on the table is subpar, bitter and astringent, lacking in aroma. Just casually bring us 3 bottles of the 1982 Lafite. Certainly, Mr. Chen. I shall prepare that for you immediately. The waiter did not bother to consult Wu Fei and hurried off to fetch the wine. Upon hearing the name Lafite, excitement rippled through the group. This renowned red wine brand is celebrated both domestically and internationally. It is frequently depicted in films, where affluent individuals gather to savor wine, typically indulging in Lafite. While Lafite may not be the most expensive, it certainly holds the title of the most famous. Chen Feiyu reassured Wu Fei. Lafite is not only affordable, but also quite palatable. It offers exceptional value. How much per bottle? Wu Fei countered, now solely concerned with the price. The wine list is right here. You can ascertain that for yourself. Wu Fei picked up the wine list, flipping through it until he found Lafite. Upon seeing the price, which was merely a few thousand, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Only a few thousand. I thought it would be exorbitant. The clouds had parted, and the rain had ceased. Wu Fei felt a renewed sense of confidence. A few thousand? You've misread it. Chen Feiyu flipped through several pages of the wine list and pointed to an image of a particular red wine. You were looking at the 2017 Lafite. I ordered the 1982, which is this one. Gazing at the lengthy string of zeros following the price, Wu Fei felt his head spin. He braced himself to count. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. By the end, he felt as though his heart had plummeted. What the hell? One bottle of wine costs over 130,000. That scoundrel Chen Feiyu intends to bankrupt me. He gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming urge to twist Chen Feiyu's head off and use it as a soccer ball. Not to worry, if we can't finish it, we can take it to go, Chen Feiyu added with a smirk. Oh, And I forgot to mention, the takeaway boxes here are made of silver, costing a few hundred each. Wu Fei felt dizzy, his legs turning to jelly. Had it not been for the nearby chair to support him, he would have collapsed to the floor. A takeaway box costing hundreds? What a ripoff. The red wine and dishes ordered by Chen Feiyu soon arrived. One must admit, the quality of the ingredients elevated both the taste and texture of the dishes to an exquisite level. Everyone relished the meal, save for Wu Fei, who felt no appetite whatsoever. He could only ponder how much of his 500,000 would remain after this extravagant feast. Once their hunger was satisfied, the waiter presented the bill, instinctively assuming that Chen Feiyu, a man of wealth, would cover the expenses. Mr. Chen, here is your bill. Do not hand it to me. I am not paying this time. Do you see that pale-faced fellow by the window? He is the one treating today, so take the bill to him. The waiter's gaze shifted to the indeed pale-faced Wu Fei. Mr. Wu, here is your bill for today's consumption, totaling 483,021 yuan. How would you like to pay? Swipe the card. Wu Fei, trembling, produced his bank card, realizing that he had just spent 480,000 on a single meal. He felt as though he had returned to square one. Tears threatened to flow.